Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. The protagonist died in the future. Putting his hand to his neck, he said that it hurt. His whole body was covered in sweat. There were many corpses of people in military uniforms lying on the ground. There was a huge wound on the guy's neck. Looking at his bloody hand, he clenched his teeth. The corpse lying in front of him moved. A knife was stuck in his head. The dead man opened his mouth wide and trembled. 3 years had passed since the zombies appeared. The living dead were walking down the street in a huge crowd. The world was destroyed. There was no light in the city. Only clouds of smoke rose into the sky. The young man rose to one knee, breathing heavily. Lowering his head, he sighed. The man was sitting next to empty cardboard boxes. The greed and self-interest of mankind led to murders and deaths. The military sat in ambush, raising their weapons. Standing up in front of 2 lying corpses, the protagonist thought that they were the last. The blade of the sword flashed in his hands. The horde of monsters was approaching him. The war of 2 of the most brutal authorities had led to such an end. The zombies rushed forward, baring their fangs. The guy narrowed his eyes, preparing to attack. He chopped off the head of one enemy and stuck his sword into the eye of another. Severed limbs flew into the air. Blood gushed from the neck of the decapitated monster. His wrists fell to the ground. Zombies approached the young man from all sides and grabbed him by the clothes. One of the dead bit him on the shoulder. The main character, who had been surviving with all his might for the past 3 years, opened his mouth wide. Blue veins crawled from the bite site. The alarm clock rang. The guy opened his eyes. Getting out of bed, he realized that he had traveled in time 6 months before the zombies appeared. The girl with the folder in her hands pressed the switch and invited the guest to come in. The heroes entered the room, pointing at it with her hand. The girl explained that this was the house that best suited the client's wishes. On its roof were solar panels that powered a generator. The house was surrounded by a high fence. On the territory there was a fortified building. The site was located on a hill outside the city. There were almost no people in this area, but the city center was a short distance away. Smiling, the girl said that, according to rumors, some rich man built this building to hide his property in case of war. Her smile grew wider. Raising her hand up, she asked if this sounded a little crazy. The young man handed her a credit card, saying that everything was fine. The girl was surprised. A clear sun was shining above the house. Holding the card in his hand, the main character said that he would take this house since he needed to prepare for war. There were crumpled papers and flyers on the floor. The guy was eating pizza while talking on the phone. The person on the line said that the annual interest rate for such a loan amount would be 40%, and that his client had already taken out loans from other banks. Fast food scraps and napkins were scattered on the floor. The young man replied that he didn't care and asked to give him an affordable amount. The sun was shining through the panoramic window. The person on the phone replied that they would get the money back even if the client died, since they would have to either revive the corpse or shake everything out of the relatives. The main character smiled. Taking another slice of pizza, he asked who was going to die if this was all being done for the sake of survival. His expression suddenly became serious. The guy was doing pull-ups on the wall bars. His body was covered in beads of sweat. May 5, 2022. In 4 months, monsters will appear all over the world. Bloody zombies stood in front of the Eiffel Tower. The monster bit a man in the neck. If someone is scratched or bitten, the virus will immediately enter the wound. The body of the man turned pale and covered with blue veins. The bitten die in agony, while the insects tear their flesh and devour it. Within 5 minutes, they rise and turn into zombies. A crowd of monsters walked forward, gaping. The movements of the walking dead were limited. They were not distinguished by speed or strength, but the main problem was their number. The monsters huddled in a huge crowd on the street. Dark clouds hung over the city. The densely populated capital lost its functions in a month. At first, the population was afraid of zombies. A young man was lifting a dumbbell. His phone vibrated. The screen said that 26 calls were missed. Over time, people began to fear not zombies, but other people. The water pouring from the shower was noisy. The naked protagonist ruffled his wet hair when laws disappeared in Korea. Murder, robbery, and sexual harassment became commonplace. 20 teams were destroyed in 3 years. Perhaps it was just a dream. Above the basement hung a sign that said haberdashery. Deciding to take a risk and thoroughly prepare for the apocalypse, the guy looked at a long sword in the store. The seller crossed his arms over his chest and said that purchasing this weapon was illegal. But when a stack of money appeared on the table, the man changed his mind and allowed the buyer to take this sword. Resolutely knitting his eyebrows, the young man thought about what would happen if the end did not come and his reality was destroyed. On the shelf of the store there were canned meat. Checking the list of necessary purchases, the protagonist decided that it would be much better than being unprepared. People were standing near the sign of a roadside cafe. The guy was sitting at a plastic table. He realized that in 4 months he would not be able to eat properly. There was a bowl of soup on the table. Putting the noodles in his mouth, the young man remembered how he was stressed out because of work, returning home and eating kuksu, which relieved all the tension. Someone stepped forward. The owner of the cafe greeted the guests. People crowded at the entrance. The man smiled widely and called the protagonist. Yohan looked around in surprise without looking up from his food. In front of him were his co-workers. Sung-cheol put his hands in his pockets, glad that he managed to find a subordinate who did not even answer the phone. Arrogantly raising his chin, he asked if it was not obvious that the others had a hard time because someone quit their job. Looking down, the guy apologized and remembered the events from the future. The man covered himself with people from the zombies in order to save his own life. Sacrificing others and watching his comrades turn into zombies, he hid on the floor. Even after joining the survivors' camp, Sung-cheol leaked information about them to the enemy forces to prolong his miserable existence. He scratched the back of his head. Putting his hands on his hips, the traitor smiled widely. There were corpses lying on the ground. The entire camp was destroyed. Looking at his subordinate, the boss asked what he was doing lately and what were those bags on the floor. The young man looked back, thinking that this was all because of him. Throwing his backpack on his back, the guy said that it was time for him to go. Arrogantly raising his eyebrows, Sung-cheol asked why his subordinate was treating him like a commoner just because he left work. Ordering him to stop, he grabbed the young man's hand. The protagonist sternly knitted his eyebrows and asked him not to touch him if the man did not have the desire to die. A look of genuine surprise appeared on the boss's face. Suddenly, he raised one eyebrow and asked what was going on. Sung-cheol frowned and asked to repeat what he had said. Behind him, a man attacked the girl. The unknown person bit her on the neck. Yohan's eyes widened, surprised that the zombies had appeared so early. The guy took out a sword from his backpack. He held the weapon out in front of him. The boss opened his mouth in fear and held his hand out in front of him. The man fell to the ground. The young man rushed forward, swinging his sword. The monster's body was cut in half. His colleagues opened their mouths in shock. Blood spurted out and splashed his face. The sword passed through. The frightened girl covered her head with her hands. The tray of food fell to the floor with a crash. The cafe worker grabbed her hair, seeing what had happened. One of the customers looked up from his meal. The man in the security guard uniform pointed his finger forward and said that his former colleague had just cut a man with a sword. Someone shouted that the police needed to be called immediately. The blood-stained protagonist looked up. A fight broke out at the other end of the street. Screams were heard. Zombies were attacking ordinary people, biting them with their teeth. Gritting his teeth, Yohan thought that the world was going crazy. A crowd of monsters pounced on the man. One of the zombies bit off his ear. The guy's hand, which held the sword, trembled. Seeing hordes of monsters in front of the cafe, he asked himself why this happened 4 months earlier. Looking back, the young man thought that everything went wrong. Running forward, the protagonist decided to return to the shelter first. A post about an attack by the living dead appeared on the website. The photo showed a bloody zombie. A huge number of comments appeared under the post. The news anchor, standing against the backdrop of the city, reported breaking news that currently throughout the country, including in the Seoul metropolitan area, due to an unknown infection, patients are losing their minds, showing signs of violence. The news was on the screen on the building. Running past it, the main character thought that, judging by the situation, in 2 days the city would completely stop functioning. Due to the crowd of monsters on the road, there was an accident. Someone's hand reached for Yohan's hood. He turned around. With one hand, the guy grabbed someone's hand. With the other hand, he grabbed the man by the clothes. The next moment, the young man threw someone over himself. Cumulus clouds floated above the city. A roar was heard. Having fallen to the ground, the girl, to whose face the blade was held, asked to stop. She raised her hands in front of herself. The guy recognized her as his colleague. Putting her hand to her forehead, Changmi closed her eyes. They were once close at work. Raising his eyebrows, the main character asked what happened. Reaching out for the sword, the girl asked to put it away. The sword disappeared. Looking down at her, Yohan reminded her that she must not touch it. He narrowed his eyes, explaining that his body was reacting automatically, which could cause trouble. Looking at his colleague sitting on the ground, the guy asked if she had any bites or scratches. Looking up, the girl answered negatively and asked what was going on. Looking back, the young man said that he did not have time to explain and asked if she had any business with him. Youngmi swallowed nervously, turning down the corners of her lips. She frowned and asked why she was being treated so coldly when they were quite close. Looking away, the protagonist thought that this was 4 years ago. Indifferently knitting his brows, he apologized and added that it was time for him to go if she had nothing else to say. The colleague put her hand forward and said that she had one request. Looking at her, Yohan refused, explaining that he did not have time to listen to someone's requests. The girl, with her hands down, said that she lived alone in Incheon and asked her friend to walk her. Trembling with fear, she said that the man in front of her was no longer the same as he used to be, but she had a feeling that she needed to follow him. The guy looked at her arrogantly, thinking that his colleague was a person of common sense, able to get out of any situation. Changmi put her arm around her shoulder. At work she was valued for her resourcefulness and responsibility, but she still had no more than a year left. Turning away, the young man said that he was heading to Butchin and was not going to help if his companion got into trouble or could not keep up with him. Walking ahead, he added that he would only walk her as far as Butchin. The girl agreed. On the street there was an entrance to the subway. The main character pointed his finger to his temple. Then he pointed to his eyes, and in the end, his finger was at the cervical vertebrae. Holding out a knife, Yohan explained that the most effective way to fight zombies is to hit them in these places, so when an enemy approaches, you need to pierce them and move away. There were corpses of people lying around the heroes. The guy said that the monsters can move for about 30 seconds after being cut. The girl's eyes widened in shock. Stretching his hands in front of the approaching zombies, the young man said that he would not repeat it twice. If you think of monsters as people, you can experience real hell. The living dead bared their fangs. Intercepting the sword in his hand, the guy said that under no circumstances should you hesitate. Blood gushed. Having stuck the sword into the monster's head, the main character concluded that they needed to be killed. The next blow decapitated the nearest zombie. The colleague raised her eyebrows in fear. Looking around, Yohan noticed that one of the monsters was behind her. Changmi turned around, seeing a dead man grabbing her hand. The zombie opened its mouth wide to bite its victim. The blade of the knife flashed in the air. The girl tried to cut the enemy, but the weapon slipped from her hand. They fell to the ground. The monster crawled forward. With its sharp teeth, it grabbed the victim's leg. The colleague threw her head back and called out to her friend. The guy ignored her cries for help, dealing with the rest of the undead with his sword. He looked back, and then the young man immediately turned away. Changmi's mouth opened in amazement. A memory of her friend going ahead, saying that he would not help in case of trouble, popped into her head. Rising on her hands, the girl realized that these words were said seriously. She looked at the zombie chewing on her leg. The knife lying on the ground appeared in her hand. Gritting her teeth, Changmi was about to strike. The knife sank into the enemy's eye. Grabbing his face, the girl continued to strike. The knife entered the eye socket up to the hilt. Blood was streaming down the zombie's face. Raising her eyebrows, Changmi remembered about the temple. The monster closed his eyes and bared his teeth. The girl swung the knife. Its blade pierced the monster's head. The living dead man twisted his face in pain. Blood was streaming straight down Changmi's chest. The zombie fell dead. The girl crawled out from under him and closed her eyes. A loud roar was heard not far from the bus stop. Changmi wiped her mouth. Her friend was fighting a whole crowd of monsters, and there were corpses of people lying on the ground. The protagonist dodged the attack of the fat dead man. He took a step back. The next moment, the sword cut off the zombie's head. Another enemy tried to attack from behind, stretching out his arms. However, the hilt of the sword immediately broke his nose. Yohan intercepted the weapon in his hands. The blade of the sword pierced the chest of the puzzled opponent. The guy slid along the ground. He swung his weapon. The body of the monster was cut into many pieces. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. She thought that her colleague was born to kill monsters. A drop of sweat ran down her tense face. Another monster fell to the ground from the sword strike. Heading towards her friend, Changmi thought that she needed to hold on to him to survive. The blue sky hung over the highway. The young man held out wet wipes. Reaching for them with her hand, the girl thanked him. The heroes were near a van with boxes. Corpses lay around. Sweating, the main character asked if the zombie left a bite. Worriedly knitting her brows, his colleague replied that she did not know. Frowning, Yohan asked if she was in pain. Changmi silently lowered her gaze. Her thigh hurt, but despite the bite, her jeans were intact. Throwing a menacing look at her, the guy asked to show the bite. The girl, opening her mouth in fear, asked again what she needed to do. Looking at her, the young man explained that if the infection was not detected in time, not only the infected person, but also the people around him would be in danger. Frowning, the blushing colleague said that she would not do it here. Lowering his head, the protagonist explained that this was not a situation in which one should be embarrassed. The sword flashed in his hand. He declared that their paths would diverge if the colleague was not going to show the bite. The girl turned away. Looking away, she began to unbuckle the belt on his jeans. Changmi bent down to take off her clothes. Pink panties appeared from under her jeans. With his eyes flashing, Yohan asked her to stop. His cheeks turned red. Taking her hands off her jeans, the girl asked why her friend stood up. The guy tore her jeans at the bite site. There was a bite mark on her leg, but there was no blood, which meant that she managed to avoid infection. Turning away, the young man said that he did not ask to take off his pants to show the wound. His colleague angrily threatened him with a knife. White clouds floated over the city. Seeing the bloody heroes, passers-by looked at them in surprise and thought that they were cosplayers. On the other side of the street, a taxi was parked. Its driver was trying to find customers. Hearing the proposal to disperse here, Changmi looked at her friend in amazement and asked why they needed to do this. Looking ahead, the main character replied that the infected had not reached this far, so she could carefully get home alone. The girl frowned in disappointment, refusing such an offer. Yohan asked if she knew anyone in Incheon. The little boy pointed at him and said that the man had a real sword. The mother tugged his hand and asked her son not to look at it. The colleague looked down and said that she had parents and a younger sister. Without even looking at her, the guy concluded that they were waiting for her at home. Changmi asked if he had anyone. The young man opened his mouth silently. The red-haired woman led her child by the hand. It was snowing. The boy squeezed his mother's hand tightly. A clear day had come. The exhausted young man in a cap looked ahead. The little child ran to his mother, joyfully raising his hands. Taking his hand, the woman said that she had prepared something delicious. She was squeezing her son's tiny hand. The protagonist's hand was empty. He clenched it into a fist. Lowering his head, Johan replied that he had no one. Walking ahead, the guy said that their paths diverged here. His colleague opened her mouth and asked him to wait. Making him look back, Changmi approached him, asked his address, and asked him to accept her family. Turning away, the young man said that was out of the question. Frowning, the girl said that her friend was being too abrupt. Putting out her hands, she asked if they could go together if they accidentally met again. The protagonist stopped. Without turning around, he thought about it. Cars were driving along the road. The guy asked to listen to him carefully and urged his girlfriend not to talk to strangers, avoid crowded places, and not to sign up anywhere. Turning around, Johan added that if people gather in one place, a zombie wave could occur, so you need to avoid gatherings of weak people because they will still die even if they gather in groups. A zombie wave is a phenomenon when a huge number of infected gather in one place. All the streets of the city were filled with walking dead. Monsters stretch their hands forward. If several people live together without moving for a long time, then the flow of zombies will become endless. The maximum number of group members should not exceed 20 people, of which at least 10 must have combat abilities. The military guarded the building while someone helped his comrade. This rule was formed on the basis of a sad experience. Zombies opened their mouths. There were many corpses on the floor. Camps that ignored this rule lived no more than a month. The heroes went their separate ways. There was a rustling sound behind the door. The door handle turned. The guy walked into the hallway. There were many boxes of provisions in the room. 2 refrigerators stood against the wall. At the other end of the room there were several dozen bottles of drinking water. Medicines were in the cabinets. There was no one in the bedroom. A stuffed deer head hung on the wall. The young man fell onto the sofa. There was a towel around his neck. Pursing his lips, he thought that it would be very difficult for Changmi without someone to rely on. The protagonist looked back, hearing a roar in the street. Raising his eyebrows, Johan was surprised that the monsters had already reached here. Squinting, the guy thought that with the speed of the infection, it was time to start acting. Pressing the button on the console, he decided that people would understand what methods to use to survive only in 3 months. Then it would be possible to leave the house and find several people to unite into a group. A video game splash screen about zombies lit up on the screen. Holding the gamepad in his hands, the young man decided that he had to create an organization of survivors who would be stronger than the monsters. Pressing the buttons on the gamepad, the protagonist thought that it would be a group of the most brutal scum of society. The TV screen was broken by the gamepad that flew into it. Johan realized that he needed to carry out his plan before the Sole Survivor Alliance spread its wings. The old man with the mace proudly stood on a piece of stone. People were standing behind him. It was the 4th month since the zombie apocalypse began. There was a supermarket building on the street. A scream was heard. The monsters surrounded the man with the bat. One of the zombies bit him on the neck. His comrades opened their mouths wide, shouting Songhyun's name. The monsters began to devour his body. Tensely pursing his lips, the group leader thought that they had to leave the basement out of despair, but it turned out to be a reckless decision. 3 people from their squad were already dead. The crowd of monsters were devouring their bodies. The girl with blue hair opened her mouth in shock. Turning to his comrades, the guy called for them to not engage in battle and follow him. The survivors ran along the corridor of the supermarket. Holding a kitchen knife in his hand, the young man saw an emergency exit ahead. Zombies appeared from around the corner. The squad leader looked back and ordered the others to stop. His hand, which held the knife, trembled. He understood that he couldn't fight alone. The zombies were approaching, baring their fangs. Looking back, the guy called for everyone to step aside. The team turned around and saw that the monsters had grabbed another of their comrades. The monster tore a piece out of Seho's arm. Tears appeared in the leader's eyes. The living dead surrounded the team from all sides. Frowning, the guy screamed. With a strong kick, he threw the zombies back. His body fell to the tiled floor. The boy began to climb the shelves. The team watched in shock. Their leader extended his hand, ordering them to climb up faster and faster. Someone grabbed his hand. The guys helped the last survivor up the shelf. Suddenly, a zombie grabbed his leg. The man looked back in fear. The monster was pulling him down, growling menacingly. The survivor stabbed him in the pale hand with a knife. The leader picked up the bloody knife, gritting his teeth. One of the shelves crashed to the floor. The guy, who was on the verge of death, climbed up, the severed hand of the zombie tightly clinging to his pant leg. The monsters were approaching the survivors from all sides. Less than a minute passed before they began to reach out with their hands to the victims. The blonde burst into tears, remembering her dead friend. Having turned into a zombie, Sewa bared her sharp teeth. The male part of the group looked down in sorrow. The girl with blue hair gave them a serious look and said that now was not the time to mourn anyone. She put her trembling hands to her mouth and said that she did not want to die in such a place. The zombies were becoming more and more numerous. The guy sitting on the shelf asked what they should do now. The team leader looked down. He said that he would go down to the monsters. The zombie almost reached his feet. The team members looked at him in fear, not believing their ears. There was an empty space behind the dead. The young man explained that he would lure them there. While the monsters were distracted, the team had to climb up the loading dock standing at the edge of the hall. Smiling, the leader promised to return to the basement if he could not follow the squad, his hands trembling. His brother declared that this was a real suicide, tears streaming down his cheeks. Hugging him, the guy offered to go with him and asked why he should sacrifice himself. The team leader stood his ground, his mouth wide open. He looked to the side and said that at least one of them had to survive. The blonde pointed at the zombie, seeing something. A very tall man stood out among the monsters, reaching out his hand. The zombie grabbed one of the survivors by the leg. The other zombies immediately pulled him down. The guy called out to his brother in fear. Khan frowned, shouting his name. His comrade grabbed him when he tried to help his brother, saying that he shouldn't go down. An arrow pierced the head of the tallest zombie. He fell and knocked down the rest of the monsters with him. Khan and the others looked around in surprise. The main character was standing on a shelf, holding a crossbow in his hands. A smile appeared on his face. Crying, Hayek crawled away from the zombie's corpse. Tears streamed down his cheeks. A crowd of zombies towered over him. Not wanting to be eaten, the survivor crawled between the legs of one of them. The monsters looked at him with bared teeth. The guy froze when he saw them. The zombies dropped to their knees. They slowly crawled towards their sobbing victim. One of the monsters loomed over Heck, wanting to sink its fangs into him. An arrow flashed in the air. It immediately pierced the dead man's skull. Other well-aimed shots knocked the remaining monsters to the floor. The protagonist held his crossbow at the ready. Heck looked at it with admiration. Johan put the crossbow behind his back. With a deft movement, he jumped off the shelf. Jumping over the crowd of zombies, the guy swung his katana. Due to the strong blow, the body of one of the monsters was cut lengthwise. The bloody corpse fell to the floor. The monster pounced on the victim from behind. Looking forward, the young man felt it. His elbow immediately knocked out the attacking zombie. A huge monster with a golden chain around its neck extended its hand forward. The protagonist dodged its attack, leaning to the side. His hands grabbed the sword more comfortably. The next second, Johan cut the enemy's body with a sharp knife blade. A cut remained along the entire body of the zombie, blood spurted out. Remaining on its feet, the monster bared its teeth angrily. The guy frowned. Another knife flashed in his hands. He held his weapon out in front of him. Flashes from lightning-fast blows appeared in the air one after another. The zombie's body was cut lengthwise and crosswise. Having made a few more blows, the young man dealt with the rest of the monsters. The completely cut body of the monster fell to the ground. The guy lowered his head, trying to catch his breath. His tense face was covered in sweat. The team of survivors continued to stand on the shelf. Surprise was written on their faces. The guy looked at them and asked why they were standing. He frowned and urged them to come down and fight. Khan and his comrade raised their eyebrows in surprise. The leader confidently frowned and suggested that they come down. The blonde exchanged glances with her comrade, their bodies trembling. Khan raised one eyebrow in displeasure. A kitchen knife appeared in his hand. Taking the weapon, he jumped down. The maddened monster immediately pounced on him. The leader of the survivors pierced his temple with a knife. The zombie's hand, pointed forward, trembled. Khan pulled out the bloody knife, and the monster immediately fell to the floor. Another walking dead jumped on him from behind. However, a can of food immediately flew at his head. The guy turned around in surprise. Throwing the can, Hayek called out to his brother. Behind him stood a girl with blue hair, a bat in her hands. An arrow was stuck into the head of one of the corpses. Someone pulled out an arrow, blood gushed out of the wound. The protagonist picked up the arrow. Heading towards the exit, he asked the survivors to follow him. Behind them was a whole bunch of dead zombies. There was an office next to the emergency exit. There was a water cooler near the chairs. Someone's dissatisfied exclamation was heard. Opening his mouth, Johan addressed the survivors. Putting his sword forward, he asked the man to take off his clothes. The tip of the sword pointed at Hayek. The whole team looked at him. Tears appeared in his eyes. Someone opened his mouth wide and called on his comrade to live on. Holding back the onslaught of zombies, Khan tried to close the door and shouted that his friend must survive. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in shock. Standing in the doorway, the squad leader repeated his words again. A crowd of monsters tried to break through him. Khan said that the guy can't just die, tears streaming down his cheeks. As the door was about to close, a smile appeared on his face. The metal doors slammed shut with a bang. A click was heard behind the armored shutters. The boy, covered in sweat, tried to catch his breath. The doors closed, but behind them, a heartbreaking scream and the crunch of bones were heard. Hearing this, the young man opened his mouth in fear. Tears of bitterness dripped from his chin because of the death of his friend. Khan smiled, thanking the boy for his younger brother avoiding infection. A disappointed Hayek stood behind him with a bare chest. The protagonist smiled sincerely. Such a reaction frightened the leader of the survivors, and he raised one eyebrow questioningly. This was the first person he could trust with his life. Bowing, Johan stated that the boy avoided infection only thanks to his luck. If everything was like before, Hayek should have died. The blonde patted her comrade on the back, saying that everything was fine. 4 months before the boy joined the camp, the survivors had run out of food, sitting on the floor surrounded by empty boxes. In search of food, they decided to go up from the basement to the 3rd floor of the loading dock. The supermarket had many empty shelves. On their first attempt, Khan's younger brother was caught by a large zombie. The monsters stretched their hands towards him. His body was torn apart by a group of infected. Falling to his knees, the squad leader watched as his brother was killed. The world around him darkened. He made a rational but strange decision to sacrifice his brother for the sake of the rest. Taking advantage of the moment when all the zombies' attention was focused on the boy, the survivors jumped off the shelf and ran to the emergency exit. However, at the exit, they were waiting for the monsters, who took the lives of all the other members of the team. Left alone, Khan went down the stairs and headed to the camp on the 1st floor of the basement. This was the story the protagonist heard. He watched the survivors conversing with each other. Frowning, Johan thought it was strange because today's incident was supposed to happen in 2 months. For some reason, the time for their exit to the loading station came much earlier. Comrades surrounded Hayek. Khan extended his hand and asked his colleague to say hello, but the blonde folded her hands and said that she was afraid. The guy thought that all these people should not have been there during the first sortie. Looking around, he decided that he could not predict what would happen in the future now. Wiping his blade with a rag, the young man asked if the survivors lived in this building. The leader of the survivors raised his eyebrows and replied that they lived on the 1st and 2nd floors of the basement. Smiling, the protagonist thought that his friend was too soft-hearted and remembered how often they argued in the past because of his gullibility. With a look of joy on his face, he asked how much food the survivors had left. Khan raised one eyebrow and staggered. Making his expression as serious as possible, the leader expressed his desire to ask a question since an unpleasant incident had recently occurred. Waving his hand, Johan asked him to speak freely. Khan sternly knitted his brows and, deciding to switch to informal terms, asked if he had any companions. Spreading his arms and shrugging his shoulders, the guy replied that he was a loner. Tilting his head, the leader asked where he had lived until now. Looking at him from under his brows, the young man replied that he had enough food supplies at home. The team looked at him in surprise. Khan knitted his brows tensely. Putting his hand forward, the protagonist asked why the survivors had left if they still had food. The squad leader opened his mouth in shock and asked how he knew this. Placing his hands on his hips, Johan explained that if they had no supplies, the survivor would not have hesitated to answer. Brushing his hair out of his face, Khan explained that they were trying to get through the zombies because there was a loading dock in the 3rd floor parking lot. Scratching his chin, the boy realized that there was a lot of water and a box of ramen on the loading dock. The team members raised their eyebrows in shock. Remembering the huge crowd of zombies, the boy looked down and stated that he looked around before coming here and that the 2nd and 3rd floors, the parking lot, and the emergency exit were filled with monsters. There were many boxes on the floor. He concluded that it was impossible to carry food with such a small group. The leader of the survivors tried to object, his face covered in sweat. Smiling evilly, the protagonist stated that it was more than possible to destroy all the zombies in this building. Khan stepped back in surprise. Holding a knife in his hands, Johan decided to clear this department store of zombies and offered his help in exchange for a pass to the camp. Gritting his teeth, Khan countered that the zombies would catch up with them while they were operating from the inside. Holding up 3 fingers, the boy explained that there were only 3 entrances to the department store and they needed to be blocked before the liquidation could begin. The door to the 2nd entrance was already blocked by a huge amount of household appliances. They only had to close the main door, next to which was a parking lot. The team looked at the boy, confused. The girl with blue hair smiled. He winked and asked if her comrade liked it. The boy looked at her incredulously. 3 men were descending the stairs, one of them wearing protective clothing and a weapon slung over his back. The man in the white and blue sweater reported that the total number of people in the camp was 33 people, 16 of whom were men and 17 women. He turned around and added that among them there were those who were not capable of fighting. These were 10 old people and 2 children. Johan frowned and replied that this was too many. The man knocked on the door. The 3 of them were standing by the door and a voice was heard from inside the room asking for a password. Khan frowned and said, "Green sky." The door creaked open. Khan pointed his hand at the room and said with a smile that this was their camp. Johan frowned and narrowed his eyes. They entered a spacious, bright room. The protagonist turned around, looking at the rows of clothes. Jongwon walked up to Khan and asked how it went. The man frowned and closed his eyes. Everyone looked down sadly, and Khan said that they lost 3 people on the first floor and the rest barely escaped. Jongwon raised his eyebrows with a pitiful expression on his face. He looked up and said that the others were gathered near the food distribution point. Jongwon looked at the protagonist standing in front of him and asked who it was. Khan looked at the boy and said that he would explain everything later. Johan looked to the side, at the table that had information about the floors. There were several parking lots and various shops in the building. Khan pointed forward and said that the first floor of the basement was where clothes and furniture were stored, and if you walked past the clothes row, you could come to the furniture row. There were different furniture in the row, and Khan added that the survivors were currently living there. Si Ryan, the protagonist, looked forward attentively. Johan looked back, looked at the pile of furniture in the corner, and asked how they blocked the elevator. Jeong Hwan also looked there and replied that he did it. He remembered people running around the store and thought that he was a department store employee at the time, working on the first floor, but as soon as he saw the strange people pushing at the door, he realized that they were zombies. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise when he heard that Jeong Hwan had figured out the zombies right away. The bespectacled boy smiled awkwardly and admitted that he was a fan of zombies. Jongwon remembered how he also started running and that there were too many zombies at the exit, so he went down the elevator. The protagonist frowned and asked if Jongwon went down to stock up on food and supplies first. Jongwon frowned and nodded silently. The protagonist looked down and thought that the young man with glasses was unique. Jongwon remembered how a zombie bit a man while they were going down. 3 workers were moving furniture, and Jongwon said that he stopped the elevator through an emergency stop, telling his colleagues to block the entrance with furniture. The young man with glasses pressed his hands to his face and trembled, saying that there were still people alive at that moment. The protagonist said with a confident look that everyone would have died if Jongwon hadn't done so. A crowd of people entered the room, and the young man with glasses added that after that, they heard screams from the 2nd floor of the food department basement. Among those who arrived, there was one infected. Johan turned around and said that he understood why they blocked both sides. The protagonist looked down and asked how many zombies they killed. Jongwon frowned and pursed his lips. He bowed his head and called himself a coward because he couldn't stand at the forefront even here and was only hiding in the basement. Johan looked at the young man thoughtfully. Jongwon lowered his head. The protagonist suddenly chuckled. He said with a confident face that he wanted to congratulate the young man on the contrary, and asked if Jongwon survived because he was a zombie fanatic. The young man with glasses raised his head, looking at Johan in amazement. Everyone closed their eyes and pursed their lips. There were identical beds in a row. The protagonist and Khan were standing, and the people sitting on the floor were looking at them. Khan crossed his arms, and Johan introduced himself. The people sitting on the floor raised their hands, asking many questions. The protagonist frowned and said that there was almost no law outside, and most of the soldiers had been captured. The listeners wrapped their arms around their legs. Johan spread his arms out to the sides and added that for this reason, they themselves must be responsible for their own lives, and above all, they must get to the surface and secure a supply route before they run out of food. Khan's mouth opened in shock as the people turned around and walked away, saying that they would rather wait for the rescue service so as not to die like dogs. Khan ran after the crowd, trying to stop them, and the protagonist thought that they were in a dire situation. Sari and Johan remained indoors. The girl took hold of the fabric of the protagonist's clothes. She furrowed her brows, introduced herself, and said that there was something that Khan had not told Johan. Sari said with a serious expression that barbarians had invaded the area a week ago. The protagonist gritted his teeth and widened his eyes in shock. His skin was covered in beads of sweat from horror. He imagined the grinning faces of the men and thought of the Sole Survivors Alliance. Johan looked at Sari in horror with widened eyes. There were many dark figures on the street, and the girl said that gangsters had occupied the department store building on the opposite side of the road. The protagonist, whose face was covered in sweat, asked if they were there for food. Sari furrowed her thin brows and replied that they too initially thought that the gangsters were after food, but they ended up taking 6 girls, including Sari's sister. Johan put his hands on his waist and thought that if everything was different at first, then the past could change too. He frowned and asked if the gangsters had guns. Sari adjusted her leather cape and said no. She then turned sideways and pulled the cloth down her shoulders. Johan raised his eyebrows and yelled, asking what she was doing, and the girl said that she saw the protagonist fight recently. Sari smiled and sweat dropped, saying that Johan was the only one who could save her sister. The protagonist looked at the girl with confusion, not understanding where she was going with this. He then flicked her forehead with his fingers, and she closed her eyes. Sari grabbed her head and screamed indignantly, and Johan said that she deserved it. He turned away and added that it was necessary to protect what was necessary, even if the whole world was plunged into lawlessness. Sari spread her arms out to the sides, asking the protagonist if he was also afraid of those people. Johan walked towards the door, saying that he was not sure. The girl raised her eyebrows in confusion, asking what he meant. The protagonist turned around and explained that he was not sure if the people in this camp had the right to live. Sari covered her mouth with her hand and said with a frightened look that Johan was a scary person. The protagonist pushed the door and said that he was joking and that he would go talk to Khan. Johan sat down next to Khan, asking if he had any thoughts of abandoning this camp. Khan looked at the protagonist with confusion. Johan frowned and suggested that Khan form another camp, selecting only a few people. The youth laughed and asked if the protagonist was joking. Johan closed his eyes and put his hand on his face. Then he crossed his arms and they continued to talk. The crowd of people looked at the protagonist and Khan. The old man raised his hand and asked what was wrong to call an emergency meeting. Khan extended his hand and said that from now on, they would lock the main gate on the first floor and kill all the zombies in the department store. The brown-haired youth asked if they were talking nonsense again. Khan frowned and said that from now on, all the food received would be distributed only to the participants in the battle, one set per person. The listeners asked with indignant faces if this meant that everyone who was unable to fight would have to die. Khan raised his thin eyebrows and explained that he was talking about necessity. He raised one hand and said that they would learn this from Johan, who had survived alone for 3 months outside. Khan suddenly turned around and froze when he realized that the protagonist was not next to him. The youth began to sweat in fear and began to look around. Suddenly, Johan kicked the door open while holding someone by the hair. He threw the person to the floor. The people in the crowd screamed in fear when they saw the zombie. The protagonist put his foot on the monster and said that he brought it here to start right away and asked with a smile who would go first. Blood was coming out of the zombie's mouth and Johan said that he broke the monster's chin so it didn't bite. The people stepped back and the protagonist called them cowards. Sari raised her hand and asked how to do it. The protagonist smirked and said that she was the best among those present. There were round objects on the floor and Johan asked Sari to put on gloves and these things on her hand. The girl knelt down asking what it was. The protagonist with a confident face explained that it was a wristband that he made by cutting boxes, gluing them to the armband and wrapping them with tape. Sari put the wristbands on her hands. Then she lowered her arms, raised her eyebrows and said that if she did that, her arms would stink just like her legs. The protagonist bent his knees and elbows, saying that the body should always be slightly turned diagonally and the left leg should be forward. Sari tried to imitate his pose and asked if she was doing it right. Johan smirked and said that she didn't have to copy him exactly. The protagonist stood in front of the zombie and said that when fighting monsters, you need to bend your upper body and shift your center of gravity forward. The zombie raised its arms and screamed loudly. Its teeth sank into the hard armor. Johan slammed the zombie against the wall. As the monster began to fall, Johan said that you need to move your back leg so as not to fall due to the weight, because you can fall on the zombie due to losing your balance. While the monster was biting into the wristband, the protagonist was saying that the zombie's weakest point was the head because it was hard to pinpoint the exact location. Johan stuck the dagger into the monster's head and blood spurted out. The monster fell to the ground. It fell to the floor and the protagonist said that a blow to the eyes was the most effective. He then sat on the monster and raised his hand, saying that when attacking from behind, it was enough to grab the zombie by the head, lift it up and thrust the weapon vertically. Blood spurted out. People knelt down and began to vomit. The daggers fell to the floor with a loud clang. The protagonist grinned and said that it was Sari's turn now and that he would catch another zombie and come back. A bloody monster was lying on the floor. Johan went out and closed the door. The girl was sitting on the floor holding a dagger in her hand. A zombie in a police uniform attacked, waving his arms. Johan slashed the blade across the neck, cutting off the zombie's head. The body fell to the floor in a splatter of blood. A revolver fell out of his pocket, glinting in the lamplight. Johan grinned contentedly, considering the coincidence to be fortunate. The clothing section of the store was splattered with blood. The girl stood with a bloody knife in her hands, and a zombie fell next to her. Johan praised her. He looked around at the people gathered, saying that there were 7 people in total. He placed his hands on his hips and thought that he was glad that at least 7 had volunteered. He looked at the people on his new team and said that before the battle began, they would be split into 2 teams of 4 people. The first team would consist of Johan, Sari, Jogwin, and Old Man Park. The second team would consist of Kong, Hyuk, Minseo, and Penjin. Johan drew red lines on the layout of the store, then explained that starting from the back door on the first floor, everyone would act with their own team, so the first team would head to the second floor, and the second team would go to the main entrance. He explained that once the second team reached the main entrance, the one in the back would close the door while the leader would guard him, and the other 2 would stand on either side and guard from the side. Johan pointed at Khan and said that Khan, the leader, should cover his comrade who would be closing the door since it was very dangerous, to which he said that he understood. He then looked at Jongwon with a smirk and said that there was no need to worry about him since he was an expert in blocking the elevator, to which he agreed with a clenched fist. Johan touched the door. He looked at his comrades one last time and ordered them to survive. Jongwon was full of determination. Sira looked wary. Hayek frowned. Sweat appeared on Khan's forehead. The door quietly opened. Both teams walked out into the corridor when Johan, who was walking in front, said that they needed to get to work. A crowd of zombies rushed at them. The shopping mall building was bathed in sunlight. A scream was heard that 2 zombies were attacking from the left. A scream was heard that the enemy was behind. Sari fell to the floor. She was being attacked by a zombie. Johan cut the zombie down with one blow and ordered the girl to get up. He continued to fight, shouting at Sari to pull herself together and fight. Old Man Park cut off the head of another monster with effort. Johan turned around and shouted at Jongwon to duck her head. The guy ducked sharply, and part of the old woman's face that attacked him was simply torn apart. It turned out that Johan had met it with the gun he had found earlier. He ran up, picking up speed. Johan jumped, preparing to attack. He kicked one of the zombies. Then Johan somersaulted, dragging the monster along with him. He fired 3 accurate shots. Johan watched what was happening out of the corner of his eye. Sari stuck her knife into the zombie's temple, fighting it off. Johan extended his hands to her and told her to pull out the knife and come to him. Sari smiled, saying that he was crazy but very cool. Someone from the team dropped white lumps. Jongwon said that everything was blocked, to which Johan looked at the zombie corpses and said that this was great news, as expected of an expert, so he should be given the title of human blocker or closier, to which the guy was surprised that the commander was able to joke now. Johan wiped the sweat from his face and said that he thought they were almost done with the zombies on the escalator side, and now they needed to team up with the second team and deal with the zombies on the loading dock. However, the loading dock was empty. Johan and his team were surprised that Team Khan had already done it. The guys sat on the floor, greeting them with smiles, and were glad that the first team had also succeeded. Johan grinned contentedly and said that everyone had done a good job, so now it was time for their hunt. Suddenly, Khan's face darkened with emotion. He stood up slowly. Khan looked at Johan with a tense expression and said that he had something to tell him. Khan removed the glove from his bloody hand. It was like lightning struck Johan when he thought about the bite. Hayek immediately jumped up to his brother, worried. Johan lowered his head and quietly asked his friend to open his mouth. Khan asked again, not understanding why. Johan immediately put a rag in his mouth. He pulled out a machete and turned to the boys, asking them to hold Khan's hands. The boys extended Khan's hand, and Hayek asked what Johan was doing. Johan was very worried about his friend, so he asked him to grit his teeth, since it was better to find a way to survive than just die. Johan swung. There was a blow, and the blade was stained with blood. Khan screamed in pain as blood spurted out from his arm stump. Hayek screamed in horror as there was so much blood. The girls turned away, trying not to look at what was happening. Johan bandaged Khan's arm and tied it tightly to stop the bleeding. Jongwon carried Khan on his back as the others tried to remember if there was a doctor or nurse in the basement. However, there was none, but there was a medical center in the customer service center. Johan frowned, thinking about Khan losing a lot of blood. He led both teams and said that they should go back to the basement first, but for now, Minseo should continue to hold Khan's arm, and asked the others to keep up, with Si-Rai on the right, Old Man Park on the left, and Hayek and Byungjin to cover the rear. Another crowd of zombies appeared ahead. Clouds of smoke rose from the buildings in the city. One of the zombies had his head blown off with a clean blow. As he fell, a door with an exit became visible. Johan was completely covered in blood when he noticed her. He reached for the door handle. The boys looked at the door with hope. Johan pulled the door and said that it was locked. Hayek couldn't believe it. Johan squinted and said that someone locked the door from the inside. Hayek started to bang his foot on the door, calling on the crazy bad people to open the door. Tears came to his eyes from rage and worry for his brother as he started yelling again for them to open the door. Johan leaned against the wall and asked the guy not to yell because otherwise the zombies would come running, to which Hayek quietly, but still threateningly, said that if they didn't open the door, he would break it down. Someone's voice came from behind the door asking if there was an infected or a zombie nearby, since they couldn't open it right away, to which the boys replied that there weren't any, so let them open it. Johan put his hand on the door, but it was silent. He was barely holding back his anger when he said that if they didn't open the door by the count of 3, he would break the door down and enter and then deal with them, because he wouldn't let this go. He started counting when the door handle moved. Several men appeared from behind the door. Hayek glared at them. The boys walked past the surprised men. Johan, covered in blood, looked scary when he asked if they were the ones who closed the door. The man turned away, not answering the question. Johan said that he was right. Byungjin punched the man in the face with all his might. The man fell against the wall and raised his hand, screaming that he had no choice, because if the zombies had gotten in, everyone would have died. Johan frowned, saying that in that case, closing the door was the right thing to do, to which Byungjin was very surprised. Johan took a step towards the man and said that there were almost no people inside who could fight, so if an infected person came in, the situation would be very dire, so closing the door and checking for infected was a wise decision. The man began to tremble slightly in fear. Johan put his hand on his head and told him to keep an eye on the door, then asked his name, and the man introduced himself as Seojun. Johan quickly tilted Seojun's head to the side and leaned towards her ear, threateningly telling him that he would remember the name. But let him remember that as soon as he heard his voice, he should immediately open the door, and if he hesitated like this, he would tear him into pieces and feed him to the zombies. Johan's eyes looked terrifying against her calm face. They found the door to the infirmary. Old Man Park was bandaging Khan's wound, who was lying unconscious on the couch. Johan said that Old Man Park was clever, to which Old Man Park replied that there was a lot to learn after living so long. The boy said that they didn't know for sure, so they shouldn't get too close to Khan, to which the old man agreed with a smile. Johan walked over to Hayek, who was frozen in his chair. He looked worried. Johan frowned. He exhaled heavily. Johan turned around and called Byingjin and Jiangwen to follow him. They found the door leading to the staff room. They began to explore the lockers for useful items. Johan opened drawer after drawer, muttering to himself that the item he needed was somewhere around here. Finally, he found a key in one of the drawers. He turned to the boys and said that from now on, they would be moving all the food and supplies here, to which Byingjin asked why. Johan twirled the keys and explained that they would control the materials so that no one would dare touch them without permission. The people watched as both teams carried the supplies out of the warehouse. One of the men asked angrily what they were doing now. Johan put his hands behind his back and said that they were carrying the materials to the warehouse, to which the man said that how could they so unceremoniously dispose of common things without warning the others. There could be misunderstandings, since one would think that they wanted to appropriate all the food for themselves. Johan was very surprised, since this was true. The people in the crowd were discouraged. Johan gestured at the boxes and said that from now on they would control all the food from here and give out the minimum amount of food necessary for everyone to survive. They would also give out a certain amount at a set time, so the rest should follow the instructions so as not to be late and suffer from hunger. The crowd began to commotion, asking who he was, as they thought he was a homeless person. Johan put his hands on his hips and said that from now on, those who did not follow his orders would not be given anything, so they could look for food as they wish. And soon they would be cleaning up the place upstairs, and they would be helping with the corpses, although they were not fighting with us, but everyone except the children should participate here. A folded piece of paper was thrown at him. The paper hit his vest. Johan chuckled. A woman screamed that they did not need a bandit scum like him, so they should get lost. Johan looked at the paper. There was something wrapped in it. The same substance had stained his vest. Johan glared at the woman. She pointed her finger at him and yelled at him to get out of here right now. Johan frowned. Some guy had yelled that they would throw him out, and did he really think they would just take it lying down? The angry crowd rushed at Johan. He smirked. The guy remembered how they had trembled with fear when they had to go hunting zombies. Johan pulled out his revolver and thought that they weren't afraid of him, the one hunting zombies. The guy who had yelled earlier yelled that he had pulled something out, so they had to catch it quickly. A shot rang out. The crowd jumped back from the chip in the tile where the bullet had hit. Johan's gun was smoking, and the boy said that he thought they had misunderstood something because he was not a refugee who had come here to ask for help, much less a volunteer. He raised the gun and said that he was an invader. Johan pointed the gun at the crowd and with a creepy smile told everyone to shut up and follow the rules. The men were horrified by this turn of events. Many boxes were lined up on the shelves. Byingjin looked at the list and told the woman who had just received the food that she, Kanghi, was a support staff member and would only get 50%. Kanghi accepted a box of noodles and canned food from Minseo. Byingjin called out to Seojun, who was next on the list, when Johan approached. He turned to the man and said that Seojun was a staff member at the office, so he should get the full amount, to which the man asked why in surprise. Johan folded his arms and said that controlling the door block was important for the camp's safety. Seojun looked back at the rumbling crowd. He received 2 boxes of noodles, a canned food, and 2 chocolates. Seojun's mouth was watering with anticipation. One of the guys came up and said that he was going to join the fighting squad, so he asked for a full portion. Other people immediately came up to him, asking if there was anything they could do. Johan smirked. He went to the storage room. Johan placed 2 revolvers on the table. He rested his head on his hands and thought. Johan exhaled heavily because of his thoughts. He muttered that at first he thought of giving the guns to Khan and making him the real leader of the camp. Johan thought about the guy who was currently in a serious condition and thought that he was a bad person, because for whom did he even come here, so Khan had no right to die. Johan thought hard about how he didn't know if Khan would be able to come out of the shock, because even if he woke up he wouldn't be able to fight, and in this chaos, a leader who couldn't fight was useless. He thought about the rest of the team, and how Old Man Park was too old, Minseo and Byingjin were indecisive. He thought about Jiangwen, who had the ability, but not enough to give him a weapon and trust him with his life. Hayek was weak in spirit and too dependent on his brother. He asked himself about Sari, who blew a kiss in his mind. He threw up his hands and said that he had been thinking too much, and his mind was clouded. He thought of the girl as someone who didn't know where to go. An emotional leader was very dangerous. Johan walked to the door and thought that there was no way Sari would be a leader. He came out of the warehouse and saw Sari and Jiangwon, so he asked what they were doing there, to which Sari replied that they were afraid that something might happen while he was resting, so they were guarding him. Johan smiled and thanked them for their concern, but that they both needed to rest too. Sari suddenly tensed up and asked why he didn't look at her when he spoke, since he hadn't thought of anything bad while he was inside. The boys didn't know what to say. Johan was confused by such a question, so he asked if Sari was good at writing, to which she got angry that he was changing the subject. Johan went back to the warehouse, and Sari whined that he thought so and she knew it. Johan handed her a piece of paper and a pen. Sari asked in surprise what it was. He smiled and said that it was a notice that they would stick on the window of the department store. Johan began to dictate that if there was a matter, they should go to the parking lot. If they broke a window or made a noise, they would shoot immediately. Sari, leaning against the wall, wrote down everything the guy said. She wrote crooked letters on the paper. Johan scratched his chin and said that, of course, he did not want to talk about Sari's abilities. The girl blushed and asked him to shut up, since she herself knew. Jiangwon asked in surprise why they needed an announcement on the window. Johan told them to listen carefully, since they would deal with the zombies in the future. He frowned and said that after that, the most dangerous ones would be humans. Suddenly, Johan interrupted. Sari showed that she had succeeded with an awkward smile. Johan shook his head and said that she should never be the leader. Night fell over the department store. Johan was lying on a blanket when someone asked if he was inside. He stood up, rubbed his head, and said he would be right out. Sirai was standing outside the door, and when he asked what was wrong, she said they were told there was no water. She said she checked, but there was no water in either the women's or men's restrooms. Johan ruffled his hair, thinking that the good times were over. He thought about the water reservoir on the roof being completely empty, so he asked her to tell everyone to gather. There were people sitting in the hall and making noise. Johan asked where Hayek was. Sirai said with concern in her voice that he had not moved, and then asked if she should bring him. Johan looked at her and asked her to leave Hayek, since they needed someone to guard Khan anyway. He patted the girl's head and praised her, since she had done a great job. Sirai was happy about that. Suddenly, something caught Johan's attention. He looked at the crowd carefully. The people immediately stopped talking. Johan raised his weapon. He said that as everyone knew, the water supply was cut off, so until they found a solution, they could not waste water, so they would wash themselves with wet wipes or slightly dampened paper. The people became very tense. Johan raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked why they were unhappy with what he was saying. He put down his machete and said that if they had taken their situation into account 4 months ago and used the resources wisely, they would still have clean water now. Johan adjusted the strap of his crossbow and said that his methods were harsh, but he would help them survive even after all the food in the department store ran out. Johan looked menacing as he said that he would now explain everything so that everyone would understand, and he hoped to see them with less sour expressions upon his return. He turned to Jiangwon and said that if everything was ready, they could go. The sunset fell over the city. Johan killed the zombie with one blow. He shouted that they were attacking from the right. The guy swung the improvised stake. He impaled 2 zombies at once. Johan praised him. The people began to remove the corpses when Jiangwon asked if they were finished. Johan said that it seemed to be all, but then asked him to wait. He cut into the metal grate, causing a grinding sound. Immediately, a sound echoed throughout the hall. At the same moment, zombies came running towards the sound. One of the zombies came out from behind the wreck. He growled gutturally. At the same moment, a crossbow bolt flew into his temple. Johan raised the crossbow up, saying that now he thought they had figured it out. The people joyfully shouted that they had done it. Johan smiled and said that they had done a good job and that the newcomers were incredible, so why were they hiding like cowards until now? The guy started to say that if he really knew it was easy, but he was interrupted. Sira, somewhat annoyed, told him that it was easy because of Johan, so he shouldn't get cocky. Johan smirked. He asked Jiangwon to check the boys thoroughly for injuries and for Sari to check the girls while he went to check the situation in the parking lot. The guys said they would do it. Johan went to the door leading to the parking lot. He quietly opened the door, which creaked anyway. The zombies were numerous, and there were too many hiding places, so it was hard to predict where they would jump out from. Luckily, there was only one entrance, so they could block it with trucks. The door creaked and the people turned around. They stood up abruptly when they saw Johan. He waved his hand and told them to rest, then asked about the injured. Zhang Ichuan said there were none. Johan looked at the girls putting up flyers when a guy asked him about the parking lot, to which Johan replied that it was not bad, but not good either. Johan thought that if they blocked the entrance with a car, its height should be enough and the battery would not be discharged, and anyway, If they could do it this time, it would be easier in the future. He turned to the people around him and said that since they were already out, he would like to finish the parking lot at the same time if they had any strength left. The people were surprised by this suggestion. Johan put his hands on his hips and asked them not to react like that, then asked if there was anyone there who could fix the car. One of the guys raised his hand and said that he was a mechanic. Johan asked him if he was a mechanic and how much experience he had, and the guy replied that he had 4 years of experience. Johan smiled and said that thanks to the guy, one of the problems was solved, and then asked if the mechanic could start the car without a key. The mechanic said his name was Kimon and he knew a little, but he hadn't personally tried it. And besides, it wasn't as easy as it was shown in the movies. Johan narrowed his eyes and asked if he knew how to charge or replace a battery on a vehicle. Kimon smiled and said that he knew, since 2 cars were enough, and then asked what he was going to do with the cars. Johan laughed maliciously. The people tensed up. They ran across the parking lot, leading a crowd of zombies with them. One of the girls who ran in front of the crowd shouted that she said that Johan was a psychopath with a cute face. When all the zombies had fled, Johan and Kimon, who had been hiding behind the cars, decided it was their turn. They suddenly rushed forward. The boys hid behind the trucks, breathing a sigh of relief that they had not been noticed. Johan said that the role of the transport team was to find the truck with the key and completely block the entrance. He pulled the door handle. At that moment, a zombie fell out of the truck. Johan quickly jumped back, letting the zombie fall. The zombie fell to the ground. Johan immediately slammed his boot on its head. He took out a machete and swung it. Blood spurted in all directions. The men examined the zombies' pockets to find the keys. Johan cursed since they were nowhere to be found. He climbed into the car to check for them. Luckily, the keys were sticking out of the ignition. Johan smiled and said that this was a lucky coincidence. He turned to Songbi, telling him to get in the car, and when they found another truck, they would honk the horn 2-3 times, and then he should drive out. Johan reminded him that when he parked, he could not leave a space between the wall and the truck. Songbi said he understood. Johan looked at Kimun, who was checking the truck on the ground, and asked how it was, to which Kimun replied that the battery was charged enough for indirect transmission, and Johan replied that this meant that things were going well. There were many cars in the parking lot. Johan walked up to the black truck, checking if it was open. Then he walked up to the white truck, but it was also closed. He asked frustratedly that there weren't even any cars, to which Kimun replied that this truck was the last one, all the others were closed. Johan looked around and suggested looking among the SUVs, since there were no more large cars that would block the entrance horizontally anyway. They approached the first SUV they came across. A child's silhouette was visible through the tinted glass. Johan immediately pulled the handle, which turned out to be locked. He grabbed the gun and broke the lock. Johan opened the door and was about to pull the child out, but stopped abruptly. The zombie girl grabbed his hand to bite. Johan sank from the understanding of what he was about to do. Blood gushed out of the car. The next moment, he saw the key in the ignition. He asked Kimun what was wrong with the battery, to which he replied that it was dead. They looked around the parking lot, trying to figure out which car had the same battery as this one, to which Kimun replied that they should first look for cars of the same model. But Johan interrupted him and asked to just show them. They found a similar car. Johan opened the hood with a knife. Kimun examined the mechanism and said that this one would fit, to which Johan ordered them to remove it and return. They were walking back with the battery when a sound caught their attention. Kimun was the first to say that zombies were coming towards them. Johan looked at the crowd and said that there were too many zombies, then asked how long it would take to change the battery. Kimun said that he needed 5 minutes, but Johan angrily said that it was too much, and Kimun had to promise that he could do it in 3 minutes. The crowd of zombies was advancing when Johan took out his knives, preparing to fight back. Sweat rolled down his face when he thought about blocking these zombies so that they could neither move nor dodge, which required incredible physical strength. A fountain of blood rose above the crowd of zombies. Johan used his knives with all his might, killing the zombies. His feet squished in a pool of blood since he had to step on corpses. He cut the neck of another zombie. Johan fought off the second with incredible speed. He also cut off the head of the third. Zombies were advancing from all sides when he asked Kimun to hurry. The guy's hands were shaking so much that he couldn't hit the wrench, so he cursed. At some point, his hands unclenched and he cursed again. The wrench, as if in slow motion, began to fall. It hit the ground with a ringing sound. Johan, out of breath, fought off the attacking zombies. Suddenly, an icy hand fell on his shoulder. The zombie's teeth were almost close to his throat. The monster put its hand on Johan's shoulder. Using his other shoulder, the protagonist immediately hit the monster in the jaw with all his might. Johan immediately menacingly asked how much longer Kimun would mess around. Standing next to the car and wiping sweat from his forehead, Kimun said that everything was ready. Standing surrounded by monsters, Johan shouted for the guy to get into the passenger seat. Having got behind the wheel, the protagonist kicked away the monster that wanted to attack the guy. Both guys got into the car and drove off. An stepped on the gas and they tried to leave as fast as possible. Driving forward, An started to knock down all the people in his path. Entering the turn, the monsters flew in different directions from the impact with the car. Driving skillfully, An drove out of the parking lot. Songbi, sitting in the truck, saw An's car driving out of the parking lot. Stepping on the gas, Songbi abruptly moved off. The angry guy tried to catch up with the car as quickly as possible. The truck abruptly drove out of the parking lot. Entering the turn, the truck crashed its hood into the corner of the wall. Kimon exclaimed in admiration and asked if this guy was good. Grinning, An said that this guy was the best driver. Looking ahead, the protagonist told the guy to hold on tight because now he was going to show off his Tetris skills. Surprised, Kimon asked if he wanted to show off his driving skills. An asked the surprised guy to fasten his seatbelt. The guy immediately started moving. Rushing forward, Yan hit another person in his path. Yan deftly controlled the car, grabbing the steering wheel. The squeal of wheels was heard in the parking lot. Turning around, the guy hit several cars, catching them with his bumper. The guy sharply pressed the gas. A squeal was heard from under the wheels of the cars and smoke from braking appeared. Putting his hand on the handbrake, the main character began to back up. He turned around, looking out the rear window. The car quickly rushed towards the truck. Kimon immediately shouted that they were about to collide. Gritting his teeth, Yan told him to hold on tight. At that very second, the cars collided. Songbi stood nearby and watched the collision. Kimon got out of the car, holding his head. The confused guy told Yan that he was very tough. Yan said in a serious voice that he was a little overexcited. With a thumbs up, Songbi told Yan that this was the first time he had caught his breath because of a man. Yan stood with his index finger up. Hearing this, Jongwon shouted that it was a success. The monsters surrounded the car the team was standing on and asked if they could start too. Together, they began to attack the monsters with their weapons, starting the battle. Yan immediately took out his weapon. Putting the weapon behind his back, the protagonist rushed towards the monsters that were already rapidly approaching him. One of the monsters swung at the guy, but he quickly dodged it. The guy jumped in place. With one blow of his sword, he cut the monster. Van gritted his teeth. Raising his weapon up again, the guy cut the second monster. The dented car behind him began to smoke. Sari looked up with surprised eyes. The girl was lying on the roof of the car, while many corpses were lying on the ground. Jongwon, wiping the sweat from his face, asked how many they had killed. Henjin sat on the ground with his back against the wall and said that he had lost count because he didn't know there would be so many. Putting his hand on his hip, Yan said that there were probably fewer on the upper floors because they hadn't even shown up when they heard the noise. Jongwon asked if they were really done. With a smile on his face, the protagonist said that they should call the people from the basement because they needed to clean up. The team stood in front of Yahan and smiled. There were 3 men in the basement, one of them holding a hammer. He brought the hammer to the door handle to hit it. All 3 looked at each other, willingly agreeing to do so. Only the man with short black hair swung the hammer at the door, and he was immediately abandoned by the voice from behind. Hyuk, who was standing behind them, said that if they retreated now, he wouldn't tell them. The leading man asked if he was offended, since Yan had taken them to a place infested with zombies. Hek looked at him blankly, listening to the man talk about Yan cutting off his brother's hand. Taking the knife in his hand, Hek grabbed the man by the neck, pinning him against the wall, and told them to leave. Hek pushed them away, gripping the knife tightly in his hand. In his mind, Khan appeared with the hand cut off by Yehan. An angry Hyuk directed his gaze at the men. At this time, all the people from the basement looked at what had happened in shock. The protagonist, with a satisfied smile on his face, showed people how many dead people he and his team had killed. One girl was watching all this. Moisture appeared in her eyes. Then suddenly she turned away abruptly and threw up. The protagonist calmly watched this and replied that those who threw up should clean up themselves. Sari, helping the girl recover, looked at the protagonist with displeasure. Yehan turned to Jongwon and told him to take a few guys and bring him a platform truck and a container cart. Hearing the order, the guy immediately left. The protagonist, turning to all the rescued, said that everyone else would load the carts and later they would burn everything on the roof. Suddenly a door nearby opened and Hyuk came out. "What's wrong with Khan?" the protagonist immediately asked, turning to the guy, who immediately answered that everything was the same. "That's how it was," Yan answered, looking away. Hek also looked away without answering. Then the protagonist approached the guy and, putting his hand on his shoulder, coldly said that although it was difficult, he needed to cheer up. After these words, he began to leave, but Hek called out to the protagonist. Half turning, Hek loudly said that he was not offended. Warmth appeared in Yan's eyes. Hek simply looked at the protagonist, waiting for an answer. Then suddenly Yan said that Hek could hate him. Proudly raising his head, he added that he must be responsible for what happened to Khan. What he heard shocked Hek. The protagonist immediately moved towards the guy. Coming close enough, he asked the names of those who went out with Hek and died. Without waiting for an answer, he hit Hayek hard on the shoulder and asked if Songhyun and Siwoo were still appearing in the boy's nightmares. Hearing this, Hayek was very shocked and confused. Lowering his head, the protagonist calmly said that the number of dead would increase and Hayek would not be able to forget anyone. "But this is your responsibility," he added, not letting go of the boy. Hayek gritted his teeth in anger but did not answer. Indifference and coldness were in Yehan's eyes. He continued to explain that if Hayek applied this and was responsible, he would be able to lead people. After that, he turned around and began to leave, leaving Hayek alone. At this time, the hand of a corpse was dragging across the parking lot. Through the cars, the survivors were transporting dead corpses on carts for the second time. The protagonist waved his huge cape forcefully. In front of him were huge supplies of food, water, and other supplies, which he showed to everyone. Seeing this, all the people were very happy. They also saw a huge supply of provisions. They immediately rushed at it all, looking at it continuously. The main character, with his hands on his hips, asked if it would last for 2 or 3 months. "Beer," one of the survivors shouted loudly, finding one of the cans of alcohol. Anne, smiling contentedly, said that the food would not run away, so they needed to get out first. Immediately after that, they climbed onto the roof. The girl with brown hair happily ran ahead of everyone. Looking up, she saw a clear sky in which the sun was shining brightly. Turning to everyone, she happily said that today was very nice weather. Most of the rescued were crazy about the girl's beauty. Smoke was coming from all the streets and zombie screams could be heard. Everyone stood on the roof and looked into the distance. The main character purposefully looked ahead. Looking at the city around him, he said to himself that even without a doctor, if he had at least some medicine, he could give him a blood transfusion that would probably help Khan. Suddenly, Jong-won interrupted Yehan's thoughts, saying that there were a lot of zombies. He looked at how many dead people were breaking into the building and said that even if they acted in the morning and eliminated the disorder, driving out all the zombies in the area, the world was still completely destroyed, adding that the world was already over, although the end of humanity had not yet come. Then Seri, standing nearby, asked that it seemed that humanity had already been destroyed. Then the protagonist, clasping his hands, looked ahead and said that there were many more survivors like them than it seemed, asking later if it was possible that in the backwoods there would be someone who had not yet seen a zombie. The time had come, he suddenly said. Hearing this, Jong-won and Seri looked at Yehan in surprise. A few minutes later, the torch lit up. Without a second's hesitation, the protagonist set fire to a huge crowd of corpses. Seri, covering her face with a handkerchief, asked if it was necessary to burn the zombies. Then the protagonist, turning to the girl, replied that if the corpses began to rot, the infection could return, so destroying them was the most reliable method. The mountain of corpses burned incredibly hot and the smoke rose high into the sky. Suddenly Seri said that the smoke was very noticeable, after which she asked what they would do if people found them. The protagonist, hearing the question, calmly answered that if people could get through all the zombies below, they could help their camp. Without removing the handkerchief from her nose, Seri asked what if people had bad intentions. Yehan looked at the girl and thought, "Of course, we will kill them," he answered after a few seconds. After a while, people were sitting in a circle inside the building. Their source of light were 4 huge lanterns that were directed at the ceiling. For us, they shouted loudly, slamming beer cans against each other. Everyone was sitting and chatting, drinking. The main character, holding a can of beer, was telling Jong-won that this camp was quite lucky because there was only 1 water tank left and now they had a whole car with it. Suddenly, Old Man Park approached Yehan. Khan died, he said quietly with beads of cold sweat on his face. Hearing this, the whole company was shocked. After a while, the main character was standing in the hospital ward. He was standing over the body of Khan, who had already died. Without thinking twice, he covered the dead man with a blanket. The whole team was standing near the bed of the dead Khan. Old Man Park reported that they had prevented him from turning into a zombie, but the bleeding was severe. The main character just lowered his head and said nothing. Hayek was sitting on the couch, confused, holding his head. Some time passed. It was very light outside and the leaves were rustling. A small cart was driving along the road. On it was Khan's body, wrapped in a blanket. Hayek was holding it. The protagonist stood in front of him, asking if he was really going to go alone. Hayek answered with a smile on his face that he would bury his brother next to his parents and come back. Hearing this, Yehan did not know what to say and simply looked away. Exhaling, he told him to go because thanks to the fact that the sounds of gunfire had been heard in the direction of the military unit all night, zombies would not appear in that area anytime soon. "I'll go," Hayek answered quietly to all this. After these words, he took hold of the cart and left. The whole team followed the guy with their eyes. The city was quiet. Everything around was illuminated by the sun. Kim yawned widely. After that, he turned to the protagonist and asked why they should watch the city because there was nothing there except zombies. Yehan immediately answered, ordering everyone who was watching to report a sharp increase in the number of zombies or broken glass. After that, he put his hands on his hips and said that he was not saying to watch until they were exhausted, explaining that they would hear the sounds anyway. Yes, Ekun, the guy answered. Suddenly, a girl with long brown hair came up to the main character from behind. She handed Ekun a can of food and said that she had cooked it from canned food that she had not used. Looking at the girl, the main character immediately remembered her when she vomited from the sight of the bloody mess. With a confused look, he said this right to her face. The girl, hearing this, confusedly said that her name was Je. The main character immediately took a spoonful of the girl's food into his mouth. Delicious, he said right away, having tried it. True, with a warm smile on her face, the girl asked, adjusting her hair. The protagonist, dipping a spoon into a jar of food, said that Jahai was good at cooking, to which she sheepishly replied that it was her specialty. Putting another spoonful of the girl's dish in his mouth, he thought about turning Jahai into a cook. The girl ran away, and the protagonist turned back to the workers, who were displeased that for some reason Jahai only noticed Yan. The protagonist smiled contentedly and told Kinnan to watch the street, calling him a mechanic. Hearing this, the guy displeasedly said that his name was Kimon. To this, the protagonist turned around and, waving his hand, said that until he learned to start a car without a key, there was no name. At this time, the store was empty. Suddenly, hands reached for jars of food. It was a girl. The protagonist noticed her and asked what she was doing there, which scared the woman very much. All the jars she had collected immediately fell out of her hands. They all rolled to the feet of the protagonist. He picked up a can of goat's milk and looked angrily at the woman. The girl was covered in sweat and said that the baby's powdered milk had run out. That's why she was here. The protagonist, looking at the woman, remembered her when she was yelling at him that they didn't need him. The woman was terribly scared, and cold sweat was already pouring off her. Anger and hatred were visible in the protagonist's eyes. Suddenly, turning around, Anne said that there was no powdered milk on the control list yet, after which he added that he didn't know if there was any food, but at the same time he allowed the woman to take everything openly and feed the child. The frightened woman didn't know what to say. Immediately after that, the protagonist turned around and started to leave. And one more thing, he suddenly said, stopping. The woman was very scared again. Turning around, Anne said that there was powdered milk on the loading platform. Thank you, the woman said in a trembling voice with tears in her eyes. After that, the protagonist turned around and started to leave. Thoughtfully scratching the top of his head, he asked himself if he had really gone too far that time, scaring her so much. 2 workers were already standing at the door. The entire team was in the office, holding a meeting. Old Man Park, standing at the table, said that he asked everyone to gather here as some problems had arisen. What happened? The protagonist calmly asked, resting his head on his hands. Park immediately replied that he had been informed that recently 3 people wanted to rape Jahai. Hearing this, everyone gathered was shocked. Old Man Park took out a long knife and said that those 3 were going to pounce on Sari, who had come running after hearing the screams, but Sari had cut the leg of one of those 3 with a knife. He died, the protagonist immediately asked with hatred in his eyes. Then the old man with an imperturbable face replied that the problem was not in the wound, but in the virus, after which he added that Sari had stabbed with a knife used to hunt zombies. Putting away the knife and standing in front of the table, Park said that this is why they need to talk about the actions of those 3 and Sari herself. Everyone except the protagonist immediately took an active part in the discussion. Since no one could come to a decision, the old man, spreading his arms, loudly asked what about the majority decision, then explained that after stating his opinion, he would put it to a vote, then said that there were only 6 of them here, so if the opinions of 4 coincided, then their decision would be accepted. This is the easiest, Jongwon began to say. But before he could finish, the protagonist asked for forgiveness. Spreading his arms, he said that this was not the world in which democracy was possible. Old Man Park looked at Yehan in surprise, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, the protagonist slammed his hands on the table. Rising from his chair, he said loudly and firmly that he would make all the decisions, then added that in his absence, the leader appointed by him would make the decisions. As soon as he raised his head, it was clear from his face that he was very serious. The protagonist continued to say that in an emergency there would be no time to hold a vote. Everyone present was very shocked and scared. The infected and zombie people would be killed. Rape, cruelty, murder, and other similar actions that were previously prohibited will be allowed if your life is in danger. All actions will be taken as self-defense. Necessary food will be available to everyone, but will not be given to those who do not work. Bowing his head, Yehan said that they will make these rules the main ones. Pak frowned, calling the system quite dangerous. The protagonist looked at him, asking the old man's opinion. He answered him by saying that now is not the time when it is most difficult to determine the veracity of evidence and witnesses. There could be unfair victims. Raising his hands, Yehan said Pak that he was right, But did he know why there could only be one leader now? It was because he would play the role of a strong deterrent, so he would make decisions about punishment and mercy. The protagonist frowned slightly, saying that this time he would spare the culprit. The victim would have the right to spare. He thought of sparing her for breaking the aforementioned rules. The old man was surprised and asked what would happen to those three. Looking at the office table, the protagonist said that Sari was defending herself and those three would receive punishment for their actions. Everyone looked at the protagonist, saying that the three culprits would be banished from this camp as punishment. Seojin suddenly stood up, shouting that banishment was like a death sentence and it was too cruel. Yeon narrowed his eyes at the fact that if they were left, they might become a threat again. The three even tried to forcefully appropriate the food from the warehouse. Park asked Yeon in confusion how he knew about this, to which he answered by saying that he learned everything from Hyuk. The group of people thought about the protagonist's words. While Park was moving a chair, the protagonist decided to get to the point. The old man, sitting down at the chair, asked Yeon what other dangers could arise. The protagonist glanced at Park, saying that a zombie wave was possible due to a large crowd of people. Jeongwon nodded silently, agreeing with Yeon. After all, if many people were in one place for a long time, a zombie wave would come. The beginning would be a group howl, a terrifying sound made by numerous zombies, filling all the streets. When the wave began, the zombies would begin to spread from one area. They would not only speed up with each step, but would also trample other zombies and pounce on prey. There were only two ways to end the wave. The first was for people to disappear in the place where the zombie wave appeared, or the mutated zombies that caused the wave would be destroyed. Byung-jin nervously called the mutated zombies a fiction. The protagonist glanced at him, saying that he also would not have believed it until he saw it with his own eyes. Yeon lowered his hands and said that fortunately there were few mutated people. They were aiming at the places with the largest concentration of survivors first, so it was better for them to keep less than 20 people in the camp. Hearing him, everyone nodded. Yeon's lips parted when he said that he was going to go out and check on the condition of the people in the department store and also look for survivors in the surrounding hospitals. Everyone stared at the protagonist when he began to replace him in his absence. Jeongwon was surprised when he was appointed as a deputy. The events take us a little forward to the same office. Jeongwon was telling Yeon about how when they isolated the suspected infected, the other two said that they would try to cure him and went to him. The protagonist stared at the door, deciding to kill all three. Jeongwon began to open the door. Immediately after, three zombies burst out of the room. Yeon swung his fist, ready for this. He punched the front zombie in the face. He leaned back, pinning the other two and not letting them out. Suddenly, the long-haired zombie growled angrily. He walked out of the room and tried to grab Yeon, but Yeon ducked and grabbed the zombie by the back of the leg. A moment later, he completely knocked the zombie over. At the same time, Jeongwon took out a dagger. He gritted his teeth and plunged the dagger into the zombie's head. By this time, Yeon's fist was already completely covered in blood. He did not stop hitting the zombie's face. Soon, the sounds of the struggle in the supermarket were pushed away. Yeon stood up and turned to Jeongwon. The protagonist held out a revolver, asking Jeongwon to take it. He was puzzled, asking why he needed a revolver. Yeon frowned, saying that he was giving him a weapon not to kill zombies, but people. When Jeongwon took the revolver, Yeon asked him where Sari was. Nervously, the deputy said that the girl was isolated in a separate room. When Yeon asked about the reason for this, Jeongwon couldn't help but remember how the girl wanted to go and cut off something from the guys. Hearing this story, the protagonist became nervous. He covered his mouth and coughed, trying to forget what his deputy had said. Turning around, the protagonist told Jeongwon to let Sari out after he left, because she might start throwing a tantrum in order to go with him. Yeon's scream was heard in the supermarket, scolding Jeongwon for asking to take him along. Jeongwon looked at the back of the commander, who was walking alone. The events take us to a residential complex in the Gyeonggi-do district. Someone secured himself on a bungee. A moment later, Yeon began to descend using it. He landed neatly on the roof. He was surprised to see zombies falling into wolf pits. They were pierced with spears and spikes. Yeon thought while standing in front of the area he was defending. The events take us to the next day. The sound of a shower was heard in the protagonist's room. The protagonist was taking a shower. He looked away while lost in thought. Soon he came out and stood in front of a table filled with various weapons. Taking a pistol in his hand, Yeon thought about the fact that until now he had only used a revolver since it was convenient to carry it with him, but he had to fight people, so a pistol with a reloading magazine was preferable. Checking the equipment, the protagonist mentally said that those people with whom they fought 3 months ago did not even dream of such a weapon. Looking out the window, the protagonist hoped that the bandits who were there did not unite with the Alliance of Soul Survivors. Soon the protagonist had already arrived in the city. He was near the underground entrance to the subway. His arrow pierced the head of one of the zombies. Yeon, who was followed by a crowd of zombies, pulled out the arrow. After pulling it out, he immediately rushed forward. At this time, the guy in the supermarket was just waking up. Suddenly, the door behind him opened. Yehan grabbed him, scaring him badly. Soon they moved to another room. Yehan pulled out his head, looking at the people talking. The people lying on the ground were under the influence of pills. Even the corpses of the killed zombies lay unnoticed. These gangsters, although they did not know about sanitation, could fight, so if Yehan revealed himself, the fight would be tiring for him. Yehan turned around and thought. He stared at the ventilation hatch. Looking at its mesh, he made a decision. Soon Yehan was crawling inside the ventilation. He suddenly froze when he heard the man's voice. At this time, in the room, the boss stood in front of the tied-up guy, asking if it would be better for him to just listen to him and not be stubborn. Yehan saw the beaten guy and realized that he had been thoroughly abused. When the boss ordered him to report, one of the guys raised his hand saying that they had killed 109 zombies during the hunt and also lost 2 humans during it. The man frowned, saying that they had not been able to determine the identity of the dead since they had only recently joined them. The boss frowned, calling the dead trash since weaklings had no right to live. Then he looked at the beaten guy and said that it would be good if useful guys like him changed their minds. He smirked, reminding the guy that if he wanted he could give him as many women as he wanted, the same with the pills, although he probably wouldn't agree since all his friends had died from an overdose. The beaten guy looked at the boss angrily. He began to rock his chair and began to moan. He even managed to knock down one of the guys by hitting him with his shoulder. He was very surprised by the force of the blow. The boss in irritation, seeing this. A minute later, he himself kicked the guy in the stomach. The veins on the chained man's face stood out from the force of the blow and the pain he felt. Then he fell to the floor. Looking at the girl, the boss ordered to take him out and bring Sing. Grinning, he said that there was no one better than Sing herself. Getting up, the man reported Sing's poor condition. The boss, hearing him, awkwardly scratched his head. But a moment later, he suddenly frowned and hit his subordinate in the face. He began to kick and scold the subordinate for insubordination. The boss angrily looked at the man and cursed. He abruptly grabbed his ashtray. The other guys were very scared seeing how blood from the blows with the ashtray began to spurt. Soon the man's hand fell to the floor. Being bloody, the boss smiled, ordering to remove the dead man. One of the guys nervously accepted the order. The boss looked at his subordinates and ordered them to go and collect tribute and take more people this time in order to take everyone from the department store. The protagonist, at this time looking at the guys, called them scum incapable of fighting back. Soon, Yan crawled to the entrance to the ventilation. He carefully came out of it, glad that the bandits had nothing to do with the Sole Survivors Alliance. Standing near the edge of the wall, Yehan decided to deal with them, because later they could become a problem. While Yehan was thinking about a possible plan, a man crept up behind him. He scared Yehan by asking if he had business in this camp. The protagonist immediately looked back. Behind him stood a girl with a mask covering her face. The man in the hood and mask narrowed his eyes sarcastically, turning to the protagonist and saying that, apparently, they also have business in this camp. Yehan opened his eyes in surprise. The guy jerked the loaded crossbow in front of him, baring his teeth. The hooded boy frowned, seeing the tip of the arrow in front of his face. He kicked the protagonist sharply, bringing it in front of his face. The weapon fell out of the guy's hands. The hooded boy frowned, saying that it was without warning. He reached for his pocket with a gun. Yehan knocked the weapon out of his hands. The boy cried out in displeasure. The protagonist picked up the masked boy and spun him in the air. He landed on his knee, leaning on the floor with his hands. Yehan immediately knocked him down, crashing into him with his whole body. The protagonist sat on the guy's chest, thereby restricting his movements. The stranger opened his eyes wide, looking at him. Yehan's face was attacked by a hail of punches. The guy frowned, the blows left marks on his face. The stranger rested his foot on his chest. He pushed Yehan away with a sharp movement. The guy in the hood remained lying on the floor. The protagonist froze, looking at him. He frowned, wiping his face with his palm. The guy spat to the side. A trace of blood remained on the floor. Yehan frowned, looking at the guy. The stranger raised his fist, preparing to attack. The protagonist dodged, putting his hand near his head. The stranger raised his knee. Yehan put up a block with both hands in front of him. The guy raised his leg. He hit the stranger on the temple, throwing his leg over himself. A gray cap flew to the floor. The stranger closed his eyes and put his hands in front of himself, gasping in pain. Yehan pointed the trigger of the gun at him. The guy tried to calm the hero standing opposite him, but he said in a displeased voice that if he moved, a shot would follow. The dark-haired guy took off his mask and smiled, telling him to calm down. He just wanted to talk, asking why he had to attack so quickly. Yehan held a gun in his hands, saying that it happened because he got too close. The stranger apologized for it, explaining that walking silently had become a habit. The guy smiled and raised his eyebrows, saying that judging by the fact that he searched every corner here, he had some business. Saying that he had too, he offered to cooperate. Among the empty corridor of the shopping center, the dialogue of the two heroes was heard. Johan responded negatively to his offer to become partners, saying that he was the only survivor. The dark-haired guy smiled and spread his arms, saying that the hero can call him Swift. The protagonist frowned, thinking that judging by the combat ability and reflexes, the guy was definitely an A-level survivor, but in this situation, he can't trust his back to such a suspicious person. He thought of a safe way to check. Johan stood in front of Swift, asking if he had anything else to say. The guy screamed in surprise, raising his hands. The protagonist pulled the trigger. The guy's eyes widened. Swift, leaning on the fence, threw himself down, dodging the bullet. With a sharp movement, he went down to the floor below, landing on his knee. He frowned and shouted in displeasure that the guy really tried to kill him, calling him crazy. The heroes froze, hearing shouts that there were invaders here. Men with weapons in their hands went up the escalator, shouting that the invader on the 3rd floor has a weapon. Their loud footsteps could be heard in the empty corridors of the center. They reported that the 3rd floor was in front of Olive Young. An invader had also been spotted on the 2nd floor, and an order was given to surround them. Johan lowered his gun, realizing that he was surrounded on both sides by groups of men. Looking at the armed heroes in front of him, he thought about breaking through. The guy's eyes were wide open, his brows furrowed. He thought about the man whose mouth was taped and whose face had bruises, thinking that it would be good if useful guys like him changed their minds, right? The gun fell to the floor with a loud sound. Johan raised his hands behind his head. In the office, there were documents on the table. Swift and the protagonist were kneeling in front of the man in the white shirt. The dark-haired guy gritted his teeth, asking why the respected one shot so suddenly. Johan frowned, saying that he had no guarantee that the guy was not in league with these people. Swift frowned, saying that the hero was not an expert on people, asking if he meant to say that a straight man like him could be with this bunch of thugs. The man frowned, raising his palm to strike. He hit Swift in the face with all his might. He smiled, pulling the tied-up guy by the hair, saying that they hadn't seen their friend, the cleaner, for a long time, asking if he hadn't told him that he would kill him if he ever came here again. Swift frowned, leaving a red mark on his cheek, asking if he would have come back here if the man had returned his thing when he asked nicely. The man with the scars on his face frowned, looking at him. Holding him by the hair, he hit him in the face with his other palm. Swift fell to the floor. A question was heard from the crowd: what to do with this red-haired guy? Johan frowned, looking at the man. The scarred man furrowed his brows and smiled, ordering to kill him. The man in the suit came closer, telling the boss that this man had a firearm. The man asked in surprise if it was a gun. The hero had a gun in his hands. Johan, he said that he had a silencer on him. The protagonist frowned. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking why he did not resist then. Johan looked at him angrily, saying that there were 50 opponents and only 36 bullets. The man with the scars on his face furrowed his brows, asking what he would do if there were more than 50 bullets. The guy frowned, saying that he would shoot at the side with the fewest people and run away. The man laughed loudly, throwing his head back, saying that he would definitely die then. He folded his arms over his chest and turned his head, saying that his guys had a rifle. The man with the scars on his face lowered his head and closed his eyes, asking where he got the firearm. The protagonist kneeled in front of him, saying that he got it from a gun shop near Butchin Station. The man frowned, asking if that meant there were more guns there. Johan raised his head, saying that it had only been 4 days since he got the gun, so there should be more there unless someone had claimed it for themselves. The man tapped his chin thoughtfully. He looked at Johan sitting in front of him, thinking that this guy was too honest, and besides, he didn't show any signs of fear towards him, although he couldn't trust the boy's words so easily. But if he was of such a level that he could break through the zombies, then his death would be a loss. The man with scars on his face raised his eyebrows, looking at him. He put his hands in his pants pockets, saying that he would give the guy a chance to work under him. Johan smiled, looking up at him and saying that the man should give him at least the 2nd place in the team. The men in suits twisted their faces. The man with scars bent over and laughed loudly, saying that he was indeed a very self-confident guy. Johan sat tied up on the floor, saying that if the man gave him a few people, he would test the weapon and show what he was capable of. The boss waved his hand, saying that first we need to check the veracity of his words. He smiled and knitted his brows, saying that if the hero did all this nonsense, he would die. Johan frowned, saying that in this situation, there was no point in him doing so, thinking that the man was not easily persuaded. He was like a leader who led a group in troubled times. He thought about the gun shop, thinking that its location was true, but that there were weapons there was a lie. The hero remembered the empty glass cases, thinking that there was nothing left there, especially since it had been 3 months since his last visit there. The boy lowered his head and knitted his brows, thinking that it would take about 3 hours to get from here to the shop, which was more than enough time to escape. The boss held out his hand, saying that he should go personally. He indicated who would stay here, and the rest should prepare their weapons and tools, asking them to follow him. Light entered the room through a large window. A question was heard whether to call the border guards, to which the man answered negatively, telling them to watch carefully. Near the tall building, the traffic light was red. Swift, lying on the floor, smiled. He frowned, turning to the guy sitting next to him, asking if he really wanted to work here so much. Johan frowned, asking him to calm down and understand the situation, because now he was in this situation because he could not do it earlier. The man sat opposite the guys in a chair, asking them to stop talking. His stomach made loud sounds. He clenched his teeth and pressed his hand to it. The man hurried out of the room, pointing a bat at the protagonist and telling them to sit quietly until he returned. The door slammed loudly. With the blade in the sole of his shoe, Johan tried to cut the rope on his wrists. Swift opened his eyes in surprise, asking if there was really a blade on the heel of his boots. He watched the guy cut the rope. There was a chair behind the desk in the room, and Johan's words could be heard, asking why the guy was so surprised or if this was the first time he saw someone running away like that. Swift said he didn't know there was someone who hid something like that under his shoes. The guy pressed the blade with his finger. It quickly hid inside. Johan frowned and, taking the fishing line out of his shoe, said that this was a world in which nothing strange could happen. Sounds were heard behind the door. The man was slowly entering the room. The protagonist froze on the ceiling above his head. He rushed down, holding out a sharp fishing line in front of him. Johan appeared behind the man and began to strangle him, throwing the fishing line around his neck. The guy knelt down, pulling the man back with him. The man's eyes widened. He grabbed the line around his neck. His eyes rolled back. Johan loosened the line, removing it from his neck. Swift frowned, asking if there really was no need to kill. The protagonist picked up the radio. Johan opened the door and closed his eyes, saying that from the moment he started waving a deadly weapon in his face, all his actions would be considered self-defense. Swift raised his eyebrows, asking if the protagonist had forgotten anything. Johan frowned at him, saying no. From the office, the guy's screams could be heard, asking if he was really going to leave him here, asking the Hyungam to release him. A poster of a weapons store was visible. The man, entering inside, froze in the room, the display cases of which were empty. A man in the crowd frowned as he told the boss that there were no weapons here. A man with scars on his face gritted his teeth as he said he wasn't blind. The men in suits looked at each other. One of the men said that 2 people had already died on the way here. The man behind the boss suggested that maybe someone had already been here. The man brushed a thick layer of dust off a shelf. He looked at his dirty palm. The boss looked up, thinking about how this place had been abandoned for a long time. He remembered Johan saying that it had been 4 days since he had taken a weapon from there, so there must be plenty more if no one had robbed him yet. The boss's eyes widened and he frowned as he realized that the boy had tricked him. He slammed the counter and screamed loudly, his brows furrowed. The man froze in place, his hands clenched into fists. The man with the scars on his face raised his eyebrows, asking what he should do with this insolent guy. The man had a walkie-talkie in his hand. He brought it to his mouth, asking if there was a problem with the other 2. There was static coming from the walkie-talkie. The boss raised his eyebrows, repeating his question, asking if the guys they had captured were still there. He held the walkie-talkie tightly in his hand. The static was still coming from it, followed by a statement that everything was fine. The boss froze in place. The man frowned and looked down, thinking that he had a bad feeling about this. Outside, where the gun store banner was visible, the order to return to the department store was heard. People shouted yes in unison. The sun was setting, painting the sky with a bright sunset, and inside the mall, shouts were heard that Suki was dead. One of the men walked up to the body and squatted down, saying that the walkie-talkie had been stolen. The boss frowned. He looked at the body of his dead subordinate, thinking that the guy had broken the bone the first time he pulled his neck. He was far from an amateur. The man remembered the static and sounds from the radio, wondering if it could have been that guy. The boss remembered Johan, wondering what this tramp was trying to achieve, because the man was more than sure that he had come here to find someone, but the place where the hostages were gathered was guarded by the team leader Shin. He imagined the hostages surrounded by his subordinates, thinking that since they had weapons, ordinary survivors would not resist them with their bare hands. The boss frowned and turned to the radio, asking if his deputy Shin could hear him. The man, holding a weapon in his hand, came on the line. The boss frowned, asking if something had happened. Shin frowned and brought the radio closer to his mouth, saying that nothing happened. The man asked if something happened. The scarred man turned his head to the side, saying that the invaders had escaped, so he thought they were going in their direction. He was going to send people, asking the deputy to take care of everything there. Shin obediently replied that he understood everything. The boss's face darkened, his eyes were shining brightly. He thought that the guy had not yet done what he came for, which meant he was still in the building. A voice came from the radio, saying that the guy was on the roof. The scarred man frowned and gritted his teeth, saying that there were only 3 radios. He asked who it was. No sound came from the radio in his hands. Squeezing it with all his might, he broke the radio into pieces. The boss called the leader of the Kim group to him. The man immediately came up. He told him to take 5 or 6 guys and go help the leader Shin, telling the rest to follow him to the roof. The man kicked the door down. 3 men in suits appeared in the doorway, armed with firearms. The man walked slowly along the roof, holding a machine gun in front of him. The men surrounded the boss, keeping the area around him at gunpoint. One of them said that there was no one on the roof. The boss raised his eyebrows, thinking that, as he had assumed, this was a feint. The men's attention was drawn to the sounds from the radio lying on the floor. The hero froze, standing over it. He took it in his hand. The man frowned and opened his mouth wide, screaming that the hero was useless. He would definitely die when he caught him. In that same second, he fell to the ground, blood pouring out of his head. A sharp axe flew at the other man's head. The men in suits turned around, screaming that the guy was above the iron door of the roof. Johan swung the axe, clenching his teeth. He threw the blade at one of the men in the crowd. The man pointed a crossbow at him, calling him impudent. The blonde guy frowned and held his gun out in front of him. The protagonist dodged the crossbow bolt. He pushed himself forward with his hands, moving forward and flipping over himself. The guy landed on his feet without difficulty. Johan ran forward quickly. The men shot, but could not hit. One of them shouted that the guy was that way. An arrow from a crossbow and a bullet hit one of the bags behind which the guy was hiding. The men were going to surround him to prevent him from leaving, but Johan had more axes hidden behind the bags. He quickly grabbed one of them in his hand. The men opened their mouths in horror, dodging the weapon. The axe flew straight into the forehead of one of them. The protagonist swung again. With his blow, he knocked the crossbow out of the man's hands. Johan frowned, unhappy with his misfire. He quickly moved from his place. The protagonist hovered above the crowd of men, preparing to kick them. The guy abruptly straightened his leg, hitting the man in the head. He fell to the ground. Johan took a sharp knife in his hand. The protagonist held it out in front of him and frowned, telling them to come closer. The men crowded around the guy, saying that he was crazy. Johan cut the face of the man who approached. He started falling to the ground with a scream, and more people appeared from behind him, armed with different types of weapons. The man swung a sharp knife near the guy, but the protagonist managed to dodge. He opened his eyes wide, grabbing him by the wrist. The guy made a grab, raising the knife to the man's chest. Blood splashed brightly from the man's bodies. A man was approaching the protagonist from behind, swinging an axe. He wanted the guy dead. Johan hit the man in the elbow, thereby knocking the bladed weapon out of his hands. The guy turned sharply and stabbed him in the throat. The boss put his hand forward, holding a gun in it. He looked at the crowd blocking the protagonist, thinking that he could not see anything. The protagonist knocked down another man. He fell to the floor with a crash. The guy frowned, moving his gaze to the side. His attention was drawn to a corpse with an axe in the back of its head, next to which lay a radio and a machine gun. The guy deftly dodged the man's blow, doing a cartwheel. He slowed his body's movement by inertia, leaning on the toe of his second leg. The protagonist grabbed the machine gun. He smiled, pointing its barrel at the men around him. They opened their eyes wide in horror and put their hands out in front of them. Bullets came out of the machine gun in a burst. The men fell to the floor one after another. Bright blood sprayed from their bodies. The man with scars on his face opened his mouth wide, his eyes wide. Johan frowned, pointing the barrel at him. The boss grabbed the subordinate standing next to him by the collar. The man used him as a human shield. The bullets pierced the guy's body. The boss began to retreat. The guy behind him continued to wield the machine gun. He ran closer to the door leading into the building. The protagonist aimed at him. The guy pulled the trigger. He hissed in displeasure and frowned. The sky above the mall darkened. The traffic light was still red. The protagonist armed himself with a crossbow and 2 machine guns. He sighed, looking at the pile of corpses of men in suits. Johan frowned, saying that it was impossible to leave without leaving their weapons. He fixed his gaze, thinking that since the leader was alive, it would add to the problems, so he was worried about it. The guy looked at the guy's corpse, thinking that the boss had escaped, using his subordinate as a shield. The protagonist remembered the man hiding behind 2 hostages, thinking that this act reminded him of him. Johan frowned, thinking that he must definitely find and eliminate the fugitive. One of the men crawled closer to the guy, begging him for mercy. The protagonist swung his blade and frowned, looking at him. Blood spurted out in a strong stream. Johan's eyes widened and he turned around when he heard a loud sound. He ran forward, thinking that this couldn't be happening. The guy gritted his teeth, looking forward from the roof. The street was filled with a crowd of zombies. The protagonist's eyes widened and his mouth opened, realizing that this was a wave of zombies. The dead had bright red eyes. The guy thought that since a wave had started, it meant that the mutated one was somewhere nearby, but he couldn't see anything because of the darkness. The guy gritted his teeth, looking at the zombies and thinking about where their target was. Could it really be here? The protagonist stood on the roof of a tall building, looking at the crowd of approaching dead. He looked at the building opposite, thinking that there were more than 30 survivors there and more than 100 of them here. The guy quickly moved forward, thinking that he wanted this place to be the last one attacked by the mutated zombie, but just in case, he should leave it with the survivors from the department store. Johan frowned, thinking that now the question was whether to kill the boss, because people of this type are like cockroaches. He will survive in any case and will flicker before his eyes again. There was a trace of blood on the stairs. The protagonist decided to quickly check the place where the man might be hiding, and if he was not there, then he needed to give up the search and leave here. The man opened his mouth wide and screamed when a zombie bit him on the neck. The man extended his hand to the protagonist, asking for help, but there was already a crowd of zombies behind him. Johan frowned, looking down. He quickly turned his head to the side. His attention was drawn to the empty corridor. He thought about the fact that the traces of the boss's blood were gradually decreasing. The guy frowned. Johan saw a bloody trace on the door handles. He kicked the door down. In front of the protagonist, a tied man was sitting on a chair. He gritted his teeth, thinking that the headmaster was just awful. He lied by smearing blood on the door handle. The guy looked at them again. Johan looked at the guy sitting in front of him, not understanding who it was. The hero again remembered the man with the tape on his mouth and his words about how it would be good if guys like the main character changed their minds. Johan frowned, thinking about the guy that the headmaster so stubbornly wanted to win over to his side. He looked at the tied-up man, thinking that if he could safely break through the zombies surrounding them, then he would need someone he could trust. The guy came closer and frowned, thinking about how he didn't know how the man would feel about him. He carefully removed the tape from his mouth. Johan put his hand on his shoulder, asking him to come to his senses. The man looked up at him in surprise. The protagonist frowned and introduced himself, telling him that the situation was urgent, so there was no time to be nice. Johan stood in front of the seated man, saying that the area around the department store was currently overrun with zombies. He asked if the guy could fight now. He frowned, asking what about the Goldmoon guys. The guy raised his eyebrows, thinking that Goldmoon was the name of the gang, which really matched the name of the new world. He said that most of them were dead, only a few remained, but it would still be difficult for them to get out. In fact, they could be considered exterminated. The man closed his eyes. The protagonist opened his mouth, saying that there was no time, so he would only ask a few questions about who he was and why he was being locked up. The man did not raise his head. Johan raised his eyebrows, saying that he had to answer, because if he was not frank with him, the protagonist would not be able to help. The man looked up at him, introducing himself as Hajin from the Buchan Professional Taekwondo team. He and his colleagues had come to the food pantry looking for food but were captured. The boy noticed his muscles, realizing that he was an athlete. Hajin looked at the boy, who was talking about needing help to get out of here, asking if he would join him if the hero let him go. The man said that all of his comrades had died, so he had no choice. Johan cut the rope on his wrists. Hajin touched his hands, thanking the boy. The boy handed him a blade, asking him to use it. The man raised an eyebrow, noticing that the boy had 2 weapons. He asked if the hero thought it would be better to share, to which Johan apologized, saying that he could not trust a stranger with a weapon for his own safety. The protagonist put his hands forward, saying that in fact, what he had just freed him was an exceptional case, since the situation was urgent. Hajin, looking at him, said that he understood everything. He asked what he needed to do. Johan had a blade in his hands. He said that they needed to move towards the underground parking lot through the emergency exit. There they would break through, either through the entrance or through the exit. The protagonist put a machine gun in front of him, saying that he would go in front and the man would cover him from behind. The corridors of the department store were empty. Johan pierced the zombie's neck with the barrel of a machine gun. He bared his teeth, dodging the approaching walking dead. The protagonist hit the zombie in the head with the butt of a machine gun. The guys stood back to back, fighting off the zombies. A mutated girl with bright red eyes rushed at Hajin. He, with a sharp movement of his hand, cut off her head with a blade. He swung his leg, going to hit an approaching zombie. The man pushed him away. The dead man began to lose his balance. The zombie, falling, broke the glass. Johan's eyes widened in surprise. Hajin smiled, looking at him. The protagonist smiled, shooting at an approaching zombie and thinking that this guy was a real monster. The crowd of dead people was approaching closer. The guy thought that if they continue in the same spirit, they will be able to break through to the emergency exit. Looking at the fighting heroes, the boss pointed the barrel of a gun at them. He pulled the trigger. The revolver's cylinder spun. Johan's eyes widened in concern as he watched. The bullet hit his chest. A bright stream of blood spurted out. Blood spurted out of the guy's mouth. The boss raised his eyebrows, holding the gun in his hand. Johan was breathing heavily, pressing his hand to the wound. The hero's eyes slowly closed. Hajin screamed for him to look at him. Everything around was plunging into an impenetrable veil. At the same time, in the supermarket parking lot, a group of people were fighting off the approaching zombies. Two of the undead knocked the guy to the ground, eating his flesh. Two more guys appeared in the doorway. One of them loudly shouted the hero's name. Jiangwen frowned, asking what they were doing, telling them to quickly close the door. The zombie came closer to the doorway. The guys quickly closed the door. The guy asked discontentedly about Zhang Hwan and the others. Songbi frowned, saying that there were too many zombies outside the door now. He began to go down the stairs, saying that first of all, we need to ask the people below for help. The zombies pressed their bodies against the glass display case, causing it to crack. Under the pressure of the crowd, the glass broke. The zombies moved forward. People looked at them in surprise. The survivors froze in place, not understanding what was happening. The man opened his mouth wide and screamed, telling everyone to run to the basement. The zombies knocked people to the ground, eating their flesh and tearing their clothes. The dead did not spare anyone. They attacked even children. Kimon and Songbi opened their eyes in horror, beads of sweat running down their faces. A zombie attacked the girl from behind. She screamed loudly. Byungjin frowned and opened his mouth wide, shouting her name. A foot hit the zombie's head. Minseo threw the walking server back. He fell to the floor. The man frowned, looking ahead. He thought that the zombies were too fast. A crowd of walking dead was approaching him. The girl shouted at Appa, asking him to leave with her. Byungjin frowned, thinking that Johan was right. He remembered the main character, who said that if a wave of zombies starts while he is away, they should go down to the basement and wait there no matter what happens. Do not go out and fight them, because the zombies are too many to resist. The boy and the girl quickly ran away from the crowd of zombies. They saw the exit to the stairs. The boy grabbed the door handle. When he opened the door, a zombie appeared in the doorway. Byungjin and Minseo gritted their teeth, looking at this. Songbi punched the zombie in the face. Byungjin opened his eyes in surprise. His hand was on the door handle. Kimon leaned his hand on the closed door and looked at the heroes. Breathing heavily, Minseo sat down on the floor. The screams of zombies could be heard from behind the door. The boys frowned and bared their teeth. Old Man Park put his hand forward, asking Byungjin what was going on. The boy turned to him and raised his eyebrows, saying that the glass on the first floor had broken. Countless zombies had broken in. No matter what, they had lost the first floor again. The man's eyes widened in surprise and his mouth dropped open. The boy said that the zombie wave that Johan had spoken of had apparently begun. The group of survivors had gathered together. Byungjin frowned, saying that there were currently 15 of them and 13 more missing. The people lowered their heads sadly. The boy turned his head, asking where Jiangwen was. Kimon raised his eyebrows pitifully and spread his arms, saying that they broke through to the underground parking lot as well. There were too many of them for them to kill, but Byungjin interrupted him again, asking where the guy was. Kimon lowered his head. Beads of sweat were running down his face. He said that Jiangwen couldn't get in. Byungjin slapped his forehead, asking if he was good at it. Kimon held his hands out in front of him, saying that he didn't die, but rather ran to the other side. The guy asked what happened to Seri then, to which Kimon uncertainly replied that he was on the roof. Byungjin frowned, remembering Seri. He imagined the image of a girl with a short haircut, who was watching from the roof, waiting for Johan. The girl turned to Appa, saying that she was dizzy. He hugged Minseo, saying that she was probably scared and needed to rest. She looked up at him and smiled, a blush appearing on her cheeks. One of the survivors turned to Byungjin, saying that the people were very excited, asking what about building a blockade at the entrance. The guy accepted the idea, saying that they would start right away. Kimon put his hand on the back of the bent guy, asking what was wrong with him and offering to rest. Songbi glared at him furiously. He had mutated into a zombie. Kion was horrified. He raised his eyebrows high, screaming at the Sunbi. The zombie bit him on the neck. Byungjin gritted his teeth, looking at this. The blonde guy fell to the floor and put his hand in front of himself, protecting himself from the zombie. Byungjin covered the girl with his body, telling everyone to run to the back room. He opened his eyes wide, looking at Minseo. She bit his hand. The guy raised his eyebrows and opened them wide. Old Man Park frowned, shouting his name. Minseo opened her mouth wide and screamed, her eyes shining brightly. The protagonist's blurry vision gradually cleared. He saw the image of the guy. He grabbed the knife. With a sharp movement of his hand, Johan swung the dagger at Hajin's throat. The guy smirked, saying that the hero was good even in this state. He raised his eyebrows, saying that if he had just a little more, he would have lost his head. Johan grabbed his head with his hand and asked for forgiveness, because it seemed to him that it was a zombie. Hajin, standing in front of him, said that he had already thought that the guy had died, all thanks to the bulletproof vest. Hajin dragged the guy's body, saying that luck was on his side, because the zombies that were close to them were injured by bullets, and the sound of the boss's shot separated them, and, taking advantage of the opportunity, he was able to drag the guy. Johan frowned. He looked at the weapon, saying that the guy hadn't abandoned him after all. It wasn't in his nature to be in debt, and it would be dangerous to survive alone. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand and closed his eyes. Looking at his palm, he saw blood. The guy unzipped his zipper. Johan lifted his shirt. There was a blood stain on his body where the shot had been. Hajin looked at him, asking what they would do next. The protagonist said that they needed to look for another way out because there had to be a place to break through from somewhere. The guy said that he knew the way. Johan was stupefied. Hajin spread his hands, saying that he had been silent. They looked at the hatch in the floor, from which streams of air were coming out. Swift appeared, with a smug smile on his face. The guy was squatting. He greeted and asked if the respected one remembered him. Swift frowned and smiled, saying that they should get out of here together. Johan frowned, saying that the guy was still alive. Swift gave a thumbs up, saying that it was because someone had taken out the Gold Moon gangsters. Hajin raised his eyebrows, saying that they needed to get out of here quickly. Swift smiled, saying that he was going to do that, but there were too many zombies, but he would tell them how to break through, so he asked to take him with him. The weapon was lying on the floor. The protagonist just had to tell them where this place was first, and in return he promised to take him with him. Swift frowned and pointed at the guy standing behind him, asking why he was asking him you and the other guy you. Johan awkwardly noticed that Swift was the first to start using you. The guy smiled sheepishly. He frowned, saying that they wouldn't be able to break through the ground exit. There was a passage on the second floor of the basement that connected to the subway. Although his abilities were at a high level, but in order to break through alone, there were too many zombies, so he needed a weapon. He imagined a crowd of zombies in the building. Johan put his hands on his hips, saying that if he needed a weapon, he could have taken it while the guy was unconscious. Swift arched his eyebrows, saying that he could, of course, defeat that guy, a mountain of muscles, but still he preferred a respected one because he had the shooting skills that took out those guys from Gold Moon and his composure. Swift smiled sheepishly, putting his hand in front of the protagonist. Hajin took the weapon in his hands and gritted his teeth, saying that maybe he should just shoot the guy. Johan opened his mouth, saying that he agreed with him. They pointed the guns at the guy. Swift raised his hands in front of him, saying that he was joking. He was not the type to steal other people's things, to which the protagonist said that he would not say that the guy looked like someone who would steal. Johan frowned, thinking that he did not see anything wrong with working with him. After all, he would be useful. He remembered the kick the guy had given them when they first met. Johan furrowed his brows, asking if he had a plan on how to get down to the basement. Swift frowned, saying that he knew roughly the location. After leaving through the door, they would go down the escalator located on the right. Johan put his hands on his hips, saying that because the director was alive, it was dangerous to operate in an open space. They would not be able to do anything if they were attacked while they were fighting off zombies. Johan turned to the guy, saying that he said his name was Hajin. He wanted to switch to you. The guy smiled, saying that he felt awkward too. The main character armed himself with a blade, saying that first they needed to go to the center of the second floor, study the location of the zombies by eye, and only then begin to act. Swift raised his eyebrows, saying that it seemed to him that something was wrong with his brain, because he did not understand that going to the second floor they would be open from all sides. How should they deal with the boss, and what does it mean to study the location of the zombies by eye? Johan picked up a machine gun, saying that in the center all the stores have glass doors, and this is the best thing to attract zombies. The guys fell into a stupor, looking at the main character. Johan smiled, saying that first they needed to follow him. The corridors of the shopping center were empty. Bullets hit the heads of 2 zombies, blood spurted from the wounds. Swift ran at Johan, asking to save ammo. The guy abruptly moved from his place. Swift hovered over the zombie, raising his axe to strike. The tip of the axe pierced the head of one of the walking dead. The guy sank to the floor. He hit the approaching zombie with the axe again. Swift waved his weapon furiously, fighting off the zombies. Johan frowned. They say that he uses a weapon that does not suit him. Swift picked up the axe, saying that it was his treasure because knives quickly become dull. The main character asked what he did before that. The heroes fought off the approaching zombies. Swift said that he used to be an insurance agent. Johan thought he was joking. The guy tightly gripped the handle of the axe, saying that this was not a joke. He smiled, leaning his foot on the body of a zombie and saying that the agency that paid out insurance to his clients went bankrupt, which means that now he is unemployed. Swift laughed, moving forward with an axe. The protagonist froze, looking at him. Hajin, baring his teeth, was cutting down the zombies with his blade. The walking dead fell on the zombies that were coming closer. Johan smiled, thinking that the guys at this party had great abilities, even by the standards of the past life. Loud screams were heard in the corridors of the mall. Swift was breathing heavily. Beads of sweat were running down his face. The guys stood next to each other, covering each other. Swift noticed that they really fought well, asking if he was the only one who thought that the more they killed these zombies, the more their numbers grew. Johan opened the glass door, saying that this was enough, asking the 2 of them to come here. The guys looked older than the protagonist in surprise. The guy turned the small lever. Swift bared his teeth, asking if he was really going to hide here. The heroes found themselves behind a glass door. A crowd of zombies approached them closely. The guy asked, "Don't they look like a mouse in a trap now?" The zombies were picking on the glass door, making loud sounds. Hajin noticed that the wall would soon break. Johan bowed his head, saying that everything would be like this. Swift clenched his hands into fists. He screamed, not understanding what his plan meant. They came here trusting Johan, and what now? He offered to at least throw a grenade. The protagonist picked up a machine gun, asking, "Didn't he say so?" Swift ducked when Johan started shooting at the glass wall. The guy looked back in horror. The protagonist frowned, saying that he would open the way for them. They needed to follow him, trying not to touch the glass. The heroes ran forward through the broken glass walls. Swift opened his eyes wide. The zombies leaned their bodies on the glass. The guy thought about how the zombies were standing close to each other, so they would never catch up with them. He stepped on the floor, making a loud sound. Johan stood by the escalator, asking if this was the one they needed. Swift spread his arms out to the sides, answering, "Yes." The heroes looked at the guy in a stupor, their eyes wide open. Johan raised his machine gun in front of him, telling them to go down. Swift looked at Johan with interest and said that he looked like a villain. Johan smiled, saying that he was worse than a villain. The boys were going down the escalator when Swift said that Johan had brains in the right place, to which he replied that he did not think so. He just had a lot of experience, and then asked where the entrance to the subway was. Swift concentrated and said that it was his turn to lead. He ran towards the crowd of zombies without slowing down. The boy grabbed his axe more comfortably for an attack. Swift shouted the name of the attack as Tomahawk Splash. Then he began to chop the zombies with special fury. Swift swung his axe, shouting the name of the attacks as Tornado Slash and Final Attack. Johan and Hajin looked at this with mixed feelings. Swift continued shouting about Power Splash and Death Wings as blood sprayed everywhere. Johan frowned and asked in confusion if it was necessary to shout stupidity before hitting. Swift, standing among the corpses, said that Johan was cruel, calling his attack stupidity. He looked at Johan carefully and asked if he knew what was most important when a man fights. He took a step forward and pushed off. Swift jumped over the turnstiles. He attacked the zombie with his knee to the head. The zombie flew to the side from the blow, knocking down other monsters. A melee began among the zombies. Swift turned to the guys and answered his own question, that being cool is the most important. He raised his sword as if saluting them, to which Johan let out a surprised breath. He and Hajin exchanged glances, and the latter said that he wondered how Swift managed to survive at all, and Johan agreed with him. He thought with a serious expression that he was sorry. Johan watched Swift and Hajin deal with the zombies and thought that even if they took all the people from the camp, they would not be able to match the power of these two. While Swift was shouting about a speed kick, Johan thought that if you don't count the frivolity of this guy. The subway train car was broken. The guys were standing near the car, and Johan was saying that they need to get out of here through the subway. The guys looked at each other. Johan opened the door and thought about going back to the department store again. The tunnel was empty and dark. The guys were shining flashlights in front of them. Suddenly, Swift turned to Johan. Swift's attention was drawn to a terrible creature in front of her. Johan asked her to shine the flashlight on it. The monster's eyes glittered in the darkness. Swift raised the flashlight. A disfigured figure of a man, more like an insect, emerged from the darkness. Johan calmly explained that it was a locust. He turned to Swift and said that he called it that and that it was a mutated zombie, the one who had caused all this chaos. Johan looked at the locust and thought that no matter how hard he tried to find it, it was not on the surface, so it must be controlling the zombie from underground. Swift became wary and asked if it was much different from a normal zombie. Sweat rolled down Johan's face as he said that of course, locusts were different in many ways. The mutated locust zombie is a zombie with a 2-meter body, which uses 4 limbs when fighting and moves quickly. Its style is similar to locusts, and to make it easier to identify, he came up with such a nickname. If you divide all the mutants by their danger level from 1 to 10, then he would be a 5, but he is not the most dangerous mutant species. Hajin turned to Johan and said that the zombie looked a little scary. Johan looked at the locust and said that is why they do not like him very much, to which he asked why he was not moving. The zombie locust did indeed stand still when Johan explained that they had not yet entered his territory. He took out a crossbow. Johan picked up a machine gun and said that he had 1 good, 1 bad, 1 very good news, and then asked which one to start with. Hajin said he wanted to hear the good news, and Swift wanted the very good news. Johan frowned and said that the bad news was that the locusts were tens of times stronger than normal zombies. Swift got angry because there was no need to ask their opinion, and Hajin clarified the good news. Johan threw something into his hands, and the guy automatically caught it when he said that they would destroy the locusts, and the wave of zombies, or rather, the phenomenon when they walk in groups, would stop. Hajin looked at the flashlight he caught and asked about the very good news. Johan threw the machine gun over his shoulder and said that he knew how to fight it. Swift looked at the monsters with concern and asked how he was going to resist the zombies, to which he replied that there was a certain pattern, so let him watch carefully, after which he asked Hajin and Swift to move 10 steps away. After the guys moved away, Johan asked Hajin to guard the rear, and Swift to shine a light on the zombie. Johan took aim and warned that this zombie was fast, so they should not miss anything. Swift focused on the monster. Johan opened fire on the zombie. The monster's head shattered into small pieces and bile sprayed in all directions. The zombie's mouth opened in silent laughter. Johan took his finger off the trigger. The zombie fell onto his hands. Bile was dripping from what was left of his skull. The machine gun fell to the floor with a dull thud. Johan reached for the next machine gun. He grabbed the weapon in a comfortable position and took aim. The locust raised its head and made a dull sound. The next moment, it opened its mouth and squealed. The bullet immediately shot through the open mouth, exiting straight through. Johan stared intently through the sight. Suddenly, the locust jumped up and disappeared from view. Swift immediately moved the flashlight to the side. Then he shone it in the opposite direction. He did not understand where the locust went. Johan angrily shouted at it not to shake the flashlight. The locust was on the ceiling on the left in the corner. It was moving counterclockwise. Johan fired towards the locust, trying to hit it. The zombie jumped to the ground, forcing Johan to take a step to the side. Rock chips rained down on the guy. The locust jumped again and disappeared from sight. Swift shone on Johan. He, in turn, peered tensely into the darkness, thinking about how to pull himself together. Johan was counting to himself when he finally noticed the locust. The zombie jumped on him, and Johan immediately dodged to the side. The guys watched the battle with surprise and fear. Johan, from a prone position, began to shoot the locust point blank. He tried to shoot at the joints, breaking them. The locust emitted exhausted cries. Hajin was tense when he realized that the zombie had survived again. Johan turned around and shouted that there was a zombie behind him. Hajin turned around abruptly. He took out a knife and thought about how they came when he heard the sound of a shot. The zombie's eyes glowed red in the darkness as Hajin thought Swift was helping Johan fight with a flashlight. This meant to the boy that he had to stop all the zombies by himself, not letting a single one pass. He chopped off the head of the first zombie with a disgusting squelch. He chopped off the monster's limbs. He punched them in the face. Swift watched the locusts in surprise. He shouted to Johan that there was something in front of him. In the distance, he could see the outlines of zombies. Johan thought that they were appearing one after another. The zombies were moving so fast that they would be here in a minute. Swift drew the boy's attention to the fact that the creature was returning again. Johan counted to 4 again. Suddenly, the locusts attacked again, and Johan was forced to jump to the side. The boy dodged the stone chips that flew in all directions. He closed his eyes and cursed. The locust rose into the air again. Dust got into Johan's eyes. Swift screamed at the top of his lungs for Johan to come to his senses because it was the 5th circle again. Johan lowered his machine gun and thought that Swift had already figured out the locust's pattern, but it was too late to dodge now. He stood with his eyes closed and thought about it. He still had to shoot. The locust, putting its clawed paw forward, attacked. Johan stuck on the end of the weapon pierced the zombie through and through. He tried to hold the zombie back with just the bayonet. His legs began to tremble from the strain. The locust knocked Johan to the floor, and the only obstacle between them was the machine gun. Bile dripped from the zombie's pierced head. The locust opened its mouth and let out a guttural roar. Johan shouted at Swift to throw the axe here. The guy threw the weapon. The axe fell a few centimeters from Johan. The locust screamed again vilely. Johan rolled under the creature, and the locust's teeth snapped, raking on the air. Johan grabbed the axe. He chopped off the locust's head with one precise blow. A green substance spurted from the zombie's neck. Johan turned his back to the creature, looking around so as not to miss an unnecessary movement. Even without a head, the locust continued to move. The zombie attacked, and Johan managed to dodge. He landed on the ground. Johan chopped off the zombie's right leg with one blow. The creature fell, pouring green substance on the floor. Swift warned the boy that there was a zombie behind him. Johan noticed the monster out of the corner of his eye. The zombie was reaching out its hand towards him, trying to grab him. Johan dodged. He hit the zombie in the face. The monster flew back a few meters. A locust stood behind him, holding onto its 2 right limbs. Johan adjusted his grip on the axe. With his next blow, he cut the locust in half. The creature fell, but the crowd of other zombies continued to advance. Johan grabbed the machine gun and got a better grip on it. He started shooting at the zombies indiscriminately. Many of the blows hit the monsters in the head. Finally, the ammo ran out. Swift sighed tensely. Johan picked up the axe again. He handed it to Swift and offered to join in. The guy grinned contentedly. Swift rushed into battle, saying that he had been waiting for Johan to say so. The guy started cutting off the zombies' heads. Johan looked after the guy. The magazine fell. Johan pulled out another one. He carefully inserted it into the machine gun. The locust's head continued to scream shrilly. The sounds of gunshots rang out. For a moment, flashes lit up the subway tunnel. Johan shot the locust point blank to shreds. All that was left of the zombie was a stinking mess. Johan was covered in sweat and dirt when he thought about getting rid of its eyes and antennae before engaging in close combat. He remembered the disgusting pop the locust's head had made when it exploded and thought that if he didn't do that, he would become twice as fast and would be able to make accurate attacks. The locust's fighting style even among low-level zombies. Johan breathed a sigh of relief and thought about how the zombie fought. Swift approached the guy and asked him if he was okay, as it was like he had taken a shower of blood. Johan immediately turned to him and asked what was wrong with the zombie. Swift was shining a flashlight on the floor in front of the guy when he said that he had destroyed everyone he saw, even though there weren't many of them. When Johan asked about where Hajin was, they quickly turned to where their comrade was supposedly. Johan shone the flashlight in the same direction. Hajin sat on the floor with a smirk on his face, saying that the backside was cleared. Johan smiled, saying that they did a great job. Johan first asked if there were any bites or scratches, to which both answered negatively, and then Johan said that they would clean themselves of the blood and head to a brighter place since they still had 3 meters to go. The flashlight illuminated the walls of the tunnel. Hajin, walking at the end, asked what kind of creature this locust was. Johan said that the locust was a mutated zombie, the main destroyer of the army and the government. Hajin gritted his teeth and asked about whether the zombie was some kind of virus, and that is why a person turns into a zombie when bitten or cut. Johan looked up, agreeing with the assumption. He began to climb up the rocks that blocked the entrance when Hajin asked what it was then, since it cannot be proven scientifically and how such a creature could appear. Johan was helping himself to keep his balance with the machine gun when he asked a question in return about whether the existence of zombies can be explained by science, to which Hajin replied that he was not talking about that. Johan began to automatically rake the rubble, saying that he did not know what Hajin wanted to hear from him, but he was also interested in where the damned zombies came from and how mutation occurs in general. He continued to hammer the rubble and say that perhaps this was an error in an experiment in the biochemistry of some organization or government, or it was God's will aimed at the extermination of humanity. Another blow was heard. Finally, Johan was able to punch a hole large enough to pass through. He turned to his comrades and said that something completely different was important. Swift and Hajin covered themselves with their hands from the bright light. Johan stood in the passage when he said that it was important to stay alive in this damn world, only to survive how? Just like before the post-apocalypse. Many houses in the city were destroyed. The boys walked through the ruined city in complete silence. Johan worriedly said that he thought they were going their separate ways, then asked where they were going next. Swift smirked and said that he would live alone, as before, unless Johan had any other suggestions. Johan then turned to Hajin and asked what he would do. The boy said indifferently that he would look for shelter, since he thought he had something to say since he asked. Johan smiled. He looked at the boys and offered to join their camp, and if they were with him, he would guarantee them a long life. Swift looked at Johan and said that he wanted to know who he really was first, to which Johan asked in surprise if he hadn't introduced himself, and Swift said that he didn't mean his name. The guy looked at Johan carefully and said that he thought he was not a simple survivor because he knew a lot about zombies, so he was interested in who he was. Johan thoughtfully fell silent. Swift frowned slightly and said that he noticed that Johan fought in short-sleeved clothes, and what he would do if a zombie scratched him, because where did he get so much confidence, since he only lived once? Johan smirked and asked what would happen if he was already dying. Swift flared up, angrily asking about the fact that he had already died. The guys could not believe it. Johan put his hands on his hips and said with a smile that this was, of course, a joke, and Swift was naive since he had just experienced a lot in a short time and he was an ordinary person, and as for clothes, it was just more convenient. The guys were very discouraged by such a statement. They were standing in the middle of the ruined city when Johan suggested that if they wanted to learn about his experience, they should join since they would have to learn about it anyway, whether they wanted to or not. Swift exhaled and said that although Johan sometimes seemed like a psychopath, he was a good-natured person inside, and he accepted that. Johan turned to Hajin, asking for his opinion. Hajin looked at the guy seriously and said that he would join, but he needed to know what he was going to do next, and if there were any other plans besides surviving day after day. Johan thought with surprise that indeed, class of survivors were different. He looked around the ruined buildings and said that he was going to create a local large-scale organization, to which he was asked to explain in simple terms. Johan said that he wanted to gather the survivors, train them to be effective specialists, create an association of several camps, at least 20 in each. He thought about the organization having 3 goals, the first of which was to protect against zombies. The second goal would be to create a turnover to ensure supplies and self-sufficiency. The last goal would be to strengthen the forces to protect themselves from the group of intruders. Hajin asked what group of intruders he was talking about, and then suggested Gold Moon as an example, to which Johan replied that he would meet those who were not even worth comparing with those low-grade fools. Johan frowned and said that he was talking about those who hunted people and ate human flesh. The boys twitched in disgust. Johan turned towards the department store, turned around and said that since they had joined, he would tell them about the camp on the way. He stopped and said that they should remember that if they betrayed or gave up their comrades, he would pursue them to the end and kill them, let them be sure. The guy's face was creepy at this moment. There was good weather above the department store building. Johan broke the window of a passenger car. The car immediately made a nasty alarm sound. The zombies immediately rushed towards the source of the sound. The boys ran in the opposite direction from the crowd of monsters. Johan suddenly stopped, seeing something ahead. Black smoke was pouring out of the open door of the department store. Johan cursed under his breath. He rushed into the department store building. There were many corpses lying on the floor inside. Suddenly, zombies were thrown towards them. Johan took out his machine gun and prepared to shoot. Kang He was the first to run. Johan was very surprised when he recognized her. He remembered how she scurried around trying to drive him away. Then memories came flooding back to him when she was crying about how they had run out of powdered milk, how she cried and thanked him, and most importantly, he remembered how the woman was playing and carrying a baby on her back. Johan stabbed her with a bayonet when he saw that the baby was still hanging on her back. Blood spurted out and got on his face. Swift looked at the corpses and asked what was going on, to which Johan asked to cover him and deal with the zombies. He ran to the exit. Corpses of people from the camp were scattered everywhere. He pulled the door handle. Johan had an uneasy feeling and asked Swift for an axe. Swift threw him the axe, and Johan immediately chopped off the handle. He opened the door. The stairs were empty. They began to go down the stairs. Suddenly, Johan saw something below. One of the zombies was chomping over a man's corpse. Hajin shone a flashlight in their direction, asking what it was. The zombie turned towards the light and it was Minso. Johan felt a strong sense of loss, grief and anger at the same time. The guys froze, watching Minso devour Penjin. This, Swift suddenly began to say. But before he could finish, Hajin stopped Swift with his hand. Without saying anything, he simply closed his eyes and turned away. The protagonist lowered his head and said nothing. Suddenly, he began to move towards the zombie. Minso immediately screamed loudly, wanting to rush at Yan. But the protagonist immediately stabbed the girl in the head. After killing the zombie, he immediately looked away. Penjin was lying on the floor. He was completely white, and blue veins appeared all over his body. He roared and slowly became a zombie. The protagonist, without a second's hesitation, plunged the blade into the head of his former comrade. Swift and Hajin watched this silently, saying nothing. The protagonist, stepping into a pool of blood, walked on. Swift followed the leader and opened the door. Streams of sweat were running down the protagonist's face. Opening the door, the guys saw a sea of corpses that the protagonist had dealt with. Horror immediately seized them. The protagonist stood among many of his dead comrades. Kimon lay dead on the floor with a wild grin. The guys immediately recognized him, remembering the mechanic. Not far from him lay another zombie corpse. The guys immediately recognized Sogbinet. The protagonist simply stood among the corpses, covered in blood and holding a knife in his hand. He silently looked at the dead people around him. Then suddenly it dawned on him. He realized that the number of people did not add up. He immediately rushed towards one of the doors, saying in his head that Jonghwan, Seri, Old Man Park, Xiaojun and Jihai were not visible. Having reached the door, he immediately stuck the key into the handle, wanting to open it. After a few seconds, the door gave in and Yan managed to open it. Inside, he saw everyone who was missing. Yan, Old Man Park said happily, seeing the leader, survived. The protagonist said with relief with a wide smile on his face, seeing everyone safe and sound. Jihai looked at the savior with a kind smile and warmth in her eyes. People began to rise from the floor, and the protagonist said loudly that he dealt with all the zombies outside, so it was time to go out. Xiaojun looked at the light with a wide smile on his face. After a while, the light was on throughout the store. The rescued stood among the corpses and waited for the protagonist's instructions. Everyone looked at the corpses around. Old Man Park, standing in front of Yahan, reported that Penjin, even after being bitten by Minso, blocked the infected, and it was thanks to him that the survivors managed to evacuate to the warehouse. The protagonist lowered his head in disappointment. After thinking for a while, he raised his head again to the old man and asked where Seri and Jonghwan were. Then Park reported that Jonghwan could not get here from the parking lot, and Seri was most likely on the roof. Hearing this, the protagonist decisively said that he would check the roof, after which he ordered the others to deal with the corpses. Turning to Swift, Yan said that he would go with him, and Hajin would protect the people here. Old Man Park looked at the newcomers in surprise and asked who they were. New allies, the protagonist firmly said, introducing his comrades. It was very light and nice outside. Swift at this time, having gone out onto the roof, deftly chopped off the head of another zombie with an axe. The protagonist, wasting no time, also destroyed one zombie after another. They had already killed about a dozen zombies, but the monsters continued to come. Swift, waving an axe, said that he did not want to say such a thing, but the protagonist immediately interrupted his comrade and finished for him, but there were no capable people in the camp. Swift did not answer this, but continued to kill zombies. The protagonist, waving his sword from side to side, said that there were several among the dead. Stopping, he added that the people who remained alive were endowed with something important. Hearing this, Swift turned around in surprise and asked what it was. Luck, Ehan answered with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Swift was perplexed. They cleared the entire roof and approached the door. The door creaked heavily. This time a bad feeling, Swift said quietly while the protagonist opened the door, when suddenly the handle itself twitched in response. The door opened and the protagonist was very surprised by what he saw. In front of his eyes was the incredibly beautiful Sari. The wind was blowing through Yan's hair, who said with relief and warmth in his voice that Sari was safe. The girl at that very second happily threw herself on Yan's neck. Tears immediately flowed from her eyes, and she herself complained that she was very worried that she and the main character would not meet again. Swift, teasing the main character, showed him signs with his hands for a kiss. Yehan was very confused by this and blushed, when suddenly Sari let go of the main character's hand. With cruelty in her voice, she asked who this girl was who came with Yan. Swift immediately coldly answered that he was a guy, after which he wanted to introduce himself. But Sari did not listen to the guy and, taking the main character's hand, asked him discontentedly why he was taking so long. Immediately after these words, she turned towards the door and shouted that she said that it was Yan. A voice suddenly came from the door, asking who said that the protagonist was not a zombie. Jongwon suddenly peeked out from behind the door with a sly smile on his face. Seeing his comrade, the protagonist smiled widely and asked how the guys hid here. Pointing to a huge barrel inside, Jongwon explained that the entrance to the parking lot was blocked, so he decided to hide in a warehouse with a cistern on the roof. Approaching Yahan, he added that as a result, he ran into Sari here and they hid together. A fan of zombie things, the protagonist said with a satisfied smile on his face, resting his hand on his hip and adding that no matter what anyone said, as a fan, he was very lucky in this life. Then Jongwon discontentedly shouted at Yahan not to joke like that, because he seriously thought that he would die. Then the protagonist patted the guy on the shoulder. Leaning down to his comrade's face, he said with a smile on his face that it was a good job, and then invited them to go down and eat. There were no more corpses downstairs. All the dead zombies had been collected in carts. The whole team went down and stood in front of all the survivors. The protagonist, looking at everyone, said that there were 13 survivors, so they needed to split into groups, and then said that there were 8 fighters and 5 professionals. Also, Yahan, throwing his hand in front of him, said that medicine, cooking, maintenance, and so on, and those who did not have professional skills should receive military training. People, hearing this, became very tense. The protagonist, turning to the team, said that Jongwon, Old Man Park, and Sajin would be the curators. The 3 immediately nodded. After that, Yahan firmly said that he, Swift, and Hajin were a search party, then added that they would first go look for survivors and food in the end department store and finish off the remaining bandits. Suddenly, Sari raised her hand and screamed loudly, asking to be taken into the group too. Her eyes were full of worry. She said that she wanted to know if her sister was alive. The protagonist shook his head and said that it was impossible. At that very second, Swift came up and, throwing his arm around the leader's neck, said that he should allow Sari to go because it would be better than going with 3 of them, then asked if she knew how to fight. Yan, looking at his comrade, replied that Sari barely reached level 0.2 of a human. Then Hajin, approaching the guys, asked if it wouldn't be better for Sari to be with them if they found any surviving girls. The protagonist looked down and thought. Without waiting for an answer, Sari waved her hand at all the survivors and said with a smile on her face that their search party would be back soon. Old Man Park immediately laughed, saying that as soon as Sari joined, their aura became softer. The girl turned to her group and, putting her hands on her hips, said that all 3 of them had bandit faces. The guys were very confused by such words. Some time passed. The sun was shining through the sealed windows. A machine gun was lying on a soft chair. The protagonist and Jongwon stood to the side and talked among themselves. Yahan said that Jongwon should not pay attention to those survivors who, even after reading the announcement on the window, would rush through the main gate and shoot immediately. He was completely calm. With a firm voice, he added that if people appeared from the parking lot, they needed to be checked for weapons and wounds on their bodies, after which they could be let in and then given food and isolated. After that, Yan told Jongwon to explain the reason to the survivors, but if they refused. At that moment, the protagonist's gaze changed to a more cruel one. "Just kill them," he said angrily, looking at his comrade. Cold sweat appeared on Jongwon's face from such words. It was quiet outside, the sun was shining. At that time, the search party was clearing the lower floors. Hajin kicked the dead man away from himself with force. The dead man immediately flew into another zombie, knocking him down. The whole team was killing zombies non-stop. Hajin, chopping down zombie after zombie, said that after they got rid of the mutated one, the zombies became slow again. The protagonist, turning to his comrade, firmly told him not to be careless, because it makes no difference whether the zombie is weak or strong. If they bite, death. After a while, they collected a small cart with food. The protagonist said that first of all they need to take canned food, dry food and water in tin cans. The whole team continued to look for food. Suddenly Swift, waving a bag, asked what to do with the ramen because most of them had already expired. Yan, without turning around, answered that he should take ramen too, because during hunger even garbage will become edible. "Something is wrong," Hajin suddenly said. "What?" the protagonist asked in surprise, turning to his comrade. Standing among the dead with a dagger in his hand, Hajin said that there was no corpse of the boss, because if he died, he should have become a zombie, but no matter how much he checked, he did not meet the boss. Hearing this, Yan quietly and discontentedly said to himself under his breath that this third-rate scum lives a long time. Suddenly, a zombie scream was heard. The protagonist immediately turned towards the dead man. Taking his sword out of its sheath, Yan laughed and said that if he was going to attack, then all at once. "Stop!" Sari suddenly screamed. "Sister," she said in confusion, seeing her sister in the zombie. A girl in a pink dress and turquoise hair walked towards the team. The protagonist immediately grabbed Sari by the hand, stopping her. "Calm down, otherwise he will bite," he said, holding the girl. Swift and Hajin silently watched what was happening. Approaching the zombie, Yan grabbed the dead man by the hair. Bringing his sister to Sari, he coldly told her to deal with the zombie. "That's enough," the girl said, hanging her head in disappointment, and then asked Yan to kill her sister. The protagonist ordered her to face the truth. Sari was shaking with fear. She held the sword in her hands, trying to overcome herself. There was a sound of piercing a body. Sari pierced her sister's head through. Immediately after that, the zombie fell to the floor, and Sari fell to her knees. Looking at her sister's dead body, she said that she actually saw a zombie continuously entering the department store. "That's how," Yahan answered. Sari cried bitterly and said that she thought she had already accepted it. The protagonist looked at the girl and calmly said that she cannot give up until she sees everything with her own eyes. After that, he turned his gaze and became very tense. In his head, he said that the best way to pay tribute to those who died during this time, after a short pause, he added, is to retire at the hands of the one you love. After a while, Sari stood up from her knees and shook herself off. With tears in her eyes and a confused smile, she told Yan that he was a heartless psycho. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled and told her to do what she had to do. After a while, the store became quiet. The team began collecting provisions again. Hajin called out to the protagonist. "Did the boss die?" he asked with a calm face. The protagonist, raising his head, said that he was also worried about it, because he himself would like to finish off the boss, but now it was impossible, because first he needed to strengthen the borders of the camp and patrol them periodically. He couldn't go far, he added after a short pause. Terra Mart store. The team brought all the supplies they found to the parking lot. They also brought corpses there in carts. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Swift said that they were almost done. The protagonist closed his eyes and shook his head, explaining that he was going to make this place the main supply camp, but even if they collected all the food from all the areas of the city, it would not be enough. Standing in the middle of the parking lot, he looked at the food and said that they would also need an effective way to burn corpses in the future. After that, he pointed his finger at the map. Hanging over the map, he said in his head that there was a lot to do, adding that he needed to expand the camp and get weapons. After thinking for a while, he imagined the roads blocked by buses and said to himself that it was possible to prevent the zombies from invading the city by blocking the roads. But this would require a lot of labor. Standing up, the protagonist said that now was a lot different from his past life. Looking at the entire map of the city, he asked himself that in that case, would he be able to gather enough survivors in this city? Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Sajin. In his hand was some object that he wanted to show to the protagonist. He held out his hand and showed that he had a slingshot in it. He then explained that in the department store, in the hardware department, there were a lot of bolts and the like and they needed to guard the exits. And if they used arrows for this, it would be a problem to get them back, so why not use bolts and reinforce the borders on the parking lot side? After listening, the protagonist asked to demonstrate this. Then they walked some distance and reached the place where there were clusters of zombies. Sajin pulled the elastic band of the slingshot and took aim. At the same second, he released the elastic band and the projectile hit the zombie right in the head. At that moment, the zombie fell dead on the floor. Pointing to the nuts on the floor, Sajin explained that the zombie's skull is more fragile than that of an ordinary person, and therefore an ordinary slingshot and nuts are enough to resist the monsters. Seeing this option, the protagonist smiled contentedly and said that it was incredible. Sajin was a little taken aback by the praise and said that there was no need to praise him like that, after which he handed over the slingshot and said that he would make 10 more of these. Yan had a satisfied smile on his face. Some time passed. The store was silent. The protagonist carried another box and placed it on top of another. After that, he exhaled heavily and stretched. In his head, he said that the camp would be protected from zombies for a while. There was some tension in his eyes. He continued to say that even if you count the search team, the number of people does not reach 20, adding later that although the conditions are so bad that even the assistants have to stand at the borders, the camp is becoming more and more organized. Remembering the kind and skillful Jai, he said that the girl's exceptional culinary skills raised the fighting spirit of the survivors. After that, he introduced Sajin and said that the guy is doing an excellent job as a manager, amazing everyone with his incredible skills. After that, he remembered Grandma Chong and said that out of desperation, she was chosen as an assistant and became a tailor since only she knows how to work a sewing machine. When suddenly he heard strange sounds. Looking to the side, he saw that the workers were doing something. Approaching the workers, the protagonist asked displeasedly what the noise was. Jongwon immediately pointed to the beams welded together and said that he heard that the boss was not killed, so he thought that it was worth strengthening the entrance block. Looking at this, the protagonist said to himself that the emergency exit door is easy to open by breaking the handle, but if you use welding, you can prevent any unexpected intrusions. Jongwon immediately pointed to the welder and said that he was in the camp. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled happily and said that it was wonderful. The welder lifted the mask, and it turned out to be a girl who was very happy to help. Time passed. The stairs. The protagonist and Jongwon were climbing them. Yahan was very serious. In his head he said, cook, tailor, welder, administrator, so the next one is Old Man Pak. Taking hold of the door handle, the protagonist said in his head that the old man was before the apocalypse. Without finishing, he opened the door. Pak immediately saw the leader and wiping his face from sweat with a glove, smiled contentedly. A farmer, the protagonist finished, opening the door and seeing the old man. Stopping in front of Pak, the protagonist asked how the process of turning the roof into a vegetable garden was going. The old man immediately answered that they needed to look for more soil and fertilizer. Jongwon, without thinking twice, said that they would be able to find garden soil already mixed with fertilizer because when he worked in a department store, he bought land in the neighborhood. Having laid out a map in front of him, the protagonist turned to Jongwon and asked the exact location. Coming up, the guy pointed his finger at the map and said that this place is here. Not far from here, the protagonist said to himself and an idea appeared in his eyes. He also said to himself that they could bring soil when they returned from reconnaissance. Suddenly, Park interrupted the protagonist's thoughts and told them to bring soil and fertilizer separately, adding that the ratio percentage should be different depending on the crop. The protagonist immediately said that if the old man brought the surviving animals here, they could try to organize a livestock farm. Great idea, Park said, smiling widely. Yehan also smiled widely and said that they would need to remove all the cars. Suddenly, Jongwon, overhearing the conversation, asked if he should try to free up space using the forklift from the loading dock. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled widely and said that he would take care of it later, because there were not enough workers now, and then told Jongwon to help old Park organize a vegetable garden on the roof. Jongwon immediately nodded his head. Suddenly, the protagonist, taking out 2 walkie-talkies from his pocket, told Jongwon to take them too. Taking the walkie-talkies in his hands, the guy was at a loss. The protagonist also had 2 walkie-talkies in his hands. He said with a smile that he had collected them here and there and eventually found 4 of them. He then explained that the search party would have to move further towards the hospital, so this would come in handy, adding later that Jongwon should give one to the person monitoring the border in the parking lot, and keep the other one with him at all times. Hearing this, Jongwon lowered his head in disappointment and asked why Yehan didn't leave Si-Rai. To this, the protagonist said that she volunteered herself. But, Jongwon suddenly said. Without giving his comrade a chance to speak, the protagonist smiled broadly and told him not to worry. Jongwon did not respond to this, but only lowered his head in disappointment. There was warmth in Yehan's eyes. They quickly became close, he said. Suddenly, Swift's message was heard from the radio in his hand, asking how long they should wait for the leader. The protagonist instantly turned around and said into the radio that if the preparations were complete, the team should leave the department store from that side. Jongwon looked at the leader with hidden resentment. After a while, the protagonist was already getting ready. He was fastening the protection on his hands. Having adjusted his elbow pads, he was ready to go. This is the beginning, he said to himself, resolutely looking forward. After that, he went out onto the street where the sun was shining. Yehan looked at the team approaching him and asked if they had a good time shopping. The guys walked towards the main character in new clothes. Yehan folded his arms across his chest and told Hajin with a smile on his face that he looked cool. Pointing to his hair, the guy said that he had to make an effort. Swift also did not stand aside and decided to show off in front of the main character, but he quickly turned away from his comrade. Looking at Seri, Yehan asked if this was really the celebrity's airport fashion. Adjusting her dark glasses, Seri grinned and said that this was the most exciting thing in a long time, after which she asked if she was beautiful. The main character coldly replied that he would take the girl with him if she took off her glasses. This greatly upset Seri. They came to a parking lot, which was quiet. Standing on two trailers, the main character told the team that their first goal was to collect food, and the second was to form an alliance when they found survivors. But would they agree to unite? Swift suddenly asked with a worried look, after which he added that the survivors did not trust them for no reason. The protagonist, having listened to the question, firmly answered that until they won the trust of the survivors, they would have to make some sacrifices. Sacrifices? Swift asked in surprise. Yes, the protagonist answered, adding that they would have to share food with the survivors from time to time. The whole team was perplexed by such words. Yan, closing his eyes and proudly raising his head, said that they would bring the survivors here, promising them protection and food supplies, regardless of whether they were fighters or professional workers. After that, he pointed to the map and explained that their goal was to organize at least 10 camps in this territory, and the number of people in each, no more than 20, after which he added that this department store would become a supply center for future camps of survivors. After that, he introduced the guys in military uniforms and said that they would select outstanding talents from each camp, thereby increasing the scale of the search party. After which he added that such a group would not live in a specific camp, because the group's task would be to monitor the camps, search for food, or deliver it. Hearing this, Swift said with a displeased face that he thought it was a high position, after which he added that a dog's life now seemed better. At that moment, Hajin, looking at the leader, said that this meant that the members of the search party were obliged to provide the camp with food, maintain security, and search for talents. To this, Yehan replied that everything was correct, adding that all the camps would gather together and become one big center. Hajin immediately objected, saying that the connections in such an organization would be rather weak. The protagonist, standing above, replied that people would often move from camp to camp, so over time the connections between people would expand. Hearing this answer, Hajin put his hand to his chin and thought. The protagonist, imagining a large house, said to himself that he would like to use his shelter as a base for the search party, adding that it would act as the last fortress, so it was too early to reveal the shelter. Time passed, the team set out on a hike along the street where the sun was shining. Seri, with a knife in her hand, was skipping along the road, humming a melody. Suddenly, she stepped on her eye, crushing it. Very frightened, the girl screamed loudly. At that very second, an eyeless zombie appeared in front of her. At that very second, a knife flew into the dead man's head. The zombie fell dead to the ground, and Seri looked in the direction from which the knife flew. She saw that the weapon was thrown by the protagonist. Anne looked at the girl with a displeased face and said that if she caused trouble again, she would be excluded from the search party and returned to the camp. Hearing this, a drop of cold sweat appeared on Seri's face, and the girl immediately got ready. After a while, the group approached a large building. There were many corpses inside. The protagonist, waving his sword in different directions, destroyed one zombie after another. As soon as the dead were gone, everyone gathered in a circle, and the protagonist said that it was enough to check only the canteen and the 24-hour store. After which he ordered Swift and Hajin to go to the store, and he and Seri would go to the canteen. The guys nodded positively with serious faces. After a while, the protagonist and Seri approached the canteen. Yehan knocked on the closed door. Without leaving the door, he asked if there were survivors at the door, after which he said that he would share food and asked to open the door. Seri looked at the protagonist and with a serious face said that it seemed like there was no one here. Yehan, not looking at his comrade, answered that there was definitely a survivor inside. Hearing this, Seri was surprised, but did not say anything. Pulling the door handle, the protagonist again asked to open the door quickly, because if the door did not open, he would think that there was no one inside and he would break the door. There was silence behind the door. Will he really have to break it? The protagonist asked himself and reached for his gun. A second later, he swung, wanting to knock the door down. Suddenly, a crash was heard. No need, come back, a voice was heard behind the door. Yehan, hearing the voice, smiled happily. Seri was shocked that the leader was right. Immediately after that, Yehan put his hand in his briefcase and said that he would leave some food under the door. Some time passed, there was silence everywhere. There was some food by the door. Suddenly, she heard the door open. A woman's eye was looking through a small crack. Looking around, she realized that there was no one, and there was food in front of the door. Opening the door even more, the girl crawled out on her knees to the food and looked around. Immediately after that, she greedily grabbed a small package of dessert. But at that very moment, the main character appeared in front of the girl's face. Seeing Ehen, the girl was horrified. She immediately grabbed the knife and pointed it at the main character. Ehen immediately kicked the knife out of the survivor's hand with a strong kick. The knife flew a long way. The main character, holding a gun in his hands, looked at the girl with contempt in his eyes. The survivor, sitting on the floor, was shaking with fear. Ehen began to walk towards her. Looking around, he saw a lot of empty supplies in the dark room. About 5 people, Ehen said right there, not looking at the girl, who continued to crawl back. After these words, the main character looked at the survivor and asked if the others had really gone to look for food. Hearing this, cold sweat appeared on the girl's face. Shaking even more with fear, she asked who the main character was anyway. Ehen responded sharply, saying that he had no such intentions, and then asked to talk. The girl, without getting up from the floor, asked if Ehen, holding a gun in his hands, really had no evil intentions. The protagonist looked at the girl coldly and replied that if he wanted to cause harm, he would have shot as soon as he saw her. The survivor continued to step back, saying that there was no guarantee that Ehen would not control himself and would not cause harm. What harm? The protagonist immediately asked. The girl turned her body away and answered, to harass. Hearing this, Ehen remembered how Sari said that the search party's faces were just like bandits. After this, the protagonist became quite angry and through his anger said that although there was no guarantee, the survivor should consider it a relief that he did not have such thoughts. Immediately after this, he grabbed a chair and said that for now they would wait for the girl's allies. After that, he pulled out a chair and invited the girl to sit on it, adding that they could talk. Hearing this, the survivor angrily asked what else they could talk about. The protagonist, putting his hands on his hips, explained that they could talk about how they survived, who the girl's allies were, and so on, after which he asked if there was a doctor among the survivors. The girl did not answer. Ehen slowly put the gun back. The survivor continued to shake with fear, but began to say that there was 1 doctor and 1 nurse. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled contentedly and happily said to himself that there was a doctor. Immediately after this, he tensed up again and asked how long it had been since the food ran out. The girl, without getting up from the floor, answered that about a week had passed, adding that they had looked here and there, but without listening to the survivor, the protagonist turned away and said, so all the survivors are hungry, then called Seri and asked her to bring water and food. Okay, said the girl, appearing from around the corner. Seeing her, the survivor was shocked. Some time passed. The sun was shining through the curtained windows. There were many open and empty boxes of provisions on the table. The survivor ate all the food she saw, trying to get full. The protagonist watched as Seri looked at the survivor with concern and thought to himself that Seri had raised her level by 1/10. After that, he asked with a questioning look if there were those who could fight the zombies. The survivor with an ominous smile on her face answered, of course. They have already arrived, she said, when suddenly at that moment a man appeared behind Ehen, swinging a bat. Seeing the man, Seri loudly shouted to the protagonist that there was a man behind him. Ehen reacted at that very moment and hit the man in the face with his gun. He immediately fell to the floor, losing his weapon. The man fell at the feet of the other terrified survivors. There was no fear in Ehen's eyes. He looked at the man in the yellow sweater, who was holding the bump on his cheek from the blow. The protagonist picked up the gun and said that he was lucky, because if he had a knife in his hands, the man would have instantly said goodbye to life. The other 4 were terrified. Beads of sweat were running down their faces, and they did not say anything. Who are you? The man screamed, lying on the floor and holding his battered face. The protagonist, lowering his weapon, replied that although they had started in the wrong order, they needed to introduce themselves. Some time passed. The room became quiet. The man in the yellow sweater, getting up from the floor, introduced himself. His name was Gapsu. After that, he asked how many survivors there were. The protagonist calmly answered that there were quite a few, asking later if there were any more survivors. Gaps asked with a serious face, since Ehen and his team were from another camp, if they had heard anything about the rescue service. The protagonist immediately interrupted the man and said that there was no rescue service, adding that they should have realized this 6 months ago. Gaps did not know what to answer to this when he suddenly said discontentedly that he did not know why the protagonist's search party came here, but there was no food or anything that could be taken, after which he told everyone to go back. Ehen extended his hand to this and said that since there was no food, it would be hard for the survivors to hold out. This is no longer your concern, Gaps shouted in rage, not letting the protagonist finish. Ehen thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and said to himself that Gaps's feeling of hostility did not subside. With you, the protagonist began to speak quietly and slowly. Something happened, he finished, adjusting the hair on his face. Gapsu was very shocked by what he saw, as were the others. After what he saw, he gritted his teeth in anger and lowered his head, not answering. Tell me, Father Hyan-su, a voice was heard from the crowd. Doctor, Gapsu said in shock, turning to the man in a robe who came out of the crowd. The doctor said that those who came did not look like bandits, moreover, they themselves needed help. The protagonist looked at the man in the robe and immediately realized that he was a doctor. The doctor went to the window covered with curtains and said that he would tell everything. After these words, he opened the curtains. There was an inscription written in blood on the window. "It happened less than 3 days ago," the doctor said, pointing to the window. Yehan looked intently at where the doctor was pointing. The inscription was all over the window with bloody streaks. 3 days before meeting the search party, the blue sky stretched over the tall white building. An empty can of food fell to the floor. People were sitting in the corners of the dark room, their heads down sadly. Gaps spread his arms out to the sides, shouting that they had to get out and that there had to be a military unit or a shelter for the injured outside. The man in the beige jacket frowned and asked how they would break through the zombies in the hall. Gaps pointed to the side and said that they could get out the window while he distracted the zombies in the corridor, but his interlocutor said that the monsters would break in before they got out. They both turned around sharply when they heard someone screaming loudly for help. The people ran closer to the window. Fear was reflected on their faces, their eyebrows were raised and their mouths were open. A young man in a blue sweater and a girl next to him were sweating, quickly running away from something. A man with a piercing on his face was smiling frighteningly. A crowd of people on motorcycles caught up with the fleeing ones. The girl, whose face was covered in sweat, saw people outside the window in the distance. Gapsu frowned anxiously and shouted at them not to run here. Dust rose from under the wheel of the hammer cycle. The man grinned and hit the running boy on the head. Gapsu was covered in sweat, clenched his teeth and cursed. The boy's legs were tied with a rope. The man laughed loudly as he rode forward. The boy's body was tied to his motorcycle. The people outside the window trembled with fear and opened their mouths. Suddenly, a zombie screamed loudly, pressing himself against the glass. He put his hands on the window, and everyone immediately stepped back. Someone quickly closed the curtains. A thin ray of light was visible from the crack, and zombie screams were heard behind the curtains. The people sat on the floor, and Gapsu lowered his head and wrinkled his nose, while someone screamed, asking for help. There were many tables and chairs in the dark room. The boys and one girl sat silently on the floor. Gaps looked away in fear. He stood up and carefully approached the window. The man slightly pulled the curtains aside. A man with piercings was visible behind the glass, smiling maliciously. Gaps trembled in horror and pressed his lips tightly together. He turned away, and the doctor informed the protagonist that those people had tried to break the glass and enter, but had left when the zombies began to gather. There were red stains on the glass, and the man added that this had appeared later, and that these lines were written with the severed arms and legs of that boy. Johan frowned and asked why they hadn't run away right away. The doctor answered with a serious face that there were too many zombies behind the door, and breaking the window would have been tantamount to suicide, but fortunately the zombies had left somewhere a few days ago. Food packages were scattered around the room, and the man concluded that for this reason they were going to finish off the rest and run away. The protagonist raised his red eyebrows and thought that the monsters were heading towards the department store because of the zombie wave. Sari was standing next to Johan. The protagonist said that the doctor and his men should form an alliance with their camp. The protagonist smirked and explained that they would clear the hospital of zombies and would periodically send food supplies from now on. Holding a walkie-talkie, Johan added that they would also ensure safety from those bandits. Gapsu raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking what the protagonist wanted from them then. Johan approached the doctor and said that he wanted to take him as a sign of forming an alliance, to which Gapsu replied that it would be difficult without the doctor and suggested that everyone go. The protagonist frowned angrily and concluded that Gapsu did not know about the zombie wave rule. He then smiled and said that their camp could not accommodate many people. In exchange, Johan promised that the doctor would visit them immediately if a sick person appeared here. Gapsu turned away and said that even in that case, they had no idea where the protagonist's camp was. Johan looked at the man with annoyance and said that if he had other intentions, he would have just killed everyone and kidnapped the doctor because it was faster. The people sweated and raised their eyebrows in shock, and Gapsu said that these were cruel words. The doctor said with a serious face that he would go. He pointed his hand at Nurse Jeong and said that she was a good worker, so Gapsu should not worry. Suddenly, the doctor turned around, hearing someone screaming loudly. Gapsu spread his arms out to the sides and said that there were many entrances and exits in this place, so many zombies would gather in an instant, and there were many of them outside the door now, so the man doubted that Johan would be able to safely take the doctor. The protagonist turned around and said that they would start with cleaning and asked Sari to open the door. The girl grabbed the metal door handle. Gapsu and his men screamed in horror, trying to stop her. The door opened. There were 2 people standing there, and zombie corpses were lying on the floor. Swift said with a smile that he and Hajin were building a tower of zombies as a surprise. The long-haired boy grinned and added that Sari opened the door without warning, so it was a disappointment. The 2 men smiled, looking at the frightened crowd. Johan asked with a smile if they had played enough. There were bloody corpses lying in a pile on the floor. The 3 followed the protagonist, who ordered them not to go into dark places. Gapsu, the doctor, and everyone else froze in shock, their mouths open. There was a blue inscription on the white building. Beads of sweat appeared on Swift's face. There were dead zombie bodies on the floor, and the young man said that there were so many monsters that he would die of suffocation if this continued. He was holding an axe in his hands, standing in the hallway with his comrades. A skeleton was sitting on the floor, with torn clothes hanging off it. Suddenly, a zombie with a bandage on its forehead came out from around the corner and screamed loudly. Swift sighed, picked up the axe, and assumed that it was the last monster on the floor. The protagonist smiled and said that there was a great way to test it. A bullet flew out of the gun with a loud bang. Swift said that he was sorry for the bullets, and Johan, who raised his hand, said that it would attract the zombies' attention. The next moment, a bunch of monsters appeared in the corridor, roaring loudly. The protagonist sighed. Then he waved his hand, and blood sprayed into the air. He cut off the head of one of the enemies and thought that he had previously believed that many had escaped because of the wave of zombies, but they were blocked on the upper floors. Johan remembered the white hospital building, which had 12 floors. Hagen sweated and gritted his teeth. The monster stretched out its arms, screaming loudly, and the protagonist thought that the zombies that were running out of the stairs between the corridors were causing trouble and their number would continue to increase. Sari, who was being hit by blood splashes, lowered her head, and Johan wondered if they could handle all of this while covering the rear, because as Swift said, it would require a lot of physical strength. The doors were fixed with long brooms and wires. There were zombie corpses on the floor. The protagonist said that they would only clear the second floor, where the medical warehouse and operating room were, and the third floor with the intensive care unit, where there were various medical supplies. Swift, Hagen, and Sari nodded silently. The youth grabbed the handles of the metal door. He opened it. In the dark room, many pairs of eyes were glowing, belonging to the zombies. Seeing this, Swift arched his black eyebrows and cursed loudly. The monsters opened their mouths wide and pounced on him. The young man waved his hand and cut the body of one of the zombies, asking why there were so many. Swift froze and began to sweat as a monster appeared next to him. The protagonist raised his gun and shouted loudly for Swift to duck. Johan shot at the monsters, and they immediately fell to the floor. The protagonist looked at Hagen, who shouted that they should retreat or else they would be surrounded from all sides. Johan frowned and opened his mouth, thinking that they could only save the second floor if they retreated, blocking the door to the third floor. Suddenly, Gaps and his men entered the corridor with weapons in their hands and attacked the zombies. The bearded man frowned and shouted for the protagonist to trust the stairs to them. Johan smiled and thought that the zombies that came from there could be stopped by two people. He said that there was hope. Sari, Swift, and Hagen ran forward at the protagonist's order. They attacked the monsters, and splashes of crimson blood flew around. A staircase was visible on the roof of the hospital. Inside the building, corpses of monsters were lying on the floor. There was a plate with the number 321 hanging by the door. The wooden door swung open. Johan went inside the ward, where people were sitting on the floor. Bloody pipes and knives were lying on the white tiles. The protagonist approached the people and said that with their help, they were able to deal with the zombies without any difficulty. Gapsu, wearing a yellow sweater, replied that they did not open the door to the top floor either, and that they would have gotten into big trouble if they did. Sari smiled, while the people standing next to her called her brave and incredible. There were many different drugs and devices in the room. The doctor turned around and asked Nurse Jeong to check the dressing material and bring anti-inflammatory and tetanus shots. The protagonist frowned and told Gaps not to relax because there were still zombies here. He asked the man to close the door tightly and watch the border one by one. There were massive bags full of food on the floor. Johan asked Gaps and his men to hold out until tomorrow. The man took the protagonist's hand. He smiled and thanked Johan. The protagonist also smiled softly and nodded. Then he looked at the doctor and said that it was time to go. A loud voice was heard from the radio located in his pocket. Johan brought the radio to his mouth, and someone screamed deafeningly that the military had broken it. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. The doctor and Swift looked at Johan in horror, while his comrade shouted into the radio that these people wanted to take all the food. The protagonist turned around and thought with an angry face that they were preparing a spoon for a ready-made dinner. It was a sunny day. 5 people were walking down the street. White clouds were floating in the blue sky. Suddenly a loud sound was heard. Johan's subordinates sweated in shock and opened their mouths. The protagonist raised his gun and ordered them to run to the camp right away, and he himself planned to return by making a circle. Hagen turned away, asking Johan to explain in more detail what was going on, and Sari angrily called out to his partner. The protagonist closed his eyes and lowered his head. His subordinates ran away, and only Hagen turned around. Johan opened his blue eyes. He was surrounded by zombies who were walking towards him with their hands outstretched. The entire intersection was filled with these monsters. The protagonist took out a walkie-talkie and ordered Jongwon to call everyone back from the parking lot. A moment later, he rushed forward saying that there were a lot of zombies in the area and they were running after him, so he should call everyone back. Soon, all the people were in cover. Jongwon entered the room in which the military stood in front of the group. Jongwon excitedly greeted Yehan. He, approaching him, praised Jongwon, noticing the strange behavior of his comrade. Yehan glanced to the side and saw the military, assuming that these people were from the same platoon or squad. Standing in front of one, he introduced himself. The soldier in response introduced himself as a junior lieutenant from the reserve company Yakta. They ran out of food, so they urgently replenished food through civilians, so they asked to cooperate with them. The protagonist, looking at them, thought. He involuntarily imagined the building in which the reserve company lived, with which, in the event of a fight, they would not escape their firepower. Becoming serious, Yehan asked them if this place belonged to the Yakta company. The lieutenant stood in a stupor, looking at the protagonist with confusion. At this time, Yehan glanced at the holster. The lieutenant responded with a look that it had been a while since they left the army and started wandering around, so they were asking for help in a friendly manner. The protagonist frowned as he looked at the other soldiers. He thought about how the entire city was in chaos, and there was a department store and a large wholesale store in the area, but they still came here where there were survivors. The protagonist saw one of the soldiers holding a machine gun like a baton. His lips parted in surprise as he realized something. A moment later, his lips spread into a smile as he told the lieutenant that they didn't have any bullets, so they came here on purpose. The lieutenant flinched, starting to shout that if they didn't cooperate, they would continue even if they had to use force. Suddenly, the group of soldiers and the protagonist's group pointed their guns at each other. Seojin frowned as he aimed his machine gun at the soldiers. The lieutenant became very nervous when he saw this. The protagonist frowned, realizing that judging by the lieutenant's reaction, he was telling the truth, but even if they would defeat them in battle, it would be of no use. The soldier was very shocked when Yehan said that he would cooperate. Yehan's people began to be indignant, but he did not pay attention to them, saying that he would have his own condition. Looking at the lieutenant, the protagonist demanded to answer his questions, because he was interested in many things. Having calmed down, the lieutenant said that if his questions did not contradict the regulations, they would answer. The protagonist immediately asked him if there was a connection with higher authorities, whether they had plans to destroy zombies or save residents. The soldier, hearing Yehan's questions, lowered his head. The protagonist immediately realized that there was no connection with the others. Raising his head, the lieutenant said that it had not been long since orders from the division and military unit stopped coming. Yehan heard him and asked how they got here, since many roads in the area were paralyzed. Remembering the route, the lieutenant said that this was exactly how they ended up here, only the Pyeongchon and Seongni roads were free. The protagonist looked down, asking the soldier how many people were in the unit and whether they were all from the same unit. The lieutenant immediately frowned, saying that he could not give him an answer. The protagonist bit his lip, mentally complaining, since this was the most important question, but judging by the words and reaction, he realized that these soldiers were just stragglers and even if they returned to the unit, they would only be met by zombies. It turned out that the zombie apocalypse destroyed the Ministry of Defense, divisions, and brigades, and the smaller number of special forces, mechanized brigade and troops with powerful firepower held out until the very end, but were eventually destroyed. And although in the past, the protagonist was unable to find out the details, but now the darkness seemed to crumble, and he could tell that the leadership was completely destroyed. Looking at the soldiers, Yehan, who had previously thought that it would be difficult to form an alliance with the army or special forces, thought that those standing in front of him were simply stragglers and he might not have reached the situation in which he would have to kill everyone. Yehan turned his head and asked how much food they needed. The lieutenant looked at Yehan and said that they needed half. When the people in Yehan's group began to complain, one of the soldiers shouted angrily. Sari stepped forward and asked if they had seen the huge number of people here, that they needed that amount of food. The soldier approached her and, cursing, decided to teach her a lesson. Suddenly, Yehan grabbed the soldier by the jaw. The soldier tried to push the protagonist away with his hands, but could not do anything. Yehan asked him how he dared to say such a thing to his man. He looked into the soldier's eyes and said that if they started to act so unceremoniously again, they could leave because there would be no cooperation. The soldier, writhing in pain, did not understand where Yehan got such strength from. A moment later, the lieutenant intervened, ordering the soldier to stop. The protagonist smiled as he watched the lieutenant scold the soldier, but even so, he understood that after hearing the people's indignation, the military did not lower their demands. Smiling, Yehan finally understood why the people thought they had an advantage when they saw the kindness of others. Looking at the warehouse, Yehan told the military to take the food. Sari and Jongwon immediately screamed, starting to get indignant. But Yehan, with his back to them, assured them that everything was fine. The people stopped screaming and began to watch silently. Watching the military take the supplies, Yehan thought that the supplies would soon expire. But even considering that there were food supplies on the loading dock that the military did not know about, losing half of the precious food from such a large area was a crisis for them. After collecting the food, the lieutenant thanked Yehan for her cooperation. A moment later, the lieutenant's order was heard in the hall, telling Sergeant Park to take the boys and go to the parking lot. After they left, Sari and Jong H1 asked the protagonist what he was thinking and why he gave away the food. Yehan, slightly lowering his head, told them not to worry because the military would not be able to move an inch with everything they took. The people exclaimed, asking the reason for this. Yehan frowned, reminding them of the zombies outside. Everyone in the hall became silent, remembering this. The protagonist smiled evilly, asking Swift to come to him. He involuntarily became horrified, sensing something was wrong. At this time, armed men stood in the parking lot, guarding the cargo. They watched the soldiers walk down the corridor. One of them asked the commander if it was dangerous to take everything at once, because they could carry everything in several stages. The lieutenant immediately looked at him and said that they did not know when people could change their minds. The lieutenant smiled, telling the soldier not to worry, because it was daytime and there were not so many zombies. But a moment later, he stopped abruptly. He saw a crowd of zombies outside. The soldiers began to get very nervous, saying that when they came, there were not so many zombies. The lieutenant ordered to reduce the load and then told 4 to cover the rest. Suddenly, one of the zombies looked at them. He immediately rushed at them with a scream. One of the soldiers killed the zombie at that moment by hitting him with a rifle butt. But suddenly the blow was not enough and the zombie jumped up. Another soldier screamed in fear. When the zombie fell to the ground, the other zombies turned their attention to the soldiers. The entire huge crowd rushed towards them. Soon one of the soldiers began to be devoured alive by zombies. The lieutenant angrily shouted the private's name. A moment later, the lieutenant turned around and ordered the soldiers to drop everything and return to the parking lot. Another soldier who had fallen to the ground screamed, begging the commander to save him. But none of the soldiers turned around, rushing away. The lieutenant ran without looking back. He saw 2 trucks blocking their way. He suddenly fell to his knees in front of them out of despair. They did not have time to ask for help. The zombies continued to approach while the lieutenant frantically thought about a possible escape. Suddenly, a zombie appeared near the lieutenant. At that moment, an arrow was fired. It pierced the zombie's head, throwing it back. Several people stood on the truck shooting darts and stones. They began to hit the zombies' heads, killing them with several shots. The soldiers were very surprised by this. The lieutenant almost cried, looking at the saviors. Standing on the roof of the truck, the protagonist asked the lieutenant how they could abandon the valuable food they gave them. Looking sadly at the military, Yehan called it a waste. The crying lieutenant began to complain about the numerous zombies outside. The protagonist smiled predatorily, asking if they should help them get the food back. The soldiers immediately became happy, asking if they could really do it. The eyes of the protagonist's group lit up brightly when he said that they could do it, but instead they would only take 1/4 of the food, and as payment for it, they would receive additional information from them. The lieutenant asked fearfully what additional information he was talking about. The protagonist, looking at the soldiers, ordered them to tell them the location of the unit in the area where they could get bullets, but he immediately refused. At this time, a bullet pierced the head of a zombie. The lieutenant looked back in fear and thought. Holding a gun, the protagonist said that if they did not want to, then they could not do anything. A crowd of zombies appeared again and rushed towards the soldiers. The lieutenant screamed angrily, realizing that it was Yehan who had gathered the crowd of zombies. Standing on the trucks with the group, Yehan reminded them that it was they who had shown their exorbitant greed from the very beginning, and all they had to do was obediently fulfill their unfair demand. Looking at the zombies, among whom was the recent soldier, the protagonist said that it would not be a big deal if they simply returned the food to its place, because corpses did not need food. Bowing his head, the lieutenant nevertheless agreed to tell everything. When the protagonist, Swift and Hajin descended, Yehan ordered the passage to be opened. Swift frowned and rushed forward. He entered the crowd of zombies and began to chop everyone with his axe. Hajin also rushed at the zombies, starting to chop them. The soldiers were very shocked by what they saw. Yehan hit the lieutenant on the shoulder with the map. He smiled at him, asking him to mark the exact location of the unit and the ammunition depot on the map. He looked at the map with fear. After a while, all the zombies in the corridor were killed, and the newly arrived zombies crowded together, trying to find a way out. The lieutenant put his pen on the table. He became very sad, asking Yehan if they were finished, to which the protagonist answered him saying that they were not yet. Yehan, looking at the soldiers, ordered them to leave all the weapons they had. They were very surprised by Yehan's demand. The lieutenant immediately cried out about the impossibility of this. Yan's eyes lit up when he said that the weapons were payment for protection. The lieutenant gritted his teeth, saying that this was outrageous. The soldiers lowered their heads when Yan said that there weren't many weapons in the unit that weren't being used, especially since there were no bullets now anyway. Looking at the parking lot, the protagonist ordered Jiangwen to give the soldiers 4 knives. Soon, the protagonist's group and the soldiers exchanged their weapons for knives and machetes. Yan grabbed one of the soldiers by the shoulder, after which he told him smiling not to frown, otherwise wrinkles would appear. Looking at the weapon, Yan said that they would protect them while they took the cargo. Then the protagonist looked at Hajin and ordered them to get ready. After that, Yan turned to Jiangwen asking him to join. Then Yan looked at the newcomers and asked them to wait. The newcomers smiled, happy about this. Jihai's face slightly blushed when Yan turned to her. Smiling, the protagonist said that he had a new comrade, a doctor, and asked her to show him the camp and cook something delicious. The girl resolutely accepted the protagonist's order. Yan turned to the doctor smiling, saying that they would leave the acquaintance for later. He also smiled, not taking offense at this. Yan ordered the parking group to wait for them near the entrance, and when he gave them a signal to head towards the cars, and when they heard 3 shots, to immediately move out. Soon, 2 people were already near the entrance to the department store. The door of the department store opened, and Yan came out. He walked straight towards the crowd of zombies. They looked at him and stopped devouring their prey. Yan pulled the slide of the gun, getting ready to shoot. Another head of the dead man was blown to pieces. The rest of the dead turned around at the sound of the gunshot. One head after another was blown to pieces by the shot. Ashes flew in the air. The soldiers looked at what was happening in shock and said that this was impossible. They looked at the empty road, which was previously full of zombies. The soldier nervously looked ahead, thinking about the hero who dealt with the zombies so easily, considering the current situation in the world. Sari and Hajin approached the soldiers. They demanded to be taken to where the car was now parked. The soldiers noticed that these people were not at all surprised. The city was silent. There was a pile of corpses on the road. Hajin hit one of the dead men in the head. The dead man's face wrinkled from the blow. He fell a few meters away from the boy. Hajin looked at the truck and said that they had found it. His mouth was open in surprise. Yan appeared from behind the truck and asked if they had really come earlier than he expected. Sari smiled, calling the hero an incredible person, which made the boy behind him look down in displeasure. The soldier looked at the hero in horror, trying to understand what kind of person he was. It was a sunny day. The soldiers began loading boxes into the truck. There were open packs of rations on the bottom of the truck. Yan frowned, realizing that the soldiers were surviving on dry rations alone. The soldier closed the door of the truck. He saluted. Yan nodded silently, thinking that this was also fate. The truck spat out exhaust fumes and drove forward. The rest stood in a circle. Sari noticed that Swift was not visible. She asked where he went. Yan thought about it and suggested the girl to look at the car. Swift was sitting on the military car. Sari asked fearfully what he was doing there. She looked at the hero and asked if Swift was going to kill everyone. Yan smiled in response. He remembered how he asked the guy to come over so that he could listen to his request. Swift looked at the hero in shock. They were in a warehouse. Yan put his hands on his belt and ordered the guy to go on reconnaissance with the military. Swift asked if the hero really wanted to let them go alive. Yan angrily turned away, saying that he did not look crazy. He said that their look bothered him. Luck smiled on them. They survived, so he asked the guy to find out if they could become good allies for them. He looked at the empty shelves of the warehouse and said that this task would be quite difficult to accomplish. Swift asked what to do if they were discovered, if they were dangerous. Yan took out a radio and said to inform him in that case by radio and he would come personally. Swift then frowned, thinking that the hero was soft despite his cold-bloodedness. Yan was silent. Swift was sad to watch him shoulder all the burden. At the moment, he was smiling, realizing that since the hero entrusted him with this task, it meant that he trusted him. He tried to stay on the roof of the truck and said out loud that he could not let the hero down. The truck slowed down. The soldiers arrived at the designated place. They began to unload the boxes. One of the soldiers asked if the children would be happy with so much food. Another soldier said that although there was little food, they could hold out for a few days. The soldier smiled, told the children that the uncles had arrived. He threw the box on the ground. All the soldiers froze and looked at the pile of corpses lying in front of them. One of the corpses was tied to boards and was already dead. The soldiers began to panic and ask those lying on the ground what happened. Swift watched the scene from around the corner in shock. He realized that this was not the work of zombies, but traces of a brutal murder committed by a man. He looked at the tire tracks on the ground. He realized that the killers were on motorcycles. Swift frowned, assuming that it was them. He looked at the bloody inscription in the form of laughter, realized that it was the same inscription as in the hospital. He mentally imagined a map. Between the hospital and this place there was a department store. The guy asked himself, could they not notice it and pass by? Swift took out a walkie-talkie and said that it was him. He asked if the hero could check the outer wall of the department store. He fell silent, angrily looking at the inscription. At this time in the department store, Jongwon looked at the hero in horror. The hero stood in front of the bloody inscription in the form of laughter. Yeon could not keep a calm face. He turned to the guy. Jongwon responded. Yeon said that for now they will keep it a secret from the others because they should focus on preparing the battle group. Jongwon asked anxiously, are they preparing for a fight? Yeon looked at the guy with a crazy look and said of course, because they are surrounded by psychopathic freaks and enemies. He looked at the writing on the wall and thought that they did not attack, but only left this writing, which means there is a high probability that they know about the weapons they have. Yeon silently looked at the wall, thinking that if he were in their place, he would hide until the moment of the attack and would not let them prepare for it, and the existence of this writing can be given two explanations, or they are so stupid that they did not think about it. He turned away, assuming that the enemies do not take them seriously. He imagined his past life, where he never lost to anyone except the ASV, and this time. Ahan looked ahead confidently. He decided that this time none of the enemies would win. At this time, there was a pile of supplies in the parking lot. Ahan smiled, looking at the man and asked how he liked the camp. He replied that he was really surprised that the heroes were able to maintain such an environment. He smiled, saying that there was great food, lots of clothes and snacks. He was really surprised. Ahan smiled, knowing that he would like it. He said that he was glad and clarified that the man could use the infirmary alone for living. He imagined the space of the infirmary, said that it was a little annoying that they did not have it, but in the future they would need the help of a man, and Ahan hoped for the future help of a doctor. At this time in the meeting room, Ahan went into the room to the newcomers, said that they cannot accept newcomers without setting any conditions, except that they decided to join them. He asked if they agree to follow the rules and prohibitions. Everyone smiled and immediately agreed. The hero thought that the man with the shaved head reminded him of someone. The man was in good physical shape. Yeon decided that he deserved to join the search party. Yeon looked at him and said that Dongseok should stay here and join the search party. He would send the rest to the camp at the hospital and they could live there. Dongseok asked in surprise about another camp. He looked at the hero with concern and asked if it was safe there. After all, he was responsible for his sister and his two nephews. Yeon stood calmly and said that there was a lot of work there, but that place was safe and he asked not to worry because the road from here took no more than 15 minutes. And he would be able to see his family every day. Everyone agreed. Yeon clapped his hands contentedly. He suggested that today everyone eat until they burst and rest, because judging by their faces, they were very tired. Night fell. Seri was handing out supplies. Jongwon approached the hero. Yeon gave the boy a serious order to keep an eye on the new arrivals. But unbeknownst to them, the boy had accepted the mission. Yeon walked forward and asked how long it had been since Hayek left. Jongwon stopped and said about a week. Yeon looked at the supply depots. Both men agreed that it had been a long time. The night had passed and dawn had come. Yeon gave the order for the search party to get to work. Everyone was standing in front of a truck with a bunch of supplies. Yeon looked around at those present and said that he would visit the hospital today and leave some food there. He would also take the people there. After that, starting from here, they would search each building. He looked at Dongseok and said that from now on he would address them as you when giving orders, and asked him to understand. Dongseok smiled understandingly and said that everything was fine. The hospital building, the empty hallways, the boxes and cabinets with supplies. The campers began to study the new supplies with smiles. One of the men looked at Yeon and said that, to be honest, he was worried that Yeon would not come again, because now is the time when it is difficult to trust someone. Yeon said that he understands the man. He handed him a machine gun and offered him to take it. He said that he hoped for cooperation. The man gasped and asked why the hero was giving him such a precious thing. Yeon smiled and said that this was proof of their cooperation. He handed over the revolver and told Gaps to carry it with him at all times as the leader of the camp. Gaps could hardly hold back his tears and thanked the hero. The heroes chose an office for the meeting. Yeon spread a map on the table. He pointed to the drawn circle and said that starting from here, they would expand in a circle. He ordered to dismantle all the windows in the building and break down the doors. Hajin looked at the hero with displeasure and asked why everything was so complicated. After all, they could quickly conduct only a search while they were breaking down the doors. They could attract the attention of the zombies. Ahan looked him in the eye and said that they could do everything slowly, although it would be slow, but that way they would definitely be able to search the entire territory. He clarified that a building without doors could no longer be used as a shelter. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Ahan smiled madly and said that this meant that they would not allow anyone to crawl into their territory and live here. Everyone looked at the hero in shock, realizing that he was too cruel. The squad went to the neighboring building with a department store. They broke down the doors with axes. Sari waved to the guy on the roof of the department store and, standing nearby, noticed that from here the department store was in full view. Empty cans lay on the floor. Ehen knelt down on one knee and thought that only the top of the food products was free of dust, which means that someone had been here. He looked back sharply. He was called into another room. He ran, carefully peeked out from around the corner and started asking what happened. He looked at the dead men nailed to the wall. The dead man screamed frantically, attracting attention. Yehen's eyes widened, recognizing the dead man as the boss. Everyone looked at the zombies. Hajin asked if they really did this. The hero said that anything was possible. Danseok couldn't hold back the urge to vomit. He bent over and fell. He vomited. 3 zombies were hanging on the wall, nailed to it with pieces of pipes. Yen noted that if there were more than 2 groups doing this, it would be a headache. He looked at the corpses with disgust. Without thinking for long, Yehen took out a knife. Blood splattered. Night fell. Yehen was lying on the floor. There was a knock on the door of his room. Yehen's eyes widened, hearing the noise of motorcycles. He abruptly jumped to his feet. He touched the door handle and ran down the stairs. He heard moans and fell silent. On the street, unknown guy and girls were kissing. Yehen watched in shock as a guy and a girl were glued to each other in the parking lot. Yehen was embarrassed, thinking that love exists even during war. He entered the room and looked at the wall, thought that he should still check the source of the motorcycle sound, because he can't deny it, and asked the couple not to notice him. He looked at Jongwon, who came up the stairs to him and asked what the hero was doing here. Moans were coming from the street. The guy asked what those sounds were. Jongwon also blushed with embarrassment. Yan smiled. He realized that the sound of the motorcycle had disappeared, but suggested going down. The guy looked at the hero and asked if he really had inclinations. Jongwon frowned and said that whatever Yehen's predilections were, he didn't think the hero liked to spy on someone like that. He said that no matter how you looked at it, he was disappointed. Yehen turned to the guy. A loud bang was heard on the stairs. Yehen dragged the knocked out guy down and asked him to keep his mouth shut. Day had come. Hajin dodged the blow. He knocked the guy to the ground. Yehen watched the training process. These guys had been riding around the area around the department store for several nights now. He imagined a horde of motorcycles at night, mentally comparing them to hyenas hanging around, keeping their sights on the most delicious prey. Yan silently thought about whether to attack first or wait and counterattack. Yan said that the training was over for today. He looked at the men, ordered them to rest, and said that after dinner they would distribute weapons. He asked Hajin to take a few men with him. Hajin looked at the hero and asked where they were going. Yan said that they were going to get weapons. Hajin looked at the hero questioningly. A private house. A bunch of weapons were put in a bag. Yehen threw it on his back. The motorcycle spat out gas. Yehen rode forward. He rode along an empty road and thought about how the survivors from the camp were preparing mentally and physically. Despite the lack of skills, everyone was doing their best in following him. Honestly, Yehen looked ahead. He realized that from now on he did not want to lose any of them. The school building. A child ran out into the street. He was crying and calling for his military uncle. The military looked at the children in shock, surprised that they were all alive. They returned to the classroom. The military asked what happened. The children were crying and sitting opposite the military. The girl said that a few days ago scary people on motorcycles arrived and suddenly started killing teachers and military uncles. The military asked if they had any goals. The girl said she didn't know that. She stuttered and said that when Uncle Lieutenant Colonel said they couldn't just go in, suddenly everyone started getting killed. The girl cried and said that they killed those who ran away. They tore the clothes off the women. After they killed everyone and were about to go into the classroom, they hid wherever they could. Swift was eavesdropping in the hallway. The girl said it was very scary. He walked further down the hallway. He straightened his collar, exhaled, and said it was an unpleasant feeling. He looked at the stairs, took out his radio, and asked if Yan had checked the information. The hero's voice came from the radio. He said there was a message on the wall. Swift frowned, thinking that there was nothing that people on motorcycles weren't involved in. He said that the military was guarding the students and they weren't a threat. He said that people on motorcycles had tried their best here and asked what they would do. Swift leaned against the wall. Yan asked what he wanted to do. The guy replied that he would do as the leader ordered, but Yan said that the one who saw everything with his own eyes should decide. Yan offered Swift to decide whether to kill everyone, go back, or help. Swift said that he understood everything. At this time in the department store, Yehen called a meeting and explained something to everyone. The survivors listened angrily. Old Man Pak asked what they should do. Yehen pointed at everyone and said that they had never had to fight people before. Although they had destroyed countless zombies, killing a person was a completely different matter. He said that those guys could not be called people. Yehan clenched his fist and said that the moment they doubted whether to kill them or not, their knives would cut them to pieces. Everyone silently looked at the hero. Yehan was gloomy. He ordered everyone to be ready to kill people. He clarified that this did not apply to those who were not here now. Everyone was silent. Old Man Pak smiled and said that he should take the weapon first to convince the others, although he no longer remembers when he went through civil defense. Penjin smiled and said that he was surprised when they were suddenly told that they would be given weapons. He understood what was going on. Yehan looked at everyone in surprise, thinking that the people's reaction was different from what he imagined. He thought that they would offer to think it over or would be against it altogether, saying that they could not do such a thing. Penjin stood up and asked the hero to relax. He asked why he always walked alone with such a gloomy expression. Yehan asked again in surprise, and the man told him that they did not go first with the desire to kill. They were going to fight back against those who attacked them. He asked if the hero really thought they would have any objections. Penjin began to tear out a piece of paper from his notebook and asked if the hero thought that they would submit to fate and wait for death. He put the paper on the hero's chest and said that they were who they used to be. On the paper were the rules that Yehan had written. Penjin smiled and said that they had given this paper to all the people in their camp to carry with them, and now all that was left was for the hero to learn it. Yehan smiled. The door opened. A large number of people entered the room. Penjin smiled and told the leader to give out orders because they believed in him. Yehan looked at the large crowd in confusion. After a while, he was sitting at a table in front of a map. He leaned back, exhaling tiredly. He looked at the map, asking himself, would the unknown people really attack the department store? He tried to figure out from which direction it would come and how brutal the attack would be. Yehan covered his face with his hand. He asked why they were doing such things. He imagined the unknown person on a motorcycle, decided that they enjoyed the way they destroyed people. They found survivors and first hung around their camp. He imagined the message on the wall. Then they destroy them with one sudden attack. Why don't they make a camp, but just hang around? Yehan looked at the ceiling. He tried to understand why they were always on the move. He decided that attacking people with their own camp would be safer. There were still quite a few survivors. He slammed the table. Yehan looked ahead in shock, assuming that they might know about the zombie wave. Yehan hung there solemnly. He thought that it was impossible to understand this in just 6 months. He realized this only after a year and a half, having lost many camps. The door was opened. Yehan trembled and said that the girl scared him. Seri smiled and asked what Yehan was thinking about that made him scared. Yehan looked at the girl and asked what happened. Seri answered that Jihai made a snack and that's why she offered to join, but the hero said that he would not do anything. Seri looked at the hero worriedly and told him not to do that and called him to eat, otherwise Jihyo would be very upset. Yehan started waving his hands. Seri hugged his hand and asked if Appa knew what he was really like. Yehan looked at the girl in surprise. Seri looked into his eyes. She said that all he does every day is work. She called him a real workaholic. She suggested that he take a rest for at least an hour. Yehan looked at Seri and asked what for a snack. The girl said that there would be potato pancakes, to which Yehan said that he hated them. Because they were tasteless, he promised to take a rest and asked the girl to leave. Seri blushed and looked at Yehan. She asked what then. Yehan was embarrassed. He ran to the exit like a robot, suggested that they eat potato pancakes. Seri looked after him with displeasure. He turned at the exit and said that one shouldn't be so picky about food. The door closed. Seri grinned contentedly. Yehan was holding a cup of potato pancakes in his hands, and he was eating them discontentedly. He looked at the Sunset City. It was getting dark. The flashes of motorcycle headlights appeared on the streets of the city. Yehan watched them through binoculars with night vision. He put the binoculars away and realized that the attack would happen tonight. Meanwhile, at the hospital, everyone was sitting in front of the entrance. The men were silent and holding their guns in their hands. Meanwhile, at the department store, everyone had their guns ready. The tire puncture spikes were raised. The men were lying in ambush in the underground parking lot. Seri was in contact with the hero through the radio. She looked at the empty streets and said that nothing could be seen yet. The moon was rising in the sky. Yehan looked at the city through the broken window. He turned and said that the enemy who invaded the department store would not be able to avoid the bullets at the entrance. In case they decided to retreat, all the ways back would be cut off. The hero's eyes flashed. He ordered to leave no one alive and kill them all. Jeongwon and Hajin nodded silently. Yehan looked ahead. He thought if they attacked the hospital camp first. He remembered how he blocked the door. He ordered to wait at the emergency exit on the 3rd floor, and if they tried to break the emergency exit on the 1st floor, they would need to open this door and immediately run to the intensive care unit. On the 3rd floor, since they couldn't clear it, there were still many zombies. Their number was quite large, so he thought to deal with them as soon as the camp returned to normal, but still, this place was full of zombies. They would become a living wall that would buy them time during the unknown attack on the camp, then they would hit them from behind. If the zombie wall lasted at least 10 minutes, it would be enough to get rid of them. Yehan took out his gun, thought what would happen if they attacked from both sides or used a feint. He exhaled and realized that he had a headache. There was a shout on the radio and they said that the enemies had appeared at the hospital. Yehan looked at the radio and thought that they had finally started to move. The zombies were walking down the street. Yehan asked how many there were. They told him that there were a lot of them by eye, but the exact number was unknown. Yehan and his squad ran forward. He ordered to act according to the plan. They ran forward along the street. Yehan said that they were leaving. Yehan began to record a message. He said as he ran that the enemies had appeared and demanded to strengthen border security. Screams were coming from the hospital. Yehan froze and saw a bunch of zombies inside the building. He decided that everything was going smoothly. Two men were being swallowed up by the crowd of zombies in horror. One screamed that there was someone on the street. A shot pierced his body. Yehan raised a smoking pistol into the air. The body fell next to the killers. They panicked. The heads and bodies of the killers were pierced by shots. The men fired. Yehan gave the order to save bullets and fire single shots. There was a wild noise near the hospital. Zombies from all around were drawn to the noise. Yehan turned around and thought that there were no more sounds of people. He ordered to enter the hospital, keeping away from the zombies who came out at the sound of gunshots. Jongwon and Hajin nodded silently. The noise near the hospital died down. A dead man appeared at the door. Yehan kicked him in the stomach. He fell to the floor. Jongwon closed the doors with a lock. He tied the doors in a knot and tightened it. He showed how a crowd of zombies could not break through to their room. Yehan thought that the guy was really an expert in closing doors. Yehan took the radio, said that they were getting rid of the invaders who invaded the hospital. He asked if there were any casualties from this camp. He looked at the piles of corpses. The radio came that the invaders could not even open the door. Yehan walked forward with a flashlight. He thought that 9 corpses, even with those on the street, did not reach even 15 people. He realized that this was too few. He pressed his lips together, realized that this was a feint. Yehan stopped and took out a walkie-talkie, asked what the situation was in the camp at the department store. The walkie-talkie asked to wait, saying that there was some noise on the roof. Yehan fell silent. He knew that Donsiak and Seri were now on the roof. Yehan darkened and asked what happened. At this time, on the roof of the department store. On the roof, unknown people tied up Seri. The walkie-talkie was lying to the side and Yehan's voice was heard from there. Blood was flowing from the girl's mouth. The man in the leather jacket laughed and said that it was time to take the trophy. He licked his lips madly. There was silence in the hospital. Hajin and Jongwon caught up with the hero. The guy asked what happened to Seri. Yehan answered that there was no answer and most likely something happened. Jongwon trembled and said that they should quickly return. Yehan turned around. The radio reported that the enemies were already on the first floor of the department store. Yehan looked at the radio anxiously and asked how many. They said they didn't know. Yehan turned to the men, said into the radio that they would be there soon and ordered them to act according to plan. He reported that there was no response from the lookouts on the roof, and as soon as they sorted everything out, he asked to check on them. The sounds of fighting began to come from the radio. Yehan fell silent. His gaze was anxious. He remembered that the door on the roof was locked from the outside. They couldn't help but respond on the radio unless there was a surprise attack. But the fact that they were suddenly attacked was even stranger. The department store is a 5-story building. If they didn't fall from the sky, could they have climbed up the outer wall of the department store? Yehan shook his head and thought that was impossible. He opened his eyes wide, mentally asking himself what he would do. If necessary, he would find a way to climb the wall. He darkened and ordered to move to the department store. The sky was covered with clouds. Penjin took the radio and said that they killed 4. Since they dealt with them, the unknown did not come in anymore. He assumed that the rest escaped and asked if it was necessary to check. Yehan was horrified. He understood that 4 people were too few. He froze, assuming that the enemies were waiting for them to come out to eliminate them at once. He looked at the roof of the department store, ordered everyone to wait and said that he would be there soon. A bullet hit the asphalt near the hero's leg. He turned around abruptly, somersaulted, dodging another shot. He broke away. Jongwon's leg was shot. An arrow stuck out of his leg and he screamed. Yehan turned around, seeing a glint in the night. He did another somersault, dodging the arrow. He looked back, shouted that there was an ambush on the right side. He ordered Hajin to take Jongwon and hide behind the car. Hajin hid with the guy behind the car, the window of which was broken by another shot. The hero ran to the car. He ran to meet the men, dodging arrows. He sat down next to him. Hajin asked what was this. Yehan said that the enemies were guarding the road. He turned around, thought that this was not a feint or an attack from 2 sides. He looked at the broken windows opposite. He began to examine the street. The dead were approaching them. Yehan realized that the enemies had set traps, realized that the enemies were waiting for them. The firecracker was set on fire. The man immediately threw the firecracker into the window. The protagonist was slightly surprised to see the firecracker land nearby. It burned brightly, alerting Yehan. Its sound and bright light attracted the attention of the zombie. Seeing this, the protagonist cursed. The moment the man threw the firecracker, he could see 5 shadows. At the same time, Jongwon gritted his teeth and groaned in pain. Looking at him, Yehan decided to go to the medical center as soon as possible, pull out the arrow and treat Jongwon's wound. A roaring zombie interrupted his thoughts. Part of his head immediately turned into shreds. The protagonist, who fired the gun, looked at the fallen zombie, realizing that he did not have time. Yehan began shooting at the zombie. Continuing to shoot, Yehan asked Hajin if he saw the broken window on the 2nd floor of the shopping center. After stopping shooting, the protagonist asked Hajin if he could pick up the firecracker and throw it there. After receiving an affirmative answer, Yehan glanced at the firecracker and said that on the count of 3 he would run out, and Hajin would immediately throw it out the window, and then he and Jongwon would head to the department store. Hajin was puzzled, asking Yehan what would happen to him. The protagonist did not answer him, starting to take a report. A moment later, he ran out of cover, rushing towards the enemy. The crescent moon illuminated the night city during this fight. The events take us to this hospital 20 minutes ago. Seri and Dongseok were standing on the roof of the hospital. Dongseok was very puzzled, looking at the road. He glanced at the girl, saying that he thought that since he joined a safe camp, he would no longer have to worry about dying. Seri, without even looking at Dongseok, told him not to stop watching the road because they were now on a mission. Scratching the back of his head, Dongseok asked Seri if she was scared. Seri was annoyed and told him not to waste his energy on small talk and asked him if he still didn't understand the current situation. Nervous Dongseok told Seri that he was holding his breath and if he had known this would happen, he would have just stayed with his family. At that moment, 2 assassins started sneaking up behind them. Seri turned her head and asked Dongseok if he heard anything. Dongseok looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked what she was talking about. Seri didn't answer him and simply took out a flashlight. She turned around and started looking around with him. Dongseok also started looking around. He frowned, saying that he couldn't see anything. But then he stood in a stupor, not understanding why the door was open. At that moment, the killers had already approached him from behind. The sound of a bat hitting his head echoed throughout the roof. Seri was horrified to see this. Dongseok fell next to her, with her enemies standing over him. Taking off his mask, one of them smiled, saying that Seri was beautiful and as they had agreed, he would be the first. Seri's legs began to tremble. She was horrified. She involuntarily remembered how Jong Hwan handed her a revolver, saying to use it when it was dangerous. The girl immediately took it out and pointed it at the enemies. Seri, very nervous, tried to calm down. The guys shuddered in fear seeing her revolver. One of them managed to duck before the bullet hit him. They both rushed towards Seri, who fired 2 more times, but the girl still hit one of them in the stomach. Blood flowed out from under the mask, and he himself began to groan in pain. Seri, gritting her teeth, began to look for her second opponent. Suddenly, he appeared in front of her and hit her in the face. The girl fell to the ground from one blow, and the revolver in her hand fell out. Cursing, the guy took the revolver, saying that this was different from what he was told. Approaching his partner, he kicked him. Realizing that he was dead, he was indignant, because now no one could open the door on the 1st floor. Then the guy looked back. He looked at the fallen girl, spitting on his partner's face. The survivor said that the guys below would figure it out themselves. On the roof of the hospital, a question was heard from the protagonist asking Seri about what was happening. While the guy was sitting and holding Seri, the protagonist's voice was heard from the radio asking about the situation on the roof. The bandit smiled, saying that it was time for him to take the trophy. He frowned deeply, starting to hum a song and saying that he didn't know there were girls here. Seri gritted her teeth as the guy who grabbed her asked her if she was curious about how they ended up on the roof. He pointed at his comrade, saying that the one she shot was convicted of breaking into empty houses. He only needed to climb up the wall to the 2nd floor and he would be able to get anywhere inside the building. Holding Seri, the guy said that in general they could have entered by simply destroying everything, but his comrade said that it was safer that way, but in the end he died himself. Seri struggled to get up as the guy said that he didn't know she was that good when he looked at her through binoculars, although his work should pay off. A moment later, the guy threw away Seri's dagger, and then he began to take off her clothes. She looked at him angrily, ordering him to take her hands off her. Seri looked at the enemy through the veil, saying that although he had hit her weakly so that she would not die, she had surprisingly already come to her senses, after which he offered her to have fun with him or die, leaving her body. Seri smiled, calling the guy crazy. After what she said, she spat out a clot of blood. Looking at the blood, she admitted that the blow was indeed strong. The guy did not listen to her anymore and, pointing a revolver, said that she would do as a corpse. Taking off Seri's glove, she asked to at least lay something down. He was very surprised and lowered the revolver. When Seri turned over on her stomach, the guy bent down, calling her obedient and smart. Seri hugged her enemy around the neck. He was perplexed when the girl grabbed his face. Sari grinned, looking at the enemy. A moment later, she dug her fingers into his eyes, making him scream. She then kicked him, throwing him back. Using both legs, she threw him into the air. The guy, bleeding, screamed in pain. He miraculously managed to land on his feet. At this time, Sari glanced at the dagger, and a moment later, she took it in her hand. But suddenly, a bullet flew past her head, grazing her cheek. She looked angrily at the one who did this. Her opponent angrily pointed a gun at her, asking where she went. He screamed, asking where she was. Sari's hand holding the blade was shaking. While her enemy was constantly trying to point the gun at her, the girl ducked, complaining that her hands could not stop shaking. Sari frowned, trying to imagine what Yan would do if he were in her place. She imagined the protagonist screaming at her to come to her senses and calm down. Sari abruptly ran at the guy. She gritted her teeth, aiming the dagger. The guy, who heard her steps, became wary. He immediately grabbed her by the shoulder. He looked at the girl angrily, and a second later he pointed the gun at her. Then he began to pull the trigger. Being calm, Sari told the guy that he had no bullets left. She immediately after saying this began to raise her dagger. She plunged the dagger into his throat again, causing him to scream in pain. The knife pierced his throat and reached his eye sockets. Sir frowned, looking at the result. A second later, the guy's body fell to the ground. The girl stood, motionless, looking at her enemy. Having calmed down, she said goodbye to the madman. The events return us to the present, at the moment when the protagonist finished the countdown. Then, having finished the countdown, he rushed straight at the enemies. Hajin ran out of cover while Yehen ran forward. He grabbed a firecracker, intending to throw it. Hajin swung his weapon to aim. Suddenly, he screamed loudly, throwing the firecracker. It rushed towards the window like a rocket. At that moment, the guy holding the crossbow aimed at Yehen. A second later, he fired. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. In a second, the arrow was already in front of him. Yehen was very shocked by this. At one point, he was even scared, looking at the arrow in front of his face. But at the last moment, he turned his head, managing to dodge. The arrow hit the asphalt, but their enemy was unable to dodge, and the firecracker hit his head. The protagonist stood in a stupor, looking at the arrow. Hajin was also very surprised, asking how he was able to dodge. Yehen, without answering, screamed sharply, ordering them to run. Hajin immediately ran to Jiangwan, but he was very nervous, remembering Yehen's movement. At that time, bullets pierced the zombies' heads. The other zombies looked at the one who did this in confusion. But a moment later, Yehen shot at these zombies too. Suddenly, all the zombies rushed towards the protagonist. At this time, Hajin was wielding a dagger and cutting the zombie's throat. He made his way through the crowd holding Jiangwen on himself. His face was tense, sweat was actively pouring down it. He understood that now was their only chance to leave this place. When all the zombies rushed towards Yehen, Hajin was able to walk calmly. The protagonist frowned, remembering how for a moment, time around him stopped. He looked down thinking that he was most likely just mistaken, because at the moment of death, when he was trying to save his life, his reaction simply improved. Looking at his hand and feeling a tingling, the protagonist understood that this was a familiar alarm signal at a critical moment. Yehen looked at the window, hearing how people from there were screaming, trying to put out the fire. For a few seconds, the light was on in the window, but then it completely went out. And at that moment, the zombies screamed loudly. Yehen took out his dagger seeing this. In one movement, he cut off the zombie's head. Suddenly, someone started to come down the stairs, alarming Yehen. The guys ran down the corridor shouting and asking where Yehen had gone. Coming out, they started looking around, realizing that they had just heard sounds from here. Suddenly, a bullet pierced the chest of one of them. He managed to look back before dying. But a moment later, Yehen shot his comrades too, not giving them a chance. The barrel of the gun smoked from the numerous shots. Soon the sounds of shots ceased to be heard on the street. Yehen put the hand of the deceased on the door handle, and then cut his clothes to tie it on the door. Thanks to this, the zombies got stuck in the passage, unable to enter. They growled, trying to get through the gap, but the hand of the deceased held them back, leaving Yehen understood that no one would be able to lock the door since they removed all the chains that were here. Looking at the stairs, Yehen realized that his enemies were on the second floor. Starting to climb, the protagonist felt like a man walking into the jaws of a monster. He threw away the empty magazine and took a new one, thinking that his enemies had their own hierarchy and there were those who were strong. Loading the pistol, the protagonist thought that they even had those who were dexterous enough to wield a crossbow, and their combat tactics were excellent. Climbing up to the second floor, Yehen realized that there was a high probability that those here were the main members of the organization. Standing in front of the door, Yehen thought about the fight, because as soon as the door opened, a fight to the death would begin. Looking at Yehen's trembling hand, he frowned. He even thought for a moment that if he abandoned the camp and ran away alone, he could avoid danger. Yehen bowed his head, mentally telling himself that he didn't have to save them and take responsibility for them. Looking at the hole in the door, he sighed. Standing still, Yehen said that everything was happening again, and even though he told himself so many times that he wouldn't put his life on the line for his comrades, everything was happening again. Remembering his colleagues, the protagonist said that this time it would be different. Yehen frowned deeply. He imagined his comrades, saying that he was fighting because they were his comrades, not because he was attached to them. His lips parted, and he told himself that he simply didn't like the fact that there had been a change in the plan. Remembering Khan, Yehen understood that if he became attached to someone, then their loss would be painful for him. Having made up his mind, Yehen opened the door. Having opened it, Yehen decided to reduce the danger because everything was not going according to plan. A moment later, the bat rushed towards Yehen. He was able to step back and dodge the enemy's blow. Yehen immediately raised his hand and began to shoot. The bullet hit the enemy in the chest, causing him to scream in pain. At that time, someone shot him in the back with a crossbow. Using the man as a shield, the protagonist was able to protect himself from the arrow. Covering himself with the man's body, he immediately began to shoot. He hit two guys hiding in the chest. Yehen was unusually calm, telling himself that he had to think about only one thing. He looked at the enemies with determination, deciding to kill them all. Yehen kicked the table, forcing it to move back. Because of this, his enemies flew out of the window. Yehen looked at the window from outside where screams were heard. Yehen looked at his tingling hand again. Suddenly, a zombie appeared behind him with a scream. He immediately grabbed him and began to bite his shoulder. Yehen became nervous when blood gushed out of his shoulder, but it turned out to be the blood of a zombie that had failed to bite through the armor. Yehen, realizing this, immediately hit him in the face with his elbow. The protagonist was very surprised to see a crowd of zombies behind the door. He gritted his teeth and swung his fist. He began to beat the zombies, and after he pushed them away, he grabbed the door, and then he slammed it shut. Yehen broke the table leg with a kick. Soon he barricaded the door with his things. The protagonist turned his head, sensing danger. He was able to dodge the suddenly fired arrow, but it cut through part of his arm. Yehen raised his hand and started shooting, trying to hit the enemy. Soon, one of the bullets hit him in the head, causing him to scream. Yehen pulled the trigger, but the shot did not happen. Realizing that the magazine was empty, Yehen frowned. At that moment, someone stood up and pointed a crossbow at the protagonist. Yehen threw the gun, hitting the enemy in the head. Looking at the man clutching his head, Yehen realized something. He did not stop looking at the supposed leader of the group. Yehen suddenly rushed straight at him. He jumped into the air and kicked the man in the chest, but he was able to put out his hand and block the blow. The man immediately grabbed a huge meat cleaver. He swung it, deciding to hit Yehen with it. The protagonist managed to block the knife with his bracer on his hand, but the cleaver managed to cut through the bracers. Yehen did not hesitate and kicked the man and threw him back. He fell to the floor after the kick. He started to get up, groaning. Yehen took out his knife and stood in a stance, ready for a fight. Having stood up, the man said that he did not think that Yehen would cause them so much trouble, after which he asked about the condition of his shoulder, offering a truce. Raising his tingling hand, Yehen thought about the fact that after a zombie bite, anyone will die. His shoulder was covered in zombie blood, but the transformation process had not yet begun. Yehen knew this feeling very well because he had already been bitten by a zombie. Looking at the man, Yehen decided not to take his eyes off him because this was all he had been waiting for. A question from Yehen was heard in the room, asking the man how he knew everything. Pointing his knife at him, Yehen asked how he knew that their camp had created an alliance, that he was the leader and that they were planning a surprise attack. The man grinned, deciding whether to tell him or not. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that he had already given him a chance. The man turned his leg, calling Yehen impatient. A moment later, he turned on the radio. From there, Sari's voice could be heard, asking about Yehen's current condition. The protagonist gritted his teeth, seeing the radio, the same model as the one he took from the city hall. Remembering the radios, Yehen realized that although he had adjusted the channel and frequency, the radios that were used in the same place had the same frequency range. Yehen frowned, thinking that if he understood the communication equipment even a little, he could intercept the channel and start eavesdropping. In the past, in the battle with the Alliance, this was what caused them problems. Without moving, Yehen admitted that this time the mistake was his due to his carelessness. The men's eyes widened when he said that they weren't their target before, because a few weeks ago, they were tracking a group of gangsters from a department store. But when they got there, they only saw corpses. Yehen slightly lowered his hands when he heard that the man then, having heard the sound of gunfire from their department store, decided to take the gun, but he didn't expect them to resist so much. Scratching his chin, the man decided to ask something. He lowered his hand, asking if Yehen had heard about the Sole Survivor Alliance. The protagonist suddenly screamed without answering. He rushed at the man like a demon. The man was able to dodge Yehen's attack. He grabbed the cleaver more tightly and slammed it onto the protagonist's knife, knocking it out of his hand. The protagonist looked at this in surprise, but without stopping his attack, he kicked the man in the stomach, and then he kicked him in the throat with his knee. Jahan gritted his teeth and managed to knock the man over using his leg. He fell to the floor with a crash. Jahan screamed furiously and began to beat him, causing his blood to splatter all over the room. After beating him, Jahan stopped beating him. The protagonist stared at the battered face of his enemy. He gritted his teeth in anger. He would never forget him even if he died. Jahan took off his enemy's mask. Jahan remembered the image of the foreman of the second team of Seoul survivors. Baekjong smiled despite his wounds. Baekjong, as the leader of the sub-team from the Daya, was ranked 10th in cruelty. The protagonist gritted his teeth seeing the face of the enemy. Baekjong began to laugh, realizing that Jahan also heard the broadcast on the radio. Remembering the radio, Baekjong said that a world where the strong devours the weak, a world where you are treated according to your abilities, a place where there is no threat from zombies, this is the Daya. Baekjong smiled and said that they were now forming the Seoul Survivors Alliance. The protagonist became very nervous after realizing everything. The reason why they did not give up, and even though they acted like that in the middle of chaos, they were able to stay alive, was to take the place of the Daya. If the protagonist had not settled in that department store, those guys would have first eliminated the people from that department store, and then they would go to Seoul and join the Daya. The protagonist remembered the past and realized something before reincarnation when he came to the department store, which was the third camp at that time. The people from the department store did not mention the gangsters who broke in, and in his memories, those gangsters did not exist at all. The present changed because he killed the gangsters. Before his reincarnation, Baekjong killed all the residents of the N department store, took the weapons and headed to Seoul, thus becoming the leader of the ASV subgroup and ruining many lives. He beat and killed even his subordinates, not caring about their lives, and only took those who remained alive. Baekjong smiled, being the culprit of many deaths. Jahan clenched his fist. He was very angry, looking at the enemy and realizing that if he left him alive, there would be more victims. Grabbing his jacket, Jahan decided to kill him. His pupil dilated from the desire to kill Baekjong. He spat out blood from his mouth due to Jahan's actions. The protagonist screamed furiously, demanding Baekjong to die. He angrily looked at Baekjong, who cut off the hand of his closest comrade and threw him into a pit with zombies. Grabbing his girlfriend and throwing him into a pit with zombies, Baekjong enjoyed the girl who was crying looking at her boyfriend being torn to shreds. While she begged on her knees to save her boyfriend and promised to do anything, Baekjong really took advantage of this. The protagonist glanced at the knife to the side. He reached out for the knife, angry at what Baekjong did. He suddenly opened his eyes seeing the knife. He suddenly grabbed Jahan by the back of the head and pushed his head off his own. The protagonist staggered a little, receiving a strong blow. Baekjong grabbed him by the head and slammed him face down on the floor. The protagonist screamed dully in pain. He gritted his teeth, calling Baekjong a madman, enjoying the dying screams of people. Jahan pushed Baekjong's hand away with his hand, and he jumped to the side grabbing the knife, remembering how among his comrades who died at the hands of Baekjong, there was a girl whom he cherished as a real younger sister and an old man whom he treated as a father. He abruptly turned around and ran away. He jumped out the window trying to escape. Jahan, with blood dripping from his face, decided to get rid of Baekjong, otherwise he would become a huge threat in the future. A moment later, the protagonist ran after the enemy. He landed on the ground, causing it to tremble. Ignoring the blood, Jahan decided to kill Baekjong. He glanced at the back of the fleeing target, then at the street itself, and then he began to break through the zombies, killing them with his knife. Baekjong ran around the corner. Jahan, who was being followed by a crowd of zombies, saw this and ran after him. The protagonist narrowed his eyes as soon as his head poked out. Baekjong swung his stick and attacked him. Jahan immediately picked up the bloody knife, and Baekjong chopped the stick, surprising him greatly. After all, in addition to the stick, Jahan also cut the man's head. But Jahan did not stop there, looking resolutely at the enemy. He grabbed his knife more comfortably and chopped his chest. Jahan looked at Baekjong without expressing any emotions. He grabbed him by the head and slammed him into the wall with all his strength. At that moment, Baekjong lost consciousness. The protagonist grabbed the man by the jacket. Suddenly, he screamed angrily and threw Baekjong into the crowd of zombies. Blood immediately splattered in the alley. The zombies were devouring the enemy alive. They fought with each other for every piece of flesh. While they were doing this, Jahan stood motionless, watching everything. A weak smile appeared on his face after what he had done. The door swings open. Sari notices this. Men enter, one of whom says that the girl, of course, survived. Dong Seok's body is lying on the floor, and it turns out he is not waking up. Si-Rai is kneeling, saying that she did not have the strength to go down to the men and asks how the invaders are, after which it is said that they were removed. The customer satisfaction center is shown. The doctor skillfully uses tweezers. The guy wipes away sweat, exhaling. Si-Rai calls out to Jongwon worriedly. The boy, smiling, asks her not to call him by his name. He takes her hand when the girl asks if he hit his head. She looks at him silently. Park grabs Jongwon's hand, claiming that they will talk later. First, the boy needs to receive treatment. A work desk is shown. A man with a bandaged head is shown, and a phrase is heard about Dong-seok simply losing consciousness and will wake up in a few hours. The doctor sadly reports that the wounds and bruises on Sari's body are worse, after which she asks to tie her up first and then begin treatment. The girl resolutely claims that everything is fine, because although she did not receive this wound from a fight with a zombie, Yehan said that when treating them, they must definitely tie up the patient. The doctor only silently looks at the man standing behind her. The girl's hands are tied. She frowns, asking if it is too tight and if the uncle holds a grudge against her. Smiling, the man asks why only he is called uncle. Sari laughs awkwardly, thinking that he looks older. She looks around, asking where Yehan is and what happened, because everyone is silent. The man menacingly says that she should rest. At this, the girl frowns. She picks up the walkie-talkie. Suddenly, Sari begins to desperately shout questions about whether Yehan can hear her. The girl tries to get up. Her movements are interrupted by the shackles. She falls onto the bed. Sari aggressively orders him to untie her as he will go look for Yehan. Her uncle frowns, arguing that she needs to get treatment now and that he will take the men and go look for her, so she should not worry. She argues with him, asking what he is waiting for since he has not gone looking yet, so she decides to go herself. A hand reaches up to her head. It turns out to be a doctor, who then asks if he can give her an injection, noting the high temperature and the many bruises and wounds that he needs to treat. He smiles, informing her that the medicine will take effect in 30 minutes and that he will let her go in half an hour, and assures Sari that Yehan will be fine. She closes her eyes, asking the man to leave the bullets for her. He takes her request seriously when she states that once the treatment is over, she will go too. A building with a sign is depicted. The door to the room opens. Sari is lying down, dozing. Hee-jin enters and notices that he went to load the magazine and she had already fallen asleep, after which the doctor thinks that the girl is very tired to fall asleep soundly even in such an uncomfortable position. She needs to rest. The man only nods, closing his eyes. Many goods are shown. Hee-jin frowns, thinking about the reconnaissance team being divided. Swift is missing, Yehan is missing, Si-rai, Jeong H-wan and Dong-seok are injured. He watches the people, realizing that if he takes these inexperienced newcomers with him on such a dark night, they will all be in danger. The man seriously thinks about believing that Yehan will survive, but the more time passes, the more worried he becomes. He owes his life to him because he was saved all the time. Zombies appear and the thought is voiced that the man's decision to go alone is tantamount to suicide. Hee-jin jumps to the ground. He rushes at the zombies, killing them, and realizes that now he is the only one who can do it. A dark street is shown. A hand flies off. Another zombie has his entire arm chopped off. Yehan is hanging on the wall, surrounded by monsters. His face is covered in blood and he is breathing heavily. He watches the zombies advance and thinks that this is a complete failure. He has no radio, so he will not be able to break through or call for help. The boy frowns, noticing that he does not know how much time has passed. A crowd of zombies is shown as the thought is heard that there are more and more of them. Yehan is grabbed by the leg. It turns out that these are the monsters reaching for him. They advance, and the boy is asked if he can hold out if he cuts off their arms like this. His hand is shaking and he notices that his muscles are aching, as if they are being torn apart. Yehan looks down, wondering how long he can hold out or if he should just give in. Gritting his teeth, he realizes that he cannot do this. The skeleton of a dead man is shown and the boy asks if Jones is still mocking him even after death. The device is torn off the wall. Yehan watches questioningly. He holds a knife in his hands and realizes that his body is no longer moving. The boy's face darkens and only his sigh is heard. He looks at the cassette, wondering if this is how he will die. Various goods are shown as the thought is voiced that if Yehan knew that such a death awaited him, he would not have saved, but would have eaten until he was full, did not even have time to enjoy life, but must die like this. The boy closes his eyes, realizing that he does not regret his choice, and decides that if he closes his eyes like this, then by the time he wakes up, everything will be over. His grip weakens. Suddenly, someone screams at him. Yehan opens his eyes. Kang Hyuk appears, asking if the boy is alive. People are seen fighting zombies, and just keeps hanging on the pipe. He smiles, noticing that the guy came on time. The sunset is shown when the phrase is heard that he was not allowed to die. A building with a sign is shown. The man opens his eyes. It turns out to be Yehan and Sari is sitting next to him. He smiles as he gets up. The girl looks up, noticing him. Suddenly, she rushes to hug him. Sari rests her head on his shoulder. The boy only gently ruffles her hair. Many signs are shown announcing a sale. A crowd of people are standing. The man tells everyone to leave in a displeased manner. The girl holds a plate in her hands, claiming that she made porridge and needs to give it to the patient. She cries when the porridge is taken away from her and she is told to leave. Yehan joylessly wonders why everyone is so fussing over him, although he is not seriously injured. He looks towards the door. The boy frowns, wondering what happened to the atmosphere. Everyone looks at him, smiling. The doctor comes to him when he asks how long he slept and informs him that in his case it was not a dream, but a fate. Hajin, still smiling, notices that Yan had been unconscious for about 2 days when he left the parking lot. Hayek was already carrying him. Medical equipment is shown, and it turns out that there are no casualties. The boy closes his eyes, sighing. A battlefield is depicted, and the thought is heard that for the first time, there were no casualties despite the brutal fight against the invaders. But in both cases, although there were no fatalities, there were still casualties. Yan smiles, deciding that either they were very lucky or it was because of their unity, but in the end they succeeded, were able to save everyone. Everyone looks happy. The boy is taken by the hand when a phrase is heard about how he acted like a robot, but it turns out that he can show feelings. The man smiles, saying that Yehen worked hard. The boy lowers his head, starting to speak. He firmly believes that it is time for them to get down to business. Suddenly, the people become wary. Seri grumpily states that he needs to rest. Dan turns his head, claiming that since he has slept for 2 days, that is enough, and asks if there were any allies with Heck, after which he learns that Swift has brought 13 survivors from the reserve troops camp. The youth bends down, noticing that there are too many people here. They need to quickly create a third camp. Hands are placed on his shoulders and he is told not to worry. Swift smiles, saying that they have already set up a third camp yesterday and sent new people there. He remembers that Ahan said last time that it would be good if they set up a third camp there. The youth looks up, thinking that he just said this casually, but he remembered everything and asks about the supplies. Looking at the papers, the man says that this was given for about 3 days. He wrote everything down in the protocol so Ahan can look at it after recovery. The youth smiles contentedly at this. A hospital ward is depicted. Ahan sadly asks if Khan was seen off on his last journey. Ashes are shown and a positive answer is heard. Kang Hayek, smiling, says that he was very surprised that day, heard a familiar voice while returning to the camp, but he could not imagine that Ihan would be there alone, surrounded by zombies. The young man calmly asks who he brought with him, and it turns out that 4 are his comrades from the National University. The guy accidentally met them near the house. The other 4 he met separately in pairs, brought them because he saw them fighting while returning to the camp. A cabinet with medical things is shown, and a phrase is heard about them surviving on their own for a long time, and the group can trust them after they helped save the guy without unnecessary questions. Ihan smiles, lowering his gaze, and mentally calls them selfless fools. The doctor looks decisive when the young man says that he is entrusting him with the command of Reconnaissance Group Number 2. He needs to take those 8 under his command, but still not trust them too much. A work table is shown and he is told to go and tell Swift to come here. The boy calmly leaves. Without turning around, he states that he will be doing rescue operations. Kang Hayek firmly states that he wants to prioritize saving people. The boy seriously considers that although he does not like what the boy is about to do, strong determination plays an important role in survival, but it all depends on how long he has it. A cot is shown and the thought is heard that time and experience will tell. The door swings open. Looking away, Ihan notes that he called Swift, to which Hajin says that he has something to say about it, so he came by for a while. The man frowns, claiming that it happened last night when the boy was unconscious and Swift came with people from the reserve troop camp. The boy is shown covered in blood, and it turns out that while he was walking, he was attacked by those boys on bikes. Hajin claims that he thought that there were so few of them, so the rest went there. Frightened soldiers appear, and a phrase is heard about how there was something strange in the behavior of the people from the reserve camp, as if they were scared of something, so he asked the second lieutenant what happened. Swift is seen decisively killing, and the soldier wonders if this is really a person, because he has never met such a person before, even in a special unit. The guy dodged arrows that flew right in front of his nose and cut people with an axe with a smile on his face. Swift smiles menacingly, and it is reported that they were confused and could neither help nor escape. He caused goosebumps all over their bodies. Hajin frowns, claiming that the second lieutenant said that he felt like everything was happening in a dream. Yan thinks, remembering that he once had such a feeling too. Swift is shown dodging, and it is suggested that he is something more than just very agile and nimble. The man speaks seriously about that dodge. He remembers the day they fought the bikers. He seriously remarks that when Yan dodged the arrow that day, he had the same feeling. The boy stares back silently. He remembers that moment, and it turns out that he himself was surprised, but thought of it as a reaction of the body due to a critical situation. Yan frowns, realizing that to an outside observer, this might seem strange. He is hit in the back, and Hajin claims that he said it so that he would be aware of how he is a leader. Holding the place of the blow, the boy thinks about how the man is strong. A bunk is shown, and a question is heard about how the fight with those guys went. Swift actively gestures, saying that in the end he beat everyone, they are such weaklings, but he was afraid that if he lingered, they could take the children hostage, so he quickly finished them off. An thinks. The guy asks with interest what happened, to which he is only praised and allowed to go. An seriously thinks that Swift, unlike the others, is a comrade who has exceptional abilities, especially combat abilities, even he cannot be sure of victory. He sits silently on the bunk and understands that he does not know about the guy's past, but he is quite an amazing person. The thought sounds that, be that as it may, the young man does not think that he needs to keep an eye on Swift. An begins to write something in a notebook. His notes on organizing an alliance of camps are shown, and it turns out that they already have 4 camps with 50 survivors. One of the names is visible, and the young man decides to move Jong Hwan to the search party. He is the leader of the camp at the department store, but in reality, Seo-jun is the one who fulfills this role. Yi-han holds his head, noticing that the association is still empty. He takes off his shirt, thinking that there is no unity and consciousness in the association. The strength and skills of each individual are also so-so. The young man puts on special clothes, realizing that although they managed to repel the enemy, they still need to continue to work on uniting the people in the camps, and they need to train them. There are folded clothes on the bed and bandages in the trash can. A crowd of people has gathered near the car with many boxes. Si-rai asks displeasedly if Yi-han knows what rest is. To this, he only frowns, saying that he will rest in the new camp of the search party. Everyone is surprised by this. Smiling, the young man claims that they will know when they arrive, and decides that they will definitely be surprised. The camp regulations and zombie habits are visible. A military man approaches Yehan, asking if he will help them if they are in an alliance, to which he receives a positive answer. He looks down, and the thought sounds that even if the main part is completely destroyed, the military is still part of the state organization. A pile of boxes is depicted, and it turns out that such advantages as his strength and food are already a reason to go under his command. The soldier remembers Yehan, realizing that he still has no other choice. He feels a huge power emanating from him. It is said that the young man inspires fear and respect. The man decisively asks if he can go with Yehan. To this he seriously answers that he wanted to leave him in charge of this place. One smart and brave warrior is enough. The soldier curls his fingers, asking him to promise a few things. Firstly, not to treat them as a superior to a subordinate, but to consider them an alliance, and secondly, he would like to preserve the internal system of their unit. The man, frowning, says that if they cross paths with the main unit, he wants them to take priority over the order from the state and follow it. The boy smiles, realizing that the reason they are still alive is not only due to their luck. They shake hands, and Yan states that people will switch camps from time to time. This is intended to unite them. He leaves that part to them. The soldier turns around when he is told to try harder. Sari smiles, realizing that it is Mr. On. The boy confidently gives a positive answer. The boys are surprised, and Swift asks if he has eaten. Yehan waves his hand, telling them to stop playing around, calls the soldier, and wishes the lieutenant luck. Smiling, Mr. On thanks him and notes that he is a little late in thanking him. The boy looks at him contentedly. Tall buildings are depicted. Cars rush forward on the road. An alley is shown and it is announced that they will stop and that they need to be careful. Yehan appears, thinking that he did not come here now to make a shelter camp. He does not have any intention of staying here for long. A certain house is seen and it is thought that it is far from the alliance of their camps and is inconvenient for search work due to its location. A map is depicted and it is said that the new camp has a view of the new housing complex near Seongdong Station and forms a diamond shape with a department store, a hospital and a high school, which is a safe composition. With his back to the group, Yehan orders the first team to pull the car and the second to guard the first. Someone falls and he tells them not to overtake him and watch their step. He has built traps in the form of holes with huge nails. People with sticks appear and the young man says that he has run a fishing line between the trees so the group cannot go to the side. Turning around, he claims that he has covered the threads with glass powder so even a light touch can deeply injure. Zombies are shown and the guys are told to beware of them. The guys, breathing heavily, ask if this is all. They turn their attention to the building, wondering what kind of house it is. The door opens. The people look happy. Hajin watches from above, reporting that there is even more food in the basement and a greater variety of products than in a department store. The guys look around in surprise. Smiling, Yehan notices that Sari is drooling and probably covered in dust, so first they need to take a bath. There is a shower on the second floor and they can take any clothes from the closet. The light is on in the house and the girl shouts for the boy. Sari happily reports about the warm water and that she is excited and decides to forgive him today, no matter what dirty thoughts he has in mind. Gritting his teeth, Yan tells her to shut up and wash herself. He turns his attention to the guys and asks what they are doing. Because there is no internet anyway, there is nothing there except for the sapper. Swift decisively declares that a subordinate should know about the boss's preferences and what kind of collection he has there. The boy tensely remains silent. The guys look through the folders and are surprised when they do not find the right one. Jongwon raises a finger, noticing that Yehan likes to peek. The guys immediately rush to look for the hard drive. The boy is seething with rage. The house appears as he yells at them to stop. The lights were bright in the windows of the White House. Meat is frying in a frying pan, emitting an appetizing aroma. The heroes frown, looking at the food. Johan put his hand out to the side and smiled, saying that today he will be standing, so they all need to have a good rest, but tomorrow they will return to normal mode, so they must be ready. The guys looked at him happily. The heroes smiled and answered in one voice that they understood him. There were empty plates and drink cans on the table. An unfinished piece of pizza lay in a white plate. The guys were excitedly discussing something. Sitting at the table, behind them, several more people were playing football on the big screen. Girls with towels on their heads were discussing something heatedly. The guy squeezed the joystick harder, shouting for the hero sitting next to him to block. A loud sound was heard, a goal. Sari was drying her hair while discussing something with a girl next to her, who asked if it was true. She smiled and pointed her phone camera at the protagonist standing in front of her, asking the boss to say something. Johan smiled and raised his eyebrows, asking if it would be okay if it took a little while. One of the guys sitting at the table stood up and raised his hand, shouting that their boss liked to nag. The heroes clapped their hands happily. The protagonist put his hand on his knee and started to stand up. He stood in front of the other heroes, saying that as they knew, the whole world was destroyed, but they were still alive and they had preserved a piece of the past civilization. The guy lowered his head, his mouth slightly open. He frowned, saying that he had a goal, and that goal was to stay alive, but there were many difficulties ahead, such as zombies, invaders, food shortages, and despair, so he needed their help. The guys playing the console opened their mouths in surprise and turned around. They listened to Johan's words about how everyone here, they must work together to destroy the zombies and fight against the invaders, solve the food problem and give hope to the people. They will be standing on the most dangerous front line. Hajin frowned, looking at the hero. Swift raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth, listening to the guy. The girls, sitting with towels on their heads, opened their mouths in surprise, listening to the hero's words about how that is why he expects them to be stronger and braver than everyone else. And those who step, either interfere with a comrade or create a situation. Those who cannot kill the enemy just because he is also a person, alas, such people will not be able to work with them in a team. The guy with dark hair raised his eyebrows, not taking his eyes off the boss. Johan asked to say this now. If they are not sure, then he will exclude them from the search party. The protagonist looked at the people sitting in front of him, saying that because there were those who did not come of their own free will, in return, those who remained in the search party, he promised a corresponding reward. A boy from the group stood up and raised his hand, saying that he was Heck's classmate, asking what kind of reward the protagonist was talking about. Johan held his hand out to the side, saying that they would live in the best environment and be armed with the best weapons. Even if all the people in the camp were to starve, the search party would be the first to receive food. His face darkened, saying that no one would dare to go against a member of the search party. The young man frowned. Johan frowned, thinking that it was better not to talk about the second shelter he had prepared outside the city now, because if someone was taken hostage or tortured, they might spill the beans. The guy leaned his hand on the table, saying that he didn't know if he could ask such a thing. Everyone looked at him. The main character said that he would think about answering his question when he heard it. The young man asked how long ago he started preparing this place. Johan, looking at them, answered that it had been a long time. The guys cried out in surprise, asking if he really knew that such a thing could happen to the world. The main character furrowed his brows, saying that in fact he was a messenger of God who had come to prevent the end of humanity. The heroes raised their eyebrows and opened their mouths in surprise, shouting in unison what this meant. The guy narrowed his eyes. Johan exhaled and smiled, saying that it was a joke. In fact, he hadn't prepared in advance. He just slowly started collecting all this when he heard about the martial law due to zombies, asking if they had any more questions. The boy opened his mouth. A drop of sweat was running down his face. He answered that there were no more questions. The boy thought that he shouldn't reveal all his cards now. Johan looked at the girl's phone camera, saying that depending on the skills of the search party, it is possible to recruit new members or, on the contrary, reduce them. He addressed the girl by name. Sari raised her eyebrows in surprise, hearing that the protagonist asked to send what she just filmed to all the camps so that everyone could see it. She said that she understood him. Johan looked at the boxes of food, saying that this place would only be used as a base for a few days, because the building was too far from the department store, so it was not suitable as a camp for the search party. He clenched his fist, addressing the heroes sitting in front of him, saying that from tomorrow they will go out on reconnaissance to a long distance. They will take weapons and bullets from the military unit, and after completing the operation, they will set up a search party camp in the Sandong area. He turned to the man, asking his name. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and pointed at herself, saying that her name was Iri. Johan looked at the guy sitting in front of him, saying the girl's name in Jiangwen. The man with the dark beard and mustache frowned. The protagonist was saying that he had specifically called Mr. Kim because of his skills, so the two of them would stay here and help him move the solar panels. The guy cried out to his Hyung that he would go too. There was a crutch by the wall. The protagonist told him no, because the guy had not fully recovered yet, he would get in the way. The guy with glasses sadly lowered his head, agreeing with his words. Johan frowned, thinking that the injury was a good reason. But Jongwon was the one who could be trusted with the food here. The protagonist turned to the people, noticing that he had talked too much. He was asking them to finish eating and prepare for tomorrow's operation because they had to be in shape. He didn't want them to die a stupid death. The protagonist hurried away, climbing up the stairs. The people watched him with surprise, their mouths open in surprise. Sari smiled and leaned her head on her hand, asking if her brother was an outcast at school. Swift, taken aback, spat out the soda he had just drunk. He began to roll on the floor, laughing loudly and pounding his fist. Everyone looked at him awkwardly. There was a clear blue sky above a small residential area. The boys were unloading a gazelle that had arrived. Johan raised his hand with a radio, saying that this was a search party, asking for a report on the status of the camps, starting with the department store. Words were heard from the radio that it was Sajen. There were no problems at the department store, no problems at the reserve troop camp, and no problems at the hospital. Standing on the street near a pole with wires, the protagonist asked to immediately report if something happened and to strengthen border security in their absence, saying that the search party was leaving at 8 o'clock. There were white clouds in the blue sky. The military base was being watched through the eyepieces of binoculars. Johan stood at the edge of the bridge, carefully examining the target. The heroes stood behind him by the gazelle. The protagonist froze, holding the binoculars in his hand and thinking that although this was not the main military unit, it was the largest among those in the area and the only one with bullets. He imagined the zombies moving forward between the cars, thinking that the defense was resolved from the inside, although there was a wave of zombies, but this was not the main reason. Johan opened his mouth, saying that they were attacked for the second time because of the zombie that appeared in the inner part. The military camp fell the first time. The guy's eyes opened wide and his eyebrows frowned. He said that the second time, there were many survivors in the camp, which caused a wave of zombies. The heroes arched their eyebrows in surprise and widened their eyes, asking if they really joined the wave of zombies. The guy watched the crowd of people in the military unit, saying that the zombie wave might have started from there and that people, running away, hid in this unit. He frowned, saying that all the conditions for the zombie wave to start were created then. The protagonist imagined how a crowd of dead hosts moved inside the military unit, assuming that it was a large-scale wave. Zombies walked around the territory. Johan said that, fortunately, although there were a lot of zombies, the phenomenon of a zombie wave was not observed. They were like fish, close to the shore at high tide and left with the ebb tide. A drawing was left on paper with a pencil. The guy held out a sheet of paper with a schematic plan of the military unit, saying that he drew this diagram based on what Lieutenant and told him and on what they were seeing now, asking everyone to redraw it for themselves. The guys pressed the sheets to the gazelle's cabin. The protagonist said that they needed to get to 3 places: an ammunition depot, a supply depot, and a barracks. Sari's eyes widened in surprise, repeating the word barracks. The protagonist looked at the scribbles on her paper, saying that he thought the girl couldn't only write. Asking if it was a map of hell, the girl repeated her question with displeasure, asking what a barracks was. Johan raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that it was a place where the military sleeps. There should be a lot of bullets there, so they should collect as many as possible. He turned to the guys, saying that they would split into 3 groups. The decoys would be those who would go for weapons and bullets. Swift cried out happily, saying that just the name gave him goosebumps. Johan turned to him, saying that he would be the leader of the decoy group. His partners would be Hajin and Dongseok. The guy raised his eyebrows. He said that it seemed to him that all the difficult missions were always entrusted to him, to which the protagonist replied that it really seemed to him. Johan said that Corporal On and Sari would go with him to get ammunition. The guy frowned and opened his eyes wide, shouting, yes. He told the rest to go to the barracks with Heck and bring all the good bullets. The guy with dark hair and a white jacket replied that he understood him. Near the fenced stairs, the main character's instructions were heard, saying that the decoys need to move away from here, make a few shots and run towards the mountains. The operation began. Loud sounds were heard near the military unit. The stone fence was covered with barbed wire on top. The lock fell to the ground with a crash. Johan stood at the door, which could now open without hindrance. He frowned, thinking that he was right in his reasoning. First, the defense line was destroyed. The process of supplying bullets was confused, so they could not distribute them in time. The door opened, raising dust into the air. The girl raised her head, asking what this was. Corporal put his hands in front of him, saying that this place was the training grounds of the 10 military units of Bucheon City. The protagonist turned to face them, comparing their situation to winning the lottery. Johan looked around, thinking that with this kind of firepower, they would be able to take on the Sole Survivor Alliance. He asked Corporal if there were hand grenades in the ammunition depot at the back before. Corporal walked closer to him, saying that every ammunition depot has a checklist to purchase basic materials. There was a K4 here, but recently the K413 was used more often. Johan raised his eyebrows, saying that the guy explained it to him, but he didn't understand anything. The protagonist looked at the open ammunition box, asking if it wasn't ironic that the military unit fell to zombies even with such a huge firepower. The corporal sadly noted that it was. The boy's eyes widened, thinking that after successfully overcoming the crisis, the small forces of the military units will continue to resist. Even after the zombie wave appeared, the warriors from several areas restored the small territory, just like the 8th group, which he was in his past life. The boy imagined 3 men in military gear and with weapons. The guys were lowering wooden boxes. Johan wiped the sweat from his forehead, suggesting a little rest. The corporal squatted down, saying that he thought that he would not have to carry boxes of ammunition anymore. The protagonist sat on the box next to the boy and smiled, saying that he thought so too when he finished his service. The corporal raised his eyebrows, asking what unit he was in. The hero replied that in the anti-aircraft missile forces of the Air Force. Corporal, he smiled, asking, shouldn't the Air Force be good at studying? The guy seemed very smart to him. Johan frowned, saying that he couldn't and now regretted not joining the tank forces. The radio hissed. Heck reported that they had collected almost all the bullets. The guy brought the radio closer to himself, saying that they were great, and it would take them much longer here, so they would transfer everything from here together, offering to meet at the supply depot first. White clouds floated across the blue sky. The zombie opened his mouth wide and screamed, moving forward. Johan, walking in front of Sari and No, asked what was wrong with this zombie. Heck turned around, seeing that the guy had come after all. A crowd of Walking Dead walked nearby, asking for a piece. The guy said that he did not know the reason, but only on this side there were a lot of zombies. The protagonist frowned, thinking that even by eye, there were about 300 of them here. The cart with the machine guns was parked to the side. Hayek asked if they were just going to retreat or bring the guns and shoot everyone. Johan pointed out that if they threw them a shooting party, they would have to fight all the zombies in the area. The protagonist looked at the crowd of zombies, thinking that he couldn't just leave without the guns. It was lucky that he had them with him just in case. The guy reached into his backpack, saying that they should leave the full carts here and take the empty ones with them. Hayek turned and raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking Hyung how they were going to get there. The protagonist had a blue grenade in his palm. He replied that he would use this training hand grenade because it would be more than enough to distract them. Johan swung and threw the grenade forward. It exploded, barely having time to touch the ground. The zombies turned their heads, hearing a loud sound. A crowd of Walking Dead rushed to the place where the grenade exploded. The protagonist threw them in a certain order to divert the monsters in another direction. The heroes froze in place, gritting their teeth and looking forward. Johan looked at them and raised his eyebrows, asking why they were standing there when they needed to open the doors of the warehouse quickly. With the help of a crowbar, the door was removed from its hinges. The guy put it aside. A terrible smell was coming out of the room. Standing next to him, he covered his nose with his fingers, asking what kind of stench it was. The guy covered his mouth with his hands. The protagonist froze in place, his eyes wide open. Johan looked at the 3 warriors. Their bodies and clothes were stained with blood. They were sitting by the far wall. He wondered if there were any survivors. His mouth opened in surprise, thinking that there had never been a time when there were survivors after a wave of zombies. A man with deep hollows on his cheeks looked up in fear, asking if they were by any chance a rescue group. The guy answered that they were not rescuers, asking how long they had been there. There were bloody clothes and empty cans on the floor. The heroes entered the room. The men sat motionless. The guy asked if they were local soldiers. The man in the middle nodded. Johan frowned. He took another step forward. He came closer to the door and took hold of the handle, asking where it led. The man shouted loudly, asking not to open it. Beads of sweat were running down his face. He said that this was a toilet. It was better not to open it. The protagonist turned the door handle. The man suddenly stood up from his place, opening his mouth wide and growling loudly. Johan put his hand in front of him, shooting his body with a pistol. Hayek raised his eyebrows, shouting at Hyung. One of the soldiers opened his mouth, looking at the bullet-pierced head of his comrade. The protagonist pointed the barrel of the gun at him. The man raised his hands up. Hayek grabbed the gun with his palm. The guy looked at him in surprise. He shouted, asking what Hyung was doing. The guy asked to look in the toilet. A motionless hand was visible from behind the door. The protagonist gritted his teeth, saying that these soldiers ate a man. If Heck understood him, he should step aside. The man was kneeling with his hands raised, saying that it was not them. Heck turned around, raising his eyebrows high, asking to listen first. Zombie screams were heard behind the squad. Johan darkened and frowned, telling the guy to step aside. Heck grabbed him by the collar, shouting, "No." He bared his teeth and stood in front of the barrel, saying that he would never step aside. The guys stood surrounded by people from the group. Heck's hand was on the protagonist's shoulder. Johan kicked him. Heck began to lose his balance. A shot from a pistol made the man throw his head back. Bright blood splashed on the wall. The guy fell to the floor and gritted his teeth, leaning with both hands in front of him. Johan, looking at the corpse of the soldier, said that these scum, the so-called soldiers, did not even think about fighting. They locked themselves in here and ate their comrades. If they wanted to lie, then they should have first wiped the blood from their mouths, asking who they thought they were. The protagonist frowned, asking if Heck really thought cannibalism was okay. What would he do if the camp ran out of food and someone made such a choice? The guy clenched his teeth and frowned, saying that he still could not come to terms with such behavior. Johan looked down at him. The guy's face darkened. He asked since when did Heck decide this? Because using violence against those who are not comrades is self-defense against possible danger, asking if he had forgotten the rules of the camp. The protagonist frowned, saying that if he could not come to terms with the rules for the sake of everyone's safety, then he should leave because no one was holding him. Heck's expression darkened as he looked at him. The rest of the group froze in shock as they listened to the guy's words about how Heck should learn to make the right decisions. Because the current world was different from the past, he knew the reason why the guy wanted to save everyone and what burden he was carrying. The main character put his hands out to the sides, saying that he still wouldn't tolerate the whole team suffering because of his unnecessary emotions. Johan approached the entrance and turned to the guy, asking him to get up because they needed to go back. A question was heard from the radio about when they would finish. The walls were covered with iron. The guy brought the radio closer, asking if something had happened, to which he received an answer from Swift that the zombies were acting strangely. They had stopped chasing the group. Johan frowned, thinking that he had a bad feeling about this. Sound waves were spreading throughout the room. The guy bared his teeth, thinking that this was a wave of zombies. He stood at the entrance, thinking that if you take into account the total number of survivors here and the search party, it won't be even 20 people. Besides, when they came here, the zombie wave was already over. There was a group of people behind him. His eyes widened and his brows furrowed, wondering why this was happening. The guy remembered the Walking Dead wandering around the base, thinking that the zombie wave will not end until the survivors, every last one, are killed. Johan remembered seeing 3 soldiers near the wall, thinking that if there are survivors during the zombie wave, the dead will walk until all of them are killed. But the survivors were completely covered and therefore the hunt could not continue further, therefore the zombies can wait forever until they come out or die. He remembered 2 round door handles. All this means only one thing. The zombie wave can go into standby mode. He imagined a crowd of zombies approaching the buildings of the base. Johan watched the boys fight off the Walking Dead, thinking that the state where the wave ended but could continue at any moment. Maybe they were nearby and monitoring the situation. The guy looked at the crowd of zombies in military clothes. Johan frowned, telling everyone to go into the warehouse and lock the doors because they can't handle such a number. The heroes hurried to the door. They were surrounded by a crowd of Walking Dead. The door slammed open. The guys leaned on it, trying to prevent the zombies from getting inside. Sari frowned, asking her opponent what they were going to do. Johan raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth, looking at her. In the room near the iron cabinets there was a small ladder. The guy called Swift through the radio. The guy immediately answered, asking if they were okay. Heck cut down the approaching zombies, gritting his teeth. The protagonist reported that they had an emergency here, asking what they had. Swift replied that they did not have a single soul because everyone went to the base. Johan lowered his head and closed his eyes, thinking that this meant that the territory of the zombie wave was a military unit. He needed to somehow help his comrades outside find a way out of here. He gritted his teeth, thinking that fighting the mutated zombies that raised this wave was impossible. They were in a terrible situation and he would like to avoid fighting a mutated zombie during the day. The hero imagined a giant mutated zombie, thinking that there is a common feature of mutated zombies when fighting during the day. Whoever they were, it would be difficult to fight against him. The heroes tried their best to hold the door. Heck hit the zombie's hands with an axe. The protagonist froze in place, thinking that even in his past life he had not encountered such a terrible situation. The guy frowned, thinking that he shouldn't show his emotions. He said that there was a way out, asking the heroes not to worry. First they need to wait until all the zombies gather. The guys, pursing their lips, nodded, looking at the protagonist. Johan looked at the falling debris from the ceiling, thinking that they needed to get out of isolation, and then get to the ammunition depot, and there, perhaps, the situation would change in their favor. The protagonist brought the radio closer, telling them to listen carefully. From now on, the Swift group is their way to the exit. He asked where they are now. The radio screen shone with blue light. The guy asked displeasedly if it was possible to be more kind to their way to the exit. Johan frowned and opened his eyes wide, thinking that even in such a situation he manages to joke. He rudely asked a question, asking about their location. There were white clouds in the blue sky. Swift stood looking at the military unit and said that he could see an ammunition depot 3 hours from the base. Johan said that was great. The main gate was closed now, so the zombies would most likely be gathering around the depot. He asked if Donsiak had a toolbox. Swift turned back, looking at the man. He replied that he had everything except a chainsaw and a crowbar, which were taken. The main neuro said that they only needed pliers and wire. The guy looked at the wire fence, listening to Johan's words about how he needed to cut the bars and go inside, asking not to forget to give feedback. Swift asked what he needed to do next. The light building was surrounded by trees. The protagonist said that the zombies were now gathering in front of the supply depot, so as soon as they entered, they needed to run to the ammunition depot. If they met a matted zombie, they should immediately report. The boy smiled and adjusted his hood, asking if the man had heard it. He walked ahead with an axe in his hands, telling the respected ones to follow him. The screams of zombies could be heard among the buildings of the military unit. Johan put on his mask and goggles. The boys could barely hold the door. There were beads of sweat on one of their faces. Hayek was breathing heavily, his brows furrowed. Suddenly, the zombie managed to get inside. One of them rushed straight at the protagonist. Johan did not move, looking at the monster. The zombie opened its mouth wide, moving towards the boy. The protagonist swung the blade in his hands, cutting off its head. One by one, they tried to get to the boy. He frowned and turned to the girls, ordering everyone to put on masks. A bright explosion thundered, lifting debris into the air. The building had a fence with barbed wire on top. Johan spoke into the radio. He told the group to take hand grenades as soon as they arrived at the ammunition depot, then throw them into the crowd of zombies surrounding the depot. Even if the grenades did not reach them, its explosion would be enough to create a path for them. He asked to throw 5 at a time. As soon as the 5th grenade exploded, they would run out, and as soon as they saw them, they should cover. The guy imagined pallets with wooden boxes. The hero thought about the crowd of zombies surrounding them. Swift and his group stood with machine guns behind their backs, looking forward. Johan frowned, reporting into the radio that they would be moving towards the cart in the west, so they should provide them with a safe path. The zombies would follow the sound, so Hajin should throw grenades in the opposite direction and distract them. Clouds were slowly floating in the sky. Swift, holding the radio in his hand, looked at the guys, asking if they heard, saying that on the count of 3 they would begin. A bright explosion raised fragments of stone walls and floors into the air. Nearby with an open backpack were packages of masks. The zombie opened his mouth wide and screamed shrilly. Johan cut his body with a blade. He froze, standing over the body of the dead man. A group of people stood behind him. The guy said that because of the explosion outside there could be zombie remains in the air. Unless blood spurts, the chance of infection through the eyes is extremely small. The guys in masks frowned and nodded in response. Johan asked if they were ready. He quickly moved to the door. With a sharp movement, he kicked it off his foot. The guy armed himself with a blade, standing in front of a crowd of zombies, and ordered everyone to follow him. The sky was not visible because of the rising smoke. Loud grenade explosions sounded in the military unit. The zombie's head flew off to the side, with its mouth wide open. The protagonist, swinging his hand, cut through their bodies. The zombie threw his head back, blood spurting out of his chest. Hayek opened his eyes wide, asking the guys standing there if they had seen how Hyung fought. He called it art. Blood spurted out of the crowd of zombies. The protagonist hovered above the crowd of the dead. The zombie's body lay on the ground, blood flowing out of its open mouth. There were splatters of the dead's blood on the guy's goggles. His gaze fell on the cart with the weapons. Johan turned to the heroes, saying that Sari and Johnny would pull it, and the rest would move around the cart and guard it. Suddenly, he looked to the side. A silhouette was visible in the curtain of dust. The main neuro took off his glasses and opened his eyes wide, realizing that things were bad. The zombies in military clothes moved forward. The guy froze in place, looking at the approaching dead, thinking that he almost forgot that a wave of zombies was coming. Bullets flew into their bodies, leaving bright flashes. Johan frowned, looking ahead. Swift appeared with his group. He smiled, holding a machine gun in his hands and saying that this was the main character's exit. The guy happily noted that they arrived on time. There were weapons in the cart. The main character said that while the distraction group bought them time, everyone should take a gun from the cart and load it with a spare magazine box from Hajin's bag. The guy inserted a magazine into the weapon. The heroes opened fire on the approaching dead. Johan frowned, thinking that even if there were several thousand zombies in the unit, sooner or later they would come to an end. He remembered the warehouse and boxes, thinking that the ammunition reserves would be enough to fight off 3 waves of zombies. The bodies of the walking dead were shot, blood spurted from their wounds. The protagonist said that now that they had increased the distance with the zombies, they needed to concentrate and shoot more carefully because they did not have many spare magazine boxes. Bullets entered the heads of the approaching dead, forcing them to lean back. corporal on squatted next to Johan, not letting go of the machine gun. The guy frowned. Looking forward, the protagonist looked at him, remembering the name and realizing that Lieutenant N had sent the best shooter. The young man's eyebrows furrowed. He thought that the percentage of hitting the guy's target was higher than his own, so if they got to the ammunition depot intact, then with these talents they could easily survive the wave of zombies. The heroes stood next to each other, shooting the dead. The guy thought that the problem was only in the mutated zombie. He shouted loudly that this was enough, they needed to retreat to the ammunition depot. There was a loud sound. The guy next to Heck fell back, having executed the weapon. His eyes were shot out, blood was dripping onto the ground. Johan took off his mask, telling Swift to duck. The guy immediately followed the order. The blow hit the ground behind him. Swift looked at the cracked earth behind him, asking, "What is this?" Johan looked at the roof and saw the silhouette of a monster. The main neuro opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows. On the roof of the building stood a mutated zombie. The guy thought that it was a small body, not even reaching 1 meter, gray-green skin. The front limbs are much longer than the back, like a gibbon. He paid attention to the monster's chest and the skin of its arms. The monster stood on the roof, his mouth wide open, his eyes shining brightly yellow. Johan's eyes opened. He realized that this was definitely the strongest mutated zombie before his rebirth. He screamed loudly, calling the creature David. The mutated zombie opened its mouth wide and screamed, looking to the side. Zombie David growled. He spat something into his hand. David swung his arm to throw. Johan yelled sharply for the men to watch their heads, and thought to himself that he wasn't sure they could dodge it, but he should at least make sure they didn't die. Swift jumped to the side, dodging the explosion. Johan asked Hawk not to stick to the injured guy since he might be infected, and thought to himself that luckily David was aiming at Swift now, to which Hawk replied that he would put the guy in the cart. Johan raised his machine gun to his shoulder. The bullets hit David, but did not cause any noticeable damage. Suddenly, the zombie's eyes lit up red, and he growled. The guys ran when Johan asked Swift to guard the rear from the zombies, and for the rest to run to the ammunition depot. David ran his hand over the car, leaving deep scratches. Johan took aim at David and thought that only he and Swift could dodge the projectiles that this monster was throwing. David swung his arm again to throw. Johan jumped sharply to the side, dodging another explosion. Johan landed on his feet and crouched, keeping his balance, and thought that it was time to finish. He shouted at Swift to leave too, and the guy quickly turned around and said that he accepted the information. David's face twisted in anger. Johan glanced sideways at the zombie, since he had little time until it vomited that iron thing after launching the projectile, so this was the only thing he could predict from its behavior. Swift and Johan dodged the explosion and continued to run. The last explosion hit the wall. Swift and Johan braced their hands on their legs and breathed heavily. Dr. Jebium was bandaging the injured boy. Sira was standing in front of Johan when she decided to ask what that was and what kind of monster it was. Sweat was pouring down Johan's face, who nervously said that there was no time, so he should explain briefly that the zombie's name was David, and among the zombies he had encountered, he was the only one who performed long-range attacks. The boy placed his hands on his hips and continued to explain that David attacked with a crumpled piece of iron, so they should avoid him if possible. Although it would be difficult at first, but later, if people chose the right time, they would be able to dodge, but until he died, this wave would not end. Johan frowned and said that David was a mutated zombie that summoned a mutated zombie. The boys' mouths dropped in surprise. Johan remembered that in the place where David appeared, another mutated Goliath would inevitably appear, so they did not have time, since if they hesitated, the main gate would be destroyed. They will have to fight endlessly with the zombies that will be arriving from outside, and they are 3 meters tall and can tear iron bars with their bare hands. Sira asked with a worried face that even if they can't be stopped with bullets, then isn't that a violation of the balance? One of the guys frowned and said that fortunately, Johan had already fought against him, so he can tell what his weak points were and how he dealt with him. Johan looked at the guy with a puzzled look and asked if he dealt with him, then explained that he did not know his weak points and such, since the camp where he appeared was completely destroyed. A tense silence filled the room. From the street, there was a bang on the wall. The boy asked again about how Johan survived in that case. Johan became sad and thought about how he escaped. He remembered that before reincarnation, if the camp faced a difficult situation, he would leave, taking advantage of the time while others sacrificed their lives to protect the camp. At that time, when he heard that all the remaining people were killed, he knew that he made the right choice, since it was the only way for him to survive during the apocalypse. In fact, it was running away and betraying his comrades. Then, one day, he was told that he was running away to survive, but what if he was the only survivor in this world, then asked what he would do after. Johan thought about what it was like before he met Shino in the Uedo camp. He desperately survived alone, but he showed him what comrades were and taught him a lot, was his friend and was the last survivor of the camp, and a comrade he was with even in death. Johan remembered Shino attacking him by becoming a zombie in the middle of the battle. Johan thought that if he knew what Shino did before the apocalypse, he would have been the first person he would have gone to, but Johan couldn't find him. Then he thought that if the future hadn't changed much, then where would he meet him again if they both survived? The boys looked at Johan silently. He smirked and asked if there was anyone among them who would stay here and sacrifice their lives by becoming bait. Everyone lowered their heads, as no one wanted to give up their lives after going through such a long struggle. Johan shrugged and said that they would fight then, to which the men began to ask, hadn't he said that he didn't know how to attack and since bullets weren't affecting him? How about trying a grenade launcher, or maybe there was some heavy anti-tank weaponry here? Johan closed his eyes, smiled and asked if there was anyone among them who could use a grenade launcher. He looked the men over carefully and explained that they were in the back of the building, so he didn't know how good the weapons were here. But finding them could be dangerous, and besides, only a career officer could open the breech of a grenade launcher. Johan said that he would try to stop David by any means necessary, to which the reasonable question followed about how he was going to do that. Johan said that they would split everyone into teams, then called Swift, Corporalon, and Yi, ordering them to go to the main gate and block it so that Goliath could not break it, since it was not that difficult to fight. He explained that Goliath, unlike zombies, can move even after losing its head, so they need to cut its body completely, to which Swift replied that he accepted the command. Johan then turned to Hayek, Jiwon, Yihi, and Dan, asking them to kill the zombies surrounding the ammunition depot so that they could shoot everyone so that they could not get close to him and Swift. He then turned to Seri, Jeonjun, and Kyungwook to gather everything except the bullet clips, since the bullet supply must not be cut off at all, so let them start now. Johan turned to Hajin and said that he would go with him to catch David. He thought that during the fight with the mutated, a large number of people would be a hindrance, so one would be enough to cover the rear, and he would like to take Swift, but in that case there would be no one to fight against Goliath. Hajin cracked his knuckles and said that now the main character enters the stage, and Johan thought that, apart from Swift, the strongest of the people here was Hajin. He thought that in his past life, he had never been able to defeat the mutated David. Johan reached for the door handle. As soon as the door opened, a crowd of zombies poured into the room. Johan concentrated. The crowd of zombies pressed when he thought that he had never attacked David. The guys fired machine guns. The zombies pressed wave after wave, walking on the corpses of the same monsters. Johan shouted that now was the time to push. The guys moved the wooden shields. They began to push back the zombies. Johan stayed behind the boys, shouting for Swift's team to go left and his team to go right. They went outside, separated, and continued killing zombies. Johan assessed the situation and thought that David's long-range attack was hopeless, as there was a high probability that they could break through the main gate or anywhere using bullets. He did not know how David fought, but judging by the fact that he attacked from afar, perhaps he was weak in close combat. A fountain of blood shot up into the sky. The zombies, making exhausted sounds, continued to press forward in a crowd. A huge explosion was heard, and the zombie's head was blown to pieces. Swift praised the excellent strike. He carefully surveyed the battlefield and thought that it was Heck's skill that allowed him to quickly rise in the camp. The last shots rang out, and the boys heard that this was enough, since now they needed to save bullets and move on. Swift attacked with an axe. There were many corpses lying on the asphalt. Swift put his foot on a zombie when his subordinates exclaimed in admiration and said that he was truly magnificent, since thanks to him they escaped safe and sound, to which Swift agreed. He looked at the roof where David was standing and thought that whoever Johan was, it was dangerous to fight against that monster. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to a zombie that flew over the fence. One by one, the zombies landed on the ground, and one of the guys assumed that something was being thrown by the zombies on the other side of the fence. Swift realized with a smirk that it was Goliath. Goliath grabbed the zombies by the head and threw them over the fence. Swift asked his partners to cover him and dodge deadly attacks, and he himself rushed forward. The guys only had time to be surprised. Swift accelerated. It was as if he flew up a sheer wall. Swift caught on a ledge. He jumped over the wall in one leap. The guys from his team continued to watch in amazement. Goliath made guttural sounds when Swift said that he wanted to check how strong he was. The guy took out a grenade. There was a deafening explosion, raising dust and stone chips into the air. Everything around was covered in smoke. Swift grinned, covering his face from the dust, and was surprised that Goliath survived such an explosion. The zombie itself was missing half of its head, but it seemed not to notice it. Suddenly, Swift realized that Goliath was not alone. In the distance, the silhouettes of several more Goliaths appeared. Swift looked at the crowd of zombies gathering on the fence and thought that he could no longer use the grenade, since due to the explosion, there were a lot of zombie remains and blood in the air, and besides, there was a risk that the main gate would break. He crouched down, picked up his machine gun, and thought that, after all, his body was weaker than David's and he could stop them. He opened fire on Goliath. Swift realized that something was not going as he had planned. Goliath threw a zombie at him. Swift dodged sharply to the side, avoiding a direct confrontation. He thought with resentment that Goliath's attacks were crude and ignorant, and said out loud that he liked graceful attacks. From below, the guys asked if he was okay, to which Swift asked Corporal On to help him, since shooting at them was harder than expected. He turned to his subordinates and said that the rest of them were responsible for the flying and falling zombies. Swift waved his hand and urged Corporal On to get up, to which the guy awkwardly said that he didn't think he could get up. Swift told the corporal to run as fast as he could and then pretended he was walking on a wall, and if he could hold on for a few seconds Swift would be able to catch him, to which the corporal remained awkwardly silent and Swift finally found a rope. The corporal he pulled himself up with the rope and tiredly got on all fours to catch his breath. He looked around the crowd of zombies with fear, asking how many there were and if they would die. Swift gave him a godly slap on the back of the head to bring the guy to his senses. He looked at Goliath and told the corporal not to be afraid of the big zombie. He just needed to be able to knock his foot out with bullets, to which the corporal replied he would try. He dropped to one knee and aimed his gun when he said he couldn't see the target, to which Swift replied that he should wait a bit as he would see it when he swung to throw the zombie. Swift yelled sharply that they had to shoot now, and the corporal immediately fired a few shots, and Swift happily praised him for a great shot, saying that they should keep shooting until the foot fell off. However, Goliath had already thrown a zombie at them. Swift grabbed the zombie by the collar. He lifted it so that its legs kicked up in the air. Swift said that the zombie was this way and threw it back over the fence. The zombie fell to the ground with a thud. Corporal, he looked at the guy in awe. Swift smirked and reminded him that he had told him not to be afraid because he could protect him. The growling of many zombies could be heard over the fence. All the ammunition that could be found in the building was being piled up in one place. One of the guys was filling a magazine. Sierra took off her jacket, complaining that she was hot. The boys stared at her. Sierra looked at them haughtily and said that they were in a dangerous situation now, and some of them had wide eyes and she saw that they had a lot of free time. Everyone quickly turned away, to which Sierra said that they should stop looking around since they needed to get down to business. The girl from her team smiled. Laughter was heard in the warehouse. The machine gun was working non-stop. Zombies were falling one after another under the onslaught of bullets. One of the boys looked at what was happening ahead in surprise. He turned to Heck and said that he was out of bullets, so he would change his gun and come back. He went to the cart with supplies. He looked around, wondering where the wounded Manjong had gone. He remembered that Heck had left him there. However, the rope was broken, and the boy wondered why this happened. Suddenly, Manjong attacked him from the air. Sierra heard Donnie scream. Manjong was tearing the guy's neck with his teeth. Sierra ran out of the room with a knife in her hands. Manjong, who had become a zombie, raised his bloody head and screamed. The girl inserted a knife into his cervical vertebra. She looked at the guys, one of whom was already dead, and the second was about to become a zombie. Danu was crying, realizing the situation, because he did not want to die. He slightly turned his head and turned to Heck, repeating that he did not want to die. Heck continued to shoot, not reacting to the situation. The girl turned to Sierra, because they urgently needed to make a decision. Janu, half turned into a zombie, begged for salvation. At that moment, blood gushed out like a fountain. A dead hand fell to the ground. Sierra looked at her former comrade with sadness. She asked Danu for forgiveness because she was very sorry, and a gun was smoking in her hands. There were constant commands from the perimeter, about 3 on the left, not enough bullets, and if there were more supplies, someone promised to go get them. The smoke was increasingly enveloping the area. Johan jumped over one of the guys. David had just thrown another metal ball. Hajin and Johan were hiding behind a truck when the latter said that they needed to leave their luggage here and go fight lightly. They threw off their backpacks. Hajin said that Johan's backpack was heavy, then asked what he had packed in it, to which he replied that only the necessary things. Then the guy took out a package that also attracted attention, and Johan explained that it was a knife that had never been used, and he brought it as a backup since he usually disinfected weapons, but in a situation like this there was no time for that. Hajin guessed that it was needed to cut off parts in case of zombie bites, but he did not consider such a knife unnecessary cargo. Johan didn't pay any attention to it, but asked if Hajin knew how to set up a claymore. He replied, looked at the mine, that he had seen it when he was in the army, but he hadn't personally set it up, to which Johan said that he would set it up then. They looked at the zombie, because first they had to force it into a narrow space, and then they had to find out its close combat style and behavior, find its weak points and attack, so they had to act in that order. There was no detailed strategy, so they had to act with safety first, and if Hajin thought that he couldn't do it, then it was better to retreat now, but he asked not to worry, and then asked how they would lure him in. Johan said with a concentrated expression that they had to think about it, but they would act according to the situation, and he thought to himself that they had to first understand its close combat style. The sky was laser-like when Hajin asked what he needed to distract David until his signal, to which Johan replied that if he moved to another building or the situation worsened, he would immediately have to report on the radio. The zombies, even with their legs cut off, tried to crawl towards their victims. Davy threw another ball. Hajin's shield immediately fell apart. He remembered how Johan told him that he would not always be able to cover himself with a shield from David's blows, so if he wanted to dodge, then he should move his legs, not his body, and trust his instincts, not his mind. Hajin angrily shouted that this was just easy to say. Another explosion rang out, and the guy jumped to the side, avoiding the attack. The mine was planted. Johan examined the creation of his hands with pleasure. Now he wondered if he had chosen the right strategy. The radio started working. A voice said that it was the ammunition depot team, their front was in danger, they were being pressed little by little, and was there anyone who could come to support them? Then another voice answered, the main gate team would send Dongseok and Yihi. Johan thought that he didn't have time to hesitate, and if he didn't believe in himself, he might miss a good chance. He asked Hajin through the radio how he was doing, since he had already completed all the preparations, and the guy answered that while dodging David's attack, he hid behind the wall, but the zombie was watching that place so he couldn't move, so he thought he had attracted its attention enough. Johan asked for a hand grenade to be thrown at him on the count of 3, and it was okay if he missed, so let him throw it at the roof. Johan ran as fast as he could, counting as he went. On the count of 3, a deafening explosion was heard. The surrounding area was covered in smoke. Johan jumped out, aiming his machine gun, thinking that the grenade was unlikely to hit David. But more importantly, it confused him, thereby exposing a weak point. Johan carefully stepped through the smoke, thinking that the zombie was not wine, and could it have escaped. Suddenly, the boy could see him, ready to attack, through the dust. David attacked. Johan barely dodged the explosion. He thought angrily that David did not escape, but cleared a path for himself to attack, and anyway, he needed to change his attacks. David again scraped on metal, leaving a mark. Johan raised his machine gun, thought about the best way to distract the monster. David pulled the metal into his mouth. At that moment, a shot rang out and a bullet passed through the zombie's throat. Johan thought about preventing the supply of shells. David growled angrily. Johan lowered the machine gun, thinking that David had been stuffed with a bullet for the first time, and he wondered what the zombie would do now. Liquid was dripping from the zombie's mouth. He suddenly screamed shrilly. David bent his knees. Johan watched carefully what the zombie would do. David jumped up. Johan watched in surprise as the monster approached quickly. The guy jumped back, thinking that now the real fight was beginning. A grenade fell to the floor. David looked in surprise at the shell, which was smoking. Suddenly, the zombie found itself in the epicenter of the explosion. Johan tried his best to dodge the shock wave. David changed his green color to gray. Johan jumped, taking aim. He inserted the barrel of the machine gun into David's mouth, thinking that he had caught it. Johan pulled the trigger, and at that very moment, David clenched his teeth and bit off the barrel of the machine gun. Johan was surprised to see the machine gun exploding in his hands. David swung his clawed paw. At the same moment, he hit the guy in the face, sending him flying back a few meters. Johan managed to stop and get to his feet. He kicked the zombie. The blow hit the kneecap, and Johan thought that this zombie had an iron body. He dodged again, avoiding David's steel hand. The zombie grabbed a stone. Johan suddenly realized that the zombie used ranged attacks not because it was weak in close combat, but because it enjoyed hunting. David's eyes flashed. Suddenly, something exploded near Johan and blood spurted. It turned out that Hajin had shot the zombie who had fought. Johan thanked him, to which he asked not to worry about them and focus on that monster. David prepared for another attack. Johan caught the monster's blow on his metal wristband, causing sparks to fly. David pinned Johan to the wall. The boy thought angrily that the difference in strength was enormous. Someone intercepted the jackhammer. The blow from the hammer landed on David's head. Hajin said with surprise that the zombie didn't even move. David turned his head towards him. He hit Hajin with all his might. Blood flowed from the boy's mouth. He flew back many meters as he couldn't break. Hajin crashed into the supplies. He closed his eyes in pain. At that moment, a zombie without legs crawled to him. The zombie hung over the boy. Hajin screamed in disbelief, and at that moment the monster bit him. Johan screamed Hajin's name. It turned out that the zombie had bitten off 2 of his fingers. David, not paying attention to this scene, attacked again. Johan dodged. He thought that only after he dealt with him would he be able to find out what had happened to Hajin, but he didn't know how. David was like he was completely armored. Every part of his body was protected. He loomed over the boy like a huge monster when Johan thought that he didn't know what he had to do to defeat him. David exhaled. Johan prepared to dodge. There was an explosion, sending a column of sand and rock into the sky. David raised his hands, fists clenched, for another attack. He slammed the ground so hard and fast that a column of earth shot up into the air. Johan jumped back, trying to avoid the shockwave. He turned his head away to avoid the rocks hitting him in the face. The rocks continued to fall, flying into the building and falling down the stairs. Johan quickly headed for the shelter of the building. While the boy was going down the stairs, David was approaching the open entrance. Johan cursed under his breath. The zombie broke through the passage into the building with one blow. The bullets flew up in clouds into the clear sky. Several bullets hit the zombie's head. Hajin stood over the corpse with a bloody hand. He looked at the two missing fingers and thought that he had been bitten by a zombie. He looked at his hand and thought that if he did not take action now, he would definitely become infected. Hajin turned around and saw the broken passage into the building. It was quiet below. Johan ran as fast as he could among the shelves. He ran as fast as he could when he thought that David's attacks were more dangerous one after another and unpredictable, and even if this method did not work, then what to do next, he did not know. Suddenly, someone hit the wall near him. David broke through the ground a step away from Johan. A couple of meters remained to the mines. Johan pushed off in a jump. He flew to the floor to connect the mines together since there would be no next time. Johan flew through two racks to which the mines were attached, grabbing the detonators as David approached him. The mines beeped cheerfully, confirming that they were ready to act. David found himself in the very epicenter of a huge explosion. Everything around was covered in smoke and sparks. Johan took a step forward. The outline of David's body was visible through the dust when the guy thought that the body had shrunk again, which meant that the effect of the mines was there, and perhaps the strength of the body was weakened from receiving a direct hit from the mine. He looked into the zombie's eyes and swung his knife. He thought that the eyes were especially weak, after which he immediately stabbed there with the knife. Johan continued to hold the zombie with the knife in the eye, and with his other hand he stuck a hand grenade in his mouth. He kicked David in the head. The zombie reflexively swallowed the grenade. The shockwave made David swell. Johan covered his head with his hands, thinking that he had acted on instinct, but it had worked. The truck was still in the same place. Hajin was sorting through the available medicines that he and Johan had left here earlier. Sweat was pouring down the man's face as he concentrated on holding the knife in his hands, thinking about cutting off the infected fingers. At first Hajin tried the wrist, but he realized that he would have to cut off everything below the elbow. Tears flowed from Hajin's eyes from the strain, and he cursed. A scream was heard in the truck. The whole room was filled with smoke. David was screaming because all that was left of him was bones, with muscles hanging in shreds. Johan looked at David, who no longer had arms, and thought that the zombie had not yet fainted and he was worse than the monsters. He thought that he would try to use the grenade again. David growled and the remaining eye began to glow red. The zombie's movements became clear and blurry. The next moment, he was behind Johan, who was surprised by such speed. David bit him sharply on the shoulder and tore out some of the flesh. Johan turned around abruptly. He shoved the grenade into David's mouth again. Johan clenched his fist and swung to strike. He hit the zombie in the jaw, forcing it to close its mouth, asking it to die already. David flew up several meters from the blow. The explosion was already under the ceiling. Everything was covered in smoke, and immediately green liquid began to drip from the ceiling. Johan stood in the rain of what was left of David. He smiled and asked himself if people would believe him that he fought against this monster. Johan staggered, feeling his legs tremble. Johan fell to the floor and thought that he had taken a shower of zombies. Blood was gushing out of the boy's wound, and he thought that infection should occur in 5 minutes. Johan looked at the ceiling, disappointed to think that his shoulder could not even be cut off. The space began to be covered in a black haze. Johan closed his eyes and thought, more importantly, now he did not even have the strength to die. In his first life, Johan thought about how all living beings try to avoid even the smallest threat, since they live in a world where one mistake can cause them to lose everything. But why did he decide to fight such a dangerous opponent, sacrificing his life? He remembered how huge David was. Back then, for the sake of his comrades whom he wanted to protect or for recognition, so he wanted to know. Johan remembered the last blow and thought about what pushed him and what he wanted to protect. To find out the reason for his actions, he must survive. Suddenly, an image of a girl, glowing and reaching out to him, broke into his consciousness. Johan opened his eyes abruptly. He saw a familiar ceiling and decided that he had returned to the past again. However, this was not the case since in front of him was a building destroyed by a recent battle. Johan looked sharply at the wound. He moved the glove away and checked the time, since 2 hours had passed since they began to act. He remembered that he had definitely been bitten by a zombie, and besides, he had been in their blood for a long time. Johan looked at himself in the mirror and thought that, despite everything, he had not become infected. He thought that perhaps he had acquired immunity, but neither in this life nor in his past life was there a concept of immunity to infections, and besides, in his past life he had died precisely because of infection. Johan looked at his reflection in surprise, not understanding what had happened then. He looked at the destroyed building. Johan walked down the corridor and thought that there was a chance that even with a bite from David, a mutated zombie, infection occurs, or he was lucky and this time he did not become infected. but he also considered it lucky last time, and if he thought about it, he had been bitten here in the past, so he thought it was honey. Johan rubbed his shoulder and thought that he had too many thoughts, so it was wrong for fate or luck to repeat itself over and over again. He walked outside, thinking that someone wanted him dead and someone was trying to save him. There was a truck ahead. The bandages, medicine, and floor were covered in blood. Hajin was lying on the floor of the truck with his arm cut off, bleeding out. Johan looked at the man who cut off his own arm and prevented infection in surprise. Hajin wheezed, and Johan thought that he really was incredibly resilient. The sky was deep blue. The area was covered in smoke. The boys were dumping corpses in one pile. One of them complained that they were cleaning everything, but there was no end to the zombies. Iho heard the question about where the others were. The boy turned around and was glad that Johan was alive, then saw the wounded Hajin, but Johan interrupted him, ordering him to report the situation. Then Iho quickly reported that a Goliath appeared in the southeast and destroyed the gate, and now everyone went there and repaired it. Johan immediately asked about the dead and looked at the two corpses with their heads covered. When Iho explained that Menjin and Danu were killed, but everyone else was able to survive because Swift managed to come to their aid in time. Johan frowned and thought about how he knew the wave of zombies was over as soon as he came to his senses. He looked around the area and thought that the howling that left tension in the air was gone. Johan narrowed his eyes, thinking that he was sure that the last Goliath was destroyed too, and they were probably finishing the cleanup now. The guy picked up the radio and called Swift, who asked why the guy hadn't answered for so long, because he already thought he was dead. Johan watched as people tried to help Hajin and said that his fight was dragging on, after which the radio immediately said that the main thing was that he was alive, because command was not for Swift. Johan frowned at the radio and thought that for some reason it seemed to him that Swift thought differently, but then pulled himself together because he probably thought of all sorts of things. Swift heard from the radio that Johan already knew about the destroyed gate, so he answered that they were almost done, because he thought that Goliath was a pile of sand, but he really was a mutated zombie, and he also thought that Goliath would count his spine when he approached. A request came from the radio to hurry, because Hajin was seriously injured, to which Swift immediately replied that they would be there now. Jongwon heard Johan's voice on the radio. He said that there was a bike at the back of the yard, and the key to it was in his box. He asked to quickly bring Dr. Park from the shelter, to which the guy immediately asked about who was injured. The guys installing the solar panels heard that Hajin cut off his arm, so let the doctor bring everything needed for first aid, to which Jongwon said that he understood everything. A full moon rose over the camp. People slept wherever they could. The guys snored, lying on pillows. Songwa slept with her mouth open. The doors to one of the rooms were tightly closed. There was blood in the hermetic bags and a syringe. Hajin was lying on the couch and had not yet come to his senses when the doctor's voice was heard, that he was worried about blood loss in a state of shock. He looked at Johan carefully and said that thanks to the blood transfusion of his comrade, they avoided a critical condition, to which the boy said that the doctor tried very hard. Johan, bandaged, came out of the improvised ward and breathed a sigh of relief. He went into the warehouse and thought that a new beginning for the camp, which was obtained thanks to the lives of 2 and possibly 3 men. Johan looked at the stacked boxes and thought that the search party's death was a huge loss, but thanks to them, they were able to survive the zombie wave and deal with the mutants. Johan took a step forward and thought that there was something more important. At this moment, they had gained the strength to fight against the Soul Survivor Association. Water dripped slowly from the faucet. Johan looked at himself in the mirror and thought that the bite wound on his shoulder had healed, which proved that he had immunity. He examined the bite carefully and thought that it was better not to tell the others until he was completely sure that it was immunity, so he would not give them hope, otherwise they might be in danger. Johan thought that people would not be able to abandon their comrades even after being bitten, thinking that they might not be infected and would keep him by their side until the infected one breathed his last. However, it might be too late before they knew if he was infected or not. Johan frowned and thought that he would keep it a secret until he knew for sure. The sun rose over the camp and a cry was heard that it was time to get up and go to work. Sira stood up, upset, and said that it had been so quiet for the past few days, so could someone take this workaholic away? Swift crawled out from under the blanket and expressed his complete agreement with the girl, to which she was surprised when he had arrived. Swift apologized, addressed her as a lady, and explained that he had nowhere to sleep, to which Sari reasonably noted that there was plenty of room in the living room, and how he ended up there anyway, after which she asked her not to call her a lady anymore, to which Swift asked if calling her an Ani was okay. Sira tensed up, not understanding why she was so disgusted, to which the guy said that it was too much. Her angry scream rang out in the room for him to quickly get out. Johan stood in front of the people and said that today they would be moving food and ammo to the new shelter and they would have to go back and forth several times, so they should hurry to finish before sunset. Then he turned to Swift, John and Yeho to stay behind to protect the shelter and the rest should follow him. The weather was beautiful that day. The new shelter looked great. The people were looking around the huge house when Johan said that they would use the 4th floor to store ammo and the basement as the main warehouse and bunker. He looked around the room and suggested that the guys should be 4 people in each room on the 3rd and 4th floors and asked the girls to use room 301. One of the guys asked what the 1st and 2nd floors would be used for. Johan explained that the 1st floor would be common and they would leave 201 for those who came. Then the guy asked what they would do with 202. Johan frowned and explained that it was his room. The boys laughed. The sun was setting over the old shelter. Everyone had gathered on the 1st floor when Johan said that what they hadn't finished today would be finished tomorrow, when the doctor came and said that Hajin had woken up. Johan immediately ran to his comrade. He abruptly opened the door and his face was clearly worried. Hajin, exhausted and pale, was sitting on the couch, leaning against the wall. Johan asked the man with a relieved smile how he was doing. Hajin smiled and said that he had met his dead parents and returned. There were many different medicines on the table when the man jokingly said that he thought they were fine. Johan chuckled in relief. He looked at the bandaged stump of his arm and said that he thought he wouldn't pull through this time, since Hajin's life had become more difficult since they had met. Johan apologized for putting the man in danger all the time, to which the man asked him not to be so serious. If it weren't for Johan, Hajin would have died long ago, and besides, right now, what's safer than a shelter? Johan didn't know what to say to that. Hajin looked at the guy and asked him not to worry about him, since he respected Johan, and he didn't know how much he believed in him, but Hajin would continue to follow him. He then looked at his injured arm with a smirk and said that with such an arm, he probably wouldn't be able to help. Johan thought that he probably wouldn't find anyone as noble as Hajin again, when a sound was heard and Johan called for a doctor. Jebium came into the room and said that he came to help Hajin. He showed a sketch of a glove and explained that in this state, it would be difficult for him to keep his balance, which could seriously complicate his life, and the rehabilitation center had good processes, and if he chose one, then Jebium would help with the installation. A phrase was heard that a prosthesis with a hook was the most suitable for use in everyday life, to which Hajin said that he did not care, the main thing was that he could hold a weapon to fight. Jebium looked at the man in surprise and warned that it would be dangerous and also uncomfortable. Hajin frowned and said that everything was fine, since the main thing was that he could fight. Johan turned to the doctor with a question about Mr. Kim being a jack of all trades and whether he could be asked to create a prosthesis, to which the doctor wanted to object. However, Johan interrupted him and said that he would provide everything that was needed. Jebium exhaled tensely and said that he would talk to Mr. Kim, but in return Hajin should not move for a while as there was a possibility of severe bleeding. Hajin listened with a smile, saying that if possible, it would be better to go to the hospital and check everything. Johan approached him and asked him not to overexert himself and take care of his body, to which Hajin thanked him. 2 months later, in front of the Nonmin Bank building, people were running somewhere at breakneck speed. The guys ran into a wall of cars and one of them got angry that the road was blocked, to which the second one suggested climbing over. Suddenly, someone took out a red megaphone. Swift brought it to his mouth and spoke, testing the megaphone, about the people who came up to drop their weapons, climb over and put their hands behind their heads. One of the guys was about to complain about who Swift was, but the other one suggested that they climb over first, and Swift immediately asked them not to complicate the situation since there were no zombies behind the wall, so they should leave their weapons there and climb over. Swift's face suddenly darkened, and he said that he had warned them, and if they did not listen, he would kill them. One of the guys started shooting at him, telling him to shut up, because didn't he see that he had a gun? Swift immediately shot him through the head with one aimed shot, and the second one immediately thought in surprise about what just happened. He raised his gun and started shooting randomly, asking where the enemy was, not knowing that he himself was in the sights of a sniper. A shot rang out, and the second guy's head exploded. The guy who had fired the gun removed his head from the sights and said that everything was clear. Swift said into the radio that the corporal was great as always. Corporal On was sitting in the building, leaning against the wall and saying that killing people is different from killing zombies, to which Swift's voice came over the radio, saying that it was, but let him remember the previous attack by the Special Forces soldiers. The corporal looked at the rifle and heard that if Johan had not taken action in time, they would all have been killed, and On would not have his favorite weapon. Swift saw a motorcycle with guys. The wheels creaked and the motorcycle stopped. Sierra got off the motorcycle and asked Swift where Johan was, to which he asked in response, didn't he go to expand the western borderline? To which the girl replied upset that she had come to the wrong place and why he was not answering the radio, then asked Swift to come to the Sapit library after 2 o'clock. Swift shouted that he forgot that today was the meeting, and Sierra put her hands on her hips and asked why she had to look for the two of them every time and remind them. The girl asked the guy not to be late, then turned to Jiangwen so that they could continue on. On the borderline to the west, a battle with zombies was in full swing. Johan cut a zombie with one blow. He exhaled and straightened up, assessing the situation. He thought about how 2 months had passed since the battle with David. There had been many battles since then, and new people had joined, organized 5 camps and 3 reconnaissance groups. If they expanded this border, they would get a safe city. The sound of a motorcycle and Sari's shout were heard from behind. The girl was indignant that it was already hot, and he made her sweat even more. Johan turned to her and asked why she came, to which Sari was surprised. Like, why? After all, it was already 2 o'clock and the time had come. The noise of an excavator was heard when Sari asked why the guy's radio was turned off, to which he replied that he didn't turn it off, it was just noisy so he didn't hear it, and then suddenly zombies appeared. Johan turned to Jiangwen and asked why he was with Sari. The guy frowned and replied that he had some free time. Johan narrowed his eyes and wondered if Jiangwen was still in a bad mood after the last team assignment and whether it was because of Swift, who became the search team leader, or something else. Suddenly, another wave of zombies came. Sari shouted that the zombies were behind her. Someone stabbed the zombie in the temple with 1 blow. The man smiled contentedly and said that Johan had lost his grip while he was gone, and how could he have lost his vigilance if he didn't want to become a zombie? He had to take care of himself. The boys looked at Hajin in surprise and joy. He was standing with a new prosthesis with a knife sticking out of it and said that he had returned from hell. Sari happily asked what was wrong with his hand and was surprised that their country had something like that. Hajin pompously knelt down on one knee and, slamming his prosthesis on the asphalt, said that it was Mr. Kim's creation and that it was made from scrap materials, so it was a bit heavy. Hajin adjusted the prosthesis and said that Mr. Kim had promised to improve it. The prosthesis sparkled in the sun when Hajin asked if it was cool, when Hajin thought with an awkward smile that the man was practically glowing with happiness. The sky was azure. The library was bathed in sunlight. Johan walked through a corridor of guards. He opened the door and entered the room. The people sitting in the room immediately jumped up from their seats. Johan waved his hand and asked them to sit down. He pulled a chair closer to himself, thinking that Heck had gone on reconnaissance. Johan sat at the head of the table and apologized for being late, to which the men said that he was the busiest of them and asked about how the expansion of the borders was going. Johan said that they had almost completed the plan, and he thought that they would finish it the day after tomorrow, to which the man said that they had worked hard. Johan began to sort through the documents, asking along the way what was the first thing on their agenda, and immediately he was interested in the point about the name of the union, which greatly irritated him since they again brought it up for discussion, although last time they decided to leave everything as is. Xiajin, the leader of the department store camp, said that the name of the alliance was an important matter, because doesn't the feeling of belonging start from the organization itself? That's why he made these nameplates. Johan closed his eyes in irritation, thinking that Sajin was right, but the problem was that there were no normal names, especially the name 5 camps confused him. Johan read the other suggestions like Butchan Alliance, Survivor Alliance, Saviors, and then thought that these sounded more like idol group names. He crossed out almost all the suggestions one by one. Johan looked at the men and said to announce it to each camp, let them suggest their names, and after collecting all the suggestions, he will make a decision. Johan thought of the bottles of amber drinks and said that as a reward, he will give the Hornet liquor that the search party brought back from the brewery that had been stored for a long time. Silence spread across the table. Johan was bent over the papers again when he said that the next ones to join the search party were 3, and then decided that they would check them during the search party's daily morning rounds. He turned to Swift, asking him to pick the most normal one, to which the boy pompously put his hand to his forehead in the shape of a military visor. Johan read that the next thing was the need to expand the territory of free movement and allow free movement between camps. Johan frowned and angrily said that he rejected this idea. Kapsu, the head of the hospital camp, threw up his hands and objected that it was somewhat safe within the borders and couldn't people live more freely now. Johan looked at the men and asked if they had forgotten what he had said about the zombie wave, and if they let their control slack even once, it could turn into a huge problem. And as long as they knew who, where, and how many were, they could prevent a catastrophe. Kapsu said that they do not know exactly in what radius the zombie wave occurs, after which he asked where Johan got the rule about 20 people in the camp. Johan thought angrily that Kapsu had never seen what a zombie wave was, and he did not know the full horror of this wave, and that is why he was asking such questions. He folded his hands in front of himself, after which he explained that in his experience, no camp with less than 20 people faced a wave, so that is where such a figure comes from, to which Kapsu said that this means and there is no guarantee that it will definitely happen. Johan narrowed his eyes angrily and said that if they do as Kapsu wants, but a zombie wave occurs, will the man be able to stop it, or are living conditions more important to him? Kapsu was tensely silent. Johan sharply said that they should not raise such questions again, and if after this it happens again, then they will already think about changing the leader. Mark, the head of the Packtown camp, was shaking nervously. Sweat rolled down his face as he thought about being there the night the previous leader was expelled for stealing food and resisting the leader. Johan had chased after the former leader and killed him. Mark's eyes narrowed in fear as he thought that their leader was a very cruel man. Johan continued to flip through the papers when he saw a note saying that it would be good if they didn't mix people from one camp to another and asked who wrote it. Lieutenant N, the leader of the Reserve Corps camp, said that it was his note. Johan rested his head on his hand and thought about how most of the camp rules were directly related to survival or were created to manage the camps. He placed 2 fingers on his temple and thought about how if the same people lived in the same place every time, it would inevitably lead to them uniting into factions and starting to divide into friends and foes, which would lead to the alliance not being united and splitting into small parts. Johan thought that they would become a burden that would only run away from the search party to everything that was ready. Johan silently thought that this was not a proposal from the camp members themselves, but a proposal from Lieutenant N and the other leaders personally, and if people were to change every time, they would not forget that they were part of the camp. Besides, training new people every time was too expensive. Johan carefully looked at the leaders and realized that they had become greedy. The lieutenant, nervously, heard that his proposal was rejected. Johan saw further the proposal to increase water for industry and power and approved it, saying that it was a good proposal, after which he asked if the water in the hospital and the reserve building had run out. The lieutenant explained that it had run out, but they could stretch out the drinking water by saving here and there, but there was little water left for daily needs, to which Kapsu replied that it was the same in the hospital. Johan said that if they could hold out for a while, that they would soon build a road to the Gulpaksan River and supply them with water using a water truck, but until then they should use the remaining water. Johan thought about what was next and leaned back in his chair tiredly. The 6th point was the proposal to store the food not in the department store but to divide it among the camps and give them the right to distribute it themselves. And there were also reasons that if all the food was stored in one place, there was no full guarantee of a fair distribution of food, and in the event of an attack on the department store, this could turn into a huge problem. Johan thought about how it sounded good on paper, but their true intentions were to strengthen their status in the camp. He thought about the warehouse and how at the moment it might seem like the food was being distributed by someone from the department store, but he personally supervised the distribution according to the degree of contribution of the survivors. Johan frowned, as food was a resource of power, and people's lives depended on it, and he was not going to trust it to others. He realized that now he was being asked to share power with them under the pretext of joint control, since having food was equivalent to having people's lives, and it was also a way to lure other people to his side. He looked ahead with irritation and thought about how he had appointed them to the most advantageous positions so that they would work for the good of the camp, and now they wanted to take away his power. The camp leaders looked at the leader with tension, as he thought that this did not mean that they could not trust each other, since now in front of me they seemed to be ardent followers and supporters. But if they gathered among themselves, they would start fighting for profit or for a higher position, so now everything was clear to him. Johan smiled and asked if the leaders were too comfortable. He said that they were getting enough food just by sitting on their chair, not fighting, not risking their lives. The leaders tensed up when they heard that Johan was now talking to them nicely. Kapsu and Lieutenant N even straightened up when they heard the order to stop fighting for food. Johan looked menacing when he said that he hadn't taken it all yet. He thought that the leaders should understand once and for all that the one who protects them, the one who gives them food, and the one who controls them is him. The weather was fine over the city. The shelter was plunged into darkness. Swift looked at Johan and said that he looked tired. Johan was sitting at the table writing something when he said he was very tired. The guy was filling out the meeting log. Swift suddenly started laughing loudly. Swift slammed the book shut and asked the leader to relax or else a wrinkle would appear, to which Johan angrily said that he envied the guy's relaxation. Swift leaned back in his chair and pulled his leg up when he said that if the leader did not want an enemy among his own, then let him create an enemy from the outside, and Johan asked him to explain, to which the guy said that he was not saying that the leader's policy was wrong. He smirked and explained that his rationality corresponded to the current situation, which is why this alliance exists now, as if he were an experienced politician. Swift rummaged through the bag of food and said that if the water slowly accumulated in one place, it would eventually start to spoil. He popped a nut into his mouth and said that there was a folk wisdom about when a person is well fed and warm, he starts doing things he shouldn't, but Johan couldn't remember such wisdom. Then Swift offered to go with them outside the safe zone once, and if they saw everything with their own eyes, they wouldn't resist anymore. Johan looked at the guy carefully and thought that his words made sense, but it could impose the importance of the search party, which would jeopardize its true purpose, and besides, they couldn't afford to lose valuable personnel. Swift twisted the cap on the receiver and said that if the leader didn't want to, then there was no need to do it. From the radio came an offer to come to the Association of Rural Survivors. The radio continued to broadcast that this was a bunker where people would be safe from zombies and well-fed, and that they would be waiting for them at the customer center of Yesen Station at 3 p.m. every day, when Swift propped his head up and said that it was the same thing. He turned to Johan and said that there was another camp nearby. They looked at the radio, where the voice continued to come out, explaining that they were looking for surviving girls in the Ikan area, at Bupyeongucheon Station at noon every day near the Women's Organization building. Johan listened intently as the voice seemed so familiar to him. When the radio continued to talk about standing with minimal weapons and holding something white, then it started repeating. Johan tried to remember where he heard that voice. He remembered Jeongmi asking him to take her to Ikan. Johan grinned and happily thought that Jeongmi was alive. Swift was interested in the girl, and Johan explained that they had worked with her before the apocalypse. The boy asked curiously if the leader would go meet her. Johan thought that this camp that was looking for survivors did not look safe, and frankly, it could not be safe. O did not know what they were thinking, but if they were thinking about the safety of the camp, they would not have done such a thing. Their gathering place is completely different from the ASV. The place where the ASV was called is not their main base, and they have many subgroups. Although he is not sure if they really want to help, but if Jeongmi has not changed, then their goal is clear. However, if this is a self-sufficient camp that can take in more people and also consists of only women, then it can become a tasty morsel for bandits. Johan thought that this is stupid, and Swift again asked if he will go. Johan shook his head and thought that he could only hope that no one heard and that they wouldn't do something stupid like that again. He thought that they had their own path, and Swift commented that he knew their boss was heartless. Johan went to the map and asked him to look at the map of Yeonjongdo. The map was crossed out with a red line, and Johan said that if this was their destination, then wouldn't it be more logical to go through this road, and Swift guessed that he was talking about the second shelter that he had talked about last time. Swift looked closely at the map and said that it was far away, so it would be difficult to get there since the road was blocked by cars, so they would have to walk for 2 whole days without a break. Johan looked at the guy carefully and said that it was not urgent, they could clear the necessary path later. Besides, it was still unknown what kind of composition they would go in. Swift smiled and said that the leader was really cold-blooded, and thought to himself that this meant that he was going to leave those who were causing trouble. He thought that no matter how heartless the leader was, it was hard to put all feelings aside, especially after spending so much time in such a position, so he was really a scary person. But even he did not completely seize power over the camp, but the entire search party was his spear and shield, and his authority in the camp was absolute. Therefore, if he wanted, he could solve all the problems by force or intimidation, but he did not do so. Swift looked at the notebook with the rules of the camp and thought that Johan wrote them down, and he was the one judging and punishing those who broke them. When the time came, Johan abandoned those who did not meet his criteria, and people who needed to be saved and who should be abandoned. Even among those saved, he divided them into his own and not his own. Swift looked at the leader and thought that all this can only be understood when you become his person, and he thought that they should owe each other their lives to become closer. Johan handed the papers to the guy and said that from now on they should focus on this road, since there is no need to expand the borders anymore. So they will break through the road with the help of construction machines, and then they will be able to get there in 2 hours on them. Swift asked if they should tell others about this road, to which Johan replied that Swift and Heck will be enough. Swift realized that this road goes through the place that was recently announced on the radio, to which Johan replied that it does not matter to him since they must follow the plan. The search party began their morning patrol. Jongwon ran up to the Eri and offered to go together, to which the girl replied that he was on duty yesterday, so why not take a rest? Jongwon explained this by saying that he wants to study, to which Sirai was surprised where so much hard work comes from. She looked at the guy and thought that he was just like Johan. The department store was bathed in sunlight. Seri raised her hands and greeted Ki-hoon, who was on duty, and joked about how the girl was getting fatter and fatter every day. Seri made an indecent gesture at him, called him names, and wished him death. A cry was heard in the department store that Seri had arrived. People immediately ran out to meet her. She handed Jae-ho a newspaper about the news of the search party, and then she handed him a love letter from Jeonsu. Jae-ho blushed when the girl suggested that she seize the moment and take advantage of it. The wheels of the car began to move. The guys wished Seri a good day as she sat in the truck. They drove through the quiet city. Seri looked out the window and thought that the atmosphere in Packtown was a little depressing. They began to unload the boxes. The girl who was accepting the boxes turned to Seri, who thought she was very pretty. The girl looked tense as she said she had a request. Johan's voice came over the radio, ordering the members of the search party to return to camp immediately. When everyone had gathered, he said that he was starting a meeting about how Hayek and the second search party, who had gone out to search, had been captured. Hajin immediately asked who had captured them. Johan crossed his arms and explained that their camp was at the Harmony Church in Gulpojian Station, and that their number was between 20 and 30, with no information about their strength or purpose. Only 2 of the search party had returned, and according to them, 4 were taken hostage and 2 were released. Hajin exclaimed that they were simply released, and maybe to find out where their camp was, and then asked if they were being followed. Johan replied that he checked the area as soon as he heard about it, but there were no suspicious movements, but they didn't know for sure. Hajin clenched his fists and said that those 2 were fools for letting them go right away, but Johan said that it couldn't be helped, since anyone in their place would have thought about saving Heck. He thought about it, and besides, he didn't expect anything from the auxiliary members anyway, since they were just lucky to have returned alive after the encounter with the zombies. He said out loud that according to those who had returned, their leader's name was the Messiah, and everyone trusted him blindly. The people in the room were very surprised. Swift spread his hands and said that pseudo-believers had also appeared. Johan thought about the guy being right about the fake religious organization. Before his reincarnation, pseudo-religious organizations were everywhere, since religion is the most effective method of controlling people. But it is not easy to make people follow blindly with ordinary faith. Apparently he has incredible charisma, or he is an outstanding master. Faith and fear, and also hope, and whatever the source, it will not be easy to fight against the blind. Swift asked to simply say what they will do. Johan looked at the crowd. He took a step forward. Johan said seriously that they are going to Gulpachin Station. Swift thought that he had used the main forces of the camp for the sake of the search party members, which was unlike him. Johan asked them to remember that their main target was not the second group. Johan looked intimidating when he said that they should punish those who dared to touch their camp, and even if they held the Hayek group hostage and then released them, they should still kill everyone. He looked at his comrade and said that if everyone agreed, they should leave, but if even one was against it, they would stay. Sari looked at the leader, who was asking if anyone was against it. After no one responded, he asked Dongseok to take his juniors who did not come and let them guard the camp. Sari raised her hand and exclaimed that the juniors were not allowed. She clenched her fists and explained that the bad man Jinho had abused the authority of the military search party and demanded Suha's body. She remembered the girl telling her that Jinho threatened her that if she didn't get close to him, he wouldn't give her any supplies, and after Suhi refused, they kept giving her no food under various excuses. Sirai was very angry when she said that she didn't know what else they would do if they left things like this. Johan clenched his fists in irritation, thinking that there was never a quiet day in this camp, and every day there was a new problem, so maybe they should be punished as an example, since his patience was already at its limit. His anger burned like fire when he thought that he could alarm them all there. Johan asked if the witness had testified and if they had checked. Sirai said that she hadn't checked, but Suhi had no reason to lie, since there was no reason to. Johan suddenly had a thought. He rubbed his chin and thought that Suhi didn't seem like the type to exaggerate, but he still had his doubts. Jinsu was the first to stand out in Paktuan, and he trained harder than anyone else for weeks to become a member of the search party. Johan said doubtfully that Jinsu had such a hard time getting into the group and was already doing things in a few days that didn't add up, and he knew that he still needed time to fully integrate into the reconnaissance group. He turned to Sari. Johan looked at the girl carefully and said that in the current situation, like the apocalypse, you can't immediately trust the words of others since the weak are not always the victims. Sari said that it meant asking them both, to which the guy replied that not now, and if the girl's words were true, then it could negatively affect the victim. He looked around at the people around him and said that Iho would stay, and he would take the younger ones and interrogate them, and let Dongseok find out the details for now. Dongseok heard that Jinsu and Suhi were from the same camp, and there was no need to ask them in person for now, but just gather information outside the camp. A quiet city was visible outside the windows when Johan said that everyone should get ready, and he also went out. The houses entangled with wires created a depressing atmosphere. A group of people from the camp were moving quietly along the streets. Johan asked Young-soo, who was walking in front of him, why they were not walking along the main road but were moving along the alleys, to which the guy replied that it was because that road was cut off. Johan was surprised to ask if the road was blocked, to which Young-soo replied that the bridge and the ground road were destroyed. Johan thought that this road was to get to the second shelter, but if it was cut off, it would be difficult, so he said out loud that they should check. When they arrived at the place, it turned out that the road was indeed blocked by destroyed houses and buildings. Johan stood on the bridge and silently looked down. Swift suddenly rose to him, asking what had happened. It turned out that there was a whole army of zombies behind the bridge. Drops were dripping from the dirty ceiling. The drops fell right on the back of the guy's head. Heck moaned indignantly since his mouth was bandaged with a rack. He saw people from his group in the same deplorable state. Suddenly, a growling zombie head appeared in front of his face. It turned out that a zombie was tied opposite each of the groups so that the chain was enough for exactly the minimum distance between the zombie itself and the detainee. Heck looked tensely at the zombie and thought about where he had gone wrong. A voice sounded over the city, over which the clouds were gathering, that they had better go back. Then Heck thought that it was the 4th day of reconnaissance, and this time he should definitely find survivors and take them to the camp, and said out loud that he needed a little more time. A voice was heard from somewhere, and the people listened. They rushed sharply towards the sound. Heck chopped up the zombie. They looked at the corpses and Heck said that the sound seemed to be coming from there. They were standing near a church that seemed to have survivors in it. Heck reached for the door handle. However, the door was closed, so they decided to break it down. The door suddenly opened. An eye appeared from the darkness and a voice asked what the noise was near the church. Heck happily thought that he had found a survivor and said out loud that the man should be calm since they were a rescue team, and then asked permission to talk to their leader. The man from behind the door said that the Messiah was currently holding a prayer fast, to which Heck asked again if that was their leader's name and realized that it was a pseudonym. The guy with crazy eyes replied that it was not a pseudonym, but the real Messiah, the last hope that will save this world, and now is the last chance. If you endure the test and pray hard, then the Messiah will open the door to heaven. The guys felt awkward, and one of the guys asked what kind of nonsense this was. Heck quickly covered his mouth with his hand and said that he was an atheist and that they should ignore him, then said that they could wait inside until the Messiah finished praying, since they wanted to talk to him. The guy said that they could wait in the temple, but they couldn't bring weapons. Heck looked at the temple and said that he understood everything, then called Jones to come with him and asked the others to wait outside. They were brought tea and cookies. A smiling girl asked if they needed anything else and called them brothers. The guys raised their hands and said that they didn't need anything, and Heck thought that it seemed to him that they needed to be saved now. He looked at the people who seemed happy there. Heck asked the guy who let them out with interest where they got the food, to which he replied that the Messiah and the pastors got it personally from God. Heck thought that no matter how much he heard, he could not get used to his nickname, and it all seemed strange. The girl sang that this was the place where the Messiah would help the believers who had not been called to ascend, and when the Messiah received an answer from God, he would select those who would ascend. Heck wanted to ask about the ascension, what would happen to those who ascended and would they stay here? The guy was doubled over with emotion. The next moment, he laughed madly. The people around him began to laugh at the assumption, which seemed ridiculous to them. Heck even jumped up in surprise. The guy laughed and asked if their guests were joking, since the one who ascended could stay here, because they, of course, would go to heaven. Finally, the Messiah arrived. He walked surrounded by many men. One of the girls folded her hands and addressed the Messiah reverently. Heck watched the man, thinking that he was the Messiah. The man waved his hand and said that he had received an answer from heaven, so right now they would begin the selection. The church was filled with noise. The Messiah raised his hand and said that as it is said, for nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom. All this is the beginning of various diseases and famines. And all this is predicted, and therefore all who do not have enough faith will suffer in the abyss without the opportunity to live or die. Heck thought with displeasure that he was talking about the end of the world, although there are mistakes, but his sermon gives hope. The Messiah raised both hands and said that many brothers have already ascended and are now with their Father, and he is proof of salvation. And they should pray and believe that they will go to heaven and then receive salvation. The girls near the Messiah smiled blissfully. People shouted that they believe. Heck squinted and thought that the more they listened, the more it dragged on, and he wondered how he captivated them. People stretched out their hands to the Messiah, and Heck thought that, in addition, when he heard the prayer of these people, he had a strange feeling. He turned to the guy sitting behind him and asked where the men's room was, to which he replied that it was on the second floor. Heck reached the men's room. He thought that he needed to personally find out what happened to the people who were selected. He looked out into the hallway and saw that everything above the fourth floor was guarded. Heck silently looked at the elevator. Heck climbed into the elevator shaft and began to climb up the wall. Finally, he reached the exit. Heck climbed out of the shaft and sat down on the floor. A nasty sound was heard from behind him. A crowd of zombies were attacking people and tearing them to pieces. Heck looked out the window, thinking about the man who had just fallen. Someone suddenly began to beg for help. The girl was lying on the floor, screaming for the two men to come near her, to which they ordered her not to move, otherwise she would be thrown out too. The man was smiling nastily when an angry Heck appeared in the doorway. He took the battle. Heck hit the man on the head with all his might. There was a fire burning behind Johann, the flames of which were higher than the bridge, and he thought that hell was the same here and there, so he ordered everyone to hurry. Heck was doused with water. He could barely make out the outline of the Messiah, who said that he had sent a man to their camp, and he was surprised at how huge he was. The man leaned over and asked with a maniac smile how many people were in the camp and if they had weapons. Heck spat at him and told him to shut up. The Messiah wiped his face with a handkerchief and said that Heck was stubborn, and maybe they should try something else. He grabbed the girl by the head and said that if Heck did not answer, something could happen to this little sister. Heck began to curse and threaten. The Messiah asked what they should do because he liked to watch other people suffer. An exhausted scream was heard in the room. The Messiah looked back at the subordinate and asked what happened, to which he replied that they were attacked, but then he realized. The subordinate confirmed his guess that it seemed like they had started. The Messiah was surprised that it happened so quickly and thought to himself that he had let two of them go to find out the location of their camp. He looked at the angry Heck and thought that he still had 4 hostages, so why did they start acting, since he was going to attack them at night after he knew their strength. There were many washing machines in the room when a voice sounded that it seemed like their leader in white, so he should take him and follow him. Footsteps were heard. The entire corridor was covered in corpses when the Messiah thought about what had happened here. He thought that his men had weapons that they took from the prisoners, so now they were probably fighting back, and if he threatened the hostage, he could suppress them. The door to the hall opened. Johan's men took Messiah's men hostage. The men were kneeling and looking at their leader with hope. The bodies of the guards lay aside. Messiah did not understand what had happened and wondered how they had been killed so quickly. Johan looked frightening as he addressed Messiah. The man forced Heck to his knees and his assistant put a machine gun bayonet to his temple when Messiah said that Johan was causing trouble in a sacred place and did not he fear the wrath of heaven. After which he ordered him to drop the weapon or he would kill Heck. At the same moment, a bullet hit Messiah's assistant in the temple. A stream of blood flew up and the guy fell dead to the floor. Johan smiled ominously, holding a smoking pistol in his hands, and said that he was interested in the Messiah who was taking hostages. The man sweated heavily from fear. He looked at the machine gun near the corpse of a man. He quickly ran towards him. He had only to take a step towards the gun when a bullet passed through his leg. The Messiah fell and another bullet pierced his arm. Johan lowered his gun and asked Jiangwen to gather the gun and asked Sirai to free Hayek. He then glared at the boy and told him to prepare to answer for this situation. Hayek bowed and agreed. The Messiah was shaking and groaning in pain. Johan approached him and thought that it ended too easily since they either underestimated them or the camp members overestimated them. He remembered that because of one smoke bomb, their formation was broken and everyone died without even being able to aim. Johan thought that perhaps this was their first time facing a real battle and asked the Messiah out loud where the others were. The man laughed and suggested that they burn in hell since he was immortal. Johan grabbed him by the chest and said that it was good, because he would make sure that the Messiah would beg for mercy so he should not die so quickly. The Messiah raised his hand with a scar and asked if he would believe if he was shown proof. Johan frowned. He quickly tore the man's shirt. The girls clasped their hands and said reverently, "Messiah." He spread his arms out to the sides, showing his body covered in scars, and told the unbelievers to look, then asked that even now their faith was weak. The people raised their hands in the air, shouting that they believed. Johan looked closely at the Messiah and thought that now he understood how the man manipulated people with pseudo-religion. He said that if the man did not answer the questions asked within 3 seconds, he would be held responsible, as he would cut off one limb at a time, and the first question was about what kind of wounds they were. The Messiah said with a smile that he had been bitten by a zombie and had not become infected, and that insignificant creatures and puppets could not harm a spiritual being like him. Johan suddenly grabbed the man's hand and pulled it to the floor. He cut off his fingers in one motion. The people were shocked by what was happening. The Messiah screamed in pain. Johan angrily said that he was asking again where these wounds came from. The man with bulging eyes said that he had been bitten by zombies. Johan hit the Messiah in the face. The man clutched his sore cheek when he heard the order not to scream. Blood poured out of his hand when he said that he understood the guy. Johan immediately hit him again. The Messiah desperately asked why he was hit this time, to which Johan replied that he should not dare to poke him. The beaten Messiah looked bad. Even the people of the camp were surprised by such cruelty. Tears began to flow from Messiah's eyes and he asked why they were doing this to him, to which Johan ordered him to answer. Messiah was covered in blood when he agreed to answer and cursed under his breath. He looked at his body and thought that there was not a single spot left on him and he was about to faint. He looked up at the ceiling and thought that it was because of fear that he was still conscious. Johan looked menacing when he asked where his comrades were. Messiah immediately reported that they were all on the 6th floor in the laundry room and all 3 were alive. Johan ordered Jiangwen to check his words. The boy immediately rushed to search, thinking that he was scared. Messiah was on all 4s when Johan said that she was asking the next question about why he released 2 of the hostages and what he was going to do if he found them, to which the man replied that he wanted to check the location of the camp. The girls in the congregation listened in surprise as the Messiah was going to take the weapons and food after that, as he didn't think they would take revenge since he had hostages and didn't know their camp was that big. Johan thought about how he hadn't planned on letting the 2 of them go in the first place, but anyone who saw fully armed soldiers at the border wouldn't attack without thinking. He thought about Hajin and how his appearance mattered too. There were screams in the hall. Johan had hit the Messiah again. The Messiah asked again why he was being hit, and Johan replied that he was just annoying him, then asked what he had done before the apocalypse. The Messiah hesitated, but then replied that he had been in prison. Johan sarcastically said that he had succeeded since a sinner was playing the role of the Messiah, then asked why he had been imprisoned. The girls listened to him tell them that he had been jailed for large-scale fraud, to which the boy said that he still couldn't kick his old habit. Johan then ordered him to tell them everything useful that he knew, to which Messiah repeated about useful information. Johan pointed a gun at him and started a countdown, to which Messiah shouted that he had useful information that if they walked from here for 20 minutes, they would find a camp full of girls. Johan said that he knew it and then called Swift. The boy held a zombie by the head, saying that he had caught one on the street beforehand. Johan said that Swift was smart, and Sari asked why they needed zombies, to which Johan explained that it was to check if he had really been bitten by a zombie and not infected. Messiah clasped his hands and asked for salvation, because they promised not to kill him if he answered the questions. Johan looked at the man with disdain and said that he never said he would let him go. The zombie attacked the Messiah. A fountain of blood shot up. Johan plunged a knife into the zombie's spine. Swift immediately asked if the man was dead, to which Johan replied that it made no difference to him, since he would have killed him anyway, but they needed to check whether the Messiah had turned into a zombie or not. Swift looked angrily at the man and said that he was sorry, since he wanted to kill this fake with his own hands, to which Johan asked him to explain. Swift folded his arms across his chest in the form of a cross and said that in truth, he was an honest Christian. Johan was discouraged, since he had never seen him pray, to which Swift said that he would pray for all the days at once. The hall was silent. They looked at the Messiah and decided to wait a little longer. Johan said that everyone gets infected differently, so he leaves it to Swift. Johan looked at the hostages. He thought that this was a strange organization, since the number of women was quite large. Johan asked Jinwon and Jones to gather weapons and supplies. Johan turned around and ordered to kill all the people who were in the temple. Hayek tried to stop him, but he was adamant. Johan thought that Hayek would probably say that they were just victims and innocent people. Hayek said excitedly that these people were victims and they were just deceived by a pseudo-religion. Johan looked at his comrade sullenly and said that usually in such false churches, there are those among the believers who incite them from within, and at the moment they will not be able to figure it out, and they have no guarantee that because of them they will not be in danger and will not lose their lives. Hayek spread his hands and asked about the real innocent victims, to which Johan asked if he had forgotten that it was because of such actions that he put his comrades in danger. Hayek lowered his head, since he had nothing to say, and Johan said that Hayek was fired from his post as the head of the search party, so he should return to the first group. The second group will be led by Hajin. Hayek said that he understood everything and would accept any punishment, but he still asked for these people. The girls began to cry. Johan thought of the people whose true faith had been shattered, and they were shedding tears not because they were afraid of losing their lives, but because they believed that tears would help them cope with the sadness of their loved ones who were no longer alive. He closed his eyes. Johan remembered his friend being bitten by a crowd of zombies. He remembered Kang's strange smile. He quietly said the words that he had to survive and never die. Hayek asked what he was talking about, and the boy explained that Kang had said those words to him before he died, and now he would say this. Hayek was surprised by the change of topic. Johan said that humanity, mercy, and sincerity were not the most important thing, only surviving was more important. Sari said angrily that the guy had not yet come to his senses, and he needed to hit him once. Hajin smiled and said that he still respected Hayek, since having such a kind heart in such a difficult time is not easy, but that does not mean that he is right. Johan turned to the captives and said that now they will choose the worthy and useful ones. Everyone stood up, holding their hands behind their heads. Johan looked at the hostages arrogantly and ordered them to lower their hands to those who match his words, after which he named doctors and nurses. Then the girls heard about engineers, electricians, mechanics, and builders, but there were none, after which he asked that maybe there are at least those who can fight 10 zombies alone. Finally, someone raised their hand. Johan immediately asked about his skills, to which the guy said that he is a manga artist. Sari began to lead him somewhere, and Johan immediately asked what she was doing, to which she asked about whether they were taking him, and the guy was surprised at what they would do with a manga artist. Sari looked at the leader slyly and said that she would ask him to draw something. Johan was confused. He asked Sari to check the girls and he would check the rest of the guys himself, including the manga artist. Sari started to check the girls. Suddenly, gunshots rang out. Sari immediately turned around and asked him what he was doing. Johan raised his gun and asked them to continue. Johan said that the 2 men he shot were spies, to which Heck asked how he knew that. The guy explained that they were not allowed to have weapons in the church. He stepped forward and said that the rest should be locked up and watched, and that they would leave tomorrow. Heck, surprised, asked if he would take them to the camp, since he did not want them to die, but he could not take them with him to the camp. Johan replied that he would not do that, to which he was asked why he would do that then. Johan turned around and said that they were using them. Heck didn't know what to say. Johan thought about how he hadn't planned to kill them all in the first place, he just wanted to scare them that he would. He narrowed his eyes and thought that he couldn't accept them or ignore them now, so he needed to solve this problem quickly. Night had fallen over the church when Johan ordered everyone to be called. There was a food warehouse in one of the rooms. Johan said that there was more food than he thought, so they needed to take the most necessary things, and since the sun had set, they would spend the night here. He turned to his subordinates and ordered scouting teams 1 and 2 to stay on night watch, team 3 to watch for survivors. Johan looked at Messiah, who was still lying on the floor, and thought that after all, he hadn't turned into a zombie, which meant that immunity probably existed. He thought that if the man didn't turn into a zombie after the first bite, he wouldn't turn into a zombie after the second bite, and he wouldn't mutate even if he was bitten by a zombie. Johan turned to his subordinates and told them to clean up the mess and asked them not to spread the word about immunity until there were more examples, because from that day on, if any of their comrades were bitten, they would isolate them. Everyone was happy with this news. Johan thought about waiting to see what would happen in the future. He looked around the room and called Hyasang and the younger one. They went into the office. Jinho cried out about the injustice. Johan folded his arms and asked what the injustice was, to which the younger one replied that they barely knew each other. Johan asked what was the reason she was against him then, to which Jinho replied that it wasn't that he had done anything to her, but that she was one of the people who was against him being in the search party. Johan continued to press for an answer when the boy reluctantly admitted that he didn't know the reason either, but it seemed that they hated the leader. Johan clasped his hands, thinking about how the Packtown camp was on the verge of starvation due to bandit raids, but why did they hate him? He frowned and thought that one of them was lying, and he needed to find out the truth somehow. Johan closed his eyes and thought about how he wasn't the court or the judge, but just the leader of a group of survivors, and during the apocalypse, choosing a side was a difficult decision. He put his head in his hands and thought about the victim who only takes ready-made products while hiding in a warm camp, or the suspect who fights to the death on the battlefield with her. Jinho looked surprised as Johan thought about who to choose. Dawn was breaking over the city. Jogwon looked at the leader and said that he got up early, then asked if he had rested well, to which Johan replied that he had rested well, so he should do his best too. Jongwon said that the leader looked tired, to which Johan waved his hand and said that he was thinking about this and that. They stood on the roof and looked at the city. Jongwon awkwardly called him, to which Johan asked him to speak. The boy stuttered, asking him to express his feelings towards Sari more clearly. Johan looked at him in surprise. He turned to his subordinate. Johan asked irritably not to involve him in his feelings, as this matter only concerns him and the person whose heart he wants to win. Jongwon remained silent. Johan frowned and said that his position will always be the same, as he wants everyone's wishes to come true as long as it does not harm the camp, and especially if it is the wish of the search party he trusts. Jongwon smiled happily. Johan narrowed his eyes and thought that it was not because he did not like Sari and not because he did not want a relationship with Jongwon, it was just that at such a time love was a luxury and romance was impossible. He wanted to leave, but as a parting word he told Jongwon to pull himself together and wake up the others. The guy immediately ran to carry out the order, and Johan wondered whether Jongwon would be able to start a romance or not. The church was drowning in sunlight. The orders were heard in the hall that Jeongwon, Jeongsu, and Jeon were to contact the camp while they could get radio reception, then come back here and wait. Johan then turned to the hostages and said that they would be sending them to another camp, so they should free the first group. He thought about how there was another camp nearby. Johan thought about the camp where Jeongmi, his former colleague, was, and they would make announcements periodically, thereby putting themselves in danger, so he should check their plans. He remembered the announcement on the radio and thought that since all the survivors were women, he should check with them. And if the camp turned out to be a trap, he could get rid of the hostages without getting his hands dirty, and under this pretext, attack Jeongmi's camp. He looked at the women and thought that if their goal was really to help, then he would just leave them to them and finish the job by making a simple alliance with Jeongmi. Johan said loudly that although he wanted to kill them here, he would give them one last chance and send them to the camp where their new life would begin. Swift thought with a grin that this is how it all turned out. The sun was striking in its color. The girls were walking to the camp under guard. Johan thought that even though so many people were in one place, there was no wave of zombies. He thought that it might be related to the locked zombies. Suddenly Swift called out to him. He grinned and said that their leader, as he thought, was a real devil. Johan grinned and again said that the guy was smart. He looked at the red brick building. Johan held out a red pistol and said that if they waited at that gate, a rescue party would come, and if something happened, they should shoot it into the air. One of the girls took the pistol and agreed with the proposal. Johan started giving orders on the radio that the survivors were there, so the first group would wait with him at the building. The second group would watch the survivors from the back of the park, and the third group would watch from the administration building. Johan looked at the radio and thought that it would be better if nothing happened. But if the radio transmission turned out to be a trap, then there was a high probability that there was an armed army in the women's defense building. He looked at the building with many signs. People were walking along the corridors. Johan waved his hand. They approached the door. The guy gently pushed the door. Someone was obviously making a fire in the room and there were blankets lying around. Johan thought anxiously that he could not shake the feeling of anxiety. He hid behind the wall because someone was walking along the corridor. The stranger immediately got a rifle butt in the face. He grabbed his face and began to ask what was going on. Johan immediately hit him so hard that the man fell. He ordered Heck to tie up the man. Johan opened fire into the depths of the corridor. A volley of return fire came from the corridor. Johan hid behind the wall, dodging the bullets, and thought that it was an armed group. He realized that it was a trap. Looking at the explosions in the distance, the protagonist decided that they were outnumbered and there were 3 enemies at most. Aiming his machine gun, the protagonist became confident that he could completely destroy them. The protagonist's shot pierced the stomach of one of the enemies. The next bullet hit him right in the head and threw him back. Johan froze, trying to find another enemy, but there was no one visible in the corridor except for 2 corpses. Raising his radio, Johan notified everyone that armed people had been found in the center building, so they should be careful during their patrol. In the school corridor, the voice of one of the guys was heard accepting the order. Suddenly, the door leading to the classroom opened. The protagonist immediately started shooting at the table that flew at them. But a moment later, he turned his head, ordering everyone to dodge. While Seri and her friend were dodging, their opponent was able to run out of the classroom. Anne shot at him, but the bullet hit the bulletproof vest without causing damage. He gritted his teeth, angry because of the bulletproof vest. At this time, their enemy had already raised an axe, swinging at the protagonist. A moment later, his blow was blocked by a machine gun. Anne immediately began to take out a knife, and then he made a sweeping blow with a knife. Taking a stance, the protagonist ordered Heck to watch the formation and they would sort this out themselves. But Anne's opponent, standing opposite, told him that it was too late. Anne immediately turned his head and saw Seri, who had a revolver pointed at her head. Anne wilted, he cursed, realizing that this had all been planned in advance. While one of them, attacking rapidly, destroyed their entire formation in front of him and distracted their attention, the second, having received a bullet in his bulletproof vest, pretended to be dead and hid behind the open door and then attacked Seri. The protagonist gritted his teeth, thinking that although the enemy's ignorance of this area was in their favor, they were also well-trained fighters. Lowering his axe, the enemy ordered Johan to drop his weapon and surrender, but he refused, ordering Heck, who was standing behind him, to shoot the hostage if their enemy touched even a hair of Seri. The protagonist lowered his head when his opponent said that they did not care about the hostages. Then Johan said that they did not care either and then said goodbye to Seri. Seri looked at Johan in bewilderment at this moment, and the man with the helmet on his head mentally called Johan impudent. The protagonist's voice was heard in the office, telling the enemy to drop their weapons and then he would spare them, or they would kill the hostages and start over again. Standing in a stance, Johan knew that he could not defeat the enemy with one blow. Besides, Seri was a hostage. Suddenly, Swift's voice was heard from the radio asking Johan if he heard. While Johan and his opponent stood motionless, Swift said on the radio that, judging by the lack of an answer, their situation was difficult, after which he reported the capture of the leader. The protagonist's opponent shuddered, calling this nonsense. But a moment later, the man in the helmet's eyes widened. Swift ordered the captured old man to order his subordinates to lower their weapons, after which the old man told Swift that luck was not on their side. Johan smiled, ordering them to lay down their weapons. At this time, the man holding Seri hostage asked in bewilderment if they would surrender just like that, just because they captured an old man. Suddenly, the helmet fell off the man's head. He frowned and angrily ordered his partner to lower his weapon, because if the grandfather died, he would finish him off. At this moment, Seri stepped on the enemy's foot. He suddenly bent down and screamed in pain. Putting a revolver to the enemy's head, Seri asked how he dared to touch her with his dirty hands. The guy clenched his teeth in anger and cursed. Looking at this, Johan only grinned. Suddenly, Seri looked at him, reminding him that he had just said goodbye to her. Johan awkwardly raised his hand, asking for forgiveness. The girl screamed, telling the protagonist to pray and not get captured, because she would also pay for him to be killed. Soon the corridor became silent. The hostage's hands were tightly tied by the protagonist. The man with the scar on his face looked at the protagonist, saying that even the blood was not circulating in his hands. He just pulled the rope tighter, saying that if his hand started to rot, he would cut it off himself. Then Johan took out his walkie-talkie and ordered Hagen to join up with the first team, and from there they would go to the administration building together. The events take us to the moment when the sun was already brightly illuminating the sky. The protagonist and his group arrived at the administration building. The protagonist gave a thumbs up and praised Swift for her excellent work. He chuckled, saying that he was always the best, although these guys were good too. Then he looked at the prisoners, saying that thanks to a reliable plan, they were able to take them. Johan also looked at the prisoners, thinking that almost all of them were fully armed and also a well-trained group. Johan approached them, asking who they were and what relation they had to the organization helping women. Standing in front of them, Johan did not wait for an answer, they were all silent. Then Johan looked at the leader, deciding to start with him. After a while, Heck removed the ropes from the leader. He waved his hand, feeling free. Angrily, the old man said that he was ashamed to kneel tied up in front of his subordinates. Grinning, the old man asked Kalga where Dansu was, who answered him by informing him of the death of his comrade. When the old man heard about the 3 dead, he smiled madly, saying that it was bad luck. Suddenly, Johan interrupted them, telling them to stop just chatting. The leader of the group looked at the protagonist and asked, being the ones who broke in, why they were against them. Realizing that Yehan standing in front of him would not answer, the old man clicked his tongue. Taking out his knife, Yehan mentally told himself that since the old man did not want to tell everything the good way, he would have to do everything the bad way. Suddenly, a female voice came from the old man's radio, asking if he was here. Yehan mentally exclaimed, looking at the radio. He immediately tore the radio off, angering the old man. Yehan smiled, saying on the radio that they hadn't heard from each other for a long time. Chanmi was very surprised by the guy's voice at this moment, but still asked if her grandfather was okay. The old man got angry, asking Yehan if they knew each other. Looking at the leader of the captives, Yehan said that he was fine for now. When the girl suggested meeting, Yehan looked away, saying that if she was not alone, he would kill everyone in here. The events take us forward. Jiangmi soon entered the room. Looking at her, the protagonist said that although they had not seen each other for a long time, he was not happy about this meeting. The girl smiled slightly, saying that unlike him, she was happy. Suddenly, Hajin took out his weapon and surprised everyone. He stood in front of Yehan while he was telling him that everything was fine. When the girl thanked Yehan smiling, Hajin asked her what she was thanking him for. She said that thanks to his advice, which he gave her after saving her, she was able to survive. Without showing emotion, Yehan said that there was no need to thank him because the one who was destined to die would have died anyway. The prisoners looked at Jiangmi, who asked why he attacked first. Yehan answered her by saying that they live in a situation where they attack first if the enemy is armed. The protagonist, looking at the girl, said that he heard her radio message and came, so he thought that they set a trap here. Looking at the guys, Jiangmi said that this was a camp that sincerely provides assistance to the victims. Yehan heard her and asked if it was not suspicious that these armed people were waiting in the buildings. Suddenly, the old man intervened, saying that he would explain everything for her. The leader of the group smiled, saying that they were mercenaries who made a deal with Jiangmi. They did not touch the innocent survivors, but they had to prevent the invasion of people like them. When Yan asked about the payment for this service, the old man, smiling, said that the payment was precious metal, food, weapons. The old man then looked at Chami, saying that this time 2 people died and she shouldn't forget about the extra payment. Yan thought about it, looking at the mercenaries providing strength in exchange for food. But the protagonist didn't believe it, because the stronger groups attack the weak and there could be no deals between them, because with strength and cruelty they would be able to take away everything they had. Looking at the head of the mercenaries, Yehan asked him what was the reason why they didn't capture Chanmi's camp and made a deal. The old man said with displeasure that they would not bother them, because it was part of the deal. Frowning slightly, the old man said that thanks to the information about the zombie wave received from Chanmi, they survived. In exchange, she asked not to threaten her camp, and no matter how you look at it, he puts trust above life. Yehan involuntarily remembered how he told Chanmi to avoid settlements with more than 20 people. Suddenly, the old man sitting in front of Yehan suggested a truce, even though they had killed their comrade and they would definitely want to avenge him, but he had not done anything that he would regret in the future. Frowning, Yehan decided to kill them all. The head of the mercenaries smiled, saying that they did not engage in such trifles as revenge. A shadow fell on Yehan and the old man when he said that they were glad that they survived, after which he promised not to take revenge if he repaid for the lives of their comrades. The protagonist, looking at the old man, thought it was a very tempting offer, because if he let them go and could establish friendly relations, it would be possible to increase his influence and strength by another point. But a moment later, Yehan frowned, not understanding when he had become so soft, because the old man would have killed everyone. Heck and his partner glanced at Yehan when he asked the old man what they did before the apocalypse. He replied saying that they were a special police force specializing in the destruction of explosives. Yehan frowned even more, realizing that only the most necessary specialists were here. He turned around abruptly, saying that he would decide everything after inspecting the camp. Yehan's voice was heard in the room, ordering Swift, Hajin, and Heck to follow him, and the rest to search the prisoners and keep an eye on them. The events take us to the territory of the camp. Hajin was cutting and killing zombies with his blades. The old man, seeing this, praised Yehan, saying that his subordinates fought in a coordinated manner. Raising one eyebrow, the head of the mercenaries said that their attack caught them off guard. Walking ahead with Chanmi, Yehan asked the head of the mercenaries how many people were in the conference room. The old man, getting very angry, said that they didn't need to waste time and go, because there was a radio there. Then the old man glanced at Swift, who was fighting, mentally calling him interesting. He had recently broken through a squad of soldiers to him with a smoke bomb and taken him hostage. Then the old man remembered the team's sniper, who had killed their comrade in an instant, the first time he had seen such an organized invasion. Frowning, the old man thought that he was starting to get senile. Looking at Yehan's back, he was filled with respect for him as a leader, although he felt sorry for the dead. Soon they arrived at the camp, near which there was a small garden. Here, although in small quantities, they received fresh vegetables from the garden. and the warehouse was full of rice, which the organization collected for the poor, thanks to which the mercenaries always had enough food. Yehan looked at the garden, in which 2 workers were working, and was amazed. Following Chanmi, the protagonist mentally said that she chose a good camp. On the way, Chanmi was greeted by one of the workers as the leader of the camp. The girl was embarrassed, telling Yehan that it was just a title. The protagonist smiled, calling the camp good. The head of the mercenaries turned his head, not understanding what to do, because Chanmi shamefully bowed her head to Yehan. He snapped angrily because of this situation. Looking at the skyscraper, Chanmi suggested looking at the gym. On the way, Yehan saw chickens being raised in a cage. Stopping, the girl told the protagonist that this place has everything they need. Yehan asked her puzzledly why she was still doing such dangerous things. Looking at him, Chanmi said that after the war she had to go through a lot and he did not even imagine how terrible it was, so she began to wish so much to prevent the occurrence of new victims. Yehan thought, looking at the girl. After a while, they found themselves in the gym. Entering it, Jiangmi said that many people had joined them in the past week and she was even worried about whether they would be able to help everyone. The protagonist suddenly froze when he saw one girl. His hand began to tremble due to anger. Yehan frowned, calling the girl a devil. The girl in the red dress was the leader of the Soul Survival Alliance and the second woman of the leader, S1-4. She pretended to be an innocent girl and used her beauty to kill the members of the camp from the inside. S1-4 would not even blink an eye when killing a child or an old person, and her favorite method of killing was feeding poison or cutting off limbs. Being one of the very first members of the gang, she never worked alone, which meant that the Soul Survival Alliance was heading here. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, trying to figure out how they got here so quickly. Looking at Jiangmi, he realized that it was all because of her, because she was supposed to be in Seoul, but she survived and built a camp here and then invited the Alliance via radio message. Yehan smiled, not expecting to receive such a gift for saving Jiangmi. He killed Baekjeong, cut off one of the leader's hands, but now even S1-4 herself was in front of him. Looking at the smirking girl, the protagonist called her stupid for not knowing what was really waiting for her. The protagonist smiled cruelly, realizing that this was his chance to finish off the entire alliance. Looking at S1-4 lying on the futon, the protagonist thought that as soon as the girl told the leader that the camp was not well protected, the others would attack him. He then looked at Jiangmi and the mercenary leader, realizing that he only had 2 options. One of them was to reveal the information about S1-4 and the Alliance's location in Jiangmi's camp and join forces with them. Then looking at the girl again, the protagonist thought about hiding her and using the camp as bait and attacking. Yehan stopped smiling, realizing that the second option was better, and if this camp survived the attack, they could unite or absorb the survivors. People were always like goldfish, they forgot about the bad when there was any hope. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Yehan realized that people would not even have a reason to hate them, because they would become heroes to them. Looking at them sadly, the protagonist decided that for this cruel operation, sacrifices would be made to achieve more. Yehan then looked at the old man, deciding to tell him, because it would be better if he survived. When Chanmi asked why he was so happy, Yehan smiled, saying that he had met an old acquaintance. The old man got mad again, seeing the girl shy again. Soon the protagonist looked at the stands, asking Chanmi to leave them with the old man for a few minutes. Yehan and the old man soon went into a separate room. Sitting at the table, Yehan greatly surprised the old man by saying that he would release all the hostages. The head of the mercenaries got angry when he heard about the payment for the release. Yehan frowned and said that this decision was a threat to his safety. The head of the mercenaries stopped getting angry and asked Yehan what he wanted. Yehan's voice was heard in the office, telling the old man to help him destroy the enemy camp nearby. The payment was 500 kilograms of well-canned food and important information about the zombies. The old man was very surprised, thinking that Yehan would only offer him hostages. The head of the mercenaries sat down and asked how dangerous the mission was, then Yehan answered him by saying that everyone could die. The old man puzzled Yehan by saying that he wanted to replace something. Frowning, the head of the mercenaries demanded information not about the zombies, but about the protagonist, how he knew about the zombies before they appeared, and who he really is. Yehan smirked, saying that it was an unfair exchange because they could not buy him. The old man got angry again when Yehan demanded it as collateral. Still smiling, the protagonist reminded the mercenary that he had to please his client. The protagonist instantly became emotionless, realizing that this way he could protect the old man. Yehan's voice was heard in the office again, telling the old man that the payment for the killed would be done separately. The events return us to the administration. All the hostages were freed. The leader of the mercenaries shouted, saying that there was no point in just talking like that. Kalgu frowned along with the others, looking at the leader. Pointing at Hajin, the protagonist ordered them to follow his instructions. Kalgu gritted his teeth angrily, saying that they did not obey anyone else's orders. Looking at Kalgu, the protagonist said that he did not order anyone, and they were free to do what they wanted, but they had to follow the leader's instructions. The guys nodded their heads after hearing this. Soon, night fell. Someone threw the canvas over the wire fence. Swift ran silently in the night. Looking at Swift, the protagonist told him that Songhwa would hide among the survivors, because that way she would be able to gain their trust and get to know the camp from the inside. The events take us to the camp gym. Here, ordinary people were sleeping on futons. The protagonist picked up a flashlight from the floor. Standing next to the sleeping Songhwa, he showed the sign of excellent. Swift immediately picked up the bag. But a moment later, the girl opened her eyes. She jumped up abruptly, trying to drive a nail into Swift's head. The guy was able to grab the girl's hand and save himself. The protagonist immediately hit her in the head with the handle of the knife. Swift caught the girl who had fallen unconscious. The protagonist, approaching her, smiled, saying that he had waited too long for this. Yehen and Swift went out into the corridor. The protagonist walked ahead, protecting Swift carrying the girl. Yehen thought that he took all the things that could belong to Songhwa, so when the others woke up, they would definitely think that she stole the resources. And having laid her futon, she decided to leave while it was dark. At this time, it was already midnight outside. Yehen was going down the stairs of one of the buildings. Swift put the girl down, whom they had shackled in a bag. Looking at the lying girl, Swift sighed, saying that he did not think that she would be so heavy. Yehen, looking at her, compared the girl to a princess kidnapped by the devil, but this is how she killed many people, gained trust with her cute face. Holding a candle, the protagonist ordered to wake up Songhwa. Having forced her to Swift's net, he said that he had failed. Yan, seeing this, said that she was just pretending and assessing the situation. A moment later, the protagonist abruptly splashed water on the girl's head. She looked at him angrily and asked who they were. Swift, looking at the girl in surprise, offered to tie her mouth, but Yan told him not to do it because she would not be able to bite off her tongue, being so afraid of death. Suddenly, Songhwa stopped being angry and sweetly asked to untie herself, saying that she would be ready for anything. But her gaze was cold. She thought that these two men just wanted to enjoy her. Gritting his teeth, Songhwa mentally said that he would kill both of them as soon as he got out. Swift slightly moved away from the girl, saying that, judging by her fleeting expression, she would be a good actress, to which Yehen, who heard this, said that she was an actress too. Songhwa suddenly screamed, cursing and calling Yehen names. Looking at her, the protagonist said that he was glad to see her. Standing in front of her, the protagonist said that she had probably already killed several dozen people. Songhwa calmed down when Yehen put a knife to her throat and told her not to worry because he will not torture her, but she will not leave here alive. Songhwa screamed again, telling Swift to just kill Yehen, and she can give him whatever he wants. Swift smiled. Calling the girl mean, Yehen looked at him saying that if he saw how she seduced the victim before killing, he would go crazy. Songhwa did not stop screaming, asking what they wanted. Yehen looked at her and told her not to bother herself, but mentally the protagonist told himself that first he needed to make the girl suffer, confuse her, so that she could not cheat, otherwise it is impossible to believe her words. Blowing on the candle, Swift asked the girl not to scream so loudly. Soon one of the doors closed. Swift immediately put the lock on. The events take us to the next day. Jiangwen's voice was heard on Yehen's radio. The protagonist answered him by asking how things were at the camp. He answered him by saying that there was a problem with Suhi. She complained to the elder, saying that she was being harassed. Yehen frowned, realizing that the waddle had already begun to spread, and he still had not made a decision, while Suhi was taking advantage of the opportunity while he was gone. Looking at the supplies, Jiangwen said that because of this, the camp had a problem with the established order of supplies and resource distribution. The protagonist looked out the window, ordering them to act according to plan, because the resource distribution was the same as last week. Looking at the gym nearby, Yehen said to try and close the doors tightly, because the camp could be attacked. The head of the mercenaries approached Yehen, and at the same time, Jiangwen turned off the radio. Smiling, the old man said that it was probably very inconvenient for them to use these old radios. The protagonist glanced at the old man, who offered 2 military radios. Yehen immediately asked what he wanted in return. The head of the mercenaries jerked his handcuffed arm. Then, frowning, he told Yehen to order the handcuffs to be removed. But the protagonist turned around, ignoring the old man, which made him very angry. The events take us to the basement of a skyscraper. The bandage was removed from Songhwa's mouth. Trembling with anger, the girl said that even animals should not be treated like that. Standing in front of her, the protagonist said that she was not even an animal. Frowning, Songhwa asked Yehen who he was. Turning around, the protagonist decided that it was not time yet. A few moments later, the door to the basement closed again. The next day, the door opened. Swift, holding a lighter, entered the basement, calling Songhwa an evil woman. She trembled lying on the ground and begged to be killed. Swift glanced at her and said that he was not against it, but it was impossible. He understood that she only cared about herself and she was merciless to others. Standing next to the girl, Swift mentally told himself that Yan's actions were neither good nor bad because he simply divided people into enemies and allies. Looking at Manhwa, Swift understood that the protagonist's excessive cruelty could not be a very good result for them. Frowning, Swift admitted that Yan would not be hurt by a little soft-heartedness from Heck. Remembering the past, Swift remembered how the protagonist, looking at them, decided to go on a dangerous adventure to save Heck, which means his value and importance increased. Swift thought that it was Heck who would become the protagonist's safety, the one who would lower his gun. Opening a bottle of water, Swift thought that if someone saw this woman like this, there would be many who would want to betray. After giving the girl a drink of water, the guy told her that she had one last chance, and when the commander came, she had to tell only the truth, otherwise he would kill her. The exhausted girl nodded her head, saying that she understood everything. The girl glanced at the door, hearing footsteps. A moment later, the door opened. She immediately screamed, saying that there were only 68 people in the alliance. The protagonist stood in front of her, demanding the name of the leader and the location. He stared at her, waiting for an answer. After a while, when the protagonist learned everything, he pointed his hand at the map. Without removing his hand, he said with a serious look that there were only 9 opponents, adding that they were armed and well prepared and that they were located in Seoul Auto Service. A huge team stood in front of the protagonist and asked if there were really only 9 people. Yahan immediately said that he hoped that this skirmish would have a minimum of casualties. The old man had a satisfied smile on his face, and Swift asked if they were starting soon. There is no point in delaying, Yahan answered, turning to his comrade, adding that tomorrow before dawn they will need to surround the enemies and as soon as the sun appears, attack. Night was falling. The sun was setting behind the horizon. The silhouette of a man was visible on the roof of the auto repair shop. At one point he was killed by a bullet to the forehead. A sniper from the main character's team destroyed it, after which he reported that the roof was clear. Hearing this, the main character said on the radio that it was a good job, after which he told the others that the guard was removed and it was time to act. At that very second, the team began to act and ran to the building. The main character was ahead of everyone and ordered that Swift and Heck go with him, and the rest would stay to cover from the outside. After a while, shots were heard on the upper floors, so much so that the windows were knocked out. Inside, there were splashes of blood and screams everywhere. One of the opponents ran away with a shot through his arm, but before he could escape, the main character cut him with a knife. The enemy immediately fell from the balcony down to the ground, and the main character and his team opened the door. Inside, there were corpses lying in pools of blood everywhere. The guys stood among the dead, and the main character said to himself that due to the numerical advantage and the sudden attack, they were able to finish without losses. As easy as pie, said the man with the scar all over his face. The protagonist did not respond to this. He bowed his head and said to himself that he felt as if they were stronger than the Seoul Alliance of survivors. When suddenly, after counting all the corpses, he realized that there were only 8 dead people, and 1 was missing. Turning to the man with the scar, Yan said that 1 person was missing. Then the man replied that his people were currently combing the area around the workshop. After that, the protagonist went down the stairs. He did not say anything, only thought that he had a bad feeling. Having gone down, he saw that the guys from his team wanted to open a closed garage, when suddenly Yahan received a message on the radio that several zombies were heading towards him. At the same second, a growling zombie appeared behind the protagonist. He crawled through the blind spot, the radio reported. At the same second, a knife flew into the dead man's head. It was thrown by the man with the scar, who had a satisfied smile on his face. At this time, the guys behind opened the garage. While the guys were lifting the door, the protagonist saw legs on the other side. The protagonist immediately understood everything. He immediately shouted for cover, pushing Heck. At that very second, numerous bullets from a machine gun rained down on them, but the protagonist and the others managed to hide behind the car. The last surviving enemy had been waiting all this time with a huge machine gun. He immediately shot the guys who opened the door. Beads of sweat were running down the protagonist's face. Gritting his teeth, he understood that armor would not help here because the bullets were armor-piercing. But suddenly he became calmer. In his head, he asked himself why he was separated from the others, after which he immediately said, realizing that the latter was the leader. After that, he remembered the captured girl who screamed that she did not know the name of the leader of the 2nd Reconnaissance Group, adding that they always called him the head of the 2nd Reconnaissance. The last enemy was a large and muscular man with long hair. The protagonist immediately realized that the enemy was the very head of the 2nd Reconnaissance. The fire continued non-stop. Zombies started running towards the loud sound of gunfire. Huge hordes of zombies started running towards them. The zombies that were running towards the head of the 2nd Intelligence immediately died in a hail of bullets. Cold sweat was running down the protagonist's face. He realized that the enemy was only shooting at the zombies around them because they were waiting for the zombies to devour Jahan's entire team. One of the soldiers was bitten by zombies and was forced to leave his shelter. At that very second, the enemy shot the protagonist's group comrade. Multiple bullets pierced the guy. "Commander, how are you?" A message came over the radio. Holding the radio in his hands, the protagonist said that he was leaving the guy with the machine gun for the sniper. "I can't take aim at him, Corporal," he said. And at that time, multiple zombies started running up to the car. The protagonist immediately reacted and pierced the zombie's head with a knife. Swift, looking at all this, smiled and said that it seemed like it would all end here because a horde of zombies was moving towards them and they also needed to fight while crouched. But the protagonist was not at a loss. Looking at the giant crowd of zombies, he said that some of the dead might pass by at the sound of gunfire, after which he added that when they ran out of ammo, they should immediately run to the garage. The protagonist sat with a knife in his hands and said to himself that it did not matter whether Corporal On killed the machine gunner or if he simply ran out of ammo, the main thing was to hold out until a good opportunity. At all costs, Yen finished, watching a horde of zombies running towards them. At this time, there was a sniper in the building. Corporal On, sitting in front of the radio, was very worried and nervous. Holding his head, he said to himself that there was no longer an answer on the radio, adding that he had to deal with whoever was trapping his team. Looking out the window at the zombies walking by, he said to himself, "It's easy to say, but the street is full of zombies," and all he had in his hands was a sniper rifle and a bayonet. He knew it wouldn't help him. After that, Corporal he exhaled heavily and lowered his head, gathering his strength. Looking out the window at the zombie-infested street, he said to himself, "There." Standing in front of the window, he asked himself how he would escape later, even if he succeeded. "I hate it," he said sharply, gritting his teeth in anger. Immediately after that, he threw the sniper rifle over his shoulder and ran down the stairs against his will. In his head, the corporal said that he would think about it later because first he needed to save his comrades. With a trembling hand, he grabbed the door handle, when suddenly he stopped in horror, hearing the screams of the zombies behind her. Drops of cold sweat were running down his face. In his head, the guy said that before he was just getting praise from everyone, but now he finally realized the seriousness of reality. Suddenly, there was a strong slam on the door, causing the corporal to jerk, very scared. "Corporal On, come out," he heard behind the door. Hearing this, the guy was shocked. He immediately opened the door, which was blocked by zombies. In front of the door, he saw Hajin, who was standing among a pile of corpses. Turning to the guy, Hajin smiled and said that he heard everything on the radio, so they need to hurry. Hajin stabbed the zombie's neck with a machete. With the next sharp movement, he decapitated the dead man. Immediately after that, he rushed into the crowd of zombies. The corporal was running behind him all this time, who, having stopped, said to himself that he could barely keep up with the savior. Hajin, killing zombies and drenched in the blood of the dead, screamed loudly. Dozens of dead zombies lay around him. The corporal was climbing up the glass roof. Suddenly, Hajin staggered. Corporal, he heard his comrade fall and turned around, worried. Hajin's face was dripping with sweat. He looked at the corporal, telling him to get into position quickly. "Got it," he said, taking up position and placing the sniper rifle in front of him. Hajin stood up and prepared to fight off the wave of zombies. He rushed at the dead, cutting them down one by one. The corporal kept his trembling finger on the trigger. Gathering his strength, he prepared himself, telling himself in his head to be calm. Hajin mercilessly killed the zombies, protecting the sniper. The corporal, looking through the scope, aimed at the guy with the machine gun. Hajin, having killed many dead, was catching his breath at the side. Sweat was dripping down the sniper's face. He tried to collect himself, but in his head there were thoughts about what if he misses. "Shoot!" Hajin suddenly shouted furiously. At that very second, a shot rang out and a bullet flew out of the muzzle of a sniper rifle. Leaving a mark, the bullet hit the head of the guy with the machine gun. Blood spurted from the enemy's head, and the next second, he fell dead to the floor. "Got it," the sniper said to himself in shock, sweating. "I took him out," came over the radio of the protagonist, who was killing zombies with his team. Hearing this, Jahan delivered a strong kick to the zombie's face. Turning around, he immediately rushed into the garage. A few seconds later, the click of a machine gun was heard. The next moment, the protagonist, with a machine gun in his hand, shot one zombie after another. The dead died easily from bullets. A man with a scar on his face shouted that the enemy shooter was taken out, after which he ordered to move out. The entire team immediately came out of cover. Standing in one column, they began to shoot back at the advancing zombies. The street was filled with smoke and gunshots. After a while, the gunshots stopped. The protagonist and his team were standing in front of a mountain of dead zombies at their feet. After a while, they found a military radio. Throwing it onto his back, the protagonist said in his head with satisfaction, they finally got a military radio, after which he told everyone that they needed to leave because the zombies could run away again. It was very light and nice outside. "What's that?" the old man asked, confused. Before his eyes was the entire returning team. Everyone was wounded and covered in blood. 10 of my guys died, he asked, falling into a chair. I'm sorry, the protagonist said, standing in front of the old man. The old man, sadly lowering his head, said that it was not Yahan's fault. After that, he raised his head, looked at the protagonist and said that they had an agreement, explaining that now it was Yahan's turn to fulfill the terms of the deal. To this, the protagonist firmly said that he would ask for food to be sent, adding that he would also provide the old man with detailed information about the zombies. After that, he remembered and said that there were several motorcycles in the auto repair shop, so as soon as the zombies left, the old man and his guys could take the transport. Okay, the old man answered quietly, looking sadly at the floor. The protagonist looked sadly at the old man and said to himself that 10 people were really a loss, adding that this was not the end because the guys were still fighting, serving as a shield from the Sole Survivors Alliance. It was clear from Yahan's look that he was a little saddened by the outcome. In his head, he continued to say that they had only dealt with part of the alliance, so this loss was felt even harder, but Songhwa's information turned out to be useful. Remembering how one of the team was pierced by armor-piercing bullets, he said that although she did not mention this moment, all the information received was correct. No more than half an hour had passed. In his office, the protagonist said that it was a good job. In front of him stood his team and Corporal On, to whom he singled out special praise, because thanks to the guy, they were all able to survive. The corporal, lowering his head, said that it was all thanks to Hajin. Hajin looked at the guy and gave him a thumbs up, approving of what he did. The corporal, confused, blushed and, scratching the back of his head, said that he did nothing special. After that, the protagonist with the radio on his back turned around and said that everyone could go and rest, and Swift would go with him. Are you going to Songhwa? Swift asked. Yes, the protagonist answered positively. Yahan walked along the road, and Swift walked behind him, holding his hand forward, telling the leader to rest. The protagonist replied that he got it pretty bad this time, but he should prepare hard for the next encounter. After a short pause, he added that they also didn't know how much longer Songhwa could hold out. Swift, catching up with the protagonist, replied that he had given the girl food and water at dawn, adding that she was not in a good condition and that he was not dying. Suddenly, the protagonist turned to his comrade with seriousness and cruelty in his eyes and said that he was constantly doubting his humanity, and Swift himself was giving people hope in vain. Hearing this, Swift smiled broadly and told the leader not to say such things, adding that it was thanks to the strategy he had developed that Songhwa had even spoken. With seriousness in his eyes, Yahan looked at Swift and said to himself that he was right, adding that Swift had come up with this whole hypocritical performance. After that, he remembered how he left the room where the girl was tied to a chair and said that he would drive her to despair and then give her hope. His next memory was of Swift giving water to a frightened Songhwa. In his head, he said that even if she was caught between life and death, the girl would look for a way to survive, Yahan said, and he remembered how she said everything with tears in her eyes while eating a piece of bread. Leaving the memories, he turned away from Swift and, walking on, said to himself that this is why Songhwa would eventually spill everything she knew. After that, he firmly said that in any case, the girl would not come out of there alive. Swift put his hands behind his head and said that he knew it. Stopping, the protagonist said that if his comrade wanted to let the girl go, he should first tell him, because although he was not sure about the others, he would listen to Swift. With a wide smile on his face, Swift replied that it was a great honor. In his head, Swift said that even though Yahan pointed a gun at him when they first met. After that, with his eyes full of confidence, he added that they had been through a lot together, and the protagonist began to trust him more. The protagonist turned around and started walking further, while Swift looked at his back and said to himself that he no longer remembered why he decided to go with Anne back then and fight shoulder to shoulder. He understood that the protagonist's charisma attracted people. Suddenly, Anne turned around and asked if Swift was following him. Swift immediately began to follow the leader, adding to himself that the protagonist was one of those people who were ready to give their lives for their goal. After a while, the guys were in the office. Is it dangerous? Swift asked, turning to Anne, asking after that what if the girl says something wrong. The protagonist looked ahead and answered that he wouldn't dare, because if he lied, he would die right there. Swift suddenly asked if it was true that those guys could come back again, after which he asked why they didn't pretend that they knew nothing in order to set up an ambush and cover them at once. With his head down and his eyes closed, the protagonist explained that they needed to lure out the dog catcher, adding that he was great at training his fighters, so the longer they dragged it out, the worse it would be. In his head, the protagonist said that he was not going to go into the zombie horde again to deal with them. This time he needed to drag them into his territory and destroy them. After that, he opened his eyes, which were filled with cruelty and determination, and said to himself that in this damned world, zombies were like a thorn in the side. So he absolutely had to tear this infection out by the roots, so he would have to kill everyone. Only then would he be able to start thinking about the future. With his hands folded on his legs, Swift asked what Seonghwa should say. Yan, looking ahead, immediately replied that first the girl should report that the second squad was destroyed, because this would clearly anger the dog catcher, and then Seonghwa should ask for reinforcements. After that, Yan said that there were still 58 members of the association left, so it would be best if no more than 30 arrived. Then Swift, stretching out his hand, said that the dog catcher might not show up in person. To this, Yan replied that if there were more than half of the fighters, then he would have to lead them all. Hearing this, Swift put his hand to his chin and thought, and the protagonist said in his head that he should try to force the dog catcher to come in a small group, because if there were a lot of people, the risks would increase. After that, Yan opened the map in front of him and said to himself that if they wanted to leave supervision in their camp, then the Alliance would not be able to send all the people. After that, he marked the places on the map with check marks and said that if the reinforcements were no more than 40 people, then in this case, the best place for traps would be in these two places. Without a shadow of a doubt, the protagonist said that they would set up ambushes at these 2 points and mine the rest of the territory, adding that no one should spare ammunition because they had to take the Alliance by surprise. Hearing this, Swift nodded silently. The room was very dark and damp. The protagonist, with a frightening look and a phone in his hand, said that he was warning her for the last time that if she did not speak according to plan, she would die. After that, he brought the phone to Seonghwa's ear, who quickly nodded in horror. "This is Seonghwa," the girl said in a completely calm and even voice. A request for a short wait was heard from the receiver. Suddenly, a rough and loud voice was heard, asking how Seonghwa was doing. Hearing this, the girl was shocked. The protagonist immediately realized that this voice belonged to the dog catcher. The dog catcher immediately asked how Seonghwa contacted him, and what about the leader of the second group. The protagonist continued to hold the phone to the dead-faced girl's ear. The girl reported that the leader was dead and the entire squad had also been destroyed. Swift stood aside and listened to Seonghwa say that it turned out that the locals were not that weak, so more people needed to be sent here. Indeed, the dog catcher's voice came from the phone, who then asked how many people were still there. Seonghwa immediately replied that there were more than 20 armed people here, after which she added that she thought it would be reasonable to send at least 30 fighters. "Okay, I get it," the dog catcher said after a short silence. Sweat was running down the girl's face. She asked in an excited voice how soon he would send reinforcements. Then the dog catcher replied that he would contact Seonghwa later. The girl looked up at the protagonist and replied that she understood. Yan looked at the girl and said to himself that he did not think there would be such a reaction, after which he asked himself why the dog catcher did not ask anything else. At this time, the dog catcher hung up. He had a very satisfied smile on his face. He lowered the phone and laughed very loudly. Behind him lay a dead guy, and not far from the guy, a dead girl lay in blood. "What happened?" asked the man in the suit, approaching the dog catcher. Anger was on the man's face. "The Viper betrayed us," he said angrily. Hearing this, a drop of sweat appeared on the man in the suit's face, and he asked if it was Miss Seonghwa. Hearing this, the dog catcher asked again, "Miss." Immediately after that, he grabbed the guy by the hair. The next moment, he slammed the guy into the ground. Everyone in the hall looked at what was happening in horror. Blood splattered everywhere while the dog catcher killed the servant with a smile on his face. Standing up, he exhaled and, shaking the blood off his hand, asked what he should do with Seonghwa. At this time, Yan was holding the phone in his hand. Turning to everyone, he said that the dog catcher understood everything. Hearing this, Swift and Seonghwa were shocked. Then the protagonist explained that otherwise the dog catcher would not have reacted so strangely. A drop of sweat was running down Swift's face. Looking at the floor, he asked in confusion, "But how?" Yan, looking at his comrade, thought for a moment and answered only if the dog catcher had not lost contact with Seonghwa before the death of the second squad commander. After that, he put his hands to his sides and added that later on the phone he learned from Seonghwa herself about the destruction of the squad, so the dog catcher could well have thought that it was a trap. "Aha," answered Swift, lowering his head. After that, the protagonist fell silent. He lowered his head and said to himself that the fact that the squad was destroyed but Seonghwa was still alive had aroused the dog handler's suspicions, adding that he had prepared various excuses just in case. But now they were all useless. Suddenly, a hissing sound was heard from the radio receiver. Hearing this, all three were shocked. The protagonist instantly calmed down and was ready to talk. Putting the phone to the girl's ear, Seonghwa asked what was going on. The dog handler immediately told the girl to pass the phone to the person standing next to her. Hearing this, the girl was horrified. From this, she trembled in horror and broke out in a cold sweat. Breathing out heavily, the protagonist said to himself that the dog handler had managed to shock him in his past life too. After that, with a malicious smile on his face, He put the phone to his ear and told him to talk. With a crazy smile on his face, the dog handler asked how his girl was doing and whether the protagonist was happy with her. With a smile on his face, Ihan looked at the hostage and said that until he died, he would not be satisfied, adding that the dog catcher had better come here in person, otherwise he would dismember the girl into 5 parts and feed her to the zombies. "Kid, you are brave," came from the phone. The protagonist immediately added that if the dog catcher did not come himself, they would find him themselves. At this, the dog catcher laughed loudly, adding that if the protagonist dared to come to him, he would tear him into pieces, after which he added that it would be great if Ihan sent a video of Songwa's last minutes of life. Hearing this, the girl was horrified. Cold sweat ran down her face in streams. "Crazy," whispered Swift, his face furrowed in horror. Suddenly, the dog catcher said that he was just joking. There was an insanely satisfied smile on his face, and he added that he and the protagonist would never meet. The call ended and the protagonist, holding the phone to his ear, ordered Swift to gather everyone. "What is it?" Swift asked from behind. "He is coming," Yan answered with a serious and angry face, putting the phone away. Surprised, Swift said that the dog catcher himself said that. But before he could finish, the protagonist interrupted his comrade and said that it was all a trick, said that he would not come, but would show up, adding that the Sayabakalov would definitely gather people and descend. In his head, the protagonist said that deceiving the enemy and making him lose his vigilance is how the dog catcher does business, adding later that he thinks he has figured him out, but this guy missed one important detail. "It was I who figured him out," the protagonist said majestically in his head, looking at the radio receiver. After that, he turned to the tied-up girl and asked how long it takes to get from the Alliance base to the camp. Songwa immediately answered that it takes about 2 or 3 hours by motorcycle. Hearing this, Yan turned to Swift and told him to come with him. Wait, Songwa suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs, falling down along with her chair. With tears in her eyes, she lay on the floor, screaming that the protagonist must protect her, and if they were going to hand her over to the dog catcher, then it would be better to kill her right away. A few minutes later, the protagonist handcuffed the girl's hand to a pipe. Looking over his shoulder at the girl, he said that she should die by his hand, adding that he was definitely not going to hand over Songwa. After these words, he turned around and began to leave. A few seconds later, the door slammed shut. Yan and Swift went outside, where the sun was shining. The protagonist told Swift to call everyone, adding that they would gather in the building next to the women's shelter. Some time passed. The protagonist was sitting in the classroom. In front of him, a dozen soldiers were sitting at desks. The protagonist, picking up the walkie-talkie, asked where Jongwon was now. "We'll be there soon," he answered immediately. It was a huge building. It was quiet outside. The door to the office opened. Jongwon walked in through the open door, followed by more people. The latter brought a cart with 2 boxes with them. Swift approached the protagonist, who was leaning over the map, and reported that everyone was gathered. Raising his head, the protagonist saw many soldiers in front of him. Having gathered himself, the protagonist reported that this morning they attacked the main base of the Soul Survivors Alliance and killed 9 people. One of the guys asked in a whisper, "What kind of Soul Survivors Alliance is this?" To this, the other guy replied that this is the base they heard about on the radio. The protagonist, folding his hands and putting them to his chin, continued that if someone attacks the Alliance camp, they will take revenge until they exterminate all the attackers. In other words, just contacting the Alliance will not get rid of it. There was no fear or doubt in the eyes of the protagonist. He continued to say that all the Alliance members were complete bastards, especially the leader, introducing the dog catcher as a muscular man who impaled people's severed heads on spears with a crazy smile on his face. Yan said that if you were captured by him, you would become a toy and eventually die, and if you were captured by a loving couple, their death would be even more sophisticated. Everyone present in the office was shocked by such stories and did not know what to say. The protagonist closed his eyes and rested his head on his hands. In his head, he said that this was their only chance, so he had to destroy the Alliance before they became stronger. In his head, he imagined a small bridge and told everyone that he thought the Alliance would come from here, adding that the battle group, supply detachment, and resources would definitely pass along this road. Introducing mines, Yan said that they would mine both lanes and immediately open fire after the explosion. After imagining the destroyed buildings, the protagonist said that some might escape and force them to fight elsewhere, adding that if the Alliance suddenly attacked the women's shelter, they would immediately follow them and attack when they were not vigilant. After explaining this, the protagonist stood up and put his hands on his hips, saying that the second group's leader would be Swift, then said that Hajin, Dongseok, Corporal On, Yuri, Jeong, Jeon were going with Swift, After that, he looked at the other side of the room and said that the first group would be with him, saying that it would be Hayek, Sirai, Yiho, Kyungwook, Jinsu, Youngsu, Andy. Jeongwon pointed at himself and asked where he would go. The protagonist looked at the guy and told him to go back to the camp and help everyone hide, adding that if they were discovered, to close the doors and not to go out under any circumstances, after which he said that the reconnaissance group's materials were stored inside, so they needed to hold out with all their might until they returned. There was firmness and fortitude in Yehan's eyes. He said to himself that it was better for everyone to hide in the shelter just in case. Hearing this, Jeongwon was confused and asked what to do if a wave of zombies began. To this, the protagonist replied that nothing would happen in such a short time, and even if a wave did begin, everyone would need to stay inside, adding that he would distract the zombies and direct the dead to the Sole Survivors Alliance. After that, the protagonist introduced the basement and told Jeongwon that everyone should hide there, that the doors should be locked and that no one should go out under any circumstances, after which he added that Jeongwon should gather everyone and not let anyone go, and if someone refused, then let them do it by force. Hearing this, Jeongwon did not answer. In his head, he was saying in surprise that Yehan usually did not care about the fate of those who disobeyed orders, adding that it seemed like this was the first time he heard the leader say to gather absolutely all the people without leaving a single one out. When suddenly, the main Grey turned around and coldly said that those who stubbornly refused and resisted would have to be killed. What? Jeongwon shouted in shock, covered in cold sweat. The surprised protagonist immediately replied that if they were to dig around, everyone would be taken hostage and valuable data would be taken. And that was too risky. With his mouth open, Jeongwon looked at the leader and said to himself, so that's why Yan said that. In addition, the protagonist started to speak, continuing that in the closet in his office, but before he finished, he changed his mind and told Jeongwon to proceed with the order. The enemy is strong, said the protagonist, adding that this fight would be the hardest of all that they had. All those gathered stood quietly and listened to the protagonist without answering. Drops of cold sweat ran down everyone's faces. Everyone stood up from the tables, but continued to listen to Yehan, who was saying that when this battle was over, they would be able to leave the city center and move to a safer area and start life from scratch, adding that he hoped that no one would die because everyone should survive. Suddenly, Heck, coming forward, asked if they should tell everything to the people in the women's shelter and the mercenaries. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled widely and replied that then Heck should inform everyone that there was a possibility of an attack, so they needed to strengthen their defenses. Hearing this answer, Heck nodded and smiled contentedly, when suddenly the protagonist said that in exchange for the information provided, Heck should ask them for one military radio. Hearing this, the guy was very surprised. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist with a smile on his face said that a debt is a red debt, adding that if they refused to betray the radio, then the cooperation was over, let them cope on their own. Hearing this, Heck was very scared. Cold sweat began to trickle down his face. Any more questions? Yehan asked loudly. Suddenly, a waving hand appeared. Yes, speak, said the protagonist. Hajin came out of the crowd, saying with a serious face that he would trust the leader this time too. Hearing this, the protagonist lowered his head and smiled contentedly. Hajin, looking straight at the leader, continued saying that he believed and would believe, adding that everyone trusted the protagonist, so their lives were in Yehan's hands. When suddenly he asked if he thought it was time to tell everything, because everyone wanted to know what he was hiding. The protagonist was at a loss for words. He didn't know what to say. When suddenly, lowering his head and closing his eyes, the protagonist said to himself that by obeying his orders, everyone was risking their lives, so all his soldiers had the right to know the truth. After that, he raised his head, looked at everyone gathered and said that he was grateful to everyone, regardless of whether they believed him or not, after which he asked them to wait until the end of this battle. I will tell you the whole truth, the main character finished after a short pause. There was a smile on his face, and there was not a drop of fear in his eyes. Looking at everyone, he said that this is exactly why no one can die, because they must win. It was daytime outside. The sun was shining brightly. A horde of zombies quickly ran after a dozen guys on motorcycles. At their head was a dog catcher, who had a crazy smile on his face. Someone was running along the alleys of the streets, groaning loudly. It turned out to be Jeongwon. A huge crowd of zombies was running after him. He was trying to contact the camp leaders on the radio. Suddenly, the radio said that Sajin was listening to him. Jeongwon started running and saying that he was on his way back to the camp, adding that everyone to the last one needed to gather at the shopping center. In general, everyone came over the radio. There was a destroyed bridge and houses around him. Yes, he said into the radio, everyone must come, this is Yehan's order. It was very light outside. Terra Mart store. Jeongwon, leaning on his knees, asked with heavy breathing where the others were. Seojin stood in front of everyone and calmly answered that the others had things to do, after which he asked them to tell him what was going on first. Hearing this, Jeongwon shouted and raged that there was no time, ordering them to drag everyone here. Immediately, Old Man Park, stretching out his hand, asked Jongwon to calm down, adding that if they gathered so many people, they could cause a wave of zombies, after which he asked them to tell him everything. Jongwon calmed down a little and exhaled. In his head, he said that there was still time. After a while, they were already in the parking lot. Jongwon quickly and intensively explained everything to the people. Suddenly, a guy with lush blonde hair asked in shock if the protagonist and his team were the first to attack the Seoul Alliance, and now things have taken such a turn. After which he asked how they could take such a risk, adding that they should not act more carefully for the sake of the people in the camp. Jongwon looked at the guy with hatred and anger in his eyes. The guy turned away in an instant and said that they needed to pack their things. To this, Jongwon immediately said that there was no time and the reconnaissance group had supplies, so they needed to urgently gather everyone from the camp here. Then the guy pointed to all the supplies and asked if they would really refuse all of this. "We will not refuse," Jongwon firmly answered, adding that all the people just needed to hide. Dissatisfied negotiations immediately began between all the people. Then the guy waved his hand negatively and said that he did not think this was a good solution, because if they needed to hide, they could do it right here among the goods, then they could immediately fight the alliance. "Sounds good," a whisper was heard from the crowd. Hearing this, the guy, pleased with himself, smiled. Jongwon, restraining himself with the last of his strength, said that this was Yan's order, so no one can stay, everyone needs to go to the reconnaissance camp, adding that if someone does not cooperate, force will have to be used. Hearing this, the boy screamed furiously. Jongwon did not react to this. In his head, he said that although they contributed to the expansion of the territory, all the supplies were brought by scouts. After that, he said that if all these people were in front of Yan, they would hardly allow themselves to do such a thing. The boy, with his hands on his hips and shaking his head, said that it would be best if they closed the doors to the shopping center and hid, because they could not abandon the supplies that they had worked so hard to obtain. At that moment, a gun was pointed at the boy's forehead. Seojun, holding the gun, told him to stop talking and start moving, because Yan must have a reason for this, and then asked if he had forgotten thanks to whom they all survived. Without putting away the gun, he said that he would not wish on anyone who disobeyed the main character's order. At this, the boy only laughed. With a smile on his face, he asked if Seojun was seriously pointing a gun at his forehead. At that very moment, the sound of several guns being released from safety was heard. 2 of the guards pointed their guns at Seojun, and 2 other guards pointed their guns at the other guards. The guy said sarcastically that Seojun wouldn't dare shoot. Seojun looked to the side and saw that a gun was pointed at him. At all this, Jongwon, holding back with all his might, asked what the hell they were doing. Then, suddenly, unable to hold back, he shouted loudly for everyone to calm down because they couldn't make a fuss. The guy looked at Jongwon with anger in his eyes and said to himself that he was the same leader of the camp as Seojun, so he could very well argue with him, but Jongwon was a close subordinate of Yan. After that, he remembered the main character who killed everyone who did not obey him, and said that it would be more expensive to be at odds with Yan, after which he added that Soo-hee was right in saying that people did not trust him yet. After that, he gestured for the guards to lower their weapons. In his head, he continued to say that they needed to retreat so that they could make their move later. Seojun also put his weapon away. Then Jong H1 ran up to the guy and started saying that Yan wanted to save everyone, adding that if they met the enemy now, everyone would die. After that, he pointed to the supplies and said that if they caught them, they could rip them open and get them, or even feed them to zombies, adding that if these supplies were taken, Yan would definitely make up for the losses. The guy hung his head heavily in thought, after which he said that he understood everything and would go gather people from the Packtown camp. "I'll go with you," Jongwon suddenly said, standing behind him, adding that he might need help. After a while, they were at the Packtown camp. "I don't want to," one of the girls answered firmly with disdain in her eyes, after which she asked what difference it made whether it was here or there, adding that they should stay here. The guy with the lush hair, spreading his arms, immediately began to explain the situation. Jongwon watched all this from the side and said to himself in his head that he had always thought that Yan was too rude. When suddenly he said that now he was surprised why the main character didn't just shoot everyone. One of the guys, spreading his arms, asked the girl if she had seen Ian, to which she replied that Ian was still here in the morning. Standing on the road, Jongwon asked who was missing. Spreading his arms, the man in front of him answered that there was no child named Ian, who had come here from the reserve camp during the last change of personnel. Exhaling heavily, Jongwon looked at the watch on his hands. After that, he remembered the words of the main character, who told Jongwon not to leave anyone behind. Standing in front of everyone, Jongwon said that he would go and find Ian, telling the others to head to the scout camp for now and stay there. Spreading his arms, he explained to everyone that they would not be allowed to make noise for a few days, they would just need to wait quietly, and if anyone heard any noise outside, then everyone would need to take shelter in the basement. After these words, he asked Sajin to take everyone. Sajin immediately asked if Jongwon himself would go. To this, the guy replied that he would first find Ian and then join everyone. It was still quiet outside. Jongwon ran through the streets of the camp, panting loudly, looking for the girl. He ran along the roads and jumped onto the stairs. After running up the stairs, Jongwon stopped and, leaning on his knees, caught his breath. Looking at his watch, he said to himself, breathing loudly, that there were about 15 minutes left until the Alliance arrived, and then asked himself if it was better to leave then. Suddenly, he saw a girl feeding cats. Approaching the girl, who was squatting with her back to him, he asked if she was Ian. When she did not answer, he shouted loudly, asking Ian what she was doing here. The little girl turned her head in confusion and looked at Jongwon. At that moment, cherry blossom leaves fluttered across the sky. Jongwon blushed and felt embarrassed at the sight of the girl. Day had come, and the city was silent. Hayek camouflaged the mine with grass. There was a pile of corpses lying near the bus. Hayek hid under the bottom of the car and reported into the radio that the mines had been planted. Jahan looked out the window and answered into the radio, then he called Swift. His voice came from the radio. Jahan asked what the situation was. The men were planting mines. Swift said that everything was clear. The mercenaries were now in the building. Jahan asked if they could hear. The gray-haired mercenary said that they were in contact and asked if this wasn't too much. The bastards didn't even explain the details of their situation. They just told them to prepare for battle. Jahan closed his eyes and exhaled, said that if it weren't for them, the mercenaries would have become an enemy target long ago. Seongwa had already infiltrated their hideout. They didn't need to know that the Alliance could have captured them long ago, then everyone would have been in trouble. Jahan fell silent, asked himself if everything was okay with Jeongwon. He looked out the window, thinking that this guy can be weak and soft. But there has never been an order that he has not carried out. Even if something goes wrong, he copes with everything. People were standing on the roof with binoculars and weapons. The guy noticed something. He saw movement on the road. Jahan looked ahead. The radio reported that the enemies are in place, about 15 people. The last motorcycle is carrying cargo. Jahan thought that is expected from the support squad. The motorcycle was driving along the road. The chubby man looked ahead seriously. He raised his hand, ordering his gang to stop. Jahan clicked the radio, was surprised that they stopped and said into the radio that the first group should switch to a special channel. The man put his foot on the ground. He looked at his feet and mentally asked himself how in an area where there are no zombies, so many traces of blood. Through the binoculars, he could see how two henchmen bowed to the leader. He gave them an order. Jahan suddenly realized that he was looking at a bear cub. He did not live up to his cute nickname, and in the Alliance for a long time held a high position of leader. He knew that in his bag on his back there was a bow with amazing power and arrows. The hero did not know what this man did before the apocalypse. Jahan clicked on the radio and said that two more were approaching. He ordered everyone to turn off the radios and sit quietly until he gave the signal. The building was empty. Two men were walking down the corridor. The man in the bandana looked around and said that he was out of his mind and asked what could possibly be found here. Jahan watched the enemies through the bars. He was silent, thought about how everyone was hiding in the most secluded places, chosen by him personally. He thought about how the enemies should not find Heck under the bus, and then everything would go according to plan. There were shutters. Jahan jumped back from the bars. He saw how the man in the bandana was kicking chairs. He was complaining about his leader. Jahan sighed with relief. The motorcycle started again. The column moved forward. Jahan noticed movement on the road. He climbed out of the ventilation and started shooting at the bandits on the street. Heck pressed the detonator. There was an explosion. All the motorcyclists fell. Jahan ran forward. The guy in the bandana reached for the radio. Jahan shot him in the head. He started the radio. He looked ahead and ordered everyone to open fire. Shooters appeared from buildings and windows. They started shooting at the enemies in cold blood. The masked bandits were hit by bullets. The bear cub, covered in blood, smiled and took out his bow. He was shot in the leg. Jahan calmly watched the man shaking in pain. He looked at the smiling bear cub and said hello to him, noticed what a deathbed face he had. Jahan looked at him menacingly and swore to exterminate them all, just like they had done to them once. Jahan looked at the man with the eyes of a killer, noticed that he had not risen from the dead for nothing. The bear cub pulled the bowstring. He let go and the arrow shot forward. It fell on the asphalt. Armed fighters approached him. Two fighters began to shoot the man point blank. Jahan looked at the dust and smoke around him, ordered to stop firing. Angry crowds of zombies were already rushing towards them. The hero's entire squad stood near the bus. Jahan said that this was the first squad and they finished without losses. He looked at the surroundings and ordered everyone to return to the common channel. Swift smiled and said that this was good news. He looked at the smoke from across the street, said that the dog catcher should be here soon. Swift smiled anticipatingly and said that he could not wait. The sniper was lying on the roof. He was asked if there was anything, but he said that for now everything was quiet. Swift was silent. He noticed that the enemy was late. A sound reached his ear. The sniper saw a column of motorcycles. Swift asked if he heard anything. The sniper replied that he saw a little more than 10 motorcycles. Swift frowned, realizing that the dog catcher had arrived. There were only 8 leaders in the Sole Survivor Alliance, 3 of whom had already been eliminated, leaving 5. One of them was the tracker Kim. Yehan had said at the meeting that Kim was good at stalking, but he would be easy in the end. There was also the Mad Dog and the Shorty, so you had to be careful with them. The Mad Dog had bulletproof gear all over his body. He was good with a katana, and this guy was damn strong, so you had to avoid close combat with him. The Shorty, as Yehan had said, lived up to his nickname. He was no more than 1.6 meters tall, easy to spot. He said that if you were to meet him and were in a disadvantageous position to attack, it was best to retreat immediately. He said that this madman liked to collect hand grenades in his backpack, so if he was allowed to run wild, there would be trouble. There is also a wife and right hand of June. He is considered the brain of the alliance, and although he is very smart, in battle he is quite mediocre. Yan said that he will deal with him himself. Swift looked at the hero in surprise and asked, "Is this man Jung's wife?" The hero said that this man is bisexual. Swift winced, said that this guy never ceases to amaze. Yan introduced Jung, said that he is almost 2 meters tall and has increased physical strength. He puts a lot of pressure on the psyche and can kill a person with his bare hands. The hero asked to be careful with him. The radio hissed. A message came that the enemies stopped and they do not see a 2-meter man. Swift began to look at the road, surprised that Jung was not with them. The sniper watched how people ran away with weapons, said that they dispersed, and it looks like they are searching this place, have already gone inside. The radio hissed. Hajin spoke. He assumed that the Alliance realized that they were waiting in ambush. He asked what to do. Swift looked at the radio in surprise, thought it was strange, because Yan said that they killed everyone. He said that there was no choice. Hajin was hiding under the shelves. Swift ordered over the radio to immediately detonate the mines after the enemies entered the minefield. Hajin asked what the guy was up to. Swift said to just enjoy the show and ordered Hajin to hide under the truck after the detonation. Swift looked at the road, thought that the explosion would attract a lot of zombies. The enemies would have to enter that building. Swift took out an axe, decided that they would not wait for the weather by the sea, especially since he felt superior to his rivals. There was silence on the street. But suddenly there was an explosion. Hajin was lying under the truck in the dust. He reported on the radio that 2 were killed by the explosion. He asked what the situation was outside. The sniper reported that zombies were pouring into the blast site. He asked Hajin to hide quickly. Hajin climbed into the back of the truck. He was told on the radio that they saw 2 enemies heading his way. He was asked to be careful. Hajin locked himself inside the back. Swift called him a one-armed brother and asked if everything would be okay. Hajin asked him to take better care of himself. The sniper smiled. Swift said on the radio that he trusted the sniper. He said that they cannot let the enemy get up there and therefore they need to hold them back. The corporal was supposed to cover Hajin. There was silence. The unknown were inside the building. Masked men were moving forward with weapons. Swift turned around, hearing a crunch. One of the Alliance demanded to stop. The door slammed. Swift thought he heard a grenade. He kicked the door down and cut off the hand of the man holding the grenade. Blood spurted. Everyone looked in shock at the release pin. An explosion was heard in the corridor. Swift screamed and ordered everyone to move away from the door. Flames from the explosion began to fly into their room. People were burning alive. The bandit shouted that there were people inside and ordered everyone to follow him. The squad regrouped and went forward. Swift ducked, surprised that the enemies decided to enter his territory. He smiled, appreciating the courage of the enemies. He made a dash. He jumped over the bandit approaching the door. They pointed a gun at him. Swift looked menacingly at the enemy. Shots rang out. The man looked forward in surprise. In the reflection of his gaze, Swift was striking with an axe. He chopped off the man's head. Swift chopped the next bandit in the stomach. Another bandit was already screaming in pain. Swift moved along the corridor, dealing fatal blows to each bandit. Swift stood with his back to the enemies. They groaned, fell to the floor and died. Swift did not move. The bandits pressed themselves against the walls. One of the still living bandits held his neck and said that it was impossible. Swift turned around with a crazy smile and said, "Welcome to hell." He stuck out his tongue cutely and winked at the bandit. A moment later, he fell dead on the floor. The Alliance leaders were standing on rusty cars. Jung smiled and said that this was unexpected. He looked at the city. The sounds of fighting reached him. Jung said that he did not think that there was such a large settlement here. Everyone was smiling. The bandits fired from machine guns. The back of the truck was riddled with holes. Hajin was lying on the bottom of it, covered with boxes. He was breathing heavily and sweating. He thought that he got away thanks to the bulletproof vest. The door of the back swung open. The bandits looked at the pile of boxes piled up in a heap. One asked his partner if he saw Hajin. The partner answered that he should have died after so many shots. Hajin jumped out of the boxes and started shooting from a pistol. 2 corpses fell to the ground. Hajin jumped onto the road. He looked at the wound on his leg. It was shallow. A gun was pointed at the back of his head. The 3rd bandit stood behind him and ordered the guy to drop the gun and raise his hand and cross his fingers. Hajin realized that the corporal had missed another bandit. The bandit looked at the prosthesis in surprise, asking if Hajin was really disabled. He demanded that the entire squad of heroes lay down their arms. The metal glove clanged. The bandit's head was pierced by a blade. Hajin grabbed him by the collar and threw him over himself. He slammed him onto the asphalt and began to finish him off with the blade from the glove. Hajin tiredly wiped his sweat, said that he almost gave up the end, and ridiculed the bandit. The guy frowned, thinking about the fact that the corporal could not determine with absolute accuracy where and how many enemies would come. He realized that he had relaxed. He took out a walkie-talkie. From it came a call for help in the supermarket. Hajin realized that it was Don Seok's group. He immediately ran forward along the road, saying that he was coming to help. He was approaching the supermarket. There were corpses on the ground. Among them was Iri. Dogmeat was holding Don Seok captive. Hajin and Swift looked at the terrible sight. Swift smiled, called the Dogmeat. He said that it was his friend who managed to slip away. Dogmeat removed the katana from Don Seok's throat. His blood was flowing. Don Seok fell to the floor. Then blood began to spurt from the man's neck. Dogmeat smiled and laughed maliciously. Hajin gritted his teeth. He began to shoot at Dogmeat with a pistol. He covered his face and the bullets easily bounced off him. He jumped up. Swift frowned, remembered that he could not be penetrated by bullets. Besides, he hid in the darkness to avoid a head-on collision. He realized that the enemy wanted to go into close combat. The former friends turned into zombies. Swift mercilessly chopped them down with an axe. Blood dripped from his blade. Swift decided that he would play by his rules. Hajin unsheathed the blade from his glove. Swift raised his hand. He stepped forward and said that this was his fight, so he should not interfere. Swift walked forward. He glared into the darkness, said that his time had come because he was angry as hell. 20 minutes before the attack on the search party, inside a rich house, people were outraged that he lived in such a good place. They asked him if he had a conscience. Sajin pointed to another crowd and ordered everyone to go down to the basement. People went down with the military. Sajin thought that it was not so easy to negotiate with people. He flicked the switch. The light came on. He looked at the supplies at the far end of the room, thought that this was what he expected from Yan. He looked at the heavy door and thought that thanks to it, it would be hard to find people here, because such a door would be hard to break down if you don't open it from the inside. Sajin looked at the air vent, decided that there might not be enough air. People looked around with fear. He realized that if he brought another 100 people here, it would be much more crowded and gloomy, but it was still better than dying. People were all indignant. They asked how to go to the toilet here. Sajin looked angrily at the guy, asked how he knew, and offered to take a food box and come up with something. People asked if they really needed to sleep here too. Sajin turned around and asked him to stop chatting. He asked him to calm down and remember what Jiangwen said. The soldier stepped forward and suggested that it was dangerous to stay here. Sajin said that this was Yan's order, and with luck they would stay here for a few hours, and if necessary, they would sit here for a few days. The soldier looked at the man seriously and asked him to think. He said that there were more than 30 trained soldiers here and about the same number of enemies. He imagined the street, said that it was more advantageous to fight on the streets of the city or inside buildings. If they broke in, they would be able to fight back. In addition, if something suddenly went wrong, they could escape through the windows, and if they took cover here, they would be vulnerable. Sajin frowned and asked what the soldier was saying, but he interrupted him and added that if the enemies set fire to the house, they would be unable to do anything except die here. The soldiers crowded together. They said that they had to fight. Sajin waved his hand in displeasure and said that they would follow Yan's order and this would not be discussed. The soldier shouted the man's name. He looked angrily at the soldier and asked why he was yelling at him. He suggested calming down. Gapsu spread his hands and said that he also thought it was unsafe here. He suggested doing as the soldier said. He said that they have experience in repelling enemy attacks. The red-haired curly guy agreed and said that the enemies are the same people as them. Will it be difficult to deal with them? He thought that this was a chance to weaken Xiaojin's influence. Xiaojin smiled strangely and said that everyone was crazy. He took out a walkie-talkie. Yungwen asked if they had transferred everyone. Xiaojin said yes and asked if Ian had been found. Zhongwen looked out the window and said that he heard the noise of motorcycles. He said that they had arrived. Xiaojin was surprised that it was so fast. Zhongwen said that everyone should definitely hide in the basement and not come out under any circumstances. Xiaojin held the walkie-talkie forward and asked if the guy heard him. He said that everyone should have heard it. The soldier shouted and said that everyone should go up because they need to fight from a height to have a chance of success. Xiaojin folded his arms across his chest and said that if the soldier wanted to die so much, he could go himself. The red-haired guy approached the man and said that they were all in charge here and that's why he couldn't talk to them like that. The soldier turned to the people and asked what the people thought. He asked where the probability of survival was higher. He added that if the enemy set fire to the house, they would all die here. The people began to argue with each other and disagree. Seojin shook his head and said that they would do as the soldiers decided. He said that only the combat team would go fight. The technical team should stay here. Everyone began to go upstairs. Seojin pushed them out and said that if they were losing, they should not come back. They would close the door tightly and not open it. Seojin narrowed his eyes angrily. He realized that they would not behave like that in front of Yehen and the search party, but they definitely had to argue with him. He closed the door and exhaled heavily, mentally asking, was their last loaf of bread really being taken away? The sky was bright. There were many corpses on the ground. Sparks were flashing. There was a clang of metal. Swift struck again. Dogmeat easily dodged. He counterattacked. Swift looked at his opponent, analyzing how fast he moved with such heavy equipment. They clashed weapons. Dogmeat applied his other hand to the blade. Swift writhed from the tension. He asked himself where the dog got such strength from. He took out a karambit. He waved his hand, deciding that the only thing left to do was to get rid of the main weapon, increasing the distance. Swift jumped back. His axe remained in Dogmeat's hands. He looked at the hero in surprise. Pills fell out of his pocket. Swift smiled, saying that he understood everything. He looked at the steroids lying on the floor and realized that Dogmeat was on drugs. The man's mouth began to drool and he laughed. Swift let out a disappointed breath. Hajin made a cut. Swift looked in shock as Dogmeat fell dead. He screamed that he could have done it himself. Hajin looked at his partner seriously and asked him to stop chatting. Swift asked where his honor was. How could he interfere in someone else's fight? Hajin waved his hand and said that Dogmeat was the first to refuse her. Swift looked at his friend in surprise and agreed. He extended his fist with a smile and thanked him. The guys bumped fists. They made their way in the dark. Swift said that they also needed to join the camp leaders. He asked the corporal, Youngsu and Jiun to go down to identify the dead. Time passed. People were sitting in the basement. They were shivering from the cold. There was a knock on the door. Everyone stood up. They were pounding on the door and shouting. Seojin looked at the door in confusion. From the other side they were calling for help. The man called the one on the other side a fool because he was shouting at the whole area. The girl recognized Mark and started screaming. Seojin pointed a gun at her and told her not to even think about opening the door. Was she really tired of living? The girl started crying. She said that Mark, the leader of their camp, was outside. Her son and her boyfriend were on the other side. Seojin raised one eyebrow, said that it was a great pity. He asked everyone to shut up and asked why they hadn't objected when everyone was leaving. They were knocking on the door and asking him to open the door as soon as possible, otherwise he would die. He said that there were no enemies around him now. He begged for the door to be opened. The crowd fell towards the door, crushing Seojin. Everyone began to unlock the locks. The door swung open. On the other side stood a red-haired guy, covered in blood. Seojin was lying on the floor. He was shouting for them to quickly close the door. People were calling for the wounded as quickly as possible. Dapsu was dragging the wounded guy down the steps. An explosion was heard above the heads of the people. Shrapnel began to pierce the heads of people. The blade of an axe got into the gap in the door. The door was opened by a masked bandit. He looked at the people with a crazy smile and said that this is where they hid. The masked people entered the basement. Seojin looked at the armed enemies with fear. Jun with his leaders smiled and said that who would have thought that there was such a big camp here. Genya smiled and said that this camp was not at all like that women's shelter. He pointed out the scale and clarified that this camp was probably the main link. Jun turned to Genya, who suggested looking around. Jun began to look around and asked how many hours they would spend examining such a huge area. They did not have time for this fuss. Genya suggested looking at the shape of that fence and noted that it was in the shape of a rectangle. It was effective and purposeful. Genya pointed to the department store and said that if they set up a camp here, they would not have to worry about food, clothing and housing, plus it was safe. The wife smiled and suggested that they only inspect 4 points, which should be enough. Jung scratched his chin and hummed contentedly. They walked forward along the street. The leader noticed that there were exactly 4 of them and asked where the sniffer had gone. The wife replied that he had smelled a woman and followed her. Meanwhile, in the mansion, the man said that they had been sitting here for so long, but had not found a single survivor. Jung and the wife looked at the house. Jung asked if they had really abandoned their supplies and fled. Jung suggested going to the women's shelter if there was no one there. The shorty fired from an underbarrel grenade launcher. The rooms were blown to pieces. The crazy Alliance squad advanced forward. There was an explosion. An Alliance fighter noticed the survivors. They went down to the basement. The fighters dragged the wounded back to the basement. Everyone looked at what was happening in horror. Jonggun whistled. He didn't expect that there would be so many people hiding in this basement with so many supplies. He looked at the scared people and said that he was glad to see everyone here. He suggested a welcoming party. He said that the people killed 3 of his subordinates and so he would kill 2 of them. He put the spiked baton on his shoulder and asked if he was kind enough. The short man threw the soldier's body down. The soldier, covered in blood, gritted his teeth. Jeonggeun said that this lieutenant killed 2 of his subordinates, whom he had raised with such difficulty. He raised the soldier to his face and called him outstanding. The soldier spat in his face, but Jeonggeun managed to put his palm down. He smiled, looking at the soldier, and asked what was the point of this childishness. He dropped the baton on the floor. Instead, he picked up a gun and said that since he was a soldier, he simply had to use a gun. There was a blow. The lieutenant was thrown aside, his helmet flew off. Jeonggeun smiled and laughed. He struck with the butt of the gun, blood spurted. The subordinate screamed and mourned his commander. The lieutenant's hand was shaking. Jeonggeun loaded the magazine. He approached the soldier and began to shoot at him point blank. The people looked at what was happening in horror. Jeonggeun turned around and noticed that killing people with a gun was much more interesting. He said that they needed the last volunteer. The people sat silently on their knees. Jeonggeun looked at them. He asked who was in charge here and did he have a list. He pointed the machine gun at the people and said that in that case he would choose everything himself, killing 5 or 6 people. The girl suddenly stood up and began to point at someone. She pointed at Sejun and shouted that he was in charge here. The man was grabbed by the hair. Jeonggeun smiled and asked, "Is it proper for a commander to hide?" Sejun glared at the alliance leader, who remarked that he liked his look. Sejun said that Yehan would kill the big guy. Jeonggeun hit the man face first into the floor. He shook his head and asked the man not to talk nonsense, because who would kill who else? He turned around with a crazy smile and called the people a pack of dogs, because if you call them to run, they will run, and if you tell them to sit, they will sit. Jeonggeun called himself a butcher who catches dogs. The people cried and trembled with fear. Jeonggeun smiled. Folding his hands on his hips, he said that he did not see any sincerity. He noticed that it would not be interesting to end like this. He looked at the red-haired guy and pointed at him. He asked to choose any woman and come to him. He demanded to do as he says, otherwise he will cut off his head. The guy grabbed the girl's hand. The girl looked at him in confusion and asked what he was doing. June grabbed the girl by the face, called her a beauty and ordered her to move on. The guy walked forward, all sullen. The girl was shaking with fear and rubbing her arms. June called himself a good guy and people need to be obedient so that he would not harm them. He looked at the girl and demanded that she take off her clothes. The girl fell and cried. June turned to the shorty. He ordered him to kill 1 person every 30 seconds until she undressed. The girl cried and said in fear that she was taking everything off. Old man Park suddenly stood up. June was surprised and asked why he stood up. The old man was nervous. He said that it was time for people to stop these atrocities and asked them to stop. Jung just smirked and hit him in the face. Park turned over and fell back into the crowd. Blood was dripping from the fist of the alliance leader. He said that the disobedient dogs must die. Jenya looked into the passage and asked Jeonggeun to come over. He turned around with displeasure and said that he was having fun here and asked to talk after he finished. But Jenya said that it was a very important matter. Jeonggeun looked angrily at Jinny. He thought that he had never looked so confused. He looked at the people and asked them to be good and wait here. They went upstairs. There were overturned documents and shelves on the floor. Jinny nervously handed the alliance leader a notebook and said that it was found in the apartment of a man named Yan. Jeonggeun took the notebook and began to study the notes. Jinny said that their name, features, and even the supposed meeting point were written there. He clarified that their location and trump cards were also written there. Kim Sol did not know so much. Jeonggeun anxiously looked at the notes, mentally asking how the hero could know in advance about what could happen in the future. He asked who is Yan. He turned around and asked his subordinate if they had heard from the mad dog and the bear cub. The subordinate said that they still hadn't heard anything. Jeonggeun had a hard realization. He grabbed the phone. He called and asked if they were listening to him. He looked at the phone and asked Yan to answer. He said that he was in a place where he had tried with all his might to hide more than 100 people in the basement, and he had already killed more than 10, and therefore perhaps even less than 100. He screamed, laughed, and said that he had smashed the head of his subordinate who was screaming his name. He demanded to know how he knew him. Yehan was already riding motorcycles on the road. His eyes were serious. Yehan raced forward, sitting on the motorcycle and thinking about how they had captured the camp so quickly. He remembered the warehouse with the boxes, thinking that by hiding in the basement, locking it tightly and barricading the door, they could hold out for at least another hour. The boy frowned, his hair fluttering in the wind, thinking that all the survivors should have hidden in the basement. After all, Jongwon gave them instructions, but nevertheless, they were already captured. The protagonist quickly moved forward along the road, thinking that someone disobeyed Jongwon's order. Did they not understand that it was he who gave the order to the boy? Yohan frowned, thinking that there were many valuable people in there now. He imagined Dr. Ki Baeum with his brows furrowed, smiling Farmer Park. Cook Jae-soo with her long dark hair, serious engineer Kim with his dark beard and mustache. Yohan sharply turned the body of the motorcycle, thinking that all that was left was to hope that they would hide and be covered by the younger generation, because after the search party had scouted out all the enemy routes, the journey would only take 30 minutes. The guy frowned and clenched his teeth, thinking that they hadn't lasted even this half an hour, so it would be rude to hope for a miracle. He brought the radio closer to his mouth, saying that it was him again. The guy squeezed his hands on the steering wheel harder, saying that he wanted to make a deal again. Above the tall buildings there was a blue sky with white clouds. Everything was surrounded by a high fence with barbed wire along the perimeter. Jongwon stood with his back pressed tightly against the wall. He was talking into the radio that everyone needed to hide in the basement, not a step outside. A girl was squatting next to him. A voice came from the radio in his hand, saying that the guy himself heard everything. They needed to go up and fight from above to have a chance of success. Jongwon frowned, not understanding why they were arguing, because he had clearly told them to hide in the basement until the search party arrived. The guy did not understand what the problem was. He looked out the window and realized that the motorcyclists were already here. The guy brought the radio closer to his mouth, asking everyone to go to the basement. Two men stopped at the building. The man in the hat asked if this was here. The guy wondered if this was where he and Ian had just been, not understanding how they had determined the location so accurately. Jongwon cried out in surprise, seeing a dog with a collar with spikes next to them. The masked guy came closer, holding a walkie-talkie in his hand and saying that Jenny was telling them to go back. Kim frowned and shouted in displeasure, telling him to shut up because there was a girl nearby. The guy stood in front of the man, holding an axe in his hand and saying that he only smelled the smell of rotting zombies here. Kim shouted at him and, holding Gulp on a leash, asked where the man who was just here ran off to. The dog moved its head and barked. Jong H-wan gritted his teeth and squatted down so as not to be seen. He thought that Yohan was right. It was useless to run away. Ian suddenly hugged him and pressed her trembling body against him. The guy screamed, raising her eyebrows high. The girl pitifully raised her eyebrows and looked at him, saying that she was scared. A blush appeared on the guy's cheeks. He scolded himself for thinking about something incomprehensible in such a situation. Jongwon frowned and took a deep breath, thinking that now was not the time to imagine stupid things. He looked outside, sweat dripping down his face, thinking about the two people and a dog out there, wondering if he could do it. Jongwon remembered Yohan smiling, telling him not to be a coward, because he could do it better than anyone else. That's why he trusted him. Jongwon opened his eyes wide and frowned, mentally telling himself that he could do it. He had to do it anyway. Kim gritted his teeth and hit the guy next to him on the head, saying that there was definitely someone here. Looking at them, Jongwon thought that this was their leader, so he had to take the bull by the horns. The guy frowned, sweat dripping down his face. The gun pointed at the men. Jongwon thought that he had to hit the first shot, because if he missed, it would be hard. He took aim at the man in the hat. There was a loud sound. The dog opened its eyes wide and barked. The hat, stained with blood, fell to the ground. Jong H-wan raised his eyebrows and lowered the barrel of the gun, realizing that he had hit. The guy remembered the main character, who, with his eyebrows knitted, said not to panic, because in a real fight only the calm and cool ones survive. Kim was lying on the ground, blood flowing from his head. Zaglot barked loudly, and the guy in the mask ran away. Jong H-wan pointed the barrel of the revolver at him and shot after him, thinking that he needed to pull himself together and do the job. The bullets passed near the fleeing guy. In the end, blood spurted from his chest. He screamed. Jongwon froze, holding the gun in his outstretched arms and thinking that only the dog was left. He needed to aim at the head and shoot. Its loud barking was heard. The guy clenched his hand into a fist. Jongwon opened his mouth and raised his hand up, thinking that this was a victory. He opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows, looking up and thinking that this was the first time he managed to win a real fight, so he wanted Yohan to see this. Above the tall buildings was a bright blue sky with slowly floating clouds. The head of the man in the mask was shot through. Blood spurted. 4 people were lying on the floor in pools of blood. Their weapons were lying next to them. The protagonist frowned and brought the radio closer, saying that Corporal he did a good job. Now the search party continues to patrol, so the 3rd squad should be on guard. Yohan looked out the window, thinking that it was Jinny's turn. The radio said that the man had fought so many times, but now he was not at all happy. He asked the guy if he knew how many hostages he had and whether the hero dared to attack. Yohan looked at the radio in his palm with a concentrated look, saying that they should drop their weapons and then he would spare them. A loud laugh was heard. Hyungun raised his eyebrows and smiled widely, saying that the jokes were over. He did not know where the guy sniffed out information about him from, but he should clearly understand what kind of person he was, and if the hero had the courage to talk like that, then he clearly had problems with his head. There were shelves from cabinets and papers with books lying on the floor. The man sat on a chair with his legs spread wide. He said that considering that the hero could be useful, He could give the guy a chance, he just needed to crawl to him on his knees and lick his feet, then he would consider him a younger brother. Johan frowned and smiled, saying that it was rude. Jeonggun shouted into the phone in displeasure, asking if he was still laughing. The man said that from now on, he would chop off 4 limbs of one person every 5 minutes. The protagonist opened his mouth, calmly telling him that he could chop. Questioning voices were heard from the radio. Johan lowered his head, saying that the man could chop. Even if he killed them all, none of his people would escape him. The guy's eyes opened wide. He said that every night he would hunt them down and punish them, so they would not be able to sleep for even a minute. Jeonggun gritted his teeth and opened his eyes wide, listening to the protagonist's words that he would closely watch each of them die in agony, so the man needed to remember that he would kill them in the most painful and inhumane way. Johan smiled maliciously, his eyes flashing. Jeonggun froze, moving the phone away from his ear. He screamed loudly, throwing it forward and raising clouds of dust into the air. The loud sound could be heard even on the landing. Jeonggun smiled menacingly and kicked the door down. The people in the room furrowed their brows and clenched their teeth. Beads of sweat trickled down their faces. The man gritted his teeth, calling the guy a monster. Jeonggun put his hands on his hips, ordering one of his subordinates, standing with a gun in his hands, to cut off 10 heads and throw them outside so that everyone could see what they were capable of. He obediently nodded. The guy pointed the barrel at the hostages. They screamed and began to put their hands in front of themselves. Jeonggun's right hand placed a fan on the barrel of the gun, asking them to wait with the decision. Jeonggun frowned and screamed loudly, asking why he should wait. The man frowned and handed him the notes, asking him to calm down and listen. The dog catcher frowned and bared his teeth, asking what this was, because it seemed like they had already discussed this. The crowd of hostages looked at them with frightened eyes. Trembling ran through their bodies. The man said that if everything written here was true, then a wave of zombies could soon come, and they had a lot of people here now. Through the doorway, otters were knocked out the windows of the building. He said that unlike their position, there were no windows or doors here, which meant that if a wave of zombies happened, they would definitely not survive. The guy's corpse lay on the floor in a pool of blood. They heard an offer to wait here because they had nothing to worry about. Jeonggun raised his eyebrows and looked away, asking if he thought the wave of the mutated zombie wouldn't affect them, and besides, how could they be sure that everything written here was true? The fan opened, and the man said that it didn't matter. He covered his face and narrowed his eyes sarcastically, saying that what was important was that they believed in the truth of every word written, and when they came, they could only take refuge here, so there was no need to waste their energy killing these weaklings. Kibyum squatted and changed the bandages on the man's face. The man grabbed the man by the hair. Jeonggun frowned and pulled the girl's hair, saying that then they would kill the chicken in front of the monkeys, showing the disobedient cattle where their place was. The street was quiet and deserted. The buildings were close to each other. A balcony was visible, which was not fenced on all sides. The girl walked forward on shaking legs. She knitted her eyebrows and rolled her eyes. Blood was coming out of her mouth. She pressed her hands to her throat, asking for help. The guys froze in place, their eyes wide open, beads of sweat running down their faces. Jeonggun gritted his teeth and kicked the girl in the back. She flew over the fence of the balcony of the gray building. The girl's body fell on the asphalt. Blood was flowing out from under it. Next to her lay a shoe that had flown off. Hayek frowned and screamed loudly, calling the man a psycho. Swift grabbed him with his hand in front, not letting him go forward. He knitted his eyebrows, saying that he should cool down because they needed to wait for Johan's order. Hayek gritted his teeth and growled menacingly. Seri turned her head towards the radio. The voice told everyone to stay in their positions and wait for orders. The protagonist froze by the window. He frowned and looked down, thinking that if they read his notes, they knew about the zombie wave, so they knew they were in an advantageous position, and they had no choice but to go straight to them. The guy clenched his fist, thinking that this was true. There was no point in this pointless resistance. They just needed to calm down and wait. He would do what they expected. He would show up there soon. The protagonist's thoughts were distracted by the voice from the radio. He asked if Hyun was there. The guy smiled and raised his eyebrows, happily saying that Jeongwon was okay. The young man replied that it was true, asking where the protagonist was now. There was a green exit sign above the doorway. Johan told him to go to the S District parking lot. The guy understood what to do. The protagonist stood in front of Jeongwon, behind whom the girl was hiding. The guy turned to the frightened girl, wondering if all this was because of her. The guy came closer, telling the Hyung that Suhai was a complete psycho. The hero stood still, asking him to be quieter and slower. Jeongwon frowned, saying that the girl named Suhai, in fact, she is the one in charge of the camp near the park. He remembered Mike, whose body the protagonist cut with a katana and whom they expelled for smuggling resources. He remembered the blonde curly guy, the current commander Mark, saying that they both slept with her. The guy imagined a crying Suhai, saying that in front of everyone she pretends to be a weak victim, and behind her back she takes over the commanders. She is very skillful in influencing people. Aang told him this. Jong Hwan recalled the main character and the girl standing behind him, saying that because he had removed Make, she harbored a grudge against him, but so that no one would report her, she never got close to the Hyung or people close to him. Soo-hee stood in front of the characters, arms outstretched. The guy said that she specifically looked for stupid people who were easy enough to convince, deliberately slandering the Hyung before that, and captivating people, gradually expanding the area of her influence. She disloyally knitted her eyebrows, standing in front of a Yeon. The guy said that Soo-hee then got to her, forcing her to lie and spread bad rumors about the leader, but over time, the threats became more serious, and in order to hide from Soo-hee, the girl ran away. Johan lowered his head and exhaled heavily. He hugged Jong Hwan, saying that he understood everything. The boy thanked him, saying that now they had to act, they had to finish the fight and talk about it again. The protagonist turned his back to him, his face darkened. He understood that now it was more important to put an end to their fight. The sun was shining brightly over the small town, illuminating the windows and roofs of tall buildings. There was smoke near the building where the girl was drinking. Johan frowned, thinking that at a time like this, when they could be attacked at any moment, people should not have time to do such stupid things. A voice came from the radio, asking if the boy was there, saying that they were already near the east station. He asked if the way was clear. In the middle of a room full of shelves with books, the boy answered that he was waiting for them, saying that he would send people to meet them. In the box were military equipment for the battle. The boy stood in front of the man, thanking him and asking where the rest were. He put his hands out and said that the rest had not been found yet, asking if he had not told them to find this. The man smiled, looking around and saying that this camp was really big. The protagonist said that the female camp was already full, so they could move people here. He called the boy cold-blooded. Johan frowned, asking what he planned to do with the people. The man frowned and smiled, saying that he was going to train them and make them soldiers, since he was very good at cultivating fortitude in blockheads. He put his hands in his pockets, asking if he really didn't need their help. The boy looked at him, saying that this was the final decision. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, thinking that it was better not to use the man's help unnecessarily, otherwise it could become an excuse for them to interfere in the affairs of the camp. Johan pursed his lips and frowned, thinking that they should end this battle themselves. A guy's voice came over the radio, telling the heroes to prepare to set out in the evening. Swift smiled, Hajin and Heck frowned seriously. The sky above the buildings turned bright red. It was night. The designated ones were pouring gasoline around the perimeter of the house. A lighter flame flared up. The man in the NVG made a Molotov cocktail. The scout camp is equipped with its own solar panels and can generate electricity itself. It should be very bright there, so if the light suddenly goes out, it will be difficult for them to fight back. Johan handed Hajin a pair of binoculars and asked him to go up to the roof and burn the electrical panel, which should be enough. A grenade should be more effective, but it is better to be quiet and use a Molotov cocktail. The corporal responded to the hero's words that he would cover Hajin when the offensive began. They counted on his accuracy. Yan said that they should draw the attention of the enemy to what was happening outside. Hajin threw a bottle. A large flame rose near the shield. The shield, covered in fire, sparked. Hajin hid in the bushes and hoped that everything would work out. The lamps went out. A squad of heroes stepped forward and began to fire from machine guns. They shot through windows and thin walls. The alliance members inside were fatally struck. They screamed, but the camp fighters calmly moved forward. Hajin thought that most of the enemies were near the hostages. He looked at Swift and he immediately understood everything. He ran forward and began to chop all the bandits with an axe. He ran up the stairs and asked his brother not to worry, because he was moving forward. He ran further up the stairs. The man came out into the carriage with a flashlight in his hands, trying to understand what was happening. Swift shot him. The bandits, seeing nothing, shot in all directions and screamed. The hostages fell to the floor in horror and screamed. Hayek shone the light on them, identified himself and asked them to follow him. He ordered them to run into the building opposite and not to make a single sound. All the hostages ran to the exit. The city was plunged into darkness. The camp fighters fired at the enemy. People ran out into the street. The order was given to cease fire. Hack was carrying the wounded Sajin on himself and said that at the moment there was no one inside. The fighter nodded and thought that it was immediately obvious that an adult had stayed to help, unlike those fleeing rats. He looked at the smoke and gave the order to retreat. The short man jumped over the stairs. Everyone raised the alarm. The fighter looked ahead. Many grenades were flying at him. He thought that time had slowed down again. They grabbed him and dragged him back. There was an explosion behind them. 3 fighters fell face down in the grass. Someone lit a lighter. It knocked over the remaining canisters of gasoline and the contents began to spill onto the grass. Swift threw the lighter as he ran away. The entire perimeter of the house was engulfed in flames. Yehan turned around, thought that this was a bad sign and ordered everyone to lie down. The explosion thundered over their heads and they fell. The shorty, all covered in flames, shot at the heroes. Explosions thundered. Yen, his clothes scorched, lay on the ground, covered in sweat. The house was being engulfed in flames, supplies were exploding. Hajin was throwing prepared Molotov cocktails from a neighboring building. The Alliance members were burning alive. The guy with the machine gun lowered the barrel in surprise. Jinny's head was driven into the floor. All burned. Jung was furiously beating his wife. He tore his head off and screamed. Everyone watched in shock as Jeongin used Jinny's blood to put out the fire on himself. The scorched big guy walked out of the fire. He looked angrily at the camp's fighters. The corporal's hands were shaking. He thought about Jeongin not being human. His radio crackled. An order to stop the fire sounded. Yehen ran forward. Jeongin's eyes widened. The hero hit him in the face with all his might. Jeongin fell to the asphalt. He began to cough and spit blood. Yehen looked at him with a mad look and said that his death had come. He began to beat the Alliance leader. He was thrown from side to side. Yehen only increased the pace of his blows. Jeongin recovered and turned his gaze to the hero. He swung for a counterattack, but Yehen was able to catch him in his mistake and struck first. Yehen continued to beat him. He had been preparing for this for a long time. The blows became stronger. Jeongin's face turned into mush. Yehen threatened to kill him. Jeongin fell to his knees in front of him. Yehen swung his leg and hit him in the neck, causing him to spit out blood. Jeongin fell on his back. His entire skin was red from the fire. The fighters of the camp froze, their mouths open. Yehen took out a knife. His threatening figure advanced forward. The survivors watched in fear. Yehen stabbed the knife into the Alliance leader. Blood spurted. He remembered Jeongin from his past life. This was retribution. For this day, Yehen continued to strike. He remembered how Jeongin killed his people. Yehen's gaze was filled with anger. Lightning flashed. The first drops of rain began to fall on the pool of blood. Yehen froze in front of Jung's corpse. He told him in his mind that in his past life, he died by his hand. Yehen let off steam. Now everything was different. Day had come. The groups of survivors were coordinated by the camp's fighters. Yehen looked at Seojin and asked him to name those who were useless. Seojin looked at the hero in surprise. He smiled and asked him to name those who disobeyed his order, whose erroneous judgments put the camp in danger. Who opposed them? The hero asked to hand them over. Seojin closed his mouth, thinking, is it possible that the hero already knows about the situation? He simply understood and foresaw such a development. He remembered Gapsu and the lieutenant. He thought that in a dangerous situation, all the commanders except him betrayed Yehen and went after the lieutenant. This led to them being discovered, and Jungs even killed some of them. Seojin was silent, remembering those terrible moments. He became serious and asked if the position mattered. Yehen said it didn't, since they would leave this camp and there would be no such opportunity in the future. Seojin looked at the couple Mark and his girlfriend, said that they needed to deal with them first since they had betrayed their allies. Yehen asked to continue. The people were divided into two groups. Yehen looked at the frightened crowds and summed up that there were 20 people who had caused problems, and all of them had already been under his surveillance. Yehen put his hand on his waist and asked his family members, lovers, and friends to come out too. He thought that if people somehow connected to the traitors were to enter the new camp, information might leak. Jeongwon took Yehen's hand. He looked at the hero's face and said that Ayeon had been threatened, and besides, she was still a schoolgirl. Yehen thought about it and asked if the guy could vouch for her. Jeongwon immediately answered that he could. Yehen said that then they would take her with them. The people were indignant and asked what about Gapsu. After all, he had made a significant contribution to the development of the camp and he could vouch for it. Yehen did not let him finish and asked who he was. The man stepped forward in fear. Yehen asked who he thought he was to think that he could vouch for someone. He asked to be taken away. The man, screaming in confusion, was taken away. Gapsu stepped forward and asked what Yehen was going to do with them. The hero answered that he would do nothing at all. He simply would not allow them to follow them anymore. He began to look around and said that they needed to find a safer place now, and they must now look for their own ways to survive. The people listened to Yehen's words with fear. He said that he would hand over this camp to other people, and if they wanted to stay, they would need to be under the command of a new leader. Yehen thought about the pile of supplies and said that one way or another, they would take them all with them, and now, if they wanted to survive, they would have to listen to the new commander. Gaps asked in surprise, was the hero really going to take all the supplies? He sternly replied that he would not leave a drop of water and asked if he had any problems. Gaps got nervous. He asked how they would survive then. He asked the hero to have mercy and said that all this was too much. Yehen frowned and said how strange it was. He saved their lives, and in response he did not hear a drop of gratitude. Gaps fell silent guiltily. Yehen said that he had already said that he was supplying supplies in exchange for following his orders, and each of them decided to disobey, so he was not obliged to provide food to anyone. Ahan turned half around and said that he saved the people only in order to inform them about breaking their agreement because he keeps his promises. The soldiers of the camp began to lead Gaps away. Yehan said goodbye, that it was a pleasure to work with them. He hoped that they would not see each other again. He said that the old man could take them. The mercenary smiled maliciously and said that he knew that the hero would not disappoint. Yehan smiled and said that trust is a serious matter in business. The mercenary laughed, began to clap his hands and began to repeat himself. Sajin looked at Yehan and said that leaving the others was fine, but wasn't it dangerous to let those two go like that? After all, they had sold out their allies. Yehan looked at his uncle and asked if he wanted to kill them. Sajin frowned and said that there was no other way. Yehan looked at the trembling couple. They looked at the hero in horror. Yehan turned to Sajin and asked who they had set up. Sajin said that Heian. The girl in the crowd moaned and shook her head. Yehan put the revolver in his uncle's hand. He looked at the gun in his hand in surprise. Yehan walked away from the trembling couple and said that if Sajin thought they should die, then he should kill them with his own hands. Sajin fell silent. A cold sweat broke out on him. He remembered Yehan saying that he had 3 ideas. He stood in front of the meeting table and spoke about forgiveness, execution, and expulsion. Yehan was gloomy, said that there was no talk of forgiveness for hostile actions, because only the victim decides whether to spare the culprit or not. He was talking about breaking the rules of the camp. Sajin pointed the gun at the couple. He thought about Yehan deciding to expel them, but he did not forgive sins on behalf of the victims. Sajin frowned. Yehan let the victim judge. He remembered how they put his life in danger. He knew that he should kill them. He put his finger on the trigger, but he doubted. He watched as the girl cowered in fear. He knew he couldn't do that even if they were traitors. He narrowed his eyes in disgust and ignorance. His finger was shaking. Sajin exhaled and lowered his gun. Mark and his girlfriend looked at the man in relief, thinking that they were saved. The mercenary walked up to Yehan and asked if they were done and if he could take over. The mercenary smiled. He looked at the two and asked if they had anything to say. The girl hysterically leaned forward and said that in that situation they had no choice. If they hadn't done this, the others would have died and she just wanted to save everyone. The mercenary smiled and asked if that was all she wanted to say for the last time. The girl froze with tears in her eyes. She winced and screamed. Everyone stared at her in shock. Yehan looked down with a smile. Mark looked at his girlfriend in horror. The mercenary shot her. Mark ran in the other direction and started calling for help. But the mercenary shot him in cold blood too. He raised his hand to the sky. Everything was covered in blood. The man blew the smoke out of the barrel and said that this would serve as an excellent example. He turned to the people and said that betrayal is punishable by death and the same applies to those who want to escape. Everyone looked at the new leader with fear. The mercenary turned to the hero and asked if it was too much to pay him only with these traitors. Ahan noticed that the man did not understand him and this was not payment for help. Ahan frowned and said that he would share information about the zombies and the camp with the mercenary. He reminded that the conditions were such they help prepare NVG and grenades as well as eliminate opponents. In the end, they will not find any more information about the mutated zombies. The mercenary smiled and said that he knows how to re-educate people more than anything else. He turned to his subordinate and said that he now had many people under his command. He asked to take care of them. The man kicked Gaps. He fell on the asphalt, hit his chin. The mercenary asked why Gaps stood like a statue. The gap-toothed man smiled and said that if he shied away from work or dared to show his teeth, he would pull out each of them personally. He ordered to work, not sparing life itself. Everyone was horrified to imagine what awaited them ahead. The leader of the mercenaries looked at Yehan and asked him to come over to show how to use it. There was a bunch of dynamite in the boxes. After a while, the mercenary smiled and said that everything he had just explained about the use and tincture was written down in a notebook, and he would tell Kolga the rest. Yehan smiled and thanked the mercenary. It was a sunny day. A large convoy of cars was driving along the road. They were looking for a new place for a camp. Ahan got off the bike, thinking that there was one more thing left to do. He walked forward, thinking that the leaders of the alliance were dead. The door creaked open. A mutated girl jumped out of the darkness at the hero. Songwa was tied to a pipe. Yoan looked at her and couldn't understand how she turned into a zombie. He saw that her hand was scratched from the handcuffs that were taken from a pile of dead zombies, and there were traces of blood on them. He looked at Songwa. He decided that in an attempt to free herself, she got infected. Apparently the girl thought that she was locked here to die. Yoan looked at her gloomily. He opened the handcuffs, sadly thinking that the girl was right. He walked forward, thinking that he was not going to let her go. He threw the key. He went outside. The key fell into the manhole. He decided to let her stay there as a zombie forever. The full moon came. People had a dinner on the roof of the house. Hajin opened a can of beer. He held it up and offered to drink to their dead comrades. He poured the beer from the roof of the building. Everyone followed his example. Many were crying. The sky was calm. Hajin asked for attention. Ahan walked forward, thinking that it was time to fulfill his promise and tell people the whole truth. He looked at the laid tables full of food and comrades. He said that today people would find out about what he had kept silent about before the end of the world and the invasion of zombies into their lives, and stood in front of his team and said that he had already seen the fall of this world. Everyone looked at the hero in surprise. He said that he did not remember the exact date of the beginning, but it lasted 3 years. He began to remember his past life. Then, as now, the earth was filled with zombies and their life was like hell. Even if they managed to avoid zombies and mutants, they were still on the verge of life and death. Hunger, dehydration, fear, betrayal, and kidnapping. Friends became zombies before his eyes many times. Ahan looked down and said that after everything he had seen, he grieved less and less for those who had passed away and was sure that he could not die. He said he wanted to live, then corrected himself and said he wanted to survive. The city was covered in darkness. Ahan continued talking for a long time. He put a can of beer on the table and said that that was the whole truth. He smiled and said that now they needed to go to the island base M because he was done with his business here. Noah smiled, saying that the rest of the money was invested there. Ahan smiled and said that if the zombie invasion had not happened and all this was just a dream, he would now be deeply in debt, pursued by creditors everywhere. He looked at the people and said that he did not know how seriously they would take everything, but what would happen next was unknown to him. He smiled and suggested that they stick together. Sari cried at these words. Ahan scratched his head in surprise and asked if he had said something wrong. Sari cried and said that the fact that the hero went through this whole nightmare twice was terrible. Everyone nodded sympathetically. Sari said that he couldn't even share this burden with anyone. Ahan looked at everyone present and said that he had ruined such a joyful moment. Swift turned around and asked for meat. He started pointing, apologized, and asked for dried meat. Everyone looked at the guy in surprise and he said that although he was handsome, it was not necessary to look at him like that. They threw dried meat at him. He caught it, smiled, and asked for those peaches in the can. Hajin chopped off the can with the blade of his artificial hand. He threw everything in his mouth and said that he would eat it all himself. Swift flared up and asked if he really wanted to degenerate into a fat pig. The guys started arguing with each other until Ahan sat down and began to drink nervously and did not stop the two friends. Many cans were drunk. The guy asked Dong Hwan what was going on with Ian. They asked him if he didn't like Sari. The guy, all embarrassed, began to deny everything that happened. The questioner kept smiling and saying that they all knew, while Sari approached him from behind. Jiho turned around in fear and began to deny it, saying that he was just drunk. He immediately switched to Ian. Swift drank songs and said that Jongwon was no longer a virgin. Everyone laughed. Hajin held a beer in his hands and asked Swift to shut up. Jongwon, completely embarrassed and confused, asked everyone to calm down and wait. The girls were sitting at a separate table and were saying that the guys were simply unbearable. Sari smiled and asked her neighbor not to worry because not all men like such topics. Swift suddenly approached and said that this was already sexist. Sari asked him if he was a girl or a guy. Swift froze in surprise. Everyone started laughing at him. Iho took out a camera and asked everyone to gather in a group for a photo. Everyone began to gather at the wooden platform. A few moments later, a photo of the 1st of September after the fall of the world was printed out. It showed the last night in the joint camp. Day had come. Ahan extended his hand to the mercenary and said that he was glad to cooperate with them. The mercenary kept his hands in his pockets and said that he thought Ahan would ask him to go with him. Ahan said that if it was only about him, he would think about it. The mercenary asked to put the jokes aside. The mercenary handed over a piece of paper. He knew that Ahan would not say where they were going, but if he suddenly needed him, he could contact him by radio as indicated here. The mercenary gave something else. In the boxes were 20 bulletproof vests, and this was a parting gift from the mercenary. Ahan nodded, thanked, and asked for forgiveness for the death of his comrades. The mercenary smiled and asked to forget about it. He said that no one cared anymore. All the mercenaries smiled. Ahan smiled back and wished everyone good luck. The mercenary asked the hero to visit them more often. The girl approached the hero and shook his hand. She unclenched her fingers. Ahan looked at Chanmi and asked her to take care of herself. He couldn't stay this time. He asked if she had anyone to take care of. Chanmi smiled and modestly said yes. Ahan fell silent, thinking that the girl was very kind and that in her place he wouldn't be able to help others out of the kindness of his heart. He turned around and walked away, thinking that this was the reason why they were not going the same way anymore. Ahan was called and he turned around. Chanmi was shouting after him that their agreement was still in effect and next time they should stick together. Ahan just smiled. The car started moving. Ahan gave the order to go. The convoy was standing on a crowded highway. The campfighters were shooting at the zombies with slingshots. Their heads were pierced by stones and metal. Ahan chopped with a machete everyone who prevented them from moving forward. He exhaled tiredly. The people in front of him were removing bodies from the road. The radio sounded. The rear reported that they destroyed 36 zombies that were approaching at 6 o'clock. Ahan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that they were almost there. He thought that the road from City F by car takes 1 hour. He looked at the wide river with windmills. They spent 3 days on this way. They were on the bridge. The camera lens was focusing. Jaho was taking pictures of the area around the island. He and Swift were surprised that such places existed. Jaho was writing something down. He said out loud that you can get there from the neighboring road at the beginning of the big bridge M. He thought that everyone knew this. Swift stood behind him and called him smart and suggested that they go on, asking at the end what he was writing in his notebook. Yeho replied that he was writing a chronicle. His notes could become a history textbook for the next generation of humanity. Old Man Park approached Yehan and said that if this was their destination, he would ask to discuss everything again. He said that although the island was adjacent to the sea, there was no water purification system, and on such dry land it would be very difficult to grow anything, and the resources here were limited. Yehan smiled and said that Old Man Park was absolutely right. He said that they would not stay here, and the island was just a forward position. He called the entire search party to a general meeting. He pointed to the map, said that there were 2 bridges leading to Island M. They would blow up both of them and then the island would become an isolated fortress, and this land would be their defense against invaders and waves of zombies from the mainland. Yehan thought about the fact that they had lost the map in the fight with the Alliance, but he had managed to study all the nearby terrain down to the smallest detail. He remembered the dynamite, decided that they would first blow up Bridge M, then they would rest on the island for 2 days, and then they would go to the second key position at the pier, where the boats he had prepared were moored. The crowd looked at Yan, surprised that he had even prepared the boats. He said that their final destination was a cluster of 3 islands with reservoirs and arable land, as well as undeveloped mountains. The population there was sparse, so there shouldn't be many zombies there. While the search party eliminated them on the new island, the rest were waiting at the pier. Yehem leaned on the table and said that they needed to drop by the uninhabited island between the pier and the new island. They asked him why they would go there. Yehan said that he bred chickens, pigs, mountain goats there and did farming. The land was isolated and small, so the animals were completely safe. Everyone's mouths dropped open in surprise. Yehan looked seriously at his squad. He said that when everyone got there, they would equip a multi-story building on the island as the main supply point. Supply station, a treasure trove of resources. He thought that most of the provisions transported to the airport of El City were long-term storage products, and the scale. He imagined the huge amount of supplies at the airport and said that the scale was not even comparable to a hypermarket. Yehan looked ahead and said that their goal was to clear the island of M from the dead as soon as possible, that in the end they were all able to survive. Everyone looked at their leader happily. Yehan frowned, thinking about the zombie revival. He did not know what was behind all this. He looked at the sea and decided that they would not give up until all the zombies rotted and turned into dust. The sky was bright. A huge explosion was heard on the bridge. The asphalt began to crack. A huge section of the highway fell into the sea. Huge splashes of water covered all the people. A bunch of dead people ran towards the noise. Not noticing the hole, they all fell into the water. Yeho took pictures of this spectacle. He smiled, looked at Yehan and said that he had heard that even such a small bridge was very difficult to destroy, but miracles still happen and God himself must be helping them. Yehan smiled and agreed with the guy. Yeho fell silent, thought that the more often they fail, the sweeter the hope. He asked himself, what is more important than saving life? People were moving boxes and supplies. Sunset came, and then the night began. A bunch of dead people were inside the temple. Among them were many familiar faces. Jongwon was being eaten by a huge shark. Yeho was being swallowed by a crowd and he was trying to save his camera. The already deceased Seri was being eaten by the dead. Hajin fought with all his might, but even such a big guy was swallowed by the crowd. Swift was smiling. He was being eaten alive and he asked his brothers if this was complete crap. The image cracked. The girl opened her eyes wide. She sat up in her bed and breathed heavily. A maid came into the room and asked if Miss Lena had dreamed something. The girl looked at the maid in surprise and said that she had seen a group of people die very tragically and that they were now heading here. Meanwhile, the camp people were at the pier sorting supplies. The men were carrying heavy boxes. Yan looked at the search party and said that they would split up and search all the nearby rooms, and as soon as they saw zombies, they would need to be killed immediately. He said that this area was just a piece of cake and they would deal with it quickly. Jongwon looked at the empty road. He called out to Ian and said that it was too dangerous here, so she needed to go back. The girl followed him awkwardly. He looked at her with displeasure and asked her to hurry up, and she started giggling at him. Jongwon rubbed his head awkwardly, realizing that he didn't know how to be strict. He shouted at her to be careful, because the search party's work was no joke. He walked forward. His gaze was gloomy. He was thinking about why girls were so difficult. He remembered Seri, who was active and sociable, so she was easy to get along with, and Jihu was soft and kind, which was also okay. But the others were very difficult to get along with, even Jian from the search party. He had to think about Seri and immediately felt uneasy before he thought that he was incredibly in love with her. He imagined her smiling, but over time he realized that this was not true. Before, he hated Yahan because of Sari, even told him to decide on his feelings, and as he remembers it, he immediately wanted to disappear. The couple approached a brick building. Jongwon asked why the girl was following him. The embarrassed girl said that everyone else was so ugly. Jongwon laughed and said that he looked pathetic compared to them, but Een did not mean that. She looked at the guy with big eyes and called him strong and affectionate. Jongwon blushed. He turned around and saw a dead man walking towards them. He stabbed him in the head. Another zombie was already approaching behind the first one. Jongwon stabbed him in the head. He froze in an attack pose, waiting for the dead man's body to go limp. He wiped the knife and noticed that his movements were surprisingly precise today. He smiled and thought that if Swift and Hajin saw this scene, they would ask him what kind of action movie they were filming here. Een hummed in admiration. Jongwon pointed at her. His gaze turned serious. He said that it was dangerous here and asked the girl not to come near while he was busy. Een agreed and Jongwon walked alone into the darkness of the building. He looked around the warehouse. Once inside, he exhaled in confusion and thought that showing off does not pay. He also noted that the whole building is too old and scary. He thought of Een, who called her brother strong and affectionate. Jongwon was embarrassed and walked on, because he is a strong and affectionate man. The boxes fell and the boy screamed in fear at the top of his lungs. Dust rose. Jongwon noticed something. He saw a living puppy and the corpses of his family. He took the black dog in his arms. Yahan looked at the dog with displeasure and asked what it was. Jongwon stood in front of him and said that he found him in the trash, and his mother was dead. The hero asked if the boy really wanted to leave him. Jongwon looked down and said that if the puppy was abandoned, it would die. When they fought with the Alliance, their hound found them very quickly and he thought that having a dog nearby was just what they needed. Yahan frowned. He remembered how Jongwon caught their key figure back then. He was silent, thinking that these people needed to become more callous. He said that if the puppy did not respond to training, he would get rid of it himself because they needed a hunting dog, not a pet. Swift hugged the hero and noticed how soft the commander was to Jongwon and Heck, but Yahan said that he himself planned to get a hound when they settled in the camp. Swift began to egg the commander on and he looked at him gloomily. Hours passed. Yahan stood in front of the squad and said that the ship was too shallow, so they would have to make several passes. First, the advanced squad would arrive at the destination and begin clearing the island. After that, the rest would carry the luggage. Yahan frowned and announced the composition of the advanced squad. This is Swift, Hajin, Jongwon, Sari and the corporal. He said that the strongest members of the team were selected. He said that they had 5 hours to clear the area. Swift smiled and noticed that Sari was now one of the strongest. Had she grown that fast? Hajin smiled and said that she was definitely stronger than those wet chickens. Sari happily adjusted her hair and agreed with the men's words. Now she could fight one-on-one with the enemy, right? Yahan looked at the girl and said that only with 0.8 part. The ship's propellers spun. They began to spin faster and faster. Swift stood at the bow of the ship, holding an axe in front of him and pretending to be a pirate. The ship was leaving. The corporal shouted for Swift to get down because he was blocking the view. Seagulls were flying around the ship. The island was approaching. Yahan held the steering wheel. Jongwon asked when the hero learned to steer the ship. The hero answered that about a month before the zombie attack, he had only practiced twice. Jongwon looked at the commander in surprise. The pier was quiet. The search party landed on the pier. Swift looked at the hero. He asked what to do if they stumbled upon people. Yahan replied that if people posed a threat, they would need to be eliminated immediately, but first they should be asked to lay down their arms. The ship was sailing along the sea, and said that when the cattle and luggage were brought, the zombie bodies would need to be loaded onto the boat for the return trip. Swift flexed his fists. He looked at the island in front of him with a smile and suggested starting to clear the island. Swift fired into the air. Crowds of zombies came running to the noise. At this time, another boat was parked on the sandy shore. People were catching the scattered animals. The girl turned around and asked what to do with these chickens. Yahan held 2 chickens under his arms and said that they were all theirs. He ordered to leave nothing and take everyone. The pig grunted. Swift was chopping up zombies at this time. There was a pile of bodies around him and he was catching his breath. The squad looked at the pier, strewn with bodies, and asked if that was all. Hajin looked at the town and said that it would take longer for those at the end of the island to get here. He mentally mapped the 3 islands, and Yahan ordered Sari, Heck, and the corporal to return to the pier and guard the workers while they split up and checked the island. Jongwon looked at the boss and asked if there were really no people left, since if someone suddenly attacked, they would be in great danger. Swift wiped the blood from his face and asked him not to worry, since there were no zombies dead in sight, and if there were survivors on the island, they would have killed at least 2. Jongwon looked at the guy in surprise and agreed. The squad decided to split up. Swift and Hajin went their separate ways, leaving Jongwon confused, looking ahead where there were only mountains and forest. Swift turned around and wished him luck. Jonghwan, completely confused, watched them go. The sun was still high. Yehan stood on the pier and asked where Jonghwan was. Swift threw up his hands and assumed that he simply hadn't returned yet. Yehan went out into the city and started asking where Jonghwan was. He answered on the radio that he would be there soon. All scared, he ran along the road to the hero, who said that he was late and was in no hurry anyway. Workers in gloves were cleaning up the bodies of the dead zombies. Old Man Pak smiled and assumed that the island's population had died 1 or 2 months ago. Yehan looked at the old man and asked how he knew. Pak replied that judging by the look of the rice fields, it was clear that they had stopped caring for them not long ago because they were in good condition. He looked at the pile of fields and said that this fall there would be a rich harvest and they were lucky that the residents' annual labor would not be in vain. Yehan frowned and thought, so what's the difference between simple experience and age-old wisdom? He noticed that Old Man Pak thought much more broadly, much further than the framework of blind joy from easily accessible food. Yeho approached Yehan and said that there were 2 more fields further on and they were much bigger than this one and the harvest would really be huge. The 3 looked at the fields. Yehan said that in order to cope with such a volume of food, they would need more than 10 farmers. Park sadly noted that they did not have enough people for this. Yehan went back to the people and said that as expected, there was a shortage of workers and the number of people in the production team increased. He said that there were 68 of them in total and they would be divided into 4 groups of 17 people. Each village had residential buildings. The hero distributed everyone by region, and they would choose the place where they wanted to live. Everyone smiled. He said that the search party would be divided into 2 subgroups and the first subgroup would go to the new island and monitor the bridge. The second would monitor the pier. Yehan looked at the rest of the residents and said that everyone except the technical group and management staff would join the production team. They should focus as much as possible on harvesting. Yehan fell silent and thought about the possibility of autonomous existence on the island. It was great, but the combat team should not get used to stability and relax. He folded his hands on his hips and said that the reconnaissance group's activities were temporarily suspended. They would recuperate and settle in on the island, but they had to keep their bodies in fighting condition in order to continue their duties in the future. Yehan frowned. He understood that the combat team was their main strength, so he had to be ready for battle at all times. Clouds floated across the sky. Everyone was looking at the houses and thinking about how cool it was here. Yehan stood on the edge of the cliff and thought about how everything was in the palm of his hand and from here it would be quite possible to control the coast. Sari smiled behind him and pointed to the side, saying that she would be living over there. Yehan frowned, thinking about how Sari had tagged along with him to live near him. The girl thought about it. Yehan put a box on the shelf and asked what she wanted. Sari's eyes widened. She looked at a pile of fallen trees and asked if there were dinosaurs here. There were deep footprints left on the ground. Butterflies were flying over the pond. Sari was diving. She was hunting fish with a harpoon. Here was another fish. Sari exhaled, inhaled air, holding the pierced fish on the harpoon. She looked at the gazebo on the shore. Yehan, naked to the waist, was doing exercises. He was doing push-ups, doing abdominal exercises. He looked at the pile of fish. He froze. Sari, in a tight jumpsuit, asked why the hero was so sexy. Yehan sat more comfortably and asked why the girl was drawn to seduction lately. She answered that she did not know anything. They walked along a forest path. Yehan looked at the fish and asked if it was really a pike perch. Sari said that wherever she went, she saw this fish everywhere. Yehan walked behind. He said that it was all because of their powerful reproductive capacity. Sari walked ahead with a backpack and enjoyed the weather. Yehan walked behind and thought about how they had been living on this island for a month now and were constantly striving for stability and a prosperous life. He looked away and thought that this was dangerous. He realized that the peaceful days had dragged on. There was no place for peace in this destroyed world. He asked himself, where was the guarantee that staying here would keep them safe? He smiled and thought that if everything were like this, the world would not have ended. He shook his fish from side to side and thought about how the fighting team was gradually losing their dexterity and it began to seem that nothing bad would happen. He thought it was time to shake everyone up. He looked at his feet and thought that in the end, the strongest survive. Sari saw another trace of a huge paw. The couple bent down and began to examine the tracks. This was already the 8th time. Yehan was silent. When they found the tracks, he decided that a mutant was living on the island and ordered a search of the island, which took several days. In the end, people found nothing, and then it seemed to the hero that the mutant had left. Now he looked at the fresh tracks and decided that now there was no certainty in this because the tracks appeared again. Some time later, in a butcher shop, Songbi came out of the kitchen and asked Sari if Johan had arrived yet. Sari smiled and looked at the couple behind the counter, asking if they really were living together now. The couple was embarrassed and the guy asked if they should cut the fish into sashimi or fry it. Sari asked to fry it. Everything was cleaned up everywhere. They were served beautiful fried fish. Sari and Johan were having lunch at the same table. Johan asked if the couple had decided to live together now. Johan looked at Jisoo and asked if she could help him with something. He asked to collect weapons and dry rations. Songbee looked at the hero in surprise. Johan smiled and said that he was not going to separate the newlyweds, and this time he did not need to join the squad. Songbee began to wave his hands and asked not to worry about him. Yan said that for the next mission the most effective team would be assembled, but someone needed to guard the island, right? Yan smiled and said that he was entrusting this matter to them. Songbee and Jisoo smiled, happy with this decision. The next day, the grown dog, which was now called Blackie, stuck out its tongue. They asked it to say hello. Yezin stroked the dog and said that it had grown a lot in a month. Jongwon said that it had been seriously underfed before, and so it must be a large breed. Swift smiled and noted that they had not seen the commander for a long time. Yehan looked at Swift and asked if they had a good rest. Swift noted that rest is deadly boring. Yehan looked back and said that in 2 hours they would leave and the General Assembly would be at the pier. He asked Jeon to go to Jisoo in the dining room and pick up the weapons. After a while, the ship was sailing on the sea. Yehan held the steering wheel. Yuho said that this time he became a fighter of the elite group instead of Hyuk, and he was very happy about it. He said that he had a huge responsibility and he did not know if he could help in any way in the battle. Yehan smiled and suggested that he train even harder and asked if he kept a diary. Yuho said that he did and even made a copy, putting it in a safe place. He smiled contentedly and said that now he was structuring knowledge on livestock management and crop care. Thanks to Grandpa Park they would be able to sort out the teaching aids. Yehan thought that conversations with Iso were always interesting because he looked at everything from a different angle. He thought that his erudition would be very useful to them. There was an explosion on the bridge. Yehan was sitting in the car and said on the radio that it was a good job. Now all the roads to the island were blown up. The cars were driving along an empty road. They were approaching the airport building. They found themselves in an empty huge room. Swift asked if they had been robbed. Yehan looked around sullenly. He saw tire tracks and assumed that the kidnappers had taken away all the cargo on pallets. And that was why there were no zombies near the building. The enemies had first lured them out of here and then taken all the goods. Yehan suddenly said that they were not alone. He turned around and said that there was a group of survivors here and a fairly large one. Swift looked at his boss in surprise. Yehan pointed to the shoe prints and noted that the unknown people had managed to distract the zombies and take out all the goods at the same time, which indicated that this was clearly a large group. Hajin frowned and said that they clearly should be careful. Swift dressed up in fashionable clothes and asked everyone not to lose heart, because the unknown people did not take everything, and now they are provided with watches and handbags of all brands for the rest of their lives. Hajin approached the hero and suggested going to another airport, because most likely they did not have time to take anything out from there. The hero replied that now half of all the zombies on the island are in that place. Iho smiled and suggested inspecting the logistics center in the port of El City, because if they organize an intermediate camp in Mulchid-do, they will be able to break through. There is a real treasure warehouse there. Yan presented a map. Before they had to get to the port using an old fishing boat, but through Mulchid-do they should be able to do everything. Yan held the map with a smile and said that as soon as they finish clearing the island, they will have such an opportunity. Yehan looked at Iho and noticed how talented he was and how he could come up with original ideas. Iho offered to drive the car. Yehan frowned and decided that he needed to spend some time training him. He took out a walkie-talkie. Hayek said that he had found traces of survivors on Changbongdo Island. Yehan asked in surprise. Hayek said that she saw smoke. Yehan replied that he would be there soon and ordered them to get ready. The heroes approached the car. Yehan thought that since traces of survivors had been found, the safety of the headquarters became the main task. He offered to check Unseongdong and return. Smoke was visible in the city. The hero held a map of Unseongdong. He looked at the torn paper with displeasure while the soldiers behind him were killing the dead. There were bullet holes on the wall. The hero realized that there had been a shootout here. He looked at the high-rise building next to him. There was a pile of bodies on the ground. The hero asked himself why there was a pile of bodies in front of this particular building. He saw that only a few were killed. Usually only small groups of survivors do this. He noticed a silhouette in one of the windows. Everyone stood behind the truck. Yan said that he noticed people, one or a small group, who could be dangerous. Iho smiled and joked that someone likes fried chicken. Swift smiled and said that if he could survive alone in such an environment, he must be cool. Everyone sat behind the car. Yehan said not to relax and act collectedly. Everyone looked at the house. Yehan said that the unknown person is in the area from 101 to 103 houses. He ordered to move along the parking lot. It is common for all 3 buildings. There was a lot of trash on the ground. Yehan said that this guy survives on what he finds in empty apartments. and for safe movement he lures zombies to empty cans in order to then kill them with a bow. The squad went forward. The hero ordered to start from building 101. Their task is to go in and grab. He ordered to split into 2 squads. Building 103. Swift was chopping down zombies. Hajin was not far behind. Ahan was standing on the cab, said that the 12th floor was clear as well as the 13th. Ahan looked around, understood that the unknown person would soon appear. The radio reported that a survivor was found in room 1405. Ahan ran upstairs. He kicked the door down. The girl held Sari at gunpoint. The corporal pointed his gun at the girl with the bow. Sari smiled and asked to lower the bow. She said that she would not cause harm. She offered to chat with her sister. The girl looked angrily at the heroes and asked them to leave. She said that she was not as weak as they thought. Sari smiled and offered to go with her, saying that it was dangerous here. The girl asked if the heroes themselves were dangerous. Jongwon wiped the blood from his nose. Yehan apologized for scaring her. He said that she hit that guy first, and now she was holding them at gunpoint. They were also thinking about their own safety. The girl did not look away and said that she understood, but advised them to mind their own business. She told everyone to leave. Swift clung to the commander with a smile and said that she was talking the same way as him. Sari suddenly closed the distance and snatched the bow from the girl. She looked at the girl angrily, said how heavy the weapon was. She said that the girl would use it when she grew up, but the girl screamed that she was not a child anymore. Yan looked at the girl's apartment. He saw her ID. The girl's name was Sohee. Sari looked at the girl and asked if she was really 20 years old. Are you sure this is not her sister's ID? Sohee screamed and called everyone stupid. Yehan clapped and asked everyone to calm down. He looked at Sari and said that he hadn't treated the girl like a child from the start. He said that she was lucky and small. He told everyone to pack up and leave. Yehan turned around and said that it was an order. Everyone silently looked at his back, and they went forward. Sohee silently watched as the aliens left her apartment. She stopped those leaving and asked them to wait. Yehan turned around sternly. The girl hesitated and said that she should think about it. The hero asked what they were talking about. She had already missed their invitation. So he looked at the hero nervously. Yehan looked at her and told her to live peacefully alone, because they were not the kind to take people by force. He also said that there were armed guys scurrying around the area. He asked if they were as generous as they were. He said that when he met such people, he usually just killed them. Yehan's gaze was stern. He told Sohee to be glad that she had a child's face, because thanks to him she was still alive. Swift smiled and said that it was quite cold-blooded. So he started crying. Swift touched his forehead and asked how he could stand up to a crying child's face. Hajin said that if you were Yehan, then you could. So he cried and asked for help. Yehan looked at her silently. He turned around and walked up to the girl. He stood in front of her, asking if she could kill people. So he said that she had already killed. He said that in this world, it was no longer surprising. Yehan said that he wanted to. He leaned towards the girl's face and said that he wanted to use the girl's childish appearance as bait so that she would sneak up on them and slit their throats. So he thought about it and asked if the heroes were really that scary. Swift shouted at the girl in a cartoonish manner. Yehan did not move away and asked if she could. So he answered that she could, but she had a question for them. Yehan asked what it was. So he looked at the hero with big eyes and asked if they were good or bad. Everyone smiled. Yehan turned around and said that she would decide later. There was a large column of smoke above the city. The convoy of cars drove forward. Yehan looked out the window and asked why the girl fell behind. Yehan did not look away and asked why she stayed when everyone went to the shelter. So he said that she needed to wait for someone. She looked down and said that she thought that if she left, her older brother would not find her. She was afraid of never seeing him again, so she just waited. Yehan looked at Sohee and asked where her brother is now. The car drove forward. Sohee said that her brother is in the army. They arrived at the pier. The corporal was holding out a rope. Yehan asked if there were any survivors in the area that she had crossed paths with. Sohee said that she saw someone from afar. Everyone looked at her. The girl said that on that day she heard the noise of engines. She looked out the window and saw many military vehicles. She couldn't see much because they were far away from her. And there were also shots and they didn't stop for a long time. So he recalled the events of those days. Yehan asked if they were fighting zombies, but the girl said that the sounds came from different directions. Yehan frowned, deciding that there was discord in their team. Yeho hit his fist into his palm and decided that the military was fighting for influence and fighting each other. He smiled, pointed at himself and asked him to listen. He said that when they shoot at zombies, the source of the sound is in one point, and if the shots were heard from different sides, it means people are fighting. Yeho clasped his fist and said that it turns out that two armed groups clashed and perhaps the soldiers did not share something. Yehan said that there were two military units on M Island, and although they were located next to each other, their relationship was not very good, so this assumption could be true. He imagined a tank and thought that even within one group there was often a struggle for power, and if another group appeared nearby, the risk of conflict increased. Most likely, the reason was the supplies on Island they were limited, so these people must constantly clash with each other when it came to searching for resources. The hero was asked what they were going to do. The hero answered that they should return to the island first. He fell silent, deciding that it was not worth giving them the opportunity to unite against a common enemy. It was better to avoid meeting with the military altogether. They were approaching the boat. The committee of residents of the new island. Xiaojun entered the room, smiled and asked if the hero had returned early. Yan stood at the board and asked if they had found anything unusual. Xiaojun said that the people of the island lived quite modestly and so they would have enough grain for a long time. Yehan looked at Kim and asked what he had. The man said that he had finished setting up the long-range radio and suggested that the hero take a look at everything in the control room. Yehan decided that they could now contact the mercenaries. He asked to tell Heck what had happened. The guy said that it would be better if the hero saw everything for himself. They approached the edge of the cliff. On the shore, they found an extinguished fire. Yehan looked through binoculars and asked if anything else had happened. Heck replied that nothing else and no survivors were visible. Yehan looked at the shore and said that he was declaring combat readiness and that everyone who could fight should take up arms. The combat squad was traveling in a boat. They went ashore and said that the second group would watch the ship and the first would go with it. They saw a temple with smoke coming out of its chimney. Wearing masks, they stealthily approached the building through the bushes. The door opened. A man came out into the street and stretched. He was warming up. The hero was asked if it was worth taking this guy. The hero said that for now they needed to wait. The guy noticed something ahead. He ran back to the temple. The door slammed shut. The hero looked ahead and asked himself, had they really been spotted? He knew that they were safely hidden and had not made a single sound. The guy simply sensed danger. The temple door opened. A squad of people came out of it, led by Lena. She turned to Pio and said that there was no one. The guy said that there was and suggested trying to call. The girl looked into the forest and began to ask if there was anyone here. The hero came out of the bushes. Everyone came out of the bushes and pointed their guns at the people. Pio looked around in surprise, not understanding where so many people were coming from. Lena smiled at the hero and said that this was their first meeting. She introduced herself. She asked the hero if his name was Yehan. He put a gun to her forehead. Everyone came up close to the people. Yehan looked angrily at the stranger and asked who she was and how she knew his name. Swift looked at the hero and asked if he knew her. Hajin was silent and thought about the fact that there was a spy in the camp. Yehan once again angrily asked how the girl knew his name. Lena smiled and said that she had been waiting for the hero all this time. He took out a knife. Lena's people tensed up. Swift presented the knife to the girl's throat and said that if she continued to evade the answer, he would cut her mouth. He asked again how the girl knew him. Lena looked at the hero with fear and said that for some time she began to dream about the future. She saw how the risen from the dead attacked people, and the living robbed and killed each other, and in her recent dream, she said that she saw how the heroes fought to the death on a neighboring island. Yehan asked in surprise with whom they fought to the death. Lena did not look away and said that with the dead and mutants. The hero looked away and said that she was saying that zombies and mutants appeared on the island out of nowhere. He asked where they came from. Lena looked down and said that she didn't know that. Yehan lowered the knife a little. The girl said that she only saw fragments of the future, and in the last one they were attacked by zombies, and the heroes all died to the last one. Yehan frowned and said that it was nonsense. Lena said that it was all true and she was waiting for them because she wanted to help the heroes. Together they would be able to withstand the coming adversity. Pio puffed. The hero pointed a gun at him and asked if she found a contradiction. She said that they would all die, so why unite with them? Lena looked at the evil fighters of the camp and said that the future is changeable and the heroes may not believe and eventually die, or they can trust and together they will be able to influence the coming events. Yehan looked at the girl and asked how she could prove it. Lena replied that they were living proof. Lena's people looked around. The girl told the hero that she foresaw the appearance of mutants even before the apocalypse began, and thanks to this they were still alive and had time to prepare in advance. She said that at first no one believed her. The hero asked what she knew about the current situation. Where did the zombies come from and whose doing was this? Lena said that she had not seen this in her dreams yet. The hero imagined a knife to her throat. He frowned, thought about her expression. She would not look so confident in a mortal threat if she was lying. He decided that everything the girl said was true. He looked at her intently and thought that besides, the reason why you can't be sure of anything. He took the knife away from her neck and thought about his revival. He asked where all their weapons were. Lena answered that they were inside. Yehan lowered his weapon and asked if they wanted to fight shoulder to shoulder with them. Lena said yes, if the hero agreed. He replied that he would make a decision after sorting out some matters. The girl asked to let him introduce his friends to her. She looked at Pio and said that he was her bodyguard. He said that if the hero touched Lena with even a finger, he would be finished. The large girl with glasses asked to introduce herself. She called herself Belinda. She was the lady's nanny and guardian. The mustachioed man introduced himself as a doctor named Ramus, and the man in the cap called himself Luca and said that he was a Coast Guard pilot. After a while, Yehan and Lena walked along the path together. The hero noticed that Lena was a rich lady. He said that with her capabilities it was possible to save many more people. He asked why she chose specific ones. Yehan looked ahead and said that he had no ulterior motives and was just curious. Lena said that this is why not everyone would be ready to believe her. Lena looked down and said that she did not yet know what the consequences of interfering with the future would be, and so far she had only followed the visions, but had not tried to resist them. She looked at the hero with concern and said that her choice was based on God's will and she did not dare to express disobedience. Ahan fell silent, thinking that faith in God was a dark topic. They approached the doors of the temple and the hero asked Namango to wait. He called S1-4 and Hajin to look around a little. They went inside the temple. S1-4 asked if they believed her. They walked forward. Ahan said that Lena knew his name, and since the revival exists, it would not be difficult to believe in the prediction of the future. They pushed the door aside. Ahan said that it was still worth figuring out what is true and what is a lie. They looked at the pile of supplies. The hero decided that their supplies would last for a year, which meant that they knew in advance exactly what they needed to be prepared for and they were not lying. Ahan opened the box, decided that he would have to believe. S1-4 looked at the hero and said that he did not believe her words about their death. He said that if the captain died, he would definitely rise from hell. Ahan looked at the pile of supplies and said that if mutants and zombies attacked at the same time, then anything was possible. But the likelihood of them getting here was extremely small because of the reservoir. Hajin frowned and asked what the verdict was. Ahan began to examine the temple and said that they were very valuable personnel and he thought that they should unite. Pio screamed, not believing what he heard. Ahan stood in front of him and said, didn't he say that they would act according to their rules? He named his demands, namely, the highest ranking of the newcomers should join their reconnaissance group. Pio said that Lena could not fight. The hero said that she would learn. Pio screamed and said that he would take her place and under no circumstances would he let Lena go. Belinda agreed with him. Ahan grabbed his head in displeasure and asked to calm down Linda's minions. She looked at him embarrassedly and said that unfortunately she really would be of no use on the battlefield, and nothing would convince them otherwise. Pio and Belinda hugged each other and began to chant. Ahan looked at them and said that they would take one of the other two. While they were deciding among themselves, the others could rest. He said that he needed to talk to his sister. The sky was bright. Ahan opened the door and asked why there was so much noise outside. He looked out and saw Luca hugging S1-4 and both laughing at something. The hero was surprised that they found a common language so quickly. S1-4 smiled and asked the hero to look at the boy. He said that he was a completely different person. Belinda was fighting Pio. Pio easily dodged all her blows. He jumped, turned around in the air, and kicked Belinda in the head. Yehan frowned, realizing that Pio's fighting style resembled S1-4's. Pio stood in front of the defeated Belinda and said that she was still far from him. He looked at the hero with a smile and asked to provide the lady's protection to him. Yehan folded his arms over his chest and asked what he was happy about, because he should understand that the search party is not an escort, and if his activities are interfered with by personal interests, he will fly out of the team at the speed of light. Pio hugged Jongwon and asked if their commander was always such a stubborn grumbler. Jongwon looked at Pio and said that he was older than him and he should show him respect. Pio looked at the guy in surprise and said that he could also communicate with him if something did not suit him. She said that she hated weaklings who are not up to his level. Jongwon grinned angrily. S1-4 grabbed Pio's head and said that this would not work. He bent the guy down and said that only he was allowed to bully Jongwon, and when others bullied him, he was jealous. Pio hit S1-4 on the arm. He looked at the guy angrily and asked how dare he touch his head. Did S1-4 really want to die? All the fighters looked at the guy sullenly. S1-4 just smiled. He called Ahan. S1-4 said that Pio needed to be taught a lesson. Did he mind? The protagonist frowned and asked his comrade not to kill his opponent. S1-4 replied that he was not as bloodthirsty as the captain. He was asked to do without blood. The sun's rays illuminated the crown of the trees. Pulling on his gloves, S1-4 smiled and explained that if the opponent wins, they will act according to his plan, and if he loses, the plan will remain the same. The men in military uniform watched from the sidelines. The guy put his hands on his belt and sarcastically suggested fighting with one hand if his opponent was not confident. Pio clenched his fists and urged him not to say stupid things. S1-4 beckoned with his hand, clutching his stomach with laughter, and declared that he would teach the chestnut a good lesson. Swinging his fist, Pio furiously ordered not to call him that. His fist missed the target. The following blows were also unsuccessful. Smiling, S1-4 masterfully dodged each of his opponent's attacks. Crossing his arms over his chest, Johan mentally noted the distinctive qualities of the combatants. Frowning, he thought that their new ally was not as good as Hayek or Hajin, and that he would not win in close combat. Having a weapon was a completely different matter. There were many armed soldiers in the clearing. S1-4 continued to block all of his opponent's attacks. Frowning in displeasure, Pio asked why his opponent was only dodging. His opponent raised his fist to strike. The blonde closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. Swift made a peace sign and said that one should always keep his eyes open. Pio opened his mouth wide and insulted his opponent. His legs were in the air. The guy jumped and twisted his body for a blow. Swift narrowed his eyes and thought he had seen it before. He blocked the kick with his leg, holding his hand out to the side. Noticing this, his opponent gritted his teeth, still in the air. The brunette pushed his leg away with his other hand. Pio pulled himself up in the air, not going to give up. The next moment, he tried to hit with his forehead, but Swift blocked the blow in time. Smiling, the protagonist was surprised that the combatants had entered into hand-to-hand combat, with a surprised Hajin standing next to him. The brunette grabbed his opponent by the collar. Pio tried his best to resist, but his body was in the air. He made a few turns. Grouping himself in time, the guy landed a few meters from his opponent. Swift, his eyes glowing, extended his hand forward. The blonde, his eyes wide, was surprised by such speed. A powerful blow threw his body back. The young man crashed his head into a tree. The brunette stood with his hand raised, steam coming from it. Sohee, her mouth open in shock, called him a monster. Foam came out of the stunned Pio's mouth. The camera lens took a picture with a characteristic sound. A photo appeared from the Polaroid. Yeo closed his eyes and declared that the opponent was too bad. Lena pursed her lips in disappointment. Swift scratched the back of his head, looked at his hand and thought that he had overdone it. Someone asked if there was anything else that needed to be shown to him. He was called forward. White clouds were floating in the sky above the forest. The heroes walked along the path behind Lena. There was a military helicopter on the platform. Smiling, the protagonist asked where they got the helicopter. Luca smiled back and explained that he got it from his previous job in the Coast Guard, so they would not have problems with the controls. Looking at the faces of the new allies standing in front, Johan thought that the addition of medical personnel, fighters, and a helicopter with a pilot added strength to their camp. He grinned contentedly, deciding that these people would be the key to victory. Jongwon helped the bandaged Pio walk. The guy thought it was very cute. The heroes stood next to the helicopter. They decided to find out if the new island had a place for a landing pad and first send people there with supplies. Putting his hands on his hips, the young man asked about provisions and suggested that the allies store personal supplies separately. Lena asked him to do what he thought was right. Smiling, the girl expressed confidence that they would not be deprived of food. The guy gave her a serious look and remained silent. The ferry with supplies went forward on the water. Looking into the distance, the protagonist shared his confusion about where the allies had so much trust in them. Lena closed her eyes and replied that all her actions were determined by revelations and that her new friend would understand everything if he saw her dreams. Looking at her, Johan realized that she was talking about prophetic dreams and asked if there were any other important things that needed to be said. The girl pouted her pink lips. The guy gave her an uncomprehending look. Opening her mouth, Lena explained that she still hadn't told the most important thing. Her first dream was about her new ally. A loudspeaker hung above the captain's cabin. Turning her whole body to the interlocutor, the girl explained that she would marry him in the future. Sari watched the conversation from the opposite side. Lena said that in her dream they were married, her hair fluttering in the wind. The young man looked at her tensely and remained silent. He assumed that this was why she was so friendly with them. Sari was sitting on the edge of the side. The sea breeze swayed her hair. The guy explained that such a future was impossible and apologized for the fact that he did not have plans to fall in love and get married. Smiling slightly, the girl asked not to apologize for this because this was just one of the possible futures. Looking down, the protagonist asked what else was in the dreams. Closing her eyelids, Lena answered that she saw him fighting with other people and his face was full of bitterness. The crew members sat on the edge of the side while the ferry sailed along the sea. Johan suggested that it was sad to see someone die because she probably dreamed of someone's death. The girl replied that in the current world, death is an ordinary thing. Her interlocutor confirmed this. The ropes were tightly tied to metal beams. Introducing her ally in front of many corpses, Lena explained that the real reason for his sadness will be fatigue from war and complete disappointment. Looking ahead, the boy thought that they were talking about confrontations that he did not want to participate in, and that he really tried to avoid too dangerous situations, but the confrontations themselves never touched him. Crossing his arms over his chest, the young man decided that he had to fight to survive and kill to live. Swift staggered from the sudden rocking of the ship. Looking menacingly towards the wheelhouse, he shouted that he was going to puke, and a confused Jongwon apologized. Hajin smiled and said that his comrade was just learning to drive ships. At this time, the ferry was already approaching the island. Cumulus clouds floated across the blue sky. There was a religious symbol on the spire of the building. Someone said that there was a church here, next to which the squad could be located. People stood in front of the stairs leading to the building. The main character asked the soldier to take everyone to the canteen so that they could rest, and ordered them to gather at the command post after dinner. On the island there was a building of the Committee of Residents of the new island. Mr. Kim looked back when he was greeted and was surprised that his comrade had already returned. Johan approached him and praised him for his good work. There were blueprints and microcircuits on the table. The man asked his friend to try out the device. There was a radio station on the table. There were chairs on the tables, and the sounds of a walkie-talkie could be heard. Putting on his headphones, the guy asked if he could be heard well. The voice from the walkie-talkie expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that his comrade had gotten in touch so late. Grinning, the young man explained that he had been too busy and that he had only just now found time, and asked if he had managed to find anything interesting. The interlocutor replied that he had found a lot. They asked him to tell them in more detail. The old man grinned and told them how they had defeated those who preferred to live on everything ready-made. The protagonist, frowning contentedly, praised him. He reported that during the entire time only one mutant had appeared, who was listed as a giant. A huge man was drawn in the notebook. Mr. Kim adjusted the cables on the table. Johan stated that the team was very lucky to have managed to deal with him. The old man replied that the high price they paid for the information paid off. Various blueprints and hard drives were lying on the table. The guy asked how the squad managed to get caught in the zombie wave and suggested that they misallocated the soldiers. The old man replied that the camp that was in the path of the wave had less than 20 inhabitants. The young man frowned when he heard that his comrade had organized another camp for 15 people and that Seoul had started trading. The old man promised to give him more details later. Hearing the advice to be careful with strangers, he frowned angrily and asked his friend not to doubt his abilities. The guy asked how the guys sent to the camp were doing. The man walked along the rows of soldiers lying on the ground with weapons. The old man replied that they were training like dogs. He added that some of them were quite reliable. A man with a huge backpack ran forward. Smiling, the protagonist said that this was wonderful. He promised to contact them later and asked his comrade to be careful. There were power lines behind the committee. Night had fallen. The lights were on in the committee. The squad members were sitting on chairs in front of their leader. Johan put his hands in his pockets and suggested that they continue to spy on the military of Island M if there were no objections. He explained that the most important thing was to harvest, and ordered everyone to help the old man, regardless of which group they were from, search or production. Everyone present smiled and expressed their agreement. Looking down, the boy thought that the mutant was a significant problem, because according to Lena, it was a new species that was unknown until recently. Taking a step forward, he asked if everyone remembered the tracks that were found in the mountains. There were fresh tracks of the monster on the ground. Broken branches were scattered around. The squad searched the entire island, but did not find a single animal that could leave such a track. Placing his hands on the table, the young man assumed that this type of mutant travels between the islands and the mainland. The soldiers tensely pursed their lips. They were told not to let down their guard and always carry a radio with them. Standing in front of the desk, the protagonist thought that zombies do not fall from the sky, and the ability to swim also seems incredible. Frowning, he decided that they had too little data, so they should take care of the harvest and learn more about the new mutant. Looking ahead, Johan thought that their main task was to survive. A voice came from the radio on the table, asking the leader to urgently come to the observation deck and see something. The guy opened his mouth in concern. People gathered on a high cape. A ship was sailing in the sea. Iho frowned in fear and asked the comrade standing in front of him if this was a military vessel. The ship was sailing towards the island. The young man thought that this was an unexpected turn of events. The muzzle of the combat unit was pointing forward. The leader ordered the soldier to go to the command post and direct everyone who was not involved in the battle to the shelter. There was a machine gun on board the ship. Young-soo and Ji-young were supposed to guard the ammunition depot and kill enemies nearby. Turning to the squad, the protagonist ordered Corporal Ong to find an advantageous position and lie low. He didn't want to encounter the military more than anything. The ship was sailing in the dark sea. Watching it from above, he wondered if he would really have to do this. The day had come. The sun was shining on the green valley. A loudspeaker hanging on the wall announced that there were 15 minutes left until arrival. A gangway stretched from the ship to the shore. A voice announced that the captain would come down in 20 minutes. The heroes hid in the bushes. The protagonist thought that the captain would finally come out. Iho explained that it was a frigate. Looking ahead, he said that such a ship could hold from 60 to 120 people, but it was strange that the ship was sailing alone, because usually such ships conduct operations as part of a fleet. Watching the ship, Johan concluded that the military did not come to the island to save them. People went ashore and crowded into the square near the pier. There was no full-fledged army for a long time, so after watching it, it should be clear whether the military were kind rescuers or a criminal group. The guy frowned and thought that if they had evil intentions, they were just enemies with weapons. Swift came up behind him and asked about the situation. The leader replied that they needed to meet the military, There was a checkpoint on the pier. The sailors stood in neat ranks. A man in a white suit stepped onto the gangway. The eyes of the naval captain were covered by black sunglasses. Someone came up behind the sailors. The squad of survivors came out onto the pier, led by their leader. The military held their machine guns at the ready. The young man looked up. The soldiers were standing at an equal distance along the perimeter of the ship. Looking at them, the protagonist thought that in terms of firepower, they were at a great disadvantage, so if they rushed at the military without thinking, the entire island could be wiped off the face of the earth. It was clear to him that he needed to wait for the captain's words, which would help him understand the situation. Jua stood in front of two soldiers. Approaching him, Yohan hoped that their meeting would be friendly, and thought that the most important thing was that the person in front of him was reasonable. The man scratched his chin thoughtfully. Looking at the squad, he asked why the civilians had weapons in their hands. Frowning, the guy decided that there was no point in waiting for reasonableness. A smile appeared on his face. Making a friendly expression, he greeted and introduced himself as a representative of the survivors of the new island. The captain of the ship Lark introduced himself and explained that during the operation along the coast they encountered some difficulties, so they had no choice but to dock at this island. The military was watching the negotiations from the ship. Crossing his arms over his chest, Jua repeated his question about the weapons of the civilians. Frowning in displeasure, the young man thought that his interlocutor did not understand anything at all. He asked if the captain was really not familiar with the situation around him if he was asking such questions, his hair covering his eyes. The man silently pursed his lips. The sailor called on everyone to lay down their arms and hand over the state property back. The men in black masks held machine guns in their hands. The protagonist silently looked at his interlocutor. Lowering his head and closing his eyes, he said that they could disarm. Opening his mouth, Yohan added that there would be no transfer of weapons. The soldier in uniform took a pistol out of his holster. The leaders of the two sides stood opposite each other. The guy said that the army was currently powerless and could not ensure the safety of the civilian population, which is why the camp lived, relying only on its own strength, and would continue to live like that. Therefore, they could not give the weapons to the ship that would soon sail away. Hearing this, Jua gritted his teeth in displeasure. Opening his mouth, he realized something. His eyes immediately widened. Frowning menacingly, the young man thought that his interlocutor would die if he said even one more word. The naval captain closed his eyes and said that he planned to use the place as a military base until the end of the operation and asked for assistance. The guy turned away and said that it would be no problem. The man thought that this man gave him goosebumps. There was a church building on the street. Someone called Swift. Looking through binoculars, the protagonist asked his comrade to order everyone to have a short-barreled gun and to strengthen the security of the warehouses with ammunition and supplies. When asked what to do if something happened, the leader said that they would have to kill everyone. The soldiers in white suits were dragging boxes. He had a radio in his hands. Sari asked how much longer they would have to hide. Bringing the radio closer to himself, Yohan said that they could go out, but they needed to avoid meeting the military. The girl replied that she understood everything. Looking at the pier, the boy thought that he would not touch those who arrived on the island if they acted honorably and sailed away peacefully, but if they crossed the line, no one would be left alive. There was a pig on the sign on the building. People were sitting at the table and eating. The young man turned around and asked what the man had come for. The soldier smiled and hoped that they would cook some food for them. His comrades were standing behind him. The soldier said that there was a lot of food here and asked for assistance for the army. The survivors tore themselves away from their dinner and looked at him with displeasure. Standing in front of the uninvited guests, the protagonist asked how many people they had. Hearing that they had 83 people in total, Je and his comrade raised their eyebrows in shock. Squinting, the protagonist thought that if they added that many people, the current supplies would barely last a month. Besides, they couldn't use up the emergency rations because they were their last hope. There were many boxes of provisions in the warehouse. The sailor ran along the road, holding his cap with his hand. He saluted and reported that the command wanted to know when the food would be ready and said that the captain was waiting for a soldier. The soldier turned to him and asked him to tell them that their comrades could come in half an hour. The soldier spread his arms and asked them to prepare 4 separate tables for the command. He asked those who had already eaten to leave quickly since there were so few tables in the canteen. The people who were torn away from their dinner cast a menacing look at him. Raising his hands, the soldier asked for assistance. The protagonist stood behind them, putting his hands in his pockets. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Grinning maliciously, he was surprised that the soldiers were so stupid. The sailors were sitting at tables around the dining hall. They were laughing as they discussed something, and there were various snacks on the tables. Sari frowned, saying that this was unlike her friend and that everyone was worried. Juha was sitting at the head of the table, and the soldiers next to him were laughing. The protagonist turned away. Watching this, the survivors wondered why they would allow guests to do something like this. Next to the grove, there was a committee of the residents of the new island. The protagonist was sitting at a table and Sari was standing next to him. The girl frowned in concern, saying that she knew that her friend had his own point of view on this matter, but the camp had spent a lot of effort collecting this food. A man in a white suit entered the office. The captain looked around and said that this was almost like a headquarters, and the soldier chuckled and agreed with him. As the soldiers inspected the room, the man asked his ally if this was his office, to which Johan replied that it was the command post. There was a map of the area and a magnetic board on the wall. Juha was surprised that they had a tactical map because it seemed like the civilians were participating in some kind of military operation. He looked around and said that the weapons and ammunition in the warehouse could become a dangerous toy in the hands of civilians. The military man standing behind him confirmed this and said that they needed supervision and assistance. Sari crossed her arms over her chest and asked why they had to hand over their things. The leader of the survivors closed his eyes and held out his hand in front of her and asked her to calm down. The captain put his fist to his mouth and cleared his throat. Licking his lips, he noted that there was wine on the first floor and suggested that they have a small banquet as part of the development of their cooperative relationship. The guy smirked, thinking that this man was truly insatiable. Sari was ordered to go to Jisoo and asked to prepare some alcohol and snacks. There were many devices and toolboxes on the shelves of the office. The girl gritted her teeth in displeasure, thinking that the wine had been made as a souvenir on the day they first settled on the island. She angrily clenched her fists and headed for the exit of the office. The soldier looked after her with displeasure and wanted to say something about the purpose of women, but he was interrupted, asked to go downstairs. Having gone to fetch his girlfriend, the young man said that he would prepare everything necessary. Clouds floated across the clear sky. Members of both groups gathered at the same table. One of the soldiers asked if this was the last island on the line of the Western Sea. His comrade smiled and answered in the affirmative, adding that most of the islands had already been recaptured. Smiling broadly, the soldier suggested that the time had come for the revival of mankind under the leadership of their navy. Looking at him with a satisfied expression, Juha added that this was their duty. Listening to the sailors' booming laughter, the members of the camp maintained a displeased expression, thinking that their guests were behaving too insolently. There were only scraps left on the plates. The captain clasped his hands and expressed his surprise that they had visited many islands and that this was the first time they had seen an area completely cleared of zombies. He said that the camp was doing well and that they even had plans for the future. The leader of the survivors replied that this was flattery. There were many folders in the glass cabinet. The man licked his lips contentedly. Smiling, Juha announced that he had decided to establish a rear base here. Placing his hands on the table, the protagonist asked him to continue. The captain expressed understanding about the confusion in the camp due to the surprise and stated that his proposal, in fact, had only advantages. He offered to look at their impressive combat power, which could provide security and peace to the island. The military smiled and nodded. Lena shyly lowered the corners of her lips when the man said that there were many beautiful girls on the island who needed protection. Smiling, Johan asked if the military would offer their protection in exchange for food, labor, and the island itself. Pounding his fist into his palm, Juha replied that it was true and praised the camp leader for his intelligence. He flinched when the boy asked him to wait a second. His eyes were hidden by his hair, and the boy asked who the military was going to protect them from. The captain replied that he wanted to protect them from the biggest threat, the zombies. The soldiers looked at the leader of the survivors, and the boy explained that the zombies couldn't swim, and the ones on the island had already been destroyed, so the main problem was lack of food and hunger. The soldiers nervously continued to eat their lunch. Grinning, the boy explained that he used to think that he owed a lot to the military, who selflessly served the country. Sweat appeared on the soldiers' tense faces. There were half-empty plates on the table. The protagonist explained that today's warm welcome was his gratitude, but at present this island did not need anyone's help and was unable to provide any in return. Opening his mouth, he asked the military to move on according to the original plan after the military operation was over. The soldiers looked ahead with a stern look. Johan said that the camp was unable to solve their food problems, at least because it was not yet time for the autumn harvest. Smiling, he reminded them that the sailors were going to lead the revival of humanity, so they should not throw a feast in such a place, especially if it would have a bad effect on the local population. The boy added that thanks to such excellent military, they could feel safe. Juha sternly lowered his gaze. Narrowing his eyes, the young man thought that they were hoping to take the island into their own hands and wondered what they would do now that they had lost their dignity. The camp members stood up from the table because it was already late and they had to go. The captain slammed the table hard. Gritting his teeth, he declared that he was not finished yet. Everyone in the room looked at him. Rising from his chair, the man declared that the current situation in the world is that all people are an army, so the population of this island is considered reservists. The guy narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Pouting in displeasure, Juha said that those who dare to violate the military order will be executed immediately. Looking at him, the protagonist was surprised that the military man had the courage to remember the law in such a situation. The heroes stood opposite each other. Johan asked if they had any official papers. The captain replied that his words were quite justified. There were empty bottles on the table, water spilled from an overturned cup. The leader of the survivors declared that their self-defense forces did not belong to either the Navy or their group, and asked if there were any laws that required them to come under military command. Frowning menacingly, the man replied that such situations must have had precedents in the past, and besides, the country was in chaos. Grinning, the guy was surprised that the soldiers respected the law and suggested calling a judge to assess the legality of such actions, and a lawyer. Hearing the question of what kind of soldier would punish ordinary people according to military law, Jua gritted his teeth. The veins on his forehead bulged. Squinting sternly, the young man said that we must not forget that protecting citizens is their duty. Opening his mouth wide and raising his eyebrows, the captain shouted that this is all nonsense. The door to the room swung open. Someone called out to the camp leader. Sari, frightened, entered the dining room and reported that the sailors had beaten Swift. Everyone in the room looked at her. Barbed wire ran along the fence. Swift, clutching his head, shouted that he was about to be killed. The sailors tried to stop the enraged soldier, standing between him and his victim, who was lying on the floor. The Navy captain raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what had happened. One of the sailors frowned in worry, not knowing what to say. The angry military man asked the beaten guy to repeat his words. Jua, baring his teeth, called out to the sergeant. Looking at him, the red-faced soldier shouted that this man had mocked their fleet, so he needed to be taught a good lesson. The sailor holding him by the shoulders thought that he smelled too much of alcohol. Swift clutched his head and explained that he had only said that the military was not allowed to enter the ammunition and weapons depot. The sergeant raised his fist. Looking at his comrade, the protagonist mentally called him a child. Seeing the smile on his face, Johan realized that this performance was clearly planned. Looking at the soldier trying to escape from the sailor's hands, he thought that such a weak man could not beat his friend, so this was definitely a provocation. Swift winked, removing his hands from his face. Looking away, the guy thought that this sly man knew that he needed only one reason. Even at that moment, when the guests were sitting in the dining room, the camp had the opportunity to kill them. Imagining many soldiers at the training ground, the young man doubted his enmity with the army because fear and loyalty to the state power spoke for him. Imagining his comrades standing next to the corpses of the soldiers, he thought that in that case, they would simply turn into a group of killers. In his mind, an image of tanks and planes coming to the aid of the camp appeared. If the entire fleet was killed, when the country was restored and the people revived a civilized society, it would be even worse. There were dead people lying on the floor. Attacking the military without a special reason was very risky, because it was completely different from fighting thugs and bandits. The space crumbled into fragments. If the unity of the camp cracked due to doubt, then the balance of the entire organization would be destroyed in an instant. Hajin and Jongwon looked forward. Their combat unit was blindly loyal to their leader, but the same could not be said for the others. The most doubtful were those who had joined most recently. Ramis stood surrounded by Sohee and Luca. Therefore, the entire camp needed to clearly demonstrate a compelling reason for the death of the soldiers. Many people gathered in front of Swift lying on the ground. Opening his mouth, the protagonist called out to the captain. Jua raised his eyebrows tensely, hearing that his recent words about protecting the local settlers now seemed empty. Looking at him from under his brows, Johan said that those for whom a warm welcome had been organized dared to use force. Looking back, he added that this was not right and that the captain should educate his soldiers. Opening his mouth wide, the sergeant expressed his disapproval. Approaching them, the boy asked what would happen if they handed over control to the military and suggested that all the inhabitants of the island would turn into slaves. The people began to exchange glances and whisper. Pointing his finger at the camp leader, the sergeant menacingly shouted that he was taking too much liberty. Hearing strange sounds, the young man looked back. The boy asked what was going on there. The military man behind him bared his teeth furiously. Hayek grabbed the sailor by the collar and explained that the man had been harassing Yoonhee. The man said that he thought the house was empty. The girl covered her body with her arms and screamed that the house couldn't be empty because she was inside and she had been groped. The sailor smirked and said that he was just wondering what was under the blanket. One of the survivors pointed at him and said that it was all nonsense, and people crowded around, shouting that they didn't need the soldiers and should leave the island. As the people chanted to drive the guests away, the protagonist looked down, thinking that the military had managed to disgrace themselves. Without looking up, he asked if everything was clear now. Jua and the soldiers standing behind him lowered their heads as the camp leader said that he could no longer watch ordinary people being subjected to violence. The factions stood on opposite sides of the barricades. Johan called on the guests to lay down their arms and leave the island immediately. The captain smirked and asked how anyone could give orders to the commander of the navy. The boy looked away. Seeing the gun on the soldier's belt, he wished that the soldier would make the situation even more tense by snatching it. Smiling slyly, the young man called out to the commander. Approaching the disgruntled man, the leader of the survivors asked what these ranks meant now that the government had disappeared, since from his point of view, he was just a crowd of armed parasites. After these words, the thread of patience snapped. The soldier pointed the gun at him, ordering him to repeat his words. The inhabitants of the camp gritted their teeth sternly. Raising his hands, the protagonist thought that this was exactly what he wanted. The barrel of the gun was at his forehead. The next moment, he snatched the gun from the soldier's hands. Johan fired several shots, blood gushed out of the man's body. The next bullet hit Juha right in the forehead. Hajin rushed forward with a tense look. Swift was next to him. Their leader shot several more soldiers. With a quick movement of his hand, the brunette cut the enemy's throat. Hajin pierced the soldier's body through and through. There were many bleeding bodies lying around the guy. The empty magazine fell to the ground. Having reloaded the pistol, the young man said that the attacker had never shot in his life because you can't bring the barrel so close. The soldier's face was distorted by a grimace of death. The sailors began to run. The leader of the survivors called the reconnaissance squad to arms and ordered them to finish off all the opponents. People with machine guns rushed after the sailors. A cloud of dust and ash rose into the air. The sailors lay on the floor in pools of their own blood. Blood flew to the sides due to a shot to the head. The sniper cleared out all the soldiers near the ship and reported this over the radio. The bloody protagonist replied that this was great news. Pio asked if they would kill all the captured sailors. The men walked forward with their hands tied. The heroes stood on the road in front of the corpses. Johan said that the prisoners would only frighten the people more. Frowning, he thought that their behavior needed some more work. The man with the shot thigh sat on the ground. There was no talk of war yet, but if the conflict escalated, no one could be left alive. The wires ran along the power lines. The boy asked Corporal Ong to deal with the remaining soldiers on the deck. Hayek waved his hand worriedly and asked his comrade to stop. Squinting, the young man thought that his friend was being too soft again and that he would probably say that there was no need to kill so many people. Putting his hands on his shoulders, the leader of the survivors praised his comrade. Looking into his eyes, the protagonist said that it was thanks to him that they realized that these soldiers were actually criminals who would have completely plundered the settlement. Hayek raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking if it was true. Johan answered in the affirmative and added that these people had acted like the owners of the island from the very beginning and were acting willfully on territory that was not theirs. The bloody sailor extended his hand forward. Next to his hand lay a machine gun. The guy explained that the military had acted like a sect or the sole alliance of survivors, because they had initially tried to gain the camp's trust in order to then destroy it at a convenient opportunity. Hayek looked down. The sailor in the background almost reached for the machine gun. Looking away, the young man thought that they were not so frivolous and that the camp would not become someone's innocent victims or saviors. The bullet burst out of the gun with a pop. Blood spurted. Smoke came out of the barrel. Looking down, the protagonist thought that they were invaders and defenders. He looked towards the settlement. Thanks to all the measures taken, the residents will no longer doubt the level of defense. But there will certainly be those who will be disgusted by such cruelty. The sailors were lying face down on the floor. Perhaps some people were angry and sad because of the death of innocent soldiers. Looking ahead, Johan thought that he was beginning to understand how strong the reconnaissance squad was, judging by their successes. Imagining people in masks and with machine guns, he thought that it was good that they were not enemies. From the radio in his hand came the voice of Ong, who said that the deck was clear. The guy wiped the blood from his face with satisfaction. Swift looked at him worriedly and asked his comrade to stop smiling in the middle of many corpses, because such behavior was frightening. Sari frowned and said that it looked sexy. The brunette opened his mouth in surprise. The young man asked what they were talking about. Clouds floated across the light sky. The man walked along the pier. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. The guy thought that he could not contain his joy at the fact that they got so many trophies. Looking at the huge ship, he thought that he could not even dream of a military vessel immediately after receiving a helicopter. Heading to the deck along the gangway, the main character decided that this ship did not exist only for beauty, because he did not know how to operate it. The windows of the captain's cabin were tinted. The personnel and skills of operating the ship were a big problem, especially it was not clear where to get fuel. There was a missile launcher on the deck. Johan put his hands on the levers. The launcher turned to the side. Someone asked if the commander knew how to use it. The surface of the missile sparkled. The guy replied that he used such a weapon in practice only once, but he remembered the principle of action. With his mouth open in surprise, Hong asked if his comrade fired from a similar launcher. Smiling, the young man answered that he fired from a launcher with homing missiles. He said he would demonstrate these missiles in action if the zombies ever mutated and learned to fly. There were dead sailors on the deck. The camp leader suggested cleaning up and getting back to work since the battle was over. The heroes stood on board the ship. The guy asked the corporal to cover all the installations with covers, and Hayaka and Sari to make sure the inhabitants were okay and then join in cleaning up the bodies. Everyone expressed their agreement. The soldier frowned and agreed when he was ordered to deal with the corpses and put the equipment back. The reconnaissance squad members stood behind him. A large banner said "Station Public Parking." The girl was sitting on the ground. She was very sick. Someone was dragging a corpse across the floor, leaving a trail of blood behind them. The reconnaissance squad was removing corpses from the parking lot. A man shouted to his comrade that before carrying the body away, they first needed to check the pockets for food or ammunition. Pio frowned. Someone put a hand on his shoulder and praised him. The young man asked him what his impressions were from his first battle together. The people in the parking lot looked at him. The blonde raised one eyebrow and expressed admiration for the squad being able to defeat superior forces armed only with short-barreled guns and fists. He frowned seriously, thinking that what scared him most was the cruelty and the fact that there was not a shadow of doubt in their actions. The masked man shot the sailor with a rifle. Even if he missed the first time, these people's hands would not tremble, and they would pull the trigger a second time so that the bullet would definitely reach its target. Introducing the leader, Swift, and Hajin, Pio thought that these three were incredibly strong. The three of them walked forward amidst the brutal killing of soldiers. Even with their full armor, the scouting party looked like defenseless children in comparison. There were corpses of sailors and soldiers lying on the ground. The blonde looked away. A drop of sweat was running down his cheek. The protagonist looked at him questioningly as he wanted to say something. Gritting his teeth, Pio asked why it was necessary to kill absolutely everyone. Johan silently looked into his eyes. Putting his hand in his pocket, he explained that he was very tired of answering this question. Spreading his arms, the blonde asked what this meant. Standing in front of corpses, the guy said that he had to explain this kind of thing to every newbie and asked if his comrade had heard about checking corpses for weapons when cleaning. The soldier replied that he had heard about it. A rifle was lying among the bloody bodies. He was asked if it was hard for him to search the corpses. Frowning, Pio stated that the murders were already terrible, so he also had to pick up things from the dead. He asked if they didn't have enough supplies now. Picking up the rifle from the ground, the young man explained that they were all consumables and that considering how much they trained, what they had was really not enough. Looking back, the protagonist asked if they would have enough supplies if they faced a serious threat from the zombies. The blonde stood motionless. Johan walked past him and explained that searching the corpses was very important for survival and that his comrade needed to get used to the corpses of dead people as zombie corpses. So he wiped her mouth with her sleeve, hearing the leader's question about how hard she was. The guy decided to give her a chance since she was not suited for combat. Due to the sun behind him, his face was in the shadow. The young man frowned sternly and said that everyone who lived here had to work to eat. The girl had to choose between farming or operating machinery if she couldn't serve in the reconnaissance unit. The men in uniform continued to clean up the corpses on the pier, so he looked away in fear. The young man turned away and said that he wasn't rushing her to make a choice and asked her to think about it carefully. An arrow was sticking out of the dead sailor's thigh. Looking at it, the camp leader thought that the girl had already gotten used to handling deadly weapons and would soon be able to return to the reconnaissance unit. There were houses visible beyond the field. Someone asked how the villagers were doing. Sitting on a motorcycle, Sari replied that they were very scared. Her friend asked if anyone was outraged by the killing of soldiers. Smiling, the girl answered negatively, saying that there was no time to think about it under a hail of bullets. Besides, the enemies were the first to grab their weapons. Looking down, the protagonist replied that everything was fine then. The captured sailors were sitting on the ground with their hands tied and their mouths taped. The soldier approached them. Throwing a stern look at them, Johan thought that from the very beginning he did not want to give the remnants of the enemy a second chance since they could betray them after a while. The man was trembling with fear. Seeing the death of his command and his comrades, they could want to join on purpose, and this was a big problem. Opening the prisoner's mouth, the guy decided to kill them all. Hanging over the man, he said that he had several questions. Menacingly rounding his eyes, the young man asked if there were enough remaining soldiers to operate the ship. Pitifully knitting his eyebrows, the sailor asked to let them go. Raising his eyebrows, the camp leader realized that the answer was negative. At the moment when the gun appeared at the prisoner's forehead, Pio, who was standing nearby, opened his mouth. Waving his hand, the blonde called for his commander to stop. Turning around, the protagonist asked what happened. Pio spread his arms and asked if his leader really had the strength to kill those who did not even resist. Putting his hand to his forehead, he explained that he was not saying this to insult his comrade, and said that killing them was too much. Johan silently looked at him. Smiling slightly, the guy compared this behavior to Hayek. The man with the taped mouth closed his eyes. The leader of the camp suggested cutting off their tongues, arms, and legs, and letting them go, because the soldiers would probably want to pass on information about the camp to their closest allies. Pio opened his mouth in shock. Keeping a serious expression on his face, the young man said that he was not going to mess with him because there was no room for humanity left in this world. Turning sideways, he added that if the soldier was interested in the rationale of his actions, he should ask someone about it, and if he was still not satisfied with something, the blonde could take his girlfriend and leave. Pio looked down in disappointment. Swift smiled and asked why his comrade was doing this to the new guy and what was his fault. The commander replied that everything was fine and that the new guy was doing well. The protagonist put a gun to the trembling sailor's head. His expression was calm. Suddenly, he lowered the gun. Swift asked what happened. Yoan closed his eyes and said that he changed his mind. Jongwon staggered and opened his mouth when he was asked to start the boat and transport the sailors. There were people with machine guns behind him. The brunette asked what his commander was planning. Moving away from the prisoners, the guy said that he would take them to Island M and let them go. Hajin looked at him in confusion along with Swift. The men were preparing to leave. A boat was standing by the shore. Someone stepped on board and ordered to cast off. The young man asked why his comrade wasn't going to rest. The brunette smiled and replied that he would go with his leader in case the sailors decided to take revenge after being released. The protagonist looked at him silently. The boat's motor began to spin underwater. The boat set off to sea. Someone asked what the leader was thinking about and why he hadn't said a word since setting off. There was a radio station hanging under the ceiling in the captain's cabin. The commander replied that he had been thinking about the dog catcher all this time. Swift waved his hand and replied that he didn't think his friend was one of them. Frowning, Yoan asked him not to talk nonsense. Relaxing his facial muscles, he explained that he sometimes thought about the concept of Jung's organization. Many white cells followed each other. It was a rather strange structure in which hundreds of people were distributed among themselves. The man sat in front of a large number of people in military uniform. It must have been very tedious. Behind him stood a man writing something in a notebook. The guy could not understand why the dog catcher came up with this system. Swift, standing behind him in the wheelhouse, asked if his comrade had figured it out. Looking down, the young man assumed that Chung-un was tired of the endless stream of demands and questions to himself. The sailors were blindfolded and their mouths were covered. In the end, the man created a hierarchy, because this was the only way to easily convey orders from above, just like in the army. Swift sadly frowned and assumed that his friend was very tired because he had to make decisions alone. His eyes were shining. The brunette thought that his commander would not play the villain, because he, like no one else, knew what was needed for the common good. The guy stood at the helm of the boat. His comrade thought that he needed to have a cool head and remain decisive. The ship arrived at the pier of the island. Trucks were standing on the shore. Pointing the gun at the prisoner, the young man decided to end it. Swift shot the sailor. The corpses of the soldiers fell to the ground. The camp leader asked what was going on. Holding a smoking pistol in his hand, the brunette smiled and replied that his commander always took everything on his shoulders. Looking slyly at his comrade, he asked to leave such dirty work for his right hand. Smoldering ash rose into the sky. Looking ahead, the protagonist thanked his friend, who replied that it was nothing. The bodies of the sailors were engulfed in flames. If you think about it, these soldiers did not deserve such a fate. They just had to answer for the mistakes of the command. Looking at the raging fire, Johan thought that he did not feel guilty because he did what he had to. Frowning, he thought that he was becoming more and more ruthless, as if turning into a monster, and asked himself how the current Johan was different from the dog catcher. Images of a sad Sokka, an angry Pio, and a frightened prisoner flashed through his head. Standing against the fire, the boy thought that he looked like a real villain to the others. The setting sun left glare on the water and painted the sky orange. Night had fallen. A pagoda towered on the island. Lena walked along the carpet. Her body was translucent. Looking around, she realized that this was a dream again. A huge snake flashed its red eyes. In the room stood a giant creature with a snake's head. Seeing it, the girl opened her mouth in shock. The monster inflated its throat sac. A strange egg flew out of its mouth. It immediately fell onto the carpet. An unknown liquid began to tremble. Someone's hand appeared from it. A monster resembling a reptile appeared in the room and growled. A man appeared next to Lena. His eyes widened in fear and he asked what it was. Suddenly, a strange haze appeared in front of his nose. Having inhaled it, the stranger grabbed his throat. Blood began to flow from all the holes on his face. Seeing the man collapse on the floor, the girl ran up to him. Crouching down next to him, she asked what was wrong with him. The stranger's eyes were bloodshot. Lena raised her eyebrows in shock. The man grabbed her hand. Having turned into a zombie, the man bared his teeth. The girl's eyes widened in horror. Suddenly, she woke up in her bed. A red mark remained on her hand. Gritting her teeth, Lena thought that a mutant had given birth to a mutant, and decided to tell everyone about it as soon as possible. It was night outside. A weak light source was burning in the windows. Belinda asked why her mistress had gotten up so early. The girl asked to wake everyone up urgently, because she needed to see her friend. The sun rose behind the mountains. Wires and cases lay on metal shelves. Someone asked if they were talking about infection through the respiratory organs. Lena confirmed this with her hands clasped together, the people sitting at the tables in front of her. The camp members began to exchange glances. Someone said that they could not die just by meeting a mutant, and that birth through the mouth sounded absurd. Yeho raised his hand and asked if the mutant's head resembled a snake's head. The girl raised her eyebrows and confirmed it. The protagonist turned around and asked if his comrade knew anything about this. The soldier replied that the nun's words reminded him of something. An image of a man raising a cow's head above himself appeared in his head. In the West, in Haiti, voodoo was practiced. It was a ramified system where people worship demons and practice black magic. These people do not disdain cannibalism, so there is little information about them. Presenting a drawing of a snake-like man, Yeho said that the creature from the dream resembled a voodoo deity according to the description. Yohan frowned and asked where he got this knowledge. Remembering the state library building, the soldier replied that 7 years ago he was interested in a doctor of science and read his work. The guy tapped his finger on the table. Putting his hand to his cheek, he thought that it was not a man who turned into a mutant, but a mutant who turned a man into a zombie. There was a tactical map on the wall. First, the camp needed to make inquiries, because now the first priority was to deal with the military on Island M. Opening her mouth, Lena said that she wanted to talk about exactly this. Everyone present turned their attention to her. The girl clasped her hands and decided to call things by their proper names, asking her comrade to stop the feud with humanity. The young man raised his eyebrows in shock. Closing his eyes and smiling, the camp leader suggested that someone might think that he was going to destroy all people, but this issue had already been discussed last week. Looking at him, the nun stated that considering killing as an option regardless of whether the person was good or bad was wrong. Swift jumped up from his seat and addressed her. Clenching his fist, he explained that he was not forcing her to kill people, so there was no need to tell her what to do, since soldiers only listen to orders from the commander. Someone raised their hand. Waving his hand, the protagonist reminded that his friend had not said anything about it last week and asked what had changed. Lena replied that it was all because of today's dream, because the enemy that needed to be fought was not humans. Hajin frowned sternly. Lowering her head, the girl added that humanity must unite to fight the scourge together, because some incomprehensible force intended to wipe out the human race from the face of the earth. Hearing that the Lord had to stop it, so he chose them to do so, Yohan furrowed his brows seriously. In his memory, he stretched his shoulder, thinking that bad luck and fortune came and went, and that some wanted him dead while others wanted the opposite. In another memory, his friend smiled and said that miracles always happened, and that they were probably the work of God. The nun asked with a serious expression if her friend had ever felt as if someone was deliberately trying to destroy them. Frowning, the boy asked what he should understand. Standing in front of him, Lena asked him again to stop fighting with people. With a frown, she said that it was no longer a question of the survival of the squad, so it was time to start fighting for the survival of humanity. In her opinion, everyone gathered here was sent such a mission. The people were watching her attentively. Putting his hands to his mouth, the young man said that his friend would be glad to hear that. Hayek pointed at himself behind him and said that he had heard it. The protagonist explained that he was simply stating the fact that he was happy to hear it. He looked down, deciding that he needed to think about it carefully. An image of a snake-headed monster appeared in his head, continuously spitting out eggs with new mutants. The mutant that appeared rose from the floor to turn people into zombies. Their goal was to destroy humanity. Hordes of zombies were walking around the destroyed city. Lena looked down. All of this was her divine providence. Looking back at the people sitting behind him, Yohan wondered if his revival and the arrival of the reconnaissance squad here were the work of God. Smiling, he decided that this was nonsense. Looking ahead, the guy thought about what worried him the most. The problem was that when all these ridiculous bits of information came together, something began to come together. A piece of the puzzle fell into place. Sitting among his comrades, the young man felt that all these phenomena were connected to the existence of some highly evolved being, and there was probably a purpose for which he was resurrected. Swift and Hajin looked closely at their commander, who decided to hold off on attacking the military and ordered to strengthen security and conduct intensive training starting today. Lena looked up when she was called. Placing his hands on the table, the protagonist explained that if there was any suspicious activity from the military nearby, they would have to be killed. His face was written with determination. Opening his mouth, he added that he could not guarantee her safety if the girl still tried to stop him. The nun smiled and thanked her friend for listening to her. A clear blue sky hung over the building. From now on, groups would be formed together with newcomers, so they needed to grit their teeth and keep up with the pace. Formless clouds floated in the sky. Someone mowed a bunch of straw. People were working in the field, harvesting. Someone shouted that they were working too slowly. The old man put his hand to his forehead. Holding a machine gun in his hands, Pio tried to catch his breath. Like his comrades, someone asked if they still couldn't get it together. Holding a walkie-talkie in his hand, the protagonist said that they were interfering with his conversation and asked his comrade not to press the button at the same time. Putting his hands on his waist, he asked Jongwon to come to him. The soldier did so. Looking at the sweaty guy, Yohan asked why the soldier didn't explain to the group how to use the gun, as if he was going to kill everyone alone. People fell to the ground exhausted. The guy clarified, was the squad leader really impatient to see the death of his subordinates? Looking down, Jongwon apologized for this. The training was followed by physical exercises. The wind swayed the crowns of the trees. The young man watched the newcomers run around the training field. Floors were inserted into the church windows. Someone asked if hordes of zombies and mutants would wipe humanity off the face of the earth. Lena confirmed this. Sitting opposite her, the young man asked what this mutated one looked like. Looking away, the girl said that he had a shark snout, very sharp claws, and enormous physical strength. Leaning on his hand, the camp leader thought that they had never seen anything like this before and asked if a gun would work against him. The silhouettes of the heroes were opposite each other against the background of stained glass. The girl replied that a gun was useless and that she did not know when this monster would come. Remembering the bare field, she assumed that by this time the autumn harvest should have ended, because in her dream there was no rice in the fields. The protagonist looked ahead, thinking that the threat was approaching. On M Island, there were military tanks. The shark mutant bared its fangs. The snake-headed monster flashed its red eyes. It would take the heroes a while to figure out if this was true or not. The newbies ran forward across the field. The events that were happening were pushing them to change and giving them a reason to become stronger. As Yohan watched the training, he noticed two well-built newbies. Noticing Pio, who was sweating profusely, he decided that he was the strongest newbie in both fighting and shooting, after Swift and Hajin. Squinting, the boy thought that his emotional outbursts could be a problem, but proper upbringing would make him a strong member of the reconnaissance squad. The young man noticed a girl who had fallen behind the group. Lena stopped, putting her hands on her knees. She was the worst at every training session and had not made any progress. Casting a stern glance at her, the protagonist decided that the girl would become an indispensable person if her prophecies were true. Clairvoyance is an ability that can completely turn the tide of battle, so the nun should be kept as close as possible. Lena ran forward across the empty field. The newcomers were told to rest. There were green trees in front of the building. The people fell to the ground, saying that they were exhausted and were about to die. Jihai ran into the training field and reported that they were being contacted by radio. White clouds floated above the committee building. Various circuits and a soldering iron were lying on the table. Yohan contacted someone on the radio. Hearing the voice of his friend, he smiled and asked how he was doing. The old man grinned and asked to do without pleasantries, because he had some business. Chairs were standing behind an empty table. The man reported that information had arrived from Seoul. After the dog catcher's death, the city was plagued by infighting between various groups of survivors, a man firing a machine gun on a road full of cars. The boy put his hand to the microphone, thinking that everyone was trying to take Jeonggin's place. The old man said that the organization from Island R was currently the strongest. There was a huge building with a dome on the roof in the park. Squinting, the boy asked who their leader was. Hearing that his name was Noah, he looked down. The headphones were tightly pressed to his ears. The old man asked if his friend knew this man. The protagonist smirked and confirmed it. In his memories, Noah put his hand on his shoulder. This was his friend who had the greatest influence on him. This man trained him in his past life and then betrayed him. There was a knife fight going on in the room under the supervision of a squad of survivors. The man was lying on the ground with a knife stuck in his head. Imagining Noah's smiling face, Yohan thought that he had finally shown up. The sky above the pier turned dark. The lighthouse was out. Small bubbles appeared in the water. A fin appeared above the red horizon. A huge shark was approaching the shore. Leaving traces in the sand, the monster came ashore in search of prey. Seeing a settlement in front of it, the monster growled. And along with the monster, zombies appeared. Each had glowing eyes and they all growled terribly. Thousands of glowing dead eyes appeared from the darkness. It was the dead of night. The sky was completely strewn with stars, and the moon was high in the sky. The light came on in Jongwon's house. Chernish began to bark loudly, waking everyone up. Jongwon, through the darkness, found the switch off and turned on the light in the room. Yawning and rubbing his eyes, he asked Chernish what happened. Not receiving an answer from the dog, Jongwon began to stroke and calm his dog. Ian suddenly appeared from the second floor, asking in surprise what had happened. Looking at the girl, Jongwon replied that nothing special. Blackie had just made a lot of noise. Maybe he had just seen something. Ian, looking at the two with affection, put her hands to her cheeks and said that she had heard that if a puppy barks into nowhere, it means he sees a ghost, so Jongwon should be careful when he falls asleep. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the frightened guy's face and he quietly told Ian not to say such horror stories, after which he wondered if it was really a wild animal again. Kaku suddenly heard a loud announcement from the security system that there was a sound of breaking glass 50 meters to the northwest. Hearing this, Jongwon screamed in fear. In, tilting his head in surprise, asked what was wrong with the guy. Jongwon immediately blushed and, scratching his head in confusion, said that it was just an old habit. In his head, he said with displeasure that this training with the protagonist would drive him to the grave. After that, he turned on the walkie-talkie. Standing by the glass door, Jongwon asked on the walkie-talkie if Yehan was on the line. The protagonist immediately answered, asking what happened. Hearing the leader's voice, Jongwon said to himself in surprise that he thought Yehan was sleeping because it was already quite late. After that, he asked himself in his head if the protagonist even had sleep. "You haven't gone to bed yet?" Jongwon asked the protagonist, looking at the walkie-talkie in his hand. Yehan replied that he had just woken up, after which he asked again what happened. Jongwon, looking into the darkness behind the door, realized that the protagonist had woken up because of his message on the walkie-talkie, after which he reported that Chernish was barking incessantly, even waking him up, after which he added that just recently the sound of broken glass was heard in the northwest, about 50 meters away, so Jongwon was going to check. Right after that, the main character told Jongwon to give him the exact location and to be careful when examining. Outside the house there was complete darkness and forest. Jongwon, taking Chernish and a flashlight, went out to see what was going on. He was in full gear, ready for anything. Shining the light ahead, he said to himself that it seemed like something was going on, because Chernish had not barked for so long before. Looking at his dog, he saw how it was barking and shaking. Perhaps he found something, Jongwon thought. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard in the bushes not far in front of him. The guy immediately broke out in a sweat. He realized that there was something in front of him. He immediately transmitted to Yehan on the radio that it was in front of the red two-story building in the second sector. Something red was visible in the bushes. Chernish growled loudly and angrily. Jongwon took another step towards the bushes. Suddenly, in the darkness, he saw something huge rise in front of him. Horror enveloped Jongwon. He immediately realized that he had to run away. With shaking hands and stuttering, he transmitted on the radio that it was a mutant. The mutant shark. The next second, Jongwon screamed in horror into the radio. The mutant, noticing Jongwon with glowing red eyes, opened his mouth and growled loudly. The guy did not lose his head and immediately took the machine gun off the safety. The next second, he opened fire on the mutant. But not a single bullet could pierce the scales of the monster. The next second, the monster rushed towards Jongwon's house. The guy immediately screamed, "A private house in the second sector, a mutant has been detected." The main character told Jongwon on the radio not to fight the monster alone and to keep his distance. But the guy did not listen to Yehan and rushed in pursuit of the mutant. The shark crashed into Jongwon's house with a roar, raising dust and dirt. Only it wasn't Ian, the boy screamed. There was nothing left of the house except for destroyed materials. Jongwon, with beads of sweat on his face, looked at this in horror. At that very moment, tears came to his eyes. Before his eyes was a sight of how the mutant held Ian in his arms and growled furiously. Suddenly, Jongwon saw that the shark had the girl's bitten off legs in its mouth, and Ian's body was already lifeless and covered in blood. Tears and snot ran down Jongwon's face. He clenched his teeth in rage and incredible pain. At that very second, he opened fire on the monster, wanting the monster to die. But the bullets were useless against the monster. They only scratched the shark's scales. A few seconds later, the gun misfired. The cartridges ran out. Jongwon stood in front of the huge monster with an empty machine gun. The shark, having dealt with the girl, growled loudly at Jongwon. The guy immediately realized that things were incredibly bad and put his hand in his pocket. At that moment, a huge mutant mouth appeared in front of him. In horror, Jongwon looked into the monster's throat, not moving from the spot. The crunch of bones was heard in the darkness. After a while, the whole team arrived at the scene. In horror, Swift clenched his teeth and looked at what had happened. Drops of cold sweat were running down his face. "This creature," he said, looking ahead. Swift looked at how the decapitated Jongwon lay on the ground with a grenade in his hand. The whole team gathered around the dead comrade. The main character and Swift stood in front, and many soldiers stood behind. Next to Jongwon's body stood a shocked Seri. Drops of cold sweat were running down the face of the main character. Turning away from his comrade's body and hanging his head in sadness, the protagonist said to himself that Jong Hwan was dead, adding that it was a senseless death. Suddenly, a growling Ian crawled out of the darkness. She had become a zombie without even half of her body. Growling and moving with her hands, she moved towards the protagonist, leaving a trail of blood behind her. The protagonist immediately ran up to the zombie and took her life by stabbing her with a knife. Taking out a knife, drops of innocent Ian's blood were running down it. Clutching his head over what had happened and sweating profusely, the protagonist slowly and quietly ordered his team to take everyone to the shelter. The protagonist said to himself that his heart ached greatly because of what he had seen. In his head, the protagonist said that he thought that in this end of the world, death could not surprise. After these words, he remembered many moments associated with Jongwon. He remembered their first meeting, how Jongwon, when he was still overweight, said that he was crazy about zombies. He remembered when he came to their roof to save them. Jongwon, coming out from behind the door with a smile on his face, said that Yan was late. He remembered how he laughed at his friend, who, aggressively shaking his fists in different directions, shouted for the protagonist to stop laughing because he really thought that he was going to die. He remembered how he was embarrassed when the protagonist praised him for his good work. He remembered the moment when Jongwon was shot in the leg by an arrow. And the last thing he remembered was Jongwon, who had lost a lot of weight over the course of the apocalypse. Leaving his memories, Yan said that he thought he had already gotten used to the deaths of his friends. Horror was in his eyes. Cold beads of sweat did not stop. In order not to show weakness, he immediately made a serious face, holding his head and looking down. "This is not even close," the protagonist said to himself. When suddenly Swift put his hand on his shoulder. Swift, holding his hand on the leader's shoulder, said loudly that he should not give in to emotions, adding that he understood that it was hard for him, but that mutant was still alive. Swift's face was very serious. He was determined. At this time, the protagonist, realizing everything, quietly apologized. The soldiers around silently looked at what was happening. Suddenly, Yan looked at the destroyed house and said loudly that from now on, it was forbidden to act alone, adding that it was necessary to organize into small groups. After that, looking at the dead friend, the protagonist ordered the 3rd and 4th squads to go to the command center to see if the residents had gone to shelter, after which he said that the 1st and 2nd squads would go after the monster. After these words, Yan snatched the grenade from Jongwon's dead hands. There was anger and hatred in the protagonist's eyes. He said to himself that he would definitely find the mutant and kill him. Dan angrily clutched the unused grenade in his hand. Suddenly, one of the soldiers, calling the leader, asked if it was not said that a bunch of ordinary zombies would come along with this monster. Horror seized the protagonist again. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his face again. "I completely forgot," the protagonist said to himself, adding that it was unclear how zombies would be able to get to the island, but he still needed to focus on a special type. Remembering Lena's type, he said that the girl's prediction had come true and the description of the monster matched. "And that means," the protagonist said slowly to himself. After that, he imagined hordes of zombies and said that crowds of ordinary zombies could appear just as suddenly. Yahan understood that things were bad, but there was no fear in his eyes. Then suddenly he remembered how, sitting on the couch and watching TV, an urgent announcement appeared. The TV reported that the operation to transfer civilians and troops to the South China Sea across the Han River had failed due to the discovery of an infected person. "A ship?" Yan said quietly, leaving his memories. "What ship?" the guy asked in surprise. The protagonist looked coldly at the soldier and said that the coastal cities of countries E most likely also carried out naval military operations, just as their government wanted to transport people by sea. The crowd of zombies was huge. Each one's eyes were burning. The entire ship was filled with zombies. Thousands of the dead were floating on a ship at sea. The ship was already approaching the island at this time. The protagonist explained that back then, during the journey, everyone had turned, and, as a result, the ship filled with zombies was left drifting in the water towards them. Upon hearing this, everyone gathered was shocked and did not know what to say. After these words, the protagonist began to leave. In his head, he said that this did not mean that the shark could not summon zombies. It was just that there was not a single dead person left on the island, so nothing was happening. Putting his hands to his sides, and stopped. In his mind, he continued to say that the current activity of the mutant meant that enough zombies were gathering nearby for a wave. He was not scared. He was ready for this meeting, and continued to say that it was most logical to assume that a ship filled with zombies was approaching them after all. After these words, the protagonist slowly said, with his back to everyone, that Jongwon's funeral would have to be postponed, adding that the priority was to eliminate the threat. It was still night outside. The stars covered the entire sky. The protagonist said that Sohee, Luck, Seri, and Yeho were going with him, and the rest were accompanying the residents to shelter. Some time passed. It was still night outside. The transport building. There was a bag of arrows on the floor. The motorcycle was roaring loudly. The protagonist, throwing the bag on his back, was preparing to leave with the others. Seri approached Yahan and asked where they were going. Then the protagonist immediately answered that they were going to the power transmission tower. It was pitch black outside. The moon was high in the sky. Having arrived, the guys got off their motorcycles. The protagonist was told that the night vision goggles were not working. "It doesn't matter," Yahan answered, adding that he would use a rifle. After these words, he climbed up the tower. From below, Seri, looking up, asked on the radio if Yahan saw anything. The protagonist at this time was already sitting at the very top, looking around with a sniper rifle. In the sight there was only a white canvas. No, the protagonist answered on the radio, adding that the fog from the sea was too thick. Lowering the rifle, he said that they needed to wait until it cleared up. A message came over the radio from Swift, who reported that everyone was in place. Okay, Yan said, asking if the mutant had appeared. Looking around, Swift answered no, after which he asked the protagonist to be careful. After that, Yan began to descend from the tower. Slowly descending, the protagonist, with some anxiety, looked down. In his head, Yan said that most likely the monster attacked Ian first. Remembering what Jongwon told the protagonist on the radio, Yan said to himself that Jongwon had found the location of the monster 50 meters away from the house, and they had found corpses right next to the building. Remembering his friend's completely destroyed house, he said that this meant that the mutant had escaped from Jongwon and attacked Ian. Remembering the many empty shells on the ground near the house, Yehan finished by saying that Jongwon had recklessly rushed after the monster and had met a cruel death because Jongwon could not simply run away from Ian. Continuing to descend, the protagonist said to himself that he did not know how smart this shark was, but the monster knew when to attack and when to hide. There was pitch darkness everywhere. Yehan continued to say that the shark was aware of the enemy's weak point, and its instincts and intelligence were higher than those of ordinary zombies. Moving his arms and legs, descending, he felt a slight push. Yehan did not pay attention to this and said to himself that he had not felt the breath of death for a long time. He was calm, did not feel any fear. Yehan understood that all this helps him feel that he is alive, when suddenly he was shocked by what he understood. Taking hold of the radio, he immediately told Seri and Sohai to run to the east. The protagonist explained this by the fact that a huge mutant was heading towards the tower directly from the west. The monster ran towards Ayan with great speed, demolishing everything in its path. The soldiers who noticed the giant monster immediately opened fire on it. The protagonist quickly attached the blade to his weapon. At that moment, the huge shark was chasing Seri and Sohai, who were running away in horror. The mutant was already a few meters from little Seri, when suddenly, in the reflection of the red eye of the monster, the protagonist appeared, who jumped from the tower. Pointing the weapon with the blade down, he flew at the shark. A moment later, Yehan pierced the monster's eye, from which orange liquid spurted. The mutant growled loudly in pain, trying to throw the protagonist off. Yehan could not resist and, letting go of the weapon, fell off the monster. He fell into the raised dust, dirt, and fragments of earth. A few seconds later, the dust began to settle. The protagonist stood in a perfect pose and said that he had found it. He was very serious. There was no fear in his eyes. He realized that he had found the monster's weak spot. All the squads fired at the monster non-stop. The bullets did not cause any harm to it. The monster growled loudly because of the pain in its pierced eye. The protagonist, grabbing Jongwon's grenade, said to himself that he had to act like he did with David. Suddenly, the monster swung its tail. Then it hit the ground, raising dust. The protagonist, finding himself in the dust and not seeing anything, realized that the monster was trying to escape. As soon as the dust settled, there was no one left. Looking back, the protagonist saw traces of the monster on the ground and broken villages along the path where it had escaped. Seri ran excitedly to Yehan, asking if he was okay. The protagonist, ignoring the girl, transmitted over the radio that the mutant had escaped from them after the fight at the tower, so they needed to strengthen their defenses to avoid a surprise attack. He accepted. Swift's voice was heard. Looking at his friend's grenade in his hand, Yehan said that the opportunity would definitely come up again. After that, he turned to the team, resting his hands on his hips, and said that they must prevent the ship with zombies from landing on the island. After these words, he turned to Luca. Looking at the guy, the protagonist asked if he could lift the helicopter. Hearing this, Luca smiled and said, of course. It was still pitch dark, and the sky was strewn with stars. The protagonist said that now everyone was going to the platform, because if the zombies did not appear, they would look for them themselves. After a while, the helicopter started up. A minute later, it was already in the sky. The protagonist, on board the helicopter, watched everything through binoculars. Seeing a ship in the sea, he said loudly that the ship was to the northeast. The course is subject, Luca said loudly, sitting at the helm. A few minutes later, the helicopter hung over the ship full of zombies. The dead immediately stretched their hands up, growling loudly. Seeing this, the protagonist tensed up a lot. In his head, he asked who was trying to kill them with such nonsense, after which he asked Luca to take it lower. Yehan looked at all this without fear in his eyes and said to himself that it was best to land on the deck and turn the ship away. He had too many zombies. Having gone lower, the protagonist saw each zombie clearly. He continued talking to himself. That breaking through such a crowd and reaching the wheelhouse is comparable to suicide, so we need to use Plan B. Sohei, said the protagonist, looking at the worried girl next to him. Let's burn them, said Yehan, sticking a canister out of the helicopter. Gasoline poured from the helicopter onto all the zombies. As soon as the contents of the canister ran out, the protagonist turned to Sohee and asked if she could hit from such a distance. Yes, the girl answered. At that moment, Yehan rushed to the girl's stomach, which scared her and made her blush. A few minutes later, the rope on Sohee's waist was tied tightly. Yehan told Seri and Yeho to hold the rope. Putting his hand on Sohee's shoulder, the protagonist calmly said that the girl could do it because she had done it before. Yeah, Sohee nodded her head embarrassedly. Her cheeks were red. Embarrassedly looking away, she asked herself why Yehan was suddenly embarrassing her with such a gentle voice. A second later, the protagonist set Sohee's arrowhead on fire. After that, the girl took aim, sitting on the edge of the helicopter. Shoot, the protagonist shouted loudly, and after that, Sohee released the bowstring. The ignited arrow flew out of the bow and headed towards the zombie horde. The arrow accurately hit the zombie, which immediately caught fire. The fire immediately spread across the entire deck. Seeing this, the protagonist told Sohee to continue shooting. Everyone saw how the dead were burned alive. The entire deck was filled with fire, causing all the dead to die again. The flames raged throughout the entire huge ship. Go on, said Yehan, when suddenly a message came over the radio from the shelter. The radio transmitted that the mutant shark seemed to be coming towards them. Hearing this, Yehan was shocked. In his head, he said that as soon as they left the island, the mutant targeted the shelter, so the monster was really hunting them. Remembering what the shelter looked like, he said to himself that the shelter was a concrete building with a strong iron door, so it was a good place to hide. After these words, he imagined a huge shark breaking through the door and getting inside and said that if the mutant broke through the door by force, something irreparable would happen. Leaving the performance, he said that this is why the monster needs to be stopped from the outside. After that, he transmitted on the radio that no one should attack first, to act only if the shark tries to break inside, because safety is above all, adding that there is still a chance of infection, so it is imperative to keep a distance. The helicopter was still circling above the ship. Suddenly, Seri ran up to the leader and excitedly said that the ship was not stopping. Looking overboard, the protagonist asked himself if he really had to go down. The entire surface of the ship was burning. He understood that there was no such possibility now. Suddenly, explosions were heard. Everyone began to look at the ship in shock. It worked, the protagonist said to himself, smiling contentedly. Explosions began to resound throughout the ship. Huge iron cargo boxes began to fall into the water. Seeing this, Sohee was very happy. The ship was in no hurry to get away. The protagonist immediately transmitted over the radio that the ship had been blown up. Excellent, the radio reported. The ship, full of zombies, was sinking. The radio continued to report that a mutant was hanging around nearby. It seemed like it would attack soon. It was clear from the protagonist's face that he was serious, and there was hatred in his eyes. He pressed the radio and said that they would arrive soon, so there was no need to risk it. Immediately after that, he told Luca to turn around because the survivors needed help. Good, the guy said, showing a thumb. Immediately after that, the helicopter flew back to the island. At this time, the guys were standing behind the fence with weapons in their hands. Swift stood in front of everyone and said that the mutant was really very careful. Not far from them was a huge shark, which was carefully looking around and sniffing. Command, Swift, the soldiers said. Then Swift calmly said, let the monster feel their rage, so he counted to 3 and then everyone would attack at once. 1, he said, and everyone took their machine guns off the safety catch. 2, Swift said, and everyone got ready to shoot. 3, Swift said, and everyone started firing at the huge monster. From this, the mutant roared loudly. From all sides, the army fired machine guns at the monster, but this time the bullets left marks on the impenetrable scales of the monster. Swift, looking at this, said that the armor-piercing bullets were doing their job. The hail of bullets did not end, not allowing the shark to move from its place. Gritting his teeth in pain, the mutant growled menacingly. Suddenly the monster rushed at the people. Taking the axe in his hands, Swift ordered everyone to stop firing and go into close combat. Suddenly, at one point, the shark went underground, raising clouds of dust. Hajin, with a shield in his hand and a blade, was about to attack the monster. All the soldiers lowered their guns and took up knives. Swift immediately began to run at the monster, asking Hajin to help, and he shouted to everyone else not to interfere. He was very serious. There was anger and hatred for the mutant in his eyes. He said to himself that any mistake and you can catch a virus, so a large number of people will only complicate everything. In front of Swift's face at that very second, a huge shark struck. But Swift managed to react and immediately raised the axe behind his head, wanting to strike. The next second, he hit the monster's paw with the axe, but Swift's cold weapon broke at that very second. The shark immediately pointed its other paw towards Swift. Seeing this, the guy was shocked by the monster's speed, but he was saved from the blow by Hajin, who at the last moment shielded his comrade with a shield. Unable to break through, the mutant retreated. Excellent work, said Swift, immediately jumping back. Hajin removed the shield, straightened up and said that, unlike David, this monster can only fight in close combat, adding that the monster has short legs, but you need to be careful of claws and fangs. A huge shark stood in front of Hajin, growling menacingly. The guy immediately realized that the monster had switched to him. Suddenly, Swift remembered the words of the main character, who said that mutants' weak points are mainly their eyes and digestive organs. Immediately after that, he picked up a grenade and with complete determination in his eyes asked himself whether to let the shark taste fire. Right after that, Swift rushed towards the mutant, shouting to Hajin to be careful, because the monster was faster than it seemed. Hajin also rushed towards the shark, but at that very second, the mutant swung its paw at the guy with great speed. Hajin immediately stopped and covered himself with a shield. Suddenly, the paw took a different trajectory. Seeing this, Hajin was shocked to horror. "Dodge," Swift shouted to him, but it was too late. The mutant's paw cut Hajin's stomach. At that very second, the monster's other paw was already flying at Hajin to finish him off. But at the last moment, Swift saved Hajin, repelling the attack. But everything went so smoothly. The monster's claws scratched Swift's hand. Both guys flew back a few meters with a roar. Heavily rising from the ground, a huge mutant hung over the guys, opening his mouth wide and sticking out his tongue. Suddenly, the monster's tongue was shot through, causing it to roar loudly in pain. This was done by Corporal On, who was holding a machine gun. The rest of the soldiers were standing behind him. They opened fire on the monster at that very moment. Swift wasted no time and threw a grenade at the monster. It hit the mutant's mouth perfectly, and it immediately closed its mouth. A second later, there was a loud explosion in the monster's mouth. Swift, seeing this, smiled contentedly, telling him to help himself. Blood spurted out of the mutant's mouth, and he raised his head and growled shrilly. Looking at this, Swift wondered if one was not enough. After that, he held his shoulder and looked at Hajin, who was sitting on the ground, holding his stomach, from which blood was flowing. After that, he looked again at the mutant, who was curled up and snorting discontentedly. Swift said that the mutant was deliberately hiding his attack in order to deliver a fatal blow at the right moment, after which he added that who would have thought that the monster's limbs could lengthen. Hajin, drenched in sweat, looked at his bloody hand and asked his comrade how long it would last. Swift immediately replied that maybe for a couple more minutes. Holding his bleeding shoulder, Swift said with a smile on his face, "But now you don't have to worry about infection and attack head-on. It's even better that way," after which he asked if they wanted to avenge Jongwon. At that very second, Hajin stood up. Putting a shield on his hand, he said that he completely agreed with his comrade, then told Corporal On to take cover behind the door until the main character arrived. But, spreading his arms, one of the soldiers began to speak. Swift immediately interrupted him and ordered everyone to leave the two of them, because they would fight to the death, after which he asked if it was the first time they saw a person die. Corporal On burst into tears from this. Tears streamed down his face. Seeing this, Swift told him to stop crying, because it was necessary, otherwise everyone would die. Immediately after that, all the soldiers began to gather up, leaving. Holding an axe in his hand, from which blood was dripping, Swift began to speak, after that, he began to move towards the shark, adding that he and Hajin would go to the next world together. When suddenly shots rang out and armor-piercing bullets began to reflect off the scales of the mutant. It turned out to be Corporal On, who, with tears in his eyes, shouted that he had come to help his comrades, adding that he would be with them until the last. Seeing the guy, Hajin smiled and said that they told him to leave. But at that moment, the monster's eyes opened wide. The monster immediately straightened up and roared furiously. Orange blood spurted from the monster's mouth. At that very moment, the mutant rushed towards the corporal. "Damn," Swift screamed, seeing this. Drops of cold sweat were running down his face. When suddenly Heck appeared, who opened fire on the monster, shouting for Corporal On to run. A huge shark jumped high and flew at the corporal. The guy stopped in horror, not knowing what to do. There was horror and fear in his eyes, and drops of cold sweat were running down his face. At that moment, the sounds of an approaching bike were heard. The motorcycle, having climbed up the iron plates, climbed onto the roof. And a second later, the main character on his motorcycle flew into the mouth of the monster. The main character immediately fell off the motorcycle, falling to the ground. Blood spurted from the monster's mouth and eye, and it roared loudly. The main character did not waste time. Taking the grenade of a dead friend in his hand, Yehan tore off the pin. At that very second, he threw it into the open mouth of the mutant. A few seconds later, an explosion sounded in the mouth of the monster. At that very second, Yehan screamed for the corporal. He threw him a cleaver. A moment later, the cleaver was in the hands of the main character. Turning to the guy, Yehan shouted that the corporal was a good boy, and then ordered him to run for cover. Dripping with blood, the huge shark rose and roared loudly. The protagonist immediately rushed at the monster. The mutant roared loudly when he suddenly noticed that Yehan was running at him. A second later, he rushed away, raising dust behind him. Seeing this, the protagonist stopped, looking after the fleeing monster. Silence fell. Swift, holding his bleeding shoulder, with a smile on his face, told the leader that he was too late. Jahan approached Swift and Hajin, who were covered in blood and did not know what to say to them. He immediately realized that the guys were now obviously infected. Cold sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. Horror and fear appeared in his eyes. He asked himself in his head, was he really going to lose Hajin and Swift at once? Clutching his head and looking down, the protagonist coldly told himself to forget all of this, and then told the guys that if they had anything to say in the end, then they should say it quickly. Swift, with a smile on his face, told the protagonist to avenge him. Jahan immediately said that he would do it, even if he had to follow the mutant to the edge of hell. After these words, he looked at Hajin and asked him about his last words. Hajin immediately replied that he had exactly the same request. Understood, the protagonist said slowly and quietly, turning away. In his head, he was saying that Swift and Hajin decided to remain themselves until the end. Raising his head to the sky, he exhaled heavily. Drops of cold sweat were running down his face. In his head, he was saying that everything had come so suddenly that he did not even feel sad. It only seemed as if everything was not real. He looked at the sky, which was strewn with stars, and said to himself that the hopes of their camp were collapsing one after another. Swift, removing his hand from his bloody shoulder and looking at it, said in surprise that he thought that infection occurs differently. But now he does not even feel anything, and after a short pause, he thanked everyone and said that he was glad to spend time together. Hearing this, the protagonist was shocked. Turning to Swift, he asked if he really did not feel anything. Again putting his hand on his shoulder, Swift answered yes, and then asked what was wrong. The protagonist immediately looked at Hajin and asked him how he felt. Hajin, looking at his stomach, answered that it hurt a lot because his wound was quite deep. After that, Jahan looked at his watch and asked how long ago they got hurt. Swift answered that it was about 10 minutes ago. The protagonist looked at his comrades in bewilderment. In his head, he said that this was very strange, adding that if a mutant touches you, then you will turn around in 10 minutes. First comes the fever, said the protagonist, putting his hand on Swift's forehead. There was no fever. Suddenly the protagonist, looking at Heck, shouted loudly for him to bring bandages and antiseptics. The guy immediately ran away. There was silence around. "What's the matter?" asked Swift. Heck brought everything the protagonist asked for. Jahan explained that if a mutant is nearby, then the transformation begins within 5 minutes, adding that first comes the fever and then comes hyperemia. Looking at Swift sitting on the ground, the protagonist said that now 20 minutes have passed and there are no symptoms. Hearing this, Swift began to say in shock, "Really?" The protagonist smiled broadly and said that his comrades have immunity. Hearing this, Swift jumped to his feet, spread his arms and joyfully shouted that this was a very unexpected gift, adding that it turns out he was worried in vain. The protagonist was also incredibly happy. With a smile on his face, he looked at his comrades and said to himself that in one camp there were 3 people with immunity to the disease. Amazing, adding that one can only thank such a chance. Swift suddenly turned to Hajin, who was standing with a maximally stoned face, and asked what was going on. Suddenly, what he saw scared Swift a lot. Hajin swung the blade of his hand incredibly quickly. Raising his severed hand to his face, he began to cry. With tears in his eyes and a shaking voice, he asked himself why he had cut off his hand then. The protagonist and Swift looked at this in shock, not knowing what to say. After a while, morning came. The sun appeared from behind the horizon. Looking at the broken concrete floor, Swift asked if the monster had really gone away for good. To this, the protagonist replied that this could not be. The protagonist stood in front of everyone. Swift and Hajin stood behind him. The protagonist said to himself that both regular zombies and mutants were the same in one thing: they kill and eat everything alive, especially people. There was no fear in the protagonist's eyes. He was not afraid of anything. Looking at all this emotionlessly, he said to himself that even though the mutant had now disappeared because of their fierce resistance, they were still prey for the shark. Looking at his hand shaking after the battle, the protagonist said that he was sure that the mutant would return because he still felt a distinct numbness in his body. Hajin was very serious. There were many soldiers standing behind him. Looking at the protagonist, Hajin said that everyone should first gather strength. There were soldiers everywhere. "That's right," the protagonist answered, after which, pointing to the soldiers, he said that 3 squads would be on duty alternately. After that, the protagonist looked at the destroyed buildings around and said that he hoped that all this would not drag on for long. Otherwise, it would be bad, he said in his head. It was light outside. The sun illuminated everything. The sky was dotted with fluffy clouds. The shelter building was guarded by many soldiers. There were many people inside. They were all sleeping in sleeping bags and cots. Swift, looking upset, pointed at the people and said that this had been going on for several days, adding that everyone was tired. "I know," the protagonist answered, walking towards Swift and Hajin, adding that this was exactly why he had called them. Approaching his comrades, Yehan said that he had an idea, and although it was far from ideal, it was worth a try. After a while, they were already in the protagonist's office. Inside, Swift was shouting in shock, asking if this was really possible. Sweat was running down his face from shock, and he looked at the protagonist with his mouth open. With complete seriousness on his face and in his eyes, the protagonist replied that he did not know, because he had not tried, after which he said that if nothing was done, they would not catch the huge shark. The protagonist himself, Swift, and Hajin were sitting in the office. The protagonist, sitting opposite his comrades, explained that the mutants' habits were to run away when threatened, so they had to blow it up in one go. The lights were on all over the office. There were a lot of books and notes about zombies behind the shelves. Hearing this, Swift exhaled heavily, then said that the landmine only irritated the mutant, then asked if the monster could really withstand a 25-kilogram charge. "We have to try," Swift suddenly said, putting his hands behind his head, leaning back in his chair and smiling. After a short pause, he said that they would definitely cope. After these words from his comrade, the protagonist looked at his friends and said that it was best to act in 3, but just in case, it was worth leaving one here, adding later that if the monster appeared, then it would be necessary to stall for time and in no case attack first. Hajin, hanging his head heavily and not removing his hand from the table, said that Swift should stay. Swift turned to Hajin and told him to leave Hajin alone. "No," Hajin answered firmly, adding that he had to go. "Don't show off," Swift said immediately. Hajin's hand was shaking with anger. He could barely contain himself and said that he had to take revenge on the one who took his hand. Hearing this, the protagonist looked at Hajin and said that it was David, when he suddenly stopped. When he suddenly sat up and looked at Hajin in shock, he asked himself in his head if his comrade hadn't cut off his own hand. There were many folders and documents in the shelf. The protagonist put his hands on the table and asked him to remember the situation with David, and his interlocutor said that the battle felt like he was the main character in an action movie. Johan smiled and said that it would be hard to believe even if he told it. Swift brought his palm to his forehead and grinned and told the protagonist to rely on him. A long path was visible in the green forest. Someone was moving quickly along the path. The protagonist and Hajin were riding a motorcycle and talking about someone catching up with them. Clouds of dust were rising in the air in the distance. A huge monster broke trees with its clawed paws. It opened its mouth wide and roared deafeningly. Johan frowned, clenched his teeth and thought that this was the strongest and most disgusting mutant he had ever seen, marveling at its endurance. Beyond the forest was the sea. The protagonist, who was driving the motorcycle, asked Hajin not to let him down while the monster was chasing them. They sped past the trees quickly, and Hajin said that 5 minutes should be enough for him. Johan, who was driving the motorcycle, said that if Hajin died, he would find a sunny meadow and make a beautiful grave for him. The motorcycle braked abruptly, and dust flew out from under its wheel. Hajin stood on the ground and took the sword in his hand. The mutant opened its fanged mouth wide, screaming loudly. The protagonist rode away alone. Hajin clenched his teeth tightly and furrowed his brows aggressively. The monster screamed furiously, approaching the man. Hajin slid his foot along the ground. He put his shield in front of him and screamed for the mutant to attack. The man closed his eyes and clenched his jaw as the monster attacked his shield. Hajin jumped back. He landed with one knee bent. The wound on his stomach began to bleed. The man smirked and thought that the monster was much weaker than a couple of days ago. The mutant had several rows of fangs. Hajin thought that the monster's head was starting to rot, which meant that Swift and Johan's grenades worked well. The man clenched his teeth and swung his hand, mentally telling the mutant to try to hit him again. Hajin opened his mouth and hit the monster with the shield. His hand was clutching the handle of the shield, and he realized that it didn't work. The mutant extended a paw with long, sharp claws. The man managed to jump back, and the monster slammed its paw onto the ground. The mutant waved its limbs in the air, and Hajin successfully dodged its attacks. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth wide and roared loudly. Hajin arched his thin eyebrows and began to scream too. The protagonist watched them from afar, not understanding why Hajin was screaming along with the mutant. Johan put his hand on the device for viewing the area and thought that somehow they were able to buy time. The protagonist frowned and thought that Hajin was coping alone against the monster and, like Swift, had already surpassed the level of abilities of an ordinary person. Johan looked into the lens. Meanwhile, Hajin was fighting the mutant. The man was holding a grenade in his hand. He threw it high into the sky, and smoke immediately appeared there. Hajin turned around and began to quickly run away. The monster opened its mouth wide and coughed because of the smoke. Hajin pressed his foot on the gas pedal. The gray car immediately moved forward. The monster stood up and roared loudly, blocking the car's path. Then the mutant fell to the ground. Hajin put his hand on the gearbox. The car moved backwards. The man drove onto the path and rushed forward. The screaming monster was reflected in the car's mirror, and Hajin said that it was completely mad. The mutant was visible on the screen. Johan gritted his teeth, looking at the camera and asking the monster to make up its mind already. Hajin was driving a car whose windshield was covered in cracks. The car drove off a cliff and ended up in the air. The leader sweated and arched his black eyebrows, telling the mutant to jump faster. The monster immediately jumped upward, opening its mouth wide with sharp fangs. The sight caught a huge shark. Johan pulled the trigger. The protagonist fired a missile. The projectile left a fiery streak in the air. The shark opened its mouth when the missile was near its face. The next second, a powerful explosion thundered. Clouds of dust and smoke hung in the air around a high cliff. Johan was riding a motorcycle. He went into the sea. Finding himself in water up to his waist, he began to turn around and loudly call out to Hajin. Many bubbles were visible on the surface of the water. The man emerged from the sea, closing his eyes and loudly inhaling air. The protagonist turned around and saw Hajin behind him. He helped the man stand up, hugging him around the waist, and they walked to the shore. Hajin fell on the sand, letting out a loud sigh. He and Johan lay on the ground, looking up. Traces of their steps were visible in the sand. White clouds were visible in the blue sky, and the protagonist said that Hajin did a great job. In the middle of the forest, there was a path with 2 mounds of earth on it. Sari was crying, covering her wet face with her hand. 2 men with dark hair were silently looking down. A daisy was growing in the middle of the rocks. Johan's face darkened, and he mentally praised Jongwon. He remembered the young man with glasses who was smilingly apologizing to the protagonist. Johan looked down and thought that the most common thing he heard from Jongwon was an apology. The red hair hid the upper half of the protagonist's face, and he thought that he only wanted to help, and that he thought that Jongwon would not die if he was strict with him. The people silently looked at the protagonist. Johan turned away, put his hands in his pockets, and walked away, thinking about what was unpleasant in his soul. Zombies were wandering around the corpses on the seashore. The monster in the wet shirt raised his hands and roared loudly. The protagonist swung his hand, intending to attack the monster. The zombie flew back and fell on his back. A fire was burning behind him. Johan wiped his sweaty forehead with his hand and sighed. He looked into the depths of the forest. The flames were burning brightly, making crackling sounds. The full moon and stars were shining in the night sky. 3 people were sitting on the ground. A man in leather boots was walking along the path. Jiangmi and Kibyum looked at the man who approached them, who told them that it was time to go to bed. Without answering the protagonist, the 3 got up and walked away. Sari suddenly stopped, as if she remembered something. The black dog was sleeping on the ground. The girl sat up, stroked Blackie, that it was not his fault. Johan grabbed the harness. He picked up the dog and yelled with an angry face that this useless creature could not even protect its owner. The protagonist said that he would chop Blackie into meat if he ran away again. Sari raised her eyebrows and said that was cruel. Johan frowned and said that the dog would sit there forever if new owners were found for it. The protagonist asked if Sari knew anyone who could take Blackie. Sari raised her hand and said that she would take the dog. Johan threw Blackie into her arms. He said with a serious face that Blackie should be trained as a fighting dog, not a hound, because they did not need a mutt that would run away from the battlefield. Sari put Blackie down on the ground and asked how exactly to train him. The protagonist turned away, put his hands in his pockets and told the girl to just throw the dog into the crowd of zombies, and Sari asked what would happen if Blackie got infected. Johan turned around and asked if the girl had noticed that animals could not catch the infection. He turned away and told Sari to rest first because she looked tired. There was a dark night sky above the forest. It was a sunny day, and a blue sea could be seen near the forest. Grass grew from the ground. The tractor drove behind while 3 people mowed the grass. A wide staircase led up to a brown building. A man in a black cloak clasped his hands together, looking down. The girl prayed silently while Johan walked behind her. He looked at her and asked if she had received an answer from heaven. Lena turned around and with a slight smile answered no, because her faith was not that strong yet. The protagonist sat down on a bench, touched his face and said with a smirk that he wanted to use her people in battle starting next week. There was a row of empty benches and Lena replied that they were their people. The girl folded her arms and said that she was very uncomfortable, that she could not help Johan and that her efforts were of no use. The protagonist put his elbows on the back of the bench and replied that Lena's expression did not look apologetic. The girl smiled silently. Johan frowned and told her not to worry because she did not need to try. There was a cross on the wall. The protagonist added that enlisting in the reconnaissance squad made Lena a hostage and instead she should stay here and report any unforeseen events while they were away. The dark silhouettes of the furniture and the 2 of them were visible against the wall. Johan explained that this was their standard practice. Lena smiled and replied that she was not worried and was happy to entrust everything to the protagonist, but she was only worried that she could not help. Johan leaned his face on his fist, sighed, and said that such words sounded like empty politeness that made one feel awkward. The wooden door suddenly swung open. Sari, whose eyes were shining brightly, furiously asked Johan what he was doing here. The protagonist turned around and replied that he was talking to Lena, but he thought that it was cold. Sari smiled suspiciously and said that she simply remembered Johan and wanted to see him while she was training. The door slammed loudly. Lena opened her mouth in shock and her blue eyes widened. Then she closed her eyes and said with a smile that Sari looked really cute when she was jealous. The protagonist brushed his hand on his pants and replied that Sari was that kind of person. He turned around and added that that was all he wanted to say and that Lena would not complain if someone died on the expedition. The room emptied and Lena said goodbye to Johan, telling him to be careful. White clouds floated in the blue sky. An axe chopped a log. Swift picked up the axe with a grin and greeted someone. The protagonist smiled and waved at him. Hajin, who was standing on one hand, asked if the protagonist was looking for them. Johan approached his comrades and said that they would have to go on another reconnaissance mission. Hajin, who was balancing on one hand, said that they needed to prepare a little and then they could leave. Swift said with a smile that their leader was indeed working hard and then asked when they were leaving. Swift and Hajin frowned and screamed in shock when Johan said that both of them were not going this time. There was an axe sticking out of the stump and the protagonist said that the newcomers needed to gain real combat experience, so only a few would go. The protagonist smiled and said that they were going to the logistics center in the port of El City. Swift clenched his fists and raised his eyebrows, asking if it was possible to leave Hajin here and take him with them, and Johan said that it was impossible since they did not know if there were other mutants nearby. Swift sighed sadly, closing his eyes, and Hajin put his hands on his waist and looked at him with a smile. The young man with long hair rested his fist on his hip and said that Hayek came again a few days ago. He remembered the man lying on the ground and said that he wanted to become strong. The protagonist remained silent, looking ahead. There was a clear sky above the house. Johan said that he was leaving the island to them for now. The building was surrounded by a fence. Someone was sharpening a knife on a tree. The black-haired youth screamed loudly as he slashed the blade at the hollow. The protagonist placed his hands on the railing and asked where such bloodthirstiness came from, and said that effort was good, but it also had to be effective because the body did not have infinite resources. Heck, whose face was covered in beads of sweat, turned around and asked if Johan had come to see him. The protagonist, who was standing on the other side of the fence, asked why his face was so sad. The youth wiped the sweat with his hand and asked if Hajin and Swift were immune to the infection, and Johan replied that it was true and then asked if the youth admired them. When he answered in the negative, the protagonist frowned and asked what was wrong then. The youth lowered his head and replied that he thought it was a bit unfair since they were already very strong. Clutching the dagger, he added that the gap between him and Swift and Hajin was only growing, and that in order to save and protect people, he needed to be strong. Hayek clenched his fist tightly and said that he was slowly approaching his limit. Johan pushed the green door and said that there was nothing he could do about it since it was beyond a person's control. He walked inside and thought that no one knew what the criteria were for antibodies to appear, and it was unclear who was predisposed to it, so it was not something that could be achieved through hard work. The protagonist frowned and thought that all that was left was to train as hard as he could, like the other two had done until he found his immunity. While Hayek looked at his dagger, Johan thought that the only option was to fight. There were curtains hanging from the inside of the windows, and Hayek asked if Johan was okay. There was sawdust on the floor, and the youth explained that he was referring to Jongwon's death. Then he lowered his head and apologized, saying that it was impossible to be okay here, and that things would have been different if he had been vigilant that day. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and thought that this was very arrogant. He furrowed his brows and thought that this kind fool was blaming himself for Jongwon's death. Johan said with a calm face that it was the commander's burden. Hayek looked at the protagonist in shock, his mouth open and his eyes wide. Johan stood sideways, saying that the commander takes on a lot of responsibility and is responsible for the others, and in their ruined world, the protagonist's responsibility is the lives of people. He furrowed his black brows and added that Jongwon's death was precisely his fault. There were scratches from the dagger on the hollow tree, and Johan added that he should have told Jongwon not to take risks and stay home, and then he would have had a completely different outcome. Then the protagonist suggested that the problem was the guards. He had thought back to that day countless times, and each time it was with regret. He remembered Hajin lying with his eyes closed and said that this happened after every death, and each time he decided that he had to become stronger. Johan put his hands on his waist and said that he wanted to become strong enough to not let this happen again. Hayek opened his blue eyes wide. The protagonist said with a serious face that the boy would definitely become stronger. Hayek froze, his mouth hanging open in shock. Then he lowered his head and agreed with Johan. The protagonist turned away and walked towards the exit. As he walked outside, he thought that they would survive this nightmare, and Hayek would definitely be able to become a great commander. The young man struck the tree with a dagger. Sawdust flew into the air, and the protagonist thought that this would only be possible if they lived in a different era. An image of several unusual trees appeared against a mountainous backdrop. Taking some rice with a spoon, the man asked how he met Lena. As he began to eat, Luca said that he probably met her father rather than Lena, adding that he was close to the chairman. The red-haired man asked who the chairman was. Turning his head to the left, the brown-haired man said that as he already knew, her family lived in Oslo and they owned 10 of the largest companies in Europe. Raising an iron cup of tea, the protagonist asked why the daughter of such a family became a nun. An image of a blonde girl appeared, sitting on a window covered with a mesh. Because of the shared dream, she said that she had been seeing prophetic dreams since childhood. Because of this, she was treated as if she were possessed. An image of several grinning men appeared. Luca stated that this was most likely a trick of the heirs. An image of a burning crashed plane appeared. The man added that Lena's first prophetic dream was when her mother died in an accident. He also asked if the protagonist remembered it. It was the Five Oceans Airlines plane crash incident. An image of a blonde girl crying madly appeared. When they were at the airport, Lena was crying her eyes out. She thought her mother was going to die. The man narrowed his eyes and said that she eventually died on the way back to Oslo. He said that people were treacherous and superstitious and added that after Lena predicted the disaster, she was treated as if she was cursed. Raising his head and exhaling, the protagonist said that people were the same everywhere. He also asked if this was the reason she became a nun. Looking at the half-empty cup of tea, the brown-haired man said that it was, and she had borrowed the shell of God's revelation. Faith has the power to make one believe in the unbelievable. The protagonist's eyes widened sharply, and he mentally asked if he understood correctly that she became a nun not because she had prophetic dreams, but to make other people believe her. An image of an unusual white and red helicopter appeared. The protagonist said that they should stop talking about it, because it felt like he was asking her everything behind her back. Luca said that it was not a secret, and if he asked about it directly, she would kindly tell him everything, so the protagonist should ask her about it in person. Raising the cup to his mouth, the brown-haired man said that he hoped the boy would believe her words. He also added that he did not believe until he himself lost his entire family in an accident. An image of the brown-haired man appeared, raising both hands, with tears in his eyes, asking why she did not persuade them. The blonde girl apologized. Lowering his head, the man said with annoyance that it was very stupid. Turning his head, the red-haired boy looked at him silently. He suddenly lowered his head onto his hand. A man's voice came from the gray radio. The protagonist asked what happened to Lena. He looked at the screen of his radio and listened to her words. She said that it seemed like the nuclear power plant was going to explode. Two people looked ahead in shock. The houses of a religious community appeared, with several electricity poles in the background. An image of a door appeared, with a sign near it saying that it was a conference room. Lena, wrapped in a dark cloak, said that she saw this in a dream. Looking seriously into her eyes, the protagonist thought about how he had never heard of a power plant exploding in the 3 years before the regression. Standing in the middle of a room with a dozen people, he asked why it happened now. Coldly looking down, the protagonist mentally asked if this was possible, and if it was because the spread of zombies had accelerated. An image of dozens of zombies walking appeared, with several heavily damaged buildings in the background. The protagonist said that zombies were definitely spreading faster, and that the mutations were speeding up the infection period. He mentally stated that someone must have managed to shut down the nuclear power plant before the regression, but not this time. Placing his hands on his hips, the protagonist asked if she knew where. Looking at him, the blonde girl said that she had seen a sign that said Tianwen. The protagonist said that Tianwen was in China and asked when it would happen. The girl apologized, saying that she couldn't find out because the dream was too short. Clutching his head, the man said that the Tianwen nuclear power plant was the closest Chinese nuclear power plant to Korea. He added that they couldn't avoid radioactive contamination. He also asked with annoyance why there was always such shitty news. Looking seriously at Yeho, the protagonist asked him to explain in more detail. The guy said with a hand gesture that since the nuclear power plant was a facility that needed to be protected first in case of an emergency, it should have been shut down immediately after the zombie apocalypse began. An image of a huge nuclear reactor appeared. He added that it would take between 1 and 5 years of maintenance before it would shut down completely, and added that if everyone responsible for it turned into zombies, the diesel engine would stall once the reactor's coolant ran out. An image of a huge explosion at the power plant appeared. Yeho said that the pressure in the nuclear reactor would rise at that very moment, and not only in China, Korea, or Japan, but in a few years, nuclear power plants would start exploding like dominoes all over the world. An image of several scared and worried people appeared. An image of the ruins of a city appeared, with a huge amount of dust in the air. The protagonist asked if there was a safe zone. The guy said no, unless they dug a tunnel really deep underground in Korea. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. Closing his eyes, he mentally declared that he remembered, even though it was in his past life. Putting his hands in his pockets, he thought about how before and after the apocalypse, reality was always pushing him to lose. An image of a huge shadow of the hand that held the protagonist appeared. He mentally said that no matter what plans he made, no matter how hard he tried, the future was already predetermined. Standing with his eyes closed, he mentally declared that he was not going to meekly accept this. Opening his eyes, he declared with madness on his face that if this was God's plan, then he wanted to tell him something. After that, he mentally sent him away. He said that even if he cut off his breathing and there was only one breath of air left, even if he had to crawl like an insect, he would survive. Lowering his head, he asked what about going abroad. With his mouth and eyes wide open, the dark-haired guy asked what he meant. Looking back, the protagonist stated that Korea was unsafe and asked where they could go. Iho jerked sharply and told him to slow down. Opening a red marker, he stated that if the zone was expanded to cover the entire world, there was a safe place. He began drawing red lines on a world map. He said that with the radiation covering the world, the only safe place was a windless zone. An image of a red circle appeared, enveloping Asia. The guy said that this was mainly the southern hemisphere. He added that the safest places would be in Hawaii, Australia, and New Zealand. Lowering his head, the guy said sadly that despite this, it was practically impossible. An image of a small metal vessel on the water appeared. Iho said that with their fishing boat and a staff of 100 people, it was pointless. After all, they would have to sail more than 8,000 kilometers, and they would not even reach Jeju Island. The protagonist asked what would happen if they didn't go on a fishing boat. The dark-haired guy turned around and asked what he was planning on doing so. The protagonist said they had a warship. The shocked guy asked him again. An image of a huge moored ship appeared. The protagonist asked if they could go on a warship if they had enough fuel. The dark-haired guy looked at him in surprise and said that it was theoretically possible, adding that if it was an Incheon-class warship, given its carrying capacity and cruising range, it would be possible to get to Hawaii. If they used GPS or an auxiliary radar, there would be no problem with navigation. Looking ahead, Yihan asked if he meant an Incheon-class warship. Raising both his hands, Jiho said that it was, but the equipment was slightly different. In the case of the Mistral, which used capital from Ulsan, its class is most likely Pohang. Looking ahead, the guy added that he also did not see the helicopter, which is always included in the Incheon class. Folding his arms, the brown-haired man asked if it was definitely an Incheon class. An image of unusual meter-long equipment on the ship appeared. The dark-haired guy said that the Mistral has additional equipment. It does not belong to the Navy, but to the Air Force. Smiling, Luca said that as for the helicopter, someone could have simply lured it, for example, him. The boy said that even with his hand, it was a problem to operate a warship like this. Swift said that it was worth leaving at least one Marine alive. The brown-haired man folded his arms and said that even if a few people survived, it would not have made a big difference. Because operating a warship is based on the division of labor, most of them are not professionals. Opening the window, the protagonist said that in this case, they need to decide on a direction. Several people looked at him in surprise. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that all operations are cancelled. He also added that he was talking about the Hydra, Yongjong, and the military unit. All attention is on leaving the radioactive contamination zone. Turning to his team, the protagonist said with the ship in the background that they will be going abroad on this warship. Several people continued to listen to the protagonist's words with surprise on their faces. He said that they will be going abroad on this warship. He called Lena. The blonde girl turned her head and asked what he wanted. Walking up to the window and looking at the ship, the protagonist said that she once said that we should fight not against people, but for the preservation of humanity. She confirmed it. The guy's red hair began to flutter in the wind. He apologized and said that it did not suit him. The girl's eyes widened. She silently listened to the guy. The protagonist said that he meant that she had come to the wrong place with a mission to save humanity. Turning his head, he said with a cold face that his goal was the survival of only him and those who were here. Looking at the crowd of people, he said that therefore everyone who believed in him would follow him. Several men looking at him smiled. Punching the air with his fist, Swift said with a smile that they would finally conquer the world. An image of a map appeared with the affected area marked. The protagonist said that they first needed to get fuel and asked Luca what kind of fuel was used on warships. Adjusting his cap, the brown-haired man said with a smile that most naval ships use marine fuel oil, called F-76, a mixture of fuel oil and gasoline. An image of part of an oil refinery appeared. The man said that there should be enough of it in the warehouse of the oil refinery in the port of Incheon, since this oil refinery supplied fuel to the military. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist said that this was good, but the issue was in the operation of the warship. Making a gesture with both hands, the dark-haired guy said that the materials on the use of warships were classified and they would have to look for everything themselves. He also added that the best place to look was the Karen headquarters in Chungcheong Namdo, followed by the Naval Officer School in Jeongnam, Jinhee. The protagonist said that it was too far. Looking up, Yeho said that there was a naval center in Uudibangro, but it had nothing to do with training. An image of a long white building appeared. The guy remembered the National Library. The protagonist asked where the library had classified documents from. An image of a huge number of shelves with various books appeared. The guy said that the National Library stored all the official publications published in South Korea, so the closed section should store the textbooks for sailors. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that no matter how you look at it, it would be very strange if the library had the necessary materials. Clutching his head and lowering it, the dark-haired guy said that he himself was not sure and added that the textbooks were also at the naval bases, but he did not know their exact location. Folding his arms, Yehan said with a smile that they should first find out everything, and added that if he asked anything, do not be shy. An image of a part of the library and the entrance to it appeared. The protagonist said that for now they would be heading to the nearest location, the National Library, the Naval Center, and the Officer School, in that order. An image of a small helicopter appeared, flying in the sky. A dozen zombies were stretching their hands towards it. Luca asked if everything would be okay if he shot like that. Firing a machine gun, the guy stated that Yehan ordered to push the zombies away as far as possible. An image of a warehouse filled with iron boxes appeared. Making a dash with his sword, the protagonist instantly cut down several zombies. A dozen corpses lay on the ground nearby. Lowering his weapon, the protagonist turned to Yehan and Hajin. He asked how they were doing. Holding a walkie-talkie, the dark-haired man stated that he was almost done and would be finished in an hour. The protagonist told him not to overdo it and stated that he had blocked all the approaching zombies. An image of several people calmly dismantling the warehouse appeared. Picking up the documents, Yeho stated that they needed to move all the barrels marked JP8. He also added that if they saw products marked F76, MDO, or MF, they needed to be stored separately. An image of hundreds of red barrels appeared. The guy added that fuel oil, also known as G, but also heavy oil, gasoline, and gasoline, needed to be stored separately. He also added that they still needed to get 1 barrel of naval fuel oil. An image of several cranes and cargo ships appeared. The protagonist applauded with a smile. Looking at the people lying around, he said that they were great and now they needed to go back. An image of several orange cranes from the same company appeared. The protagonist added that tomorrow they needed to go to Buffingu municipality by bike. An image of a high-rise glass building near a fenced area appeared. Folding his arms and grinning, the blonde man mockingly called the protagonist a puppy. Smiling and looking ahead, the protagonist stated that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Shaking hands with Hyan, Swift asked how his life was. The man stated that the guy still had the same cute face. Placing his hands on his hips, the fair-haired man said that he was waiting for a response on the radio, but did not wait and came. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that he sent a message, and apparently it did not come. Smiling and raising an eyebrow, the man said that it was an urgent matter, so to speak, his blue-eyed queen. He also asked if he himself had forgotten how to talk. The protagonist smilingly asked why they didn't use the camp near the Buchan City Hall. Looking at him, the white-haired man said that the women from the family fund went there, so Miss Kim came to see him. Turning his gaze to the girl standing next to him, he greeted her. The brown-haired girl asked how the protagonist had been doing with a sweet smile. Raising his hand, the white-haired man said with a smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and offered to drink beer to celebrate the meeting. An image of several buildings appeared inside a fenced area. The protagonist said no problem, but they needed to leave soon. The man said that he was heartless and said that they needed to go inside, otherwise the zombies would sniff them out. Putting his hands in his pocket and heading into the building, Yehan noticed his old acquaintance. Looking at Gapsu, who had many scars on his face, he greeted him. The dark-haired man confirmed that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. Looking at the guy with anger on his face, the white-haired man asked who allowed him to talk to the commander and added that a greeting was enough. Putting his hand to his head, he apologized. Following the protagonist and smiling broadly, the man stated that among those the protagonist gave him, this guy was the best. Although his mental state left much to be desired, he was trying to improve it. An image of several buildings appeared under the bright afternoon sun. 2 dark-haired guys with rifles stood at the entrance. Pouring tea into a cup, the protagonist said that he did not come here for a viewing. The man asked what happened. Looking at the man sitting in front of him on the couch, the protagonist stated that he needed help. The man said okay and asked what he needed. Yan stated that he needed a document describing the operation of a military ship. The man's eyes widened sharply in shock. The protagonist added that it would be good if these were textbooks, publications, and classified documents. Lowering his head and smirking, the fair-haired man asked if he wanted to rob the naval headquarters. Keeping his hands on the chair, the protagonist confirmed. Throwing up both hands, the man declared that he was good and that his plans were simply incredible. He also asked if Yehan wanted to become his adopted son. Looking at the man seriously, the protagonist asked if he could help in the end. Opening his mouth wide and starting to laugh loudly, the man declared that the protagonist was too talkative. An image of an office with a board, books, and documents appeared. The man declared that he could not get the military documents, but he knew where they were. Correcting himself, he added that it was still possible to get them, but the risk was too great. Lowering his head and narrowing his eyes, he seriously stated that they should talk about payment first. Smiling, the protagonist said that he would let him ride the plane. The blonde man's eyes widened in surprise. He raised his hand and hit his outer forearm, saying that the protagonist doesn't even have to think about it. Johan lowered his head and smiled, saying that he was joking. In fact, he would give important information. The old man asked how valuable it was. The boy, without raising his head, said that it was so important that his future survival depended on it. The man frowned, looking at him. He waved his hand, saying that he refused because it was not profitable for him. The protagonist frowned, asking if in that case he could ask for something, but for free. The old man sat in a chair across from him, asking if he would stay there if he was against it, asking what the hero needed. Johan said that he himself was not very familiar with naval bases, so he was going to the National Library, but maybe the man knew some bases nearby. The old man raised his eyebrows, saying that in Hwasong is the Northwestern Defense Headquarters, in Yongsan is the Joint Headquarters, asking if he wanted to read since he was going to the National Library, although he thought the guy was smart, but he turned out to be just crazy. The protagonist lowered his head and smirked. He thanked him for his work. The man frowned in displeasure, saying that he wanted to know what the hero was planning. On the table there were 2 white mugs on saucers. Johan asked if he wanted a deal, to which the man replied, "No way," asking just a hint since he was able to help him. The old man's eyes widened when he heard that a disaster was coming that was hard to escape from. His gaze became foggy. He mentally repeated the word disaster. The boy opened his mouth, saying that if he was curious, they could go with them, because they didn't even have to fight, but once, when they were in danger, the man's people should help them move away. The old man, sitting in a chair, asked if he was really using them as backup. Apparently this information was really important. The hero sitting opposite said that if he heard it, he wouldn't regret it. The man frowned. A drop of sweat ran down his face. He thought that the boy wouldn't talk nonsense. He had seen many children, but he had never met a boy who had so many secrets. Johan looked at him from under his brows, clasping his hands. The old man understood that the young man would achieve his goal, since he was even ready to shake up the fleet. The man frowned. He said that he agreed to the deal. They would cover for them if anything happened, asking if this was information in exchange for life. Johan's eyes widened. He said that there was one more thing. If the old man's people were in danger, the heroes would not be able to help them. The man stood up, leaning his hands on the glass table, calling the guy a little trickster, but nevertheless, he liked him. The old man patted him on the shoulder, saying that he had never regretted dealing with him. He smiled and extended his hand, saying that they would cover for him and do a good job. Above the tall buildings were a clear blue sky with white clouds. Kalgu opened the door slightly, asking if the old man called him. The man frowned, saying that he needed to choose 15 strong boys because they were preparing for a trip to Seoul. The boy frowned, asking if the old man would go with them, to which he received a yes. The man smiled, saying that it had been a while since he had had a blast, and he could also enjoy the views. White clouds were slowly floating across the blue sky. There was a knock on the door, after which a voice was heard, allowing them to enter. 5 boys entered the room. Swift walked in front and smiled. The old man frowned and smiled, saying that 3 commanders and 2 soldiers was the perfect balance. He stood by the map and held a pointer in his hands, saying that he would give the young men some tips. Noting that this information was included in the support costs, Johan folded his arms across his chest, agreeing and asking him to continue. The man turned to the map and pointed to the place, saying that firstly he would explain the route. There were different paths, but he would show the safest road to Yongsan. The guy turned to the protagonist, asking if they were really going there, to which Johan raised his eyebrows and said that they would go there first, to the joint headquarters, and then to the National Library nearby. The guy opened his eyes in surprise, talking about the joint headquarters. At the entrance stood 2 men with machine guns in their hands. The end of the pointer was at the brightly marked territories on the map. The old man said that the forces that could pose a potential threat were concentrated in 3 Seoul camps. The Uido camp, the largest, was marked in red on the map. The man said that they had increased their power in Yongsan, having absorbed the territory of the dog catcher. The hero imagined a guy whose face was hidden in the shadow and serious men behind him. The old man said that their leader was a good guy who surrounded himself with the same people who were watching the camp. Johan looked ahead carefully, thinking about what the man was talking about. Shino. The old man folded his arms and raised his eyebrows, saying that his client had once clashed with these guys in Shinwon-do. The protagonist frowned, saying that they operated from Uido to Yongsan. Their area of influence is large. The man noted that to be more precise, it was Yongsan, Mappo and Uido. They moved mainly underground, and there should be locusts there. He imagined the entrance to the underground descent into the subway. The protagonist imagined a zombie locust, saying that since they knew how to deal with it, it was not fatal. The man frowned, saying that the next camp was located in Guro. The guy nodded. The old man said that he did not really know what and how it was arranged there. However, there were too many people there. The protagonist asked what happened with the last check, to which he received the answer that more than a month had passed. The territory of the camp was marked on the map in yellow. Johan raised his eyebrows, thinking that 1 month was enough for the camp in Seoul to be completely destroyed, but this place still had nothing to do with the destination. The end of the pointer was in the area highlighted in green. The old man said that it was the Jamsil Sports Complex. The guy asked if it was still standing. A large round stadium with high walls and an incomplete roof. The man asked if this was what he was talking about. The protagonist said that it was, asking if some of the capital's defense complex personnel were stationed there, as well as the tank forces of Gyeonggi and Paju. The man said that it was the last government-controlled shelter left in Seoul, and also, there was a large amount of food and military power there from the beginning. 2 men in uniform and with machine guns were standing near the tank. The guy asked if they were still holding up well, to which the old man replied that it seemed that soldiers from destroyed military units and just loners were flocking there. Although the victims did not stop because of the zombies, but there was a constant influx of new forces. The military stood by a high fence, watching the approaching zombies. The man said that this place had one problem. The guy mentally added that it was food. Johan lowered his eyebrows, looking into the void. The protagonist thought that this camp was called a reliable part of Seoul. Survivors were sent there, who stopped the attack of zombies and mutants. He imagined the military who were shooting at the Walking Dead. The problem was the lack of food, or more precisely, in the commanders, who saved too many people. People settled on the stadium field. Time passed and hunger riots began. People were getting more and more out of control and attacking soldiers. The heroes attacked the military, beating them with sticks. The solution was never found, so the command decided to escape from Seoul through the Han River, but later everyone turned into zombies. A large white ship was moving on the water. The exhausted people were on the football field of the stadium next to the empty boxes. Although there were many talents, but due to hunger and strife between the people and the command, the camp was eventually destroyed. The man smiled, pointing at his head, saying that this is a great squad, and if they can't unite, it will be difficult to fight against them. The old man frowned, saying that there is one more thing to remember: never shoot at the head. He imagined a wide street completely filled with zombies, saying that it can attract tens of thousands of zombies, and there are about 10 million of them in Seoul. The guy knitted his eyebrows and opened his mouth wide, asking if they should go to Jaryong or Jinhigu. The protagonist looked at him, saying that he himself knows how much time they have left. The guy straightened up, saying that there was no need to regret anything or look back, they just needed to look forward. The tall buildings were surrounded by a fence with barbed wire. The guy's hand pressed the gas pedal of the motorcycle. The heroes moved forward quickly along the road. Johan thought that there was only one way to suppress anxiety: you need to act, not think. The guy's hair fluttered in the wind. He thought that there really were no zombies here, just like the old man said. There were white clouds in the blue sky. A tall building surrounded by a fence was visible. It was the Chenyang camp on the approach to Seoul. The heroes parked their motorcycles near the stone fence. The old man smiled and shouted to the guys standing at the entrance with machine guns. The man came closer, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy standing opposite noted that this was indeed true. The old man asked how Chenyang was doing, to which he received the answer that she was in the director's office. The man asked to inform about him and the guests who had arrived. The man covered the bodies of people on the green grass with white sheets. The heroes moved forward, passing through a stone arch. Johan froze, looking at the bandaged soldier, thinking that this was the result of a crazy battle. But not with zombies, because they do not use firearms. The man had a bandaged head and chest. There were traces of blood on the bandages. The guy called out to the captain. The hero raised his head, asking what happened. The young man said that he was interested in something. They walked along the corridor, near the walls of which people were sitting. The guy said that they all looked bad, asking why they did not leave Seoul, and not only them, but also the rest of the survivors in Seoul, why they remain in a place where there are about 10 million zombies. The heroes walked forward at the same time. Johan noticed that the guy had a sharp mind, to which he replied that this was a stupid act. In their place he would want to get away as soon as possible. The main character put his hands in his pants pockets, saying that they have their reasons. The guy asked if he saw people in the camp and what he thought about it. The boy looked out the window at the people sitting outside, saying that they looked hopeless. The exhausted people with medical bandages were sitting on the floor of the room. The boy was saying that they could not see the future, because they could barely survive the current day. Leaving Seoul and preparing for the future was an impossible dream for them. Johan frowned, saying that they had already gotten used to this hopeless existence. The boy sadly knitted his brows and looked down, saying, "Is that so?" He sadly looked ahead, thinking that this atmosphere was familiar to him, because before he met the protagonist, he and the people around him were the same. The boy remembered Johan standing in front of the group of people, thinking that the commander's strength is not only that he saves people with his strength, but also that in this despair, he gives a goal and hope. That is why he wants to help the hero achieve his goal by being by his side. The boy remembered the boy standing at the window through which one could see the military ship. Johan gritted his teeth and waved his hand in front of his face, asking why he was looking at him like that again, to which the boy with shining eyes said that he respected him very much. The protagonist moved forward and, raising his eyebrows, told him to be careful so as not to die. There was a blue sky above the multi-story pink building. The sign said that the director's office was located here. The girl folded her hands on the table and smiled, inviting the girl and the guests to come in. She introduced herself as Yonhee, the leader of this camp, asking to immediately switch to you. The protagonist introduced himself standing in front of her. She noticed that he had an unusual name, asking if he was a Christian. There were small cabinets in the room and a picture hung on the wall. The boy said that he simply grew up in an orphanage run by a church. The protagonist looked at the smiling girl, thinking about what he had heard about how this camp was mostly made up of fighters, but a female leader was very unusual. The door swung open. A little girl ran into the room, greeting her grandfather. The man smiled happily, his cheeks blushing. He opened his arms for a hug, saying that Chunyang was getting prettier every day. The girl rested her head on her palm and exhaled, saying that this was her grandfather's granddaughter, another quirk. The protagonist watched the old man spin the little girl around, thinking that behind that mask of composure, there was room for tenderness. Yonhee frowned and smiled, asking the commander if he was the one who caught the dog catcher. Johan raised his eyebrows in surprise. The girl leaned her hand on the armrest of the chair, asking if he was surprised, because she herself could not believe it when her grandfather told her. She still cannot believe it. The main character, standing in front of her, said that although it is hard to believe, but the dog catcher is dead. Yonhee smiled, asking if the guy could tell her about his last minutes of life. He raised his eyebrows, thinking that their fates are connected. Clouds slowly floated across the blue sky. The girl put her hand on the armrest, saying that the man was a real idiot. The guy asked if she would tell what happened between them. Yonhee raised her eyebrows, saying that there is nothing to tell, a typical story in which the strong bully the weak. The stone building with the green roof stood next to the shopping mall. The Chunyang camp is a good shelter near Seoul Station. They survived by searching the discount stores nearby, until one day a gang appeared and began to kidnap and kill the inhabitants. There was a bloody machine gun lying on the ground. Unable to bear it, Yonhee gathered the soldiers and fought with the dog catcher. The result was a complete rout. The bodies of people in military uniforms lay on the ground. And also, a man caught her and humiliated her in front of his subordinates. Jeonggun smiled, holding her by the hair. After that day, the camp's power dropped greatly. The girl was threatened that if she delivered supplies once a week, then his people would start kidnapping children. In the end, sacrificing half of the group, she managed to escape. The area in front of the shopping mall was strewn with bodies of people. The girl looked up, saying that the others didn't go with her to Yongyungpo, and there was a Shino camp nearby. The protagonist stood at the table, asking if they didn't touch the camp in Uido, to which the girl replied that after they hid, the dog catcher's squad encountered Shino's camp. She looked at the map hanging on the wall, saying that during the battle, they killed half of the gang. But the dog catchers also killed a lot of people. After that, Jeonggun didn't touch Uido anymore. The guy frowned, imagining the image of Seolwa, thinking that perhaps Jeonggun was preparing to destroy the camp by planting a spy in Uido like this girl. The guy imagined a man with a machine gun on the roof, thinking that because the camp was focused on protecting the base, the dog catcher was unable to fully defeat them. Johan frowned, asking if after that he had gone off somewhere far away as if under a spell, leaving the Uido camp unattended. The girl confirmed his words, saying that the man had gone after him. She imagined a smiling Jeonjun, saying that when he left Uido, he hadn't thought that he wouldn't come back. It was a stupid mistake. The boy furrowed his brows, saying that the man had always been like that, never thinking that he could lose, thinking in his mind that he hadn't gotten over it even after his wife's death. Yonhee sat with her hands folded on the table. She said that the people he had suppressed with fear didn't even dare to think about running away. Even when the dog catcher hadn't returned, after a few weeks, even when the rumors of his death had begun to die down. She imagined the boy raising his hand, saying that it was after Shino's exit that everyone began to move. The sky above the city was filled with smoke. Yonhee was talking about how he had gathered the remains of each camp and attacked the observer camp, and most of the camps were destroyed, including them. The hero lowered his head, saying that he could see it. He was thinking that knowing Shino's character, he wouldn't have attacked the dog catcher head on, so he came to this camp and tried to unite them into an alliance, but was refused, and he probably felt betrayed by the refusal because the leader of the Chunyang camp survived thanks to him. Shino was walking away from Yonhee's table, next to which stood a guy with a gun. The guy looked ahead, thinking that Shino was the kind of person for whom camaraderie and a sense of duty that needed to be repaid were important. People on the street had covered the bodies of the dead with white sheets. The hero was thinking that if the Chunyang camp had accepted his offer, they would be living much better now, enjoying the patronage of a strong man. In any case, this was bad news for them. The boy opened his mouth, saying that he wanted to avoid a fight with the Uedo camp. Yoni smiled, saying that even knowing how strong he was, she knew that it would be better to avoid a fight since they weren't even afraid of mutants. Johan furrowed his brows, thinking that it wasn't that he would lose, the boy just didn't want to fight him since he had geniuses like Swift and Hajin with him now. They had been together for over a year since he returned to the past, and his current comrades were more important to him than his friends from the past. The boy imagined himself surrounded by other happy heroes. There was a bright blue sky above the building. The old man patted Chunyang on the head, saying that Grandpa needed to talk to Mom, asking her to go play. She smiled, saying, "Okay." The girl headed for the door. Johan turned to the girl, asking about her name being Hyejung, but why then was she called Chunyang? Yoni smiled, saying that it was her grandfather who started calling her that as soon as he saw her daughter. He said, "Pretty like Chunyang," and from then on it went on and on. The guy smiled and raised his eyebrows, asking if it was hard with him. The girl leaned her head on her hand, saying that she was glad that he was so worried, but they were fine. There were big red cars parked near the warehouses. She said that there was a shortage of food, but they were holding on, and they could get water from the 119 center. There were golden cups on the cabinet. The guy asked if she was going to settle here, to which he answered that the girl should take care of herself first and then the others. She was thinking about going to her grandfather in Bupyeong, but she was afraid that she would cause problems because supplies were getting harder to find. Johan listened to her attentively, without taking his eyes off her. She smiled, saying that she was curious about the kind of person he was, whom her grandfather praised so much. Yoni folded her hands in front of herself, saying that now she saw, she liked him at first sight. The guy raised his eyebrows in confusion. The old man frowned and shouted in displeasure that they did not have time, they needed to get down to business. The boy put his hands on his hips, saying it was time to go. Yoni, who was sitting in front of them, asked if they wanted to take a break, to which the hero replied that they were going to leave right now. The girl noted that they were in a hurry and that was not good. The old man smiled, saying that the kid was a bit of a rush so they would borrow electric scooters. Yoni furrowed her brows, saying that she could borrow them without a problem, but they better not go to Seoul now, asking if they were going anyway. Johan raised his head and looked at her, saying that they needed to go. The girl looked at him with wide green eyes. She furrowed her brows and smiled, saying that then the three would distract the zombies until the heroes left on Nodal Highway. This was for him for getting revenge on the dog catcher for them. The heroes looked at the doors, thanking her. The girl said that the scooters could be charged downstairs. Yoni smiled and called out to the commander, offering to meet him again if he survived. Johan smiled, looking at her. There was a clear blue sky with clouds above the brick building. The man stood next to the transport, saying that these were electric scooters. The protagonist frowned, thinking that although the old man had introduced it, the way everything was provided to them so easily was a bit too much. A loud sound was heard in the silence of the city. The guy smiled, saying that this was a signal, now they can go. Johan looked at him, saying thank you and stepping on the gas. The young man happily said that Yoni asked him to take care of him, and since she wanted it, then it was necessary. The protagonist thanked him again. White clouds floated slowly across the blue sky. The guys quickly moved forward on scooters. Johan rode in front, frowning. In front of the heroes were tall buildings, from which ash and soot rose into the sky. The smoke became thicker, the tall buildings were blocked by it. The guy reported that there were 3 zombies ahead. Swift smiled, cutting through the bodies of the dead. The zombie opened his mouth wide and growled. Corporal On opened his eyes wide, informing the captain that there was a bunch of zombies in the alley to the right. A crowd of sighted dead people moved straight towards the heroes. Johan frowned and brought the radio closer, ordering them to move to the left lane and run away as quietly as possible. The guy held tightly to the handlebars of the electric scooter, steering it to the side. The heroes hurried to leave the place that was teeming with zombies. The guy screamed, seeing more zombies ahead, a crowd of dead people slowly moving towards them. Hajin gritted his teeth and prepared his weapon. Holding the handlebars of the scooter with one hand, he cut through the bodies of zombies. Moving forward, the guy praised him. The river was visible, with the red Uedo bridge built across it. The protagonist's eyes widened. He brought the radio to his mouth, telling them to stop. The heroes froze, seeing a whole street of walking dead ahead. He frowned, thinking that at first glance there were about 600 zombies here. The landscape was not in their favor. Because of the loud sound, they would be heard immediately. The guy said that the meeting would be in the building at 7. They would look around and assess the situation, and then move on. He looked at the multi-story yellow brick building with signs. The guys parked their electric scooters at the entrance. A loud sound was heard from the stairwell. Johan frowned, opening the door to the roof. In front of him, he saw a zombie stretching his arms forward. The protagonist, with a calm face, kicked him in the head, splashing blood. The rest of the group went outside. Johan put his hands out and sighed, thinking about how Seoul smelled like blood. He looked at the crowds of zombies walking around the wide streets of the city, thinking that it wouldn't be easy. Swift frowned and said that it was more dangerous than he thought, asking why there were so many zombies. The street was filled with loudly roaring monsters, and Swift reminded him that Johan said that there were fights in Uedo, so the zombies must have come from all over. They stood on the roof, looking down at the monsters. Swift said that there must be a road that the dog catcher came from, and the protagonist replied that they would drive the zombies to another place and get through. He looked down and added that they would have no trouble getting away since they were on scooters, and Swift asked if they would try that. The blonde man opened his mouth in shock and asked if they should take the subway. He said that Yongyungpo Market Station was 2 blocks away. He introduced the subway lines and said that they could transfer to line 1 at single station. Johan touched his chin and thought that it was not bad. They were standing on the roof of a brick building. The protagonist agreed and said that they would leave the scooters there and walk from there. Zombies were walking around below and growling loudly. Black sawdust was flying in the middle of the smoke. The monsters gritted their gray teeth and growled loudly. Johan frowned his thin eyebrows and told his comrades to prepare for battle and line up to break through. A crowd of armed men stood in the middle of the wide street. A girl with short brown hair drew an arrow onto her bowstring as the protagonist told the defense to attack from a long distance. Johan raised his hand and pointed at the zombies in the front row. The arrows quickly flew forward. They pierced the heads of the monsters, who opened their mouths wide and screamed loudly. The zombies roared and walked towards the protagonist and his comrades. The warriors gritted their teeth and sweated in fear, turning around. Johan frowned, opened his mouth and thought that this was different from when the zombies attacked one after another, and told his comrades not to panic, because they would be able to break through. One of the zombies raised his hand. The protagonist ordered the vanguard to attack. Swift grabbed an axe and ran forward, grinning confidently. He swung the weapon, striking the zombies. The monsters opened their mouths, their round eyes shining brightly. Smoke rose in the street. There were splashes of blood in the air. Eddie gritted his teeth, attacking one of the zombies. The protagonist turned around, holding a gun in his hand, and told Hajin and Swift to slow down and Eddie to speed up. Johan was looking at Eddie carefully. He walked up to the boy, telling him to go on defense and to replace someone if he saw that someone needed a break. Eddie closed his eyes and accepted the order. The blonde boy was breathing heavily through his mouth while beads of sweat were running down his face. The zombie raised his hands and screamed loudly, approaching him. Suddenly, an arrow pierced the monster's eye. So he was holding a bow in her hand, and Johan ordered Ji-won to switch with Youngsu. So he took aim, and the protagonist thought that she was accurate, much better than he expected. The humans were fighting a crowd of zombies, and Johan shouted for Eddie to come out as a replacement. The long-haired girl with a knife in her hand turned around and reported a bunch of zombies behind her. There was gray smoke in the air. Johan ordered Swift to switch with Jinsu, and blood immediately sprayed out. Sari frowned, clenched her teeth, and attacked one of the monsters. Heck clenched his jaw and swung his arms. He stepped in a pool of crimson blood and sighed heavily. Johan attacked a crowd of zombies who stretched their hands towards him. Splashes of dark blood gushed out from their bodies. The protagonist frowned his thin eyebrows and yelled that they were finishing. The 3 young men, whose faces were covered in sweat, smiled happily. They attacked the monsters. Gray smoke filled the space. The protagonist, whose pale face was dripping with sweat, sighed in relief. There were corpses of monsters on the ground. Johan praised his comrades, ordered the vanguard to walk along the perimeter, and the defense to collect arrows. He turned around abruptly, his brows furrowed and his lips pursed. He asked if Hajin and Swift had any strength left, and the men grinned and said they did. The protagonist turned away, smiled, and said that since the others were tired, they would run through the subway. Hajin and Swift closed their eyes and smiled. There was a sign on the ceiling that said elevator. In the empty room with turnstiles, red human handprints were visible on the white walls. The monster opened its mouth wide and waved its hand. Swift was focused on destroying the monsters. Hajin gritted his teeth as he fought the monsters. The protagonist bent down, swinging his dagger in the air. There were bloody corpses on the floor. The men looked at them. Johan asked if that was all, and Hajin confirmed it was. The man grabbed the metal beams. The youth was sitting on one knee, touching the iron door. The others fell to the floor, and the protagonist said that they would rest for half an hour and that there was one more thing they should know. There were human bodies on the floor, and Johan said that they were in the territory of the Uedo camp, where the local leader was called Shino. The protagonist furrowed his brows and said that Shino was his comrade. Looking at his subordinates, Johan said that Shino had quite an aggressive personality and asked everyone to avoid confrontations with the locals if possible because their goal was the data. The blonde-haired youth looked at the protagonist with a worried expression and asked what would happen if they ran into them. Johan placed his hands on his waist and replied that they had to come to an agreement and that from now on, it was forbidden to kill or attack anyone they met. There were red marks on the turnstiles, and the protagonist said that his subordinates should avoid them if they could, otherwise they could come to an agreement, and if it came to a fight, they could capture them alive. Hajin raised one eyebrow, asking if they should be taken alive if they attacked first, since the attackers might not be from the Uedo camp. Yohan lowered his head and thought. Hajin furrowed his brows and told the protagonist that it was a matter of life and death. The two youths looked at each other with fear. The protagonist looked at Hajin carefully and wondered if he should find Shino himself. He imagined the man sitting on the bloody throne and guessed that he was no longer the Shino he knew, and if they did not find common ground, it would be like entering a tiger's den. Some of the windows in the tall building were broken, and Yohan thought that if the joint headquarters in Yongsan was abandoned, there was no reason to contact the Uedo camp. The protagonist sighed. He furrowed his thin brows and concluded that there was nowhere to retreat because he had already spent a lot of time. The white building had an entrance with large red letters. Yohan thought that it was unknown if the materials were in Xiacho or Hwaesong, and Jinhigu and Garyong were far away. The protagonist imagined a huge building in the middle of green trees and came to the conclusion that no matter which direction he chose, it would be inferior to the current course. Yohan put his hands in the pockets of his gray pants and thought about what he had decided since returning, that no matter what hindered his survival, he had to step over it and move on. The protagonist looked down and thought that whether it was the dog catcher or Shino, he would take them down, and in any case, he did not even have the strength to resist the dog catcher. Yohan thought that he needed to overcome the feeling of not wanting to go with him. He put his hands on his waist and said that if a confrontation with the survivors was unavoidable, then there was no way to leave anyone alive. The people looked at Yohan carefully. He lowered his head and frowned seriously. Hajin smiled and said that he understood. The protagonist, with an angry look, thought that he should just destroy all the evidence and that the dead do not speak. There were red blood stains on the wall and the doors, and Yohan said that they would leave after they had rested. A crowd of people were descending the dark stairs, lighting the space with a flashlight. A girl with rectangular glasses called out to the protagonist. The zombie, whose head was covered in blood, opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. Eddie and Hayek gritted their teeth and sweated beaded with fear. The monster was nailed to the wall with a sharp object. Yohan looked at the zombie and asked if it was from Goldmoon. Swift, who was standing behind him, said that he had not heard that name for a long time, and it all started with that. Swift smirked and asked if their legend had begun, and Hajin said that he should not have met him then, and Swift asked if he would not have died if that had happened. The protagonist approached the zombie, leaned closer, and said that he was injured. He took out a blade and stabbed it into the monster's body, saying that he did not know why this happened. Yohan walked away and turned away, asking if Swift felt like someone was watching. He took a step forward and called Swift. The protagonist opened the metal doors and asked Swift if he remembered what he said when they first met at Goldmoon. Yohan jumped down, saying that Swift came to the department store to find something. A long dark tunnel was visible. Swift was surprised that the protagonist was asking about it only now, and Yohan said that he somehow forgot and there was no time to ask. Swift bowed his head, and a blonde-haired youth jumped down behind him. Yohan turned around and asked about the secret, but Swift remained silent. The protagonist looked away and said that Swift did not have to tell if he did not want to. The long-haired youth smiled and said that it was not a secret, but rather his dark past. A circle of light from the lantern was visible on the dark wall. Yohan walked ahead, followed by his subordinates. The zombies with red eyes screamed deafeningly. Seri frowned her thin eyebrows, cursed, and asked her comrades to wait. A huge number of aggressive monsters were visible behind the glass doors, and the girl asked if it was dangerous. Swift's eyes widened in surprise when Yohan said it was dangerous. The monster with red skin had brightly shining eyes. The protagonist shone a flashlight on it, and the monster roared loudly. A creature resembling a huge insect was sitting on the wall, and Yohan said that it was a mutant. The boys looked up, their mouths open in shock. They walked along the tunnel. The protagonist asked if everyone knew how to fight a mutant, and explained that they cannot use firearms because it can irritate the zombies. The train was swarming with zombies with glowing eyes, and Yohan ordered Corporalon, Sohee, and Seri to shoot arrows, while Swift and Hajin prepared for close combat, and the rest were on guard. The monsters raised their hands, roaring loudly, and the protagonist said that if the zombies on the train broke the glass, then his subordinates should deal with them. He grabbed the dagger by the blade and said that they would finish everything in 20 seconds. The dagger flew towards the mutant who was sitting on the wall. The weapon pierced the monster's head, which screamed loudly in pain. So he pulled an arrow onto the bowstring. The mutant opened its mouth wide, screaming shrilly as multiple arrows pierced its back. The monster darted to the side, trying to avoid the attacks. The protagonist spread his legs wide, bent, and frowned. He then jumped upward as the mutant tried to attack. Hajin clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. He punched the mutant in the face, and the dagger flew out of its forehead. The monster fell to the floor and rolled over it, raising dust into the air. The survivors ran through the dark tunnel. Yohan gritted his teeth and frowned. Swift swung his arms. The mutant screamed deafeningly, and green liquid flowed out of its nose. The warriors jumped back, trying to avoid the splashes. The young men opened their mouths in shock and raised their eyebrows at this. The protagonist, whose face darkened, turned around and addressed them as if they were children. They raised their eyebrows, sweated from fear, and immediately responded. Johan, standing near the fragments of the mutant's body lying on the floor, asked who would monitor the situation. The young men standing opposite him apologized. Metal structures were visible on the ceiling. There were pieces of the mutant's body on the floor, and the protagonist said that they would have received a reward if they were in the game, but as it was, their only reward was strength. Swift put one hand on his waist and grabbed the handle of his backpack when Johan said that the zombies would have broken the glass if they had hesitated, and with the mutant present, the zombies became several times more aggressive. The monsters standing inside the train pressed themselves against the glass, screaming loudly, and Swift said that it was creepy. The crowd of people went deeper into the long tunnel. In the spacious room, a board with directions was visible. Johan and his comrades walked forward, and the protagonist said that they would stop here today and move to Namune Station before dawn tomorrow. A dark, empty bridge was visible, and Johan explained that there might be survivors at Yongsan Station, so it was better to move in the semi-darkness so as not to run into them. They stood on the white tiles. Johan said that it might be uncomfortable, but they would sleep in one place and the guard would change every 2 hours. The boys sat down on the floor, saying that this mission was so difficult that they thought they would die. Johan sat down too. Hajin asked what happened to the mercenaries who were following them, and the protagonist said that they were resting, so there was nothing to worry about. The sky was pink. Then night fell, the constellations shone in the night sky. People walked along the bridge, their silhouettes dark against the sky. A fence marked the area. Hayek furrowed his brows and said that the road was blocked. The protagonist raised his thin eyebrows and remained silent. Suddenly, a blond boy slapped his hand on his arm, saying that it was burning. Johan turned around, asking what happened, and the boy said that he cut himself with something like a sharp thread. He rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, his wound was bleeding, and the protagonist told him to disinfect it and then bandage it. The boy opened his backpack and thought that he could not see anything because of the darkness. He turned on the flashlight. Jiangsu sat up, looking inside the backpack, and the boy standing behind him called out to him. Jiangsu froze, his eyes and mouth wide open, and a bullet flew through his head. The protagonist frowned his thin eyebrows and looked at him in shock. Blood splashed in the air, and he loudly called out to Jiangsu. Johan raised his eyebrows and yelled for everyone to lie down and turn off the lights. It was night and the protagonist thought the shooter was very accurate. The protagonist took out his walkie-talkie and said that there was an excellent sniper there and ordered the second group to prepare to infiltrate and the rest not to panic and to be ready to shoot. He cut the metal fence. They crawled through the hole. Silhouettes of men with machine guns were visible outside the window. Johan took aim and saw a flare. A bullet broke the glass and hit a man. The sniper was lying on the ground, the barrel of his machine gun smoking. The protagonist turned around and thought that the sniper's skills were unmatched. The bullets broke the rest of the windows. Johan raised the walkie-talkie to his mouth and ordered the second group to attack and the rest to provide fire. The sniper fired his machine gun. Bullets crashed into the windows and broke them. The machine guns released bullets with bright flashes. The protagonist knelt down and told the first and fourth groups to enter and the third group to cover them, drawing attention to themselves. Bright flashes from gunshots could be seen in the darkness. Johan ran quickly, dodging many bullets. There were many empty shops in the spacious room with a high ceiling. The protagonist ran up to Hajin, who was holding a gun in his hand, and said that the first floor was empty. Johan frowned his thin eyebrows, ordered Hajin and Jinsu to go to the second floor, and he himself, along with Corporal An, was going to go to the third floor. His subordinates crowded behind the protagonist, and he ordered Pio and Verd to make sure no one escaped from the first floor, and Yiho and Sohee to block the area in front of the entrance. The broken escalator was covered in stains of dirt and blood. There was no one in the corridor with white tiles on the walls. The man in the green uniform closed his eyes, opened his mouth, and dropped his weapon as a bullet hit him in the chest. Hajin came around the corner, holding a pistol in his hand. There were bullets lying in a pool of blood on the floor, and he reported that the second floor was clear. Hajin squatted down and said that the enemy had run out of bullets and retreated. The brown-haired boy froze, his eyes wide and his mouth open, while a broad-shouldered soldier stood behind him, raising his fist. Hajin hit him hard, and the boy fell face first onto the floor. Hajin turned around and called out to his comrade. He gritted his teeth and raised his pistol. Hajin fired, but the enemy ducked, dodging the bullet. Hajin was clutching the handle of the gun tightly. The enemy pinned Hajin by the throat against the wall, and he closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Hajin trembled, letting out a painful sigh. Hajin clenched his fist, pulling out a sharp blade. The soldier looked at it in horror. Then Hajin gritted his teeth and punched the enemy in the face. He raised his leg and bent his knee. Hajin kicked the enemy. Suddenly, the soldier grabbed his foot. Someone was running fast. The room with the dirt floor was empty. The man's eyes widened as glass shards flew past him. He fell down, where zombies with bloody faces were crowded. The soldier stood by the broken glass, looking at Hajin, who screamed loudly. There was duct tape and a box cutter on the floor. A young man with dark hair was tied up with duct tape at his hands and feet. A voice came from a radio lying on the floor, asking if they were okay and why they weren't answering. The man took the radio. The soldier turned away and reported that the invaders had counterattacked, and there were many of them. The room was dark. The voice on the radio said not to overdo it. The man in the black hat and clothes looked at the radio and said that he was going to kill everyone except the prisoner he asked. Suddenly, the soldier's black eyes widened. He raised his eyebrows in shock and sweat began to flow. His eyes turned red. He looked down and thought that he clearly saw himself being bitten by zombies. The soldier fell to his knees, and Hajin stood behind him, stabbing him with the sharp end of his metal arm. The man with the bloody arm raised his hand and pulled it out of the enemy's body. The sky was dark above the tall building. Soldiers in the same uniform held machine guns, telling Shino that they were ready. The sunset was visible behind the Yongsan Station building. The groups of survivors were examining the bodies of the mercenaries that had been killed. Suddenly, Pio looked up, noticing something. A bloody Hajin and Jinho were coming down the escalator. With his arms outstretched, the blonde asked if his comrade was okay. The man closed his eyes and waved them off. The protagonist looked at him and, noticing his wounds, asked his friend not to run into zombies anymore since they knew little about immunity. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, Hajin agreed and asked what happened to the enemies. He was told that 7 soldiers were dead and 1 was captured alive. The tied-up prisoner was sitting among the corpses of his comrades. Yohan said that he had a bad feeling. Looking to the side, he added that there was no sniper among the dead, which meant that the shooter was waiting in another place. Someone's voice came from the radio lying on the bench, trying to contact Iwan. Squinting, the guy realized that it was Shino's voice. Standing in front of the corpse of a dead comrade, Hajin asked what they should do now. The leader replied that first they needed to deal with the corpse. Jongsu, with a peaceful expression on his face, lay in a blue bag. The squad needed to pack his things. A memory flashed through the young man's mind of his comrade smiling next to Jihai when he was called capable. In the high-ceilinged room, there were advertising posters left over from peacetime. The escalator to the second floor was out of order. Someone asked how many people were on the floor, and upon hearing that there were 3, he decided to go up and check. A mercenary was lying on the floor in a pool of his own blood. Standing in front of him, the protagonist recognized this man. Hajin asked if his comrade knew him. In the memory, Iwan furiously frowned and ordered someone to kill everyone. Frowning, Yohan thought that this was a strong and brave man who survived even the fight with Sinyon. The fighter standing next to him worriedly called out to his friend. Putting his hands in his pockets, the guy lied that he did not know the dead man. There was a glass door with a sign in the room. The girl closed her eyes, unable to cope with the pain. Her shoulder was bandaged. Iho explained with a worried look that the bullet had gone right through, so the wound was not life-threatening. The young man leaned over and asked how his comrade was feeling. Turning over on her side, Junyoung began to cry and said that she did not want to fight anymore. The squad members bowed their heads in silence. Eddie looked sadly at his ally with his eyes downcast. The squad leader said that he had provided first aid, so everything would be fine if the injured woman just rested. It was daytime outside, but the room was dark due to the lack of electricity. The protagonist was sitting in the shade on a bench. A voice was heard from a nearby radio, addressing the invaders of Yongsan Station. Looking down, Yohan realized that the sniper had reached Shino. The red LED on the radio was lit. The voice said that it knew that it was being heard and asked the invaders to respond. The guy took the radio in his hand. Bringing it to himself, he answered that Yongsan Station was on the line. The voice said that if they did not release Sokka, they would greatly regret it. The members of the camp, led by Sirai, ran into the room. Looking at the tied-up prisoner, the young man replied that they would release him when they were done with their business, and asked the enemies not to approach and not to attack if they did not want their comrade to die in vain. The members of the camp crowded around their leader, listening to the conversation on the radio. The voice said that his soldiers would attack immediately if the camp did not release the prisoner, and would not leave until they killed every last one. Frowning, the protagonist thought that these words sounded quite sincere, but they would be killed even if they released the hostage. He asked what guarantees of their safety were if they released Sokka. The voice was silent. The bodies of dead soldiers lay in a row on the floor. The voice from the radio in the fighter's hand asked what their goal was. Bringing the radio closer, Yohan replied that they would leave as soon as they found something. There were spotlights hanging from the ceiling that were not working. The voice asked if there was any confirmation or guarantee that Saku would be free. The guy replied that he could only promise that. Sohee, Ong, and Hayek were watching their commander's conversation closely. The voice came from the radio in his hand again, inviting him to meet and talk. The young man looked questioningly to the side and asked the enemy what he meant. The voice suggested meeting only the two of them. Pio, Belinda and Yeho opened their mouths in shock. Their leader asked why he needed to take such a risk. The radio in his hands hissed. The voice explained that no one wanted to lose their comrades. Frowning, the protagonist thought that in that case the enemy would not have sent them to attack. Sari, along with the rest of her comrades, approached her commander. He pressed the button on the radio. Bringing it to his mouth, Johan suggested meeting in 20 minutes at a cafe at the crossing to Noryangen station. The team members opened their mouths in fear. Yeho asked him not to do it. Swift assumed that this was a common trap. Looking at them, the guy explained that he specially chose a place at the crossroads. The voice from the radio agreed to his proposal. Crossing his arms over his chest, the brunette asked what one could even talk about with people who had just tried to kill them. The bandaged Hajin agreed with his comrade and, frowning, suggested that the leader abandon this idea. Hearing that the commander was not going to go alone, the team opened their mouths in shock. Looking back, the young man ordered them to get ready and decided to ask for help from the mercenary gang, ordering Swift to explain everything to the old man. The brunette saluted and thought that he would do so. The room was empty. First they needed to send mercenaries to Noryangen station. The team was supposed to go forward under their cover as soon as the leader gave the signal. Someone asked what signal he was talking about. The commander pressed a button on the radio and explained that 2 presses would mean the negotiations failed and 1 press would mean success. The radio made a characteristic sound. Hayek, Hajin, and Swift nodded. Making a serious expression, the protagonist thought that Shino's big problem was honesty, because this man was not the type to think about setting a trap. Imagining the man on a mountain of burning corpses, he thought that it was because of this charm that many trusted him, and the dog catcher took advantage of this and broke him. There was a skyscraper on the street. Johan said that Swift would be the leader in his absence. The boy walked forward on the bridge, thinking that his team would always be a priority. The subway station was empty. Hayek and Corporal Ong hid around the corner, holding their weapons at the ready. The doors to the cafe were glass. There was no one behind the counter. The opponents were sitting at a table opposite each other. Shino smiled, praising his interlocutor for his self-confidence. The young man smiled back and said that his enemy was not one to set traps. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened. Frowning, he asked if his enemy really knew his identity. The protagonist confirmed this and noted that the enemy did not know him. There was a refrigerator in the corner, and when asked how he knew about it, Johan replied that he wanted to tell them, but they wouldn't believe him anyway. Shino's lips tightened. He raised one eyebrow in surprise when he was told that his men were the first to attack. The boy frowned and asked if the enemy didn't know that. When he answered in the affirmative, the leader of the survivors reminded him that it was the enemy that controlled the camp. The young man rested his chin on his hand and suggested that it was an internal split, since there were probably forces in the camp that insisted on shooting the invaders. The man closed his eyes and smiled and said that it was impossible to find out during a simple conversation. Suddenly frowning, he suggested that a spy had been sent to their camp. Placing his hands on the table, the protagonist replied that this was not the case, and standing up from the table, the leader of the group said that it would have been even better that way. Opening the fridge, he said that he was sorry that his squad had attacked first, but the enemy had invaded their territory without heeding the warning. Taking a can of soda from the fridge, Shino explained that he had put up a warning sign at single station and asked if the survivors hadn't seen it. Johan frowned. Remembering the zombie nailed to the wall, he figured that was why there was a very strange feeling coming from there. Keeping a serious expression, the boy wanted to ask one question. Throwing him a can of soda, the man said that he was ready to answer any number of questions. The leader of the survivors asked how the group knew that they were coming, since the soldiers had prepared for their arrival very quickly. The gang leader sat down in his seat with a thoughtful look. With a stern frown, the young man said the name of the Chenyang camp. Yoni smiled as she looked at him. The deal was too important for the mercenaries, and only the Chenyang camp knew the destination and route of the survivors. Thinking that it was impossible to get something for nothing, the protagonist said that he was careless. Taking a sip from the can, Shino confirmed it. Johan asked what united them and the Chenyang camp. The man smiled and replied that they just do not attack the camp, and the camp shares the necessary information. There was a pile of dead bodies and masks on the floor. The camp could have pretended not to know anything and run away, but they were left with no choice after the remaining servants of the dog catcher were killed. Frowning menacingly, the leader of the group said that Chenyang knew very well that he always repays his debts. Narrowing his eyes, the guy thought that he knew him better than anyone. Clutching the can in his hand, Shino explained that he could not just let the survivors go because his comrades died at their hands. The young man frowned sternly and said that the soldiers attacked first, which is why his comrade died. Gritting his teeth, the man countered by saying that the enemy attacked first, ignoring the warning, and that he could not let those who killed his comrades go in peace. The boy reached into his pocket. Taking the gun in his hands, the protagonist thought that it was useless and asked why negotiations were needed then. He looked up in surprise when he heard that the enemy wanted to meet him to get acquainted and thank him. Smiling, Shino reminded him that this was the man who dealt with the dog catcher, thanks to which his camp survived. The heroes sat opposite each other. Johan put the gun away and asked why he would take such a risk. The man replied that it was his duty. The boy called it stupidity. Placing his hands on the table and laughing, the leader praised the leader of the survivors for his straightforwardness. There were cardboard boxes on the floor. The boy suggested that they just let them go and not fight. Since he was driven by a sense of duty, Shino said that they were talking to him as if they knew him well. Opening his mouth, the protagonist said that he knew him better than anyone. Introducing his old friend surrounded by all his allies, he asked how Seunghi, Sehyun, Seunggi, and Seongwa were doing. The man's eyes widened in shock, and he asked who his interlocutor really was. Frowning, the boy assumed that his opponent had not told his current comrades that he worked for UDT, although it was not such a secret. The gang leader slammed the table. Frowning furiously, he repeated his question. Johan explained that it was hard to believe, but everything he said was true. Gritting his teeth, Shino ordered him to answer the question right away. Narrowing his eyes, the boy replied that he had returned to the past. Hearing that there had been a zombie apocalypse in his past life, in which he had survived for 3 years, the man raised his eyebrows in surprise. The young man furrowed his brows seriously and added that they had known each other and had been comrades for a year. Recalling how they had walked through explosions with machine guns in their hands, the protagonist said that they had confronted a dog catcher but had lost. Closing his eyes, the leader of the group said that this made no sense and sounded like the ravings of a madman. Johan said that he knew him and his younger sister well, but was in a hopeless situation. Shino's mouth opened in amazement at the reflection of his eyes. The guy suggested that they stop fighting, as he did not want his current or former comrades to die, the shadow of his hair falling on his eyes. The heroes silently looked at each other, sitting at the table. Squinting, the young man wondered if they would believe his words. Holding a gun in his hand, he decided that they needed to team up or else they would have to fight. Opening his mouth, the man agreed. Smiling, the gang leader stated that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The leader of the survivor camp opened his mouth in shock. Extending his hand, Shino said that he was glad to meet someone who had known him for several years, even if the feeling was not mutual. The heroes shook hands. The man noticed from the expression on his interlocutor's face that he was also glad to see him, and asked if he should show manners to his former comrade. Smiling, the protagonist realized that his old friend did not believe his words. Their hands were tightly clasped. Johan thought that he would still be glad to meet Swift and Hajin if he died again and returned to the past. Smiling widely, Shino said that his friend had already done a great job twice. Placing his hands on his hips, the guy asked how the others were doing. The heroes stood up from the table. Turning away, the man answered that Seunghi and Seongwa died, and asked not to ask how it happened. Frowning angrily, the boy thought that they weren't supposed to die within 3 years, but they died in the first 10 months. The zombie apocalypse had only started 3 months earlier, and so much had already changed. The girl with the bobblehead smiled in his memories. Seongwa was his ex. The gang leader punched the wall and cursed. Holding his fist to the crack, he apologized for not knowing where to put his emotions. Thinking that his old friend couldn't protect them from the dog catcher, the protagonist closed his eyes and declared that he had already avenged them. Gritting his teeth, Shino said that even tearing Jeongun into pieces would not be enough. Frowning angrily, he hoped that the dog catcher suffered enough before his death. Remembering how the dog catcher died amidst the fire, Johan said that he didn't just kill him, but cut his corpse into pieces. The man bowed his head and thanked him for it, saying that it made him feel a little better. The coffee shop at the station was bright. Smiling slightly, the boy said that it was nice to see his friend after a long time, but asked to get back to business. Smiling back, the gang leader agreed, noting that they would probably get along. They sat down at the table again. Shino offered to fight, but the boy refused, saying that he was barely holding on. The man swallowed nervously. Making a serious face, he said that he would forgive the death of his comrades because the dog catcher was dead. Smiling, the camp leader thanked him for this. The leader asked him not to return to their territory anymore. Looking away, he explained that a riot would start and he would be removed from his post as the camp leader if outsiders walked through their territory, and his position was already unstable. Squinting, the protagonist realized that he was right. Shino had failed to take over the camp despite their strength because they lacked a core and some unity. The men looked at their commander standing on the dais. The man with glasses was smiling. There was a spy in the camp who had been planted by the dog catcher earlier. Johan stated that they had to pass through here and suggested negotiating with other authorities to resolve everything, his hair covering his eyes. Scratching his chin, the man said that Mr. Moon was acting as his advisor and that perhaps he could be convinced to negotiate. Bringing the radio to himself, the boy said that another person would come here now. The voice on the other end took note of the information. Putting his hands on the table, Shino realized that his interlocutor had brought people here after all. The young man replied that his old friend had probably done the same. cardboard boxes were lying on the iron shelves. Using the radio, the man asked Mr. Moon to come to them. The door of the coffee shop opened. The leader of the camp widened his eyes in surprise. Song-chul walked into the room and asked what his former employee was doing there with a smile. The protagonist remembered meeting his boss from the industrial facility security team at a cafe. He looked around and asked why the man was there. Shino asked if they knew each other. Song-chul walked closer to his old colleague and asked if he was the one who attacked them. Yohan frowned and explained that it was the soldiers who attacked first. Gritting his teeth, the man asked where his manners were because he was addressed informally. The guy stood up and replied that this was not a company or a school, so his interlocutor needed to watch his speech when communicating with the camp leader. Song-chul smirked and insulted him. Shino asked him to watch his words. With his arms outstretched, the former company leader explained that the man was a liar when he worked for the company and that he was eventually fired due to absenteeism. Looking away, the boy thought that some kind of political games had started. Pointing his finger at him, Xiangqiao stated that he had killed 7 of their comrades and that the rest of the people were worried while the negotiations were going on here. Looking away, the protagonist thought that his former boss had not changed at all and would then blame Shino for the negotiations falling apart. Continuing to point his finger at him, the man shouted that it would not be enough to just kill the invaders right now. Yohan picked up the radio and pressed the button. Casting a worried look at him, Xiangqiao asked what that was. Looking at him sternly, the boy reminded him that he had promised to kill him if the man ever touched him. The camp counselor gritted his teeth in displeasure, and the boy turned away and said that he was glad to have met Shino. Frowning, he added that his old friend was not as capable as he had been in his previous life and expressed regret for those who had died first. The gang leader raised his eyebrows and asked what his interlocutor meant. The protagonist punched Song-chul hard in the stomach. The man fell to the floor, clutching the area where he had been hit. Yohan immediately shot him in the head. Shino asked what was going on, his mouth wide open in anger. The boy pointed his gun at him and asked him to be gentle. The man held his hands out to the sides, and the boy explained that he had never lied and that everything he had said was true. Holding the gun in front of him, he said that he could not negotiate with a man who had failed to take control of the camp where Sin Yon's spy was operating. The gang leader's mouth dropped open in shock upon hearing the spy's name. A pool of blood formed under Song-chul's dead body, and the protagonist asked Shino to stand still because he did not want to kill him with his own hands. Gritting his teeth, the man said that no one wanted to fight and that many of their comrades would die. Without lowering his gun, Yohan replied that most of the dead would not be from his camp. With his finger on the trigger, he asked if his old friend thought this was a joke. Someone coughed. The station was empty. A strange structure stood on 2 carts. Someone asked what it was. They answered that it was an armor-piercing board. Swift frowned in confusion and asked where they got the metal armor. Hajin, who was standing next to him, explained that he found it at a construction site. They asked him what he was going to do with it. Taking hold of the handles of the carts, Hajin replied that this wall would be a shield that would ensure the safety of the leader when they received the signal. There was no one in the corridors of the station. Someone wanted to say something. Swift looked away and said that he thought his comrade was just a straightforward and muscular loser. The soldier asked if his comrade was really looking for a fight. Smiling, the brunette added that at times like this everything suited him. Hajin raised one eyebrow in confusion. Swift looked down and asked if the squad was going to leave their captain in the enemy's lair. The men behind him answered in the negative. The men stood next to the armor-piercing plate. The brunette explained that they would pull the wall forward while the others would cover them, and asked if the shooter could be trusted. Ong hit himself in the chest and replied that he could always be trusted. Swift slapped him on the back and praised his reliability. The corporal shouted that he was in pain. 2 sounds came from the radio hanging on his flak jacket. Thinking it was a signal, the brunette brought the radio to himself and asked if the old man was ready. Looking at the radio and hearing that everyone was ready, he announced the start of the operation. Gritting his teeth, Hajin pushed the cart forward. The men ran after him. The man in the red cap peeked out from around the corner, hearing a strange sound. A bullet immediately flew into his forehead. His comrades noticed it. The corpse was lying on the floor. At the other end of the corridor, soldiers were continuously firing. A man in a black mask was firing a machine gun. People in red caps were trying to break through the armored wall. Swift was firing a pistol from behind it. The enemy dropped his machine gun when a bullet flew into his head. While his comrades were firing a pistol, Ong held his sniper rifle at the ready. Hajin pulled the pin from a grenade with his teeth. He looked out from behind the wall and threw the shell forward. A loud explosion was heard. Hitting the enemy, a human scream was heard. 5 minutes before the clash at the Uedo camp, clouds hung over Narianjin Station. Kalgu said that the platform was cleared. The old man standing in front of him ordered to go to the 9th subway line. The soldiers fought the zombies with axes. The squad walked along the viaduct, on which the corpses of zombies lay. The squad leader called his comrade with a worried expression on his face. Kalgu bowed. He was ordered to go ahead and eliminate the people who were standing in their way. A lone zombie was walking along the viaduct. With one powerful blow, the man cut off his head. Holding a bloody axe in his hand, he rushed forward. The soldiers ran after him. 2 guards were standing at the entrance to the station. Someone snuck up on him from behind with a knife in his hand. Kalgu stabbed the soldier in the neck. His comrade did the same to the second guard. Raising the radio to his mouth, the man reported that 2 opponents had been eliminated, but there were still many soldiers ahead. Armed men in uniform were standing around the corner. A voice was heard from the radio in his hand. The old man brought the radio to himself and said that he did not teach his fighter to whine. Menacingly knitting his eyebrows, he ordered his comrade to shut up and finish off every last one of the enemies. Taking the machine gun in his hands, Kalgu decided to carry out the order. A lattice fence enclosed the viaduct. Someone asked the old man if he was ready and announced the start of the operation. Hearing a positive answer, the old man asked if his comrades had dealt with everyone who was there. There were people with machine guns behind him. A voice from the radio said that the commander was under their protection and that the squad could have fun with the rest. Smiling, the old man said that he liked his comrade, who looked like his boss. The viaduct was empty. Shots were heard. The squad led by Kalgu shot the enemies one after another. The soldiers stormed the station. Someone shouted that there was a sniper on the left above the switchboard and that there were many enemies below. Watching what was happening, the leader of the squad asked to pass something on to him. The man behind him bowed. A leather coat flew into the air. A machine gun was in the old man's hands. He immediately started shooting all the soldiers in front. Ashes rose into the air. Someone sighed in relief. The old man lowered his head and asked if the battle was over. The man in front of him nodded. The man walked forward through a pool of blood. The camp members were standing in front of the entrance to the cafe. Putting his hands on his hips, the old man asked what was going on here. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Swift replied that the commander was not finished with his business yet. Knocking down the service door, the mercenary asked what business his friend was doing. The protagonist and Shino turned around. The man asked if he had been captured. Johan smiled when he saw his comrade. Frowning in displeasure, the old man asked who he would deal with if the commander died. Thinking that he was just worried, the guy asked what the situation was. The old man answered with a serious expression that the enemy was completely destroyed, but one fighter died because of a good sniper. Hearing this, the gang leader frowned furiously. The young man expressed his regrets with his hands on his hips. The old man stated that their unit was being used as a human shield again. Thinking that this was not the intention, the camp leader shook his head. The man asked what his commander was going to do with the enemy. Swift stood next to him and held the rope. The protagonist asked him to tie up Shino because they needed to discuss something. The enemy looked down and smiled. The old man asked what they should talk about and suggested that they just kill him. There were cardboard boxes on top of the cabinets. The old man was asked to stop. A dark sky hung over the station. The mercenary clenched his teeth in anger, stating that he was ready to tear Chunyang's mother apart. Squinting, Johan thought that Yoni had defected to Shino's side, making him believe that the camp would be easy prey. So the girl made the 3 strongest formations around the Chunyang camp fight. That was his plan. The tied-up Shino stood next to the heroes. Looking back, the boy said that they should head to Bucheon because the Chunyang camp would soon be targeting the abundant supplies of the Bupyeong area. Turning away, the old man said that they would return and that his commander could do whatever he wanted. The boy wished him luck. The door slammed shut. Shino's eyes widened in tension, surprised that all of his subordinates had been wiped out while the enemy had only lost 1 fighter. Standing in front of him, the protagonist recalled his words about how most of the enemy would die if they clashed. Looking away, the man said that it was unbelievable. Lowering his eyebrows, Johan was surprised that a man who valued the lives of his comrades above all else would react like that. Sitting on a chair, the soldier asked what would happen to him. The boy replied that he could kill him painlessly or give him a chance to start over. Shino smirked and asked if it was possible to just send him back to the camp after killing his comrades. Relaxing his facial muscles, the young man replied that he would feel uneasy so the man could join them. Narrowing his eyes, he explained that he was offering this as a token of old friendship. The camp leader said that it would be difficult for him to fit in, but it was not unusual to lose comrades and join new ones. Shino raised his eyebrows in surprise. Closing his eyes, he said that it was a good try, but he still felt sad. The protagonist looked at him with a question in his eyes. Looking down with glassy eyes, the man explained what happened after rumors spread about the dog catcher's death. The leader stood on a hill in front of his fighters. He had to absorb all the local camps so that another Sinyon would not appear. Among them were many warlike but unruly people. Seongchul smiled. Kimjin adjusted his glasses. The men in red caps were shooting at the crowd of zombies. Shino admitted that he wanted to create a completely different camp, but they were killing random invaders and forcing the survivors to join. At some point, everything got out of his control. The man frowned menacingly. He did not want to fight those who killed the dog catcher. There were armed people behind him. Therefore, he had to transfer his comrades to another area. Yuan straightened his shoulders. He was the only person except for Xiangqiao who supported his leader. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. Shino's eyes widened. He said that he was only acting as a commander, but all his real comrades were in Mappo. He was talking about those who had been with him from the very beginning, except for Sunhee and Xianghua, who were killed by the dog catcher. The people with weapons in their hands were smiling. Johan thought that his old friend would never call his comrades subordinates. A barely noticeable smile appeared on his face. Putting his hands on his hips, he realized that the leader had divided his men into comrades and subordinates who were needed to protect them. A huge pool of blood formed behind his back. Smiling, the boy said that he took back his words about the incompetence of his old friend. Looking down, Shino said that in fact it was true, because the camp was created as a means of protecting people from people like the dog catcher. Sitting on a chair, he decided that this was too greedy and arrogant. Standing in front of him, the young man noted that no one could do this better than him. A smile appeared on the man's face. He asked who the leader was in his past life. Looking down at him, the boy replied that the leader was his comrade. Lowering his eyebrows, the gang leader realized that last time they lost to the dog catcher, and this time he was defeated by his friend. Sungchul's bloody body lay motionless. The protagonist explained that he was only able to defeat Jiangin because he knew about his existence and habits. Shino lowered his head and said that he had to be objective and that this time it was his comrade's turn. Johan looked at him in confusion. His mouth dropped open in surprise when the man asked him to take care of his camp. Shino raised his head and smiled. The boy narrowed his eyes and promised to do his best for his new comrades. The boxes were stacked on top of each other. The man said that it sounded very pompous. The boy objected to him. The team members gathered in front of the service door. The door opened. Coming out, the boy asked if the old man had started his mission. Swift answered in the affirmative and said that they also needed to hurry there. Standing next to Shino, the camp leader introduced everyone to their new comrade. The squad members looked at them silently. The protagonist asked everyone to relax. Swift frowned and asked if everything would be okay since they had just fought. Yiho pointed a gun at the man's back. There was a machine gun on the dead soldier's body. Shino picked it up. The men in black masks immediately pointed their guns at him. Johan crossed his arms over his chest and asked them to lower their weapons since everything was okay. The leader explained that this man had come to negotiate without even bringing a gun. The man picked up the machine gun. He hung it over his shoulder. The commander asked them to trust him since this man had been his most trusted comrade in his past life. Swift made claws with his fingers and smiled, saying that there were more of them anyway and that they had nothing to worry about. Hayek and Eddie looked at the new team member with distrust. Shino looked down and said that he was curious about something. He ran his hand through his hair and asked if their commander was always this cool since it would be hard to get used to it. The team members widened their eyes in surprise, so he put her hand to her mouth and left. A loud laugh rang out in the cafe with the orange sign. Someone asked if it was really that noticeable. Clouds gathered over the entrance to the station. Putting his hand on his new comrade's shoulder, Swift smiled and said that he was not bad either. Shino asked not to praise him, an incompetent leader who condemned all his subordinates to death. The guys watched him closely. So he blushed and asked if he had any female friends. Hearing this question, the man's mouth opened in surprise. Hearing a negative answer, the girl asked if his ideal type was among them. Seri and Junyoung were standing behind her. Shino raised his eyebrows in embarrassment. After his affirmative answer, a woman's voice was heard. There was a sign in the form of a mug hanging on the wall of the cafe. Looking back, the protagonist asked to finish the greetings and asked if his comrade was going to pick up people from the camp. He asked his friend to carry the luggage. There was a backpack on the bench. The man picked up the walkie-talkie. The voice from it asked if everything was okay. There were many bullet holes on the walls of the subway. The gang leader asked everyone to go to Yongsan Station. Putting his hands in his pockets, Johan said that they needed to go right now. Shino put his hand forward and asked for a little time to tidy up the bodies of his fallen subordinates. Dead soldiers were lying on the floor. When they offered to help him, the man replied that he wanted to do everything with his own hands because this was the only way to repay them. The guy sadly lowered his eyebrows and agreed with this. He added that the rest can go into the cafe and take a rest. The glass door was open. A gray sky hung above the skyscraper. There was a round building on the street. Shino's comrades approached their leader. The young man smiled and thought that he saw many familiar faces. So he approached the man to the jacket. The young man raised an eyebrow in surprise, recognizing his friend. They hugged. Seri was surprised that such coincidences happen. Iron pipes supported the roof. The leader praised his team, suggested that they take a break and go to the joint headquarters the next day. Shino looked at the commander and asked if they were really going to the headquarters. The protagonist said that they had originally planned to do so and asked what the problem was. The man frowned and said that a month ago they made a sortie for food. In the headquarters, there was a huge mutant with a snake's head and red eyes. Shocked, Yohan's eyes widened, realizing that it was a Hydra. The administration building was hidden in the shadows when the dog catcher disappeared. The camp began to expand, and after that incident, the leader was harshly criticized by the camp leadership. The building was surrounded by barbed wire. Above the doors was a sign that said S1 Department Store. Someone had smashed the window with an axe. Inside was a zombie in a military uniform. Yohan punched it. As he passed by, he assumed that the soldier was only thinking about himself, blocking the door and hiding in the department store. The soldiers began to gather supplies, a red haze flying around. While chewing on chips, a young soldier asked where they should go next. Shino replied that they needed to go to the supply warehouse. Hearing loud screams, he turned around. Having turned into zombies, the camp members began to bite their comrades. The monster sank its teeth into the soldier's neck. The man, in shock, swung the axe. The zombie's eyes turned bloodshot as the axe sank into its head. Yohan threw another monster aside. The soldier smashed the corpse's head against the wall. The camp members were lying on the ground, covered in blood. Some were still alive. Shino, his mouth open in shock, couldn't understand why the soldiers who hadn't been bitten or injured had turned into zombies. He lowered his axe and asked his comrades for forgiveness. Someone asked for help, but blood sprayed into the air. Yohan asked what just happened. The man said he didn't know, a drop of sweat running down his tense face. The young soldier looked in the mirror and called out to his commander. The boy started crying and said that it wasn't his reflection. His eyes were bloodshot and his skin was red. The camp leader raised his eyebrows in fear, not understanding what was happening. The axe cut through the recruit's head. The shop window was broken. Shino shouted that they needed to leave this strange place quickly because their comrades had become infected without being bitten. The man took a step forward. A huge mutant with a snake's head towered over him. Yohan, who was following him, gritted his teeth and asked what it was. Recalling these events, the leader of the group said that he was very scared then. The protagonist frowned and asked what happened next. The man explained that he rushed at the mutant because he had no reason to live. But the monster did not even resist. The squad members watched the narrator carefully. For some reason, when the fighter pierced the monster's body with an axe, the giant did not attack, but only opened his mouth and screamed shrilly. In addition, after each blow, a strange liquid erupted from his mouth. Everything around Shino was covered in blood. Before other zombies came, the survivors managed to escape. The body of the monster with its severed head and limbs lay on the ground. The man said that he did not know how many times that day he was on the verge of death. The protagonist silently frowned. Yohan scratched his chin and realized that the Hydra was unable to fight and said that his friend was lucky that he had immunity. Shino put his hand forward and asked what they were talking about because he didn't know anything about immunity. His friend explained that it was rare for people to be immune to the zombie virus, so they wouldn't turn into zombies even if they were injured or bitten. Swift smiled. Hajin was standing next to him. The man raised his eyebrows in shock. The walls of the building were glass. The guy asked if there was really no such thing in their camp. The answer was negative. Putting his hand on his forehead, the leader of the group explained that they had a rule that anyone who was bitten had to immediately commit suicide in order to die without pain and suffering. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the young man asked his comrade not to blame himself because he made the right decision. Frowning, the protagonist explained that the Hydra was a type of mutant that could be infected by just being nearby. There was a symbol of an anchor with a star on the administration building. It was these monsters that pushed the world to destruction, making the warriors helpless. The mutant appeared when the area was filled with zombies. Fortunately, some fighters had immunity, but they still did not know how it was produced. Yohan remembered how a zombie bit him on the shoulder. Imagining the dying Shino, he thought that in their past life they definitely did not have immunity. But this time there were even too many of such people. Swift, Hajin, and Shino were smiling, standing next to their leader. Yohan was standing behind them. Dogcatcher and Messiah grinned. The guy wondered what the common denominator was among people with immunity and assumed that it was the ability to survive. Opening his mouth and sighing, he decided not to waste time on these pointless worries. Advertising posters hung inside the building. The advance team was supposed to be the first to penetrate the joint headquarters. The leader of the group said that he knew where the supply depot was. Looking at it, the young man objected, explaining that they had enough supplies. The Korean flags on the large building fluttered in the wind. The survivors needed to go to the office. The vanguard consisted of Swift, Hajin, and Shino. The man's mouth dropped open in shock, asking if it was too dangerous to send so few people ahead. Looking at him from under his brows, the protagonist explained that they would go in there to make sure there were no Hydra or other mutants there to reduce the risk to the overall group. Seeing how the rest of the vanguard smiled and agreed, Shino thought that they were too reckless. Iron supports supported the building from the inside. Hayek became the leader of the second group. They were told to protect the entrance to the office and split up after the signal. Almost all the windows in the building were broken. Corpses of soldiers lay inside. The walls and ceiling were covered in blood. Frowning, the man was surprised to see his allies in action. Blood sprayed in the air. Shino broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing Hajin and Swift quickly deal with the enemies, he thought that they did not need his help at all because they were not at the level of ordinary people. The protagonist swung his sword. Powerful blows cut the zombie's body into several pieces. Yohan brought the sword behind his head. Blood sprayed in all directions. Bloody zombies fell behind him. The door in the corridor was covered in blood. Standing in front of the mutant's body, the guy said that they were finally done with it, despite the fact that the monster was not dead yet. The pieces of flesh lying on the floor convulsively trembled. The squad decided to burn the corpse. Flames engulfed the mutant's body. Standing in front of the entrance to the building, the leader explained that this was the entrance to the joint headquarters, but the problem was that it was not clear how to get up there. Looking up, the guy decided that the easiest way would be through the rooftop garden. If the door was broken, the alarm would go off, and then the zombies would surround the survivors from all sides. The monsters were growling behind the door of the building. Taking off his jacket, Shino said that he would go upstairs. He was asked if he was sure he could do it. Grabbing a ledge on the wall, the man said that there would be no problem, because he knew how to turn off the alarm. Watching their comrade climb the wall, Hajin praised him. The young man agreed with him. Ash rose into the dark sky. Smoke was pouring out of the broken window. The cleanup was complete. Now the squad had to go to the operations center, the strategic command center, and the military support center in that order. Holding a radio in his hands, the protagonist ordered all the information regarding the fleet to be brought to the garden on the 4th floor. There were many shelves with folders around it. There were trees growing on the terrace of the building. There were many books lying on the ground. The squad members carried boxes of books. The leader said that they were lucky to have found all the information they needed. Iho raised his eyebrows and wanted to say something, but Yohan immediately rejected his offer. He looked around, assuming that his comrade wanted to ask about going to the National Library. Putting his hand forward, the soldier said that it was very close. A small library building was visible behind the park area. The guy asked what would change if they could find a book that would explain the reasons for what was happening. Iho replied that this was the last chance to check everything before leaving Korea. Looking at him sternly, the young man explained that he could not help or wait while his comrade was risking his life. A TV tower towered on the building. The camp leader asked if curiosity and thirst for knowledge were worth his own life. Resolutely knitting his brows, the fighter gave an affirmative answer. Turning away, the main character said that he did not understand such people, but respected them, and allowed his comrade to do what he thought was necessary. Iho put his hand forward and thanked the commander. Yohan, with a thoughtful expression on his face, decided that he had no right to stop someone who was ready to risk his life for his beliefs. Dark clouds hung over the building. The leader ordered the squad to collect documents from the Bupyeong District Administration. The sky brightened. Smoke came out of the broken windows of the house. Changni lay dead on the wooden floor. A walkie-talkie lay next to her. Seeing her, the guy sternly lowered his gaze. Swift gritted his teeth behind his back. The old man held a cigarette in his mouth and expressed his dissatisfaction with the situation. The emergency exit door opened. Kalgu entered the building and said that he had killed all the enemies. The young man looked down. In his head, the young fighter smiled and said that it was time for them to leave. The mercenary had his head in his hands. Looking forward, the old man explained that Chunyang's mother was trying to protect her daughter. The squad members were standing next to him and looking at him. With a sad frown, the man said that he was at a dead end and did not know what Yoni had gone through and what situation she was in now. The smoke from the cigarette spread throughout the room. He expressed his desire to find the woman and kill her and asked if he would have such a desire if he had a daughter. The protagonist looked at him silently. The room was quite dark. The man cursed at what was happening. Smoke from the fire rose high into the sky. Someone asked if the nuclear power plant would explode. Hearing the positive answer, the old man concluded that there was no way to stop it. The heroes stood opposite each other at the entrance to the building. Lowering his eyebrows, the man said that he would have to do nothing and asked if the guys who followed the commander died in vain. Lowering his gaze, Yohan replied that the reason for coming to Yongsan was to search for documents to operate a military ship in order to sail away from the radioactive contamination zone, after which he thanked the old man. Lowering his head, the leader of the mercenaries congratulated his comrade and said that these were the words he wanted to hear. The guy explained that he felt sorry for those who died, but the old man was not one to be greatly affected by someone else's death. His red hair covered his eyes. The man looked back when he was asked to join the squad, because he would not regret it if he followed the leader's instructions. The young man frowned sternly, hoping that his loyal friend would fight with him until the very end, since their main enemy was the apocalypse. The head of the mercenaries looked at his comrade. He raised his eyebrows when the commander promised to create a special place for him. The camp members looked around. A smile appeared on the old man's face. Looking at his friend, the man asked if he wanted him to rely on him. The answer was affirmative. Clouds floated across the blue sky. The head of the mercenaries refused the offer. Turning away and putting his hands in his pockets, he repeated his words. The protagonist asked why such a decision was due, to which the old man looked at him and replied that they had been through a lot together and that he trusted his comrade. Hearing that the man was like a father to him, Johan raised his eyebrows questioningly. Grinning, the head of the mercenaries explained that he could not do wrong to his children and offered to settle for listening to the order. Turning away, the boy decided to pretend that nothing had happened. The old man opened his mouth in displeasure and shouted that it was a joke. Someone asked if his friend had ever gone abroad to study. Another replied that the most he had gone was to Jeonjup and Jeollabuk-do. The fence surrounding the building was covered with barbed wire. The sun was shining in the clear sky. Sitting on a bench, the man asked if his friend wanted to take revenge on the Chungyong camp for the death of his fighter. The young man approached him from behind. Closing his eyes, he said that he would have destroyed everyone if he was going to stay here, but now they were in no situation to engage in battle. Looking back, the leader of the mercenaries said that this was an unexpected decision. Sitting down next to him, the protagonist explained that unnecessary killings only added to the worries. The blue sky hung over the building. The old man decided to set off. Hearing the order to pack their things, Kalgu asked where they were going. People were cleaning in the background. Smiling, the man replied that it was a trip abroad. Swift asked if the old man was coming with them. Johan looked back and answered in the affirmative. Looking to the side, the brunette thought that despite his grumpiness, their military power would increase. At the pier, a rusty boat was moored in the water. Looking at the sea, the guy called the headquarters on the phone. Picking up the phone, Lena asked if her comrades had returned. Answering the question about whether there was anything strange, the girl replied that everything was calm on the island. The windows of the committee were shining in the sun. Looking away, the young man asked to send a boat to the pier from the Yongjong side. Lena agreed. Pio and Belinda watched their conversation with shocked expressions. Putting down the phone, the camp leader praised them for their excellent work and promised to entrust them with the task of protecting Lena. The guys thanked him. Squinting, the protagonist thought that his words were not just a display of politeness. He remembered how the girl with a serious look said that it was not about the survival of the group, but about the survival of all mankind. If you listened to the prophecies of the nun, one could conclude that she needed special protection. Unlike the moment when they just arrived, now more than half of the camp's personnel is military power. The fighters gathered on the pier. The old man smiled. Armed soldiers stood behind him. The solid force of mercenaries was beyond doubt. Shino and his comrades looked forward menacingly. They were also very talented and did not need to be tested. Especially standing out was Sohee's older brother, who was considered the best shooter in the guy's past life. Sehyun smiled, standing next to his sister. Johan raised his eyebrows and thought that it was good that they were all gathered together because they would all work well together. He imagined a warehouse full of food and thought that there would be no fights over the supplies because they had plenty of everything. Shino raised his hands as he discussed something with the old man. These people could be trusted. There were white clouds in the sky. Sajin smiled, saying that it was nice to meet his old comrade, and noticed that there were more people. In the crowd stood a man with a beard, saluting his comrade. The man gritted his teeth when he noticed him. The old man grabbed his soldier by the hair and stated that he had received the appropriate training. The frightened mercenary confirmed that he would not make the same mistake twice. Putting his hands on his hips, the boy asked his old acquaintance not to worry because the old man could train a tiger. The young man said that the soldier would like Sajin and that it would be a shame if he left them. Gamsu dropped his hands and shouted that it was nice to meet his comrade after a long time. Putting his hand to his mouth, Sajin thought that his friend had become a completely different person and agreed. There was blue slate on the roof of the fortification. Someone said that they were already waiting for them and that they had to come here a second time because there were so many people. The boat sailed away from the shore. Fields and houses were visible beyond the road. The old man smiled. Shino looked back and was surprised at what he saw. Chickens and pigs were walking behind the fence. A combine was collecting grain in the field. The man, his mouth open in surprise, could not believe that there was so much here. A military ship was standing at the pier. Lena smiled, praising her friend for a good job. Yoonhee was standing behind her. The protagonist looked back and asked if anything strange had happened. The girl answered negatively and was glad that her comrade was safe. The islanders gathered around the heroes. A joyful Chernish ran out onto the pier. Squatting down and petting the dog, Sari asked how he was doing. People were removing pallets and ropes from the pier. Johan asked if his girlfriend had any news. Lena replied that she had not seen new dreams for a long time. The guy was glad that nothing terrible had happened. Someone approached them. The young man looked back when someone called out to him. The nun looked ahead. The worried girl raised her hand and asked what happened to Jiangsu. Everyone was silent, and even Noah broke out in a cold sweat. Johan looked at the ground and asked Sari to bring it. Jihai looked at Sari, who had approached, and asked what it was. There was a ring on the bloody cloth. Sari said that it belonged to Jeonsu. They had taken care of the body but were unable to return it. Yehan looked away. Jihai asked what it was. He said that Jonsu had died in battle and asked for forgiveness for it. Jihai fell to the ground. She said that it was a lie. Someone was approaching them. Noah walked forward. Yehan put his hand on his shoulder. Noah looked at his commander and he shook his head. Jebium approached the girl and asked her to take care of herself. Jihai screamed that it was all a lie. Everyone was sympathetically silent. The sky was bright. Part of the group began to lead the crying girl away from the pier. Yehan looked at Xiaojun and assumed that something had happened to Jihai. Uncle thought for a moment and said that in fact Jie recently got pregnant. Everyone looked at Uncle in shock. He said that he understood how dangerous it was to have children in the current time. But this would be the first child born after the world collapsed. She even chose a name for the child of the new Himan era. Jie waited for them to come to tell Jones. Yehan was silent. Noah looked down. Thunder crashed. Rain poured down over the settlement. There were folders with documents on the table. Yehan invited everyone to familiarize themselves with the documents. He asked to train the personnel necessary to operate the ship. Yehan stood at the head of the table and said that he was especially counting on Luca. He had a lot of experience in the army. Luca agreed. Yehan looked at the old man and asked him to find out how to operate the equipment on a military vessel, as well as the amount of materials that needed to be loaded. The old man raised an eyebrow. Yehan had already asked Old Pack to choose crops that could be stored for a long time. The old man said that such a nickname confused him and asked to call him Grandpa. Yehan looked at Grandpa and said that since he was the leader of a gang of mercenaries, he would call him Old Man and was indignant and called the hero a puppy. Yehan looked at Pack and asked if it would be difficult to transport the cattle with them. The old man smiled and said that it would be better to eat some of the cattle in advance and smoke the rest and take with them. The hero looked at the map and suggested throwing a meat party. Everyone happily accepted this information. Yehan ordered everyone to collect products with the longest shelf life. Collecting food and fuel is now in first place. Yehan looked at Kim and asked what was going on with the engine. He said that he generally understood what was going on, but first it would be better to go and have a look. The rain stopped. Yehan told Kim to go and check on the spot. He asked not to worry about the workforce, he could use everyone. Swift translated, read the instructions in a foreign language and told the students that it said that the sonar installed on the bottom catches sound waves within a radius of 10 kilometers. Yehan looked at the guy and asked if he really knows English. Swift replied that he studied abroad. The hero said that he was an insurance agent who studied abroad. He managed to do everything. Swift smiled and said that then was the era of eternal competition and endless education. Night fell. Yehan said that they worked well. He sent everyone to rest and said that from tomorrow there would be a lot of work. Day came. There were a lot of boxes near the warship. A large team was on the captain's bridge. Yehan asked how long it would take. Luca smiled and said that everything would be ready soon. He thought it would be more difficult. He said that Mr. Kim was very good at maintenance. But wasn't he just the owner of a hardware store? The guy smiled and said that he was called a master of open equipment. Luca was surprised and asked what open equipment was. Kim was messing around in the tech room at that time. The guy said that this is also what they call a specialist in non-verbal communications in conditions where there is no connection such as the internet or a telephone line. He is a mechanic, so he does not really understand. Luca smiled and said that this is cool in any case. He thought that in a day or two they would be able to do a test launch taking into account refueling and loading luggage. It would take 4 days to prepare for departure. Yehan said that this was good. They went out to the bow of the ship. Yehan looked ahead, his hair fluttering in the wind. He watched the people working on the pier. He thought that all that was left was to wait for Jiao to return. The sky was covered with gray clouds. The city, there was a corpse in the archive. Blood was splattering. Yiho found an old notebook and groaned. He smiled, took the book in his hands and smiled. He opened the book with pictures of a snake. His eyes widened. He trembled, asking what it was. He gritted his teeth, asking how he was supposed to accept this. There were many creepy and scary illustrations on the pages of the book. Yiho could not accept it. The clouds dispersed. A pig carcass was roasting on the grill. The girls were cutting vegetables. Yehan was washing tomatoes in water. He looked at Jie and suggested that she just rest. The girl smiled, put on an apron and said that she should do her job. There were many steaks with spices on the grill. Everyone was screaming happily, anticipating the juicy meat. Everyone came up and prepared for the feast. Yehan asked not to leave a piece. Everyone was happy and wanted such worries every day. People grabbed pieces of meat with chopsticks. There were many awnings on the shore, many grills. Swift and Hajin were eating their fill. Sari handed the hero some green meat and asked him to open his mouth. Sari frowned and told the hero to open his mouth, but he said that he was frying meat and let her eat it herself. But Yehan still took the meat in his mouth. Swift and Hajin came up to him. Swift said that they would replace the commander and sent him to talk to the people. Yehan said that he was already finishing and therefore asked everyone to go rest and eat more. Hajin frowned and said that they had just eaten their fill. Swift asked how about having a snack together. Yehan exhaled with a smile. Old man and waved to the hero and sent everyone to drink. Swift asked why them, because there were a lot of people around the old man. He said that if he moved, he would immediately scare the people. Swift sat down next to him and smiled and asked to call someone who liked to drink alcohol. The old man smiled and dared Swift to call people himself. They clinked glasses of beer. The old man groaned with pleasure and said that the beer was cold. He looked at Yehan and called him to drink a mug of beer. He asked if he really came to work part-time at the butcher's shop. Yehan said that he was fine and at least one person should stay sober, as well as the recruits. He asked to stop arguing. He said to go have a drink with the old man. Yehan was surprised and asked what kind of offensive words the old man was saying, and said that if the commander is not in the mood, then how can others have fun normally? It's as if the boss said go have fun, and I'll work overtime. Swift immediately picked up on the mercenary's words. Yehan drank his beer. Sari leaned over the table and asked if she could join them. Yehan looked at the girl and asked why she came here. Shouldn't she be having fun with her friends? Sari replied that it was much more interesting here. She asked what was going on and why everyone's glasses were empty. Yon laughed, held out the bottle and said that the little girl knew how to behave. He offered his beer. Sari calmly began to drink the beer filled in a huge glass. Sari gritted her teeth, mumbled and asked the mercenary if he knew what Appa told her. She smiled slyly and said that the hero said that she was better than usual. Everyone began to laugh at how Sari impersonated Yehan. She said that after she made a couple of guys more crispy. Sunset was approaching. People's laughter echoed throughout the island. Night fell and the full moon rose. Jehai collected empty glasses on a tray. Yehan approached the girl and asked her to rest. He said that she had already worked too much today. The girl noticed that the hero had also worked hard today. She said that she would clean up all the dirty dishes herself. Yehan smiled and said that he would finish everything himself and that the girl should go and rest. Jeh sadly nodded her head. The beach was empty. Yehan called Jeh. He looked at the girl sternly and said that he would make sure that the girl could give birth peacefully. He gave his word. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. She smiled with difficulty and thanked the hero for telling her this. She said that she would be eternally grateful to him. She bowed. Yehan was silent. The lights went out everywhere. The water licked the sand from the beach. Yehan sat on a chair and looked at the horizon. Sari came up to him with 2 cans of beer and asked if the hero could not sleep. Yehan looked gloomily at the girl. He looked ahead, ordered her to stop drinking, because tomorrow was the departure. Sari sat down next to her and said that this was their last night here. She put her hand on the hero's hand. The girl's cheeks were burning. She looked into his eyes. She moved her hand closer. Yehan looked into her eyes and reproachfully said her name. Yehan was called. The guy near the building shouted that Iho had contacted. The hero said that he would be right back. Sari started drinking beer. She sat alone, looked at the sea and said that it pissed her off. Morning came. Iho was riding a motorcycle through the town and calling the commander. He began to breathe heavily. Yehan said that he thought the guy was dead. He said that he barely survived. Yehan said that he was glad that the guy was okay and asked if there was any progress. Iho began to dump a bunch of notebooks and books out of his backpack. Iho smiled, took a few in his hands, said that he first found books related to navigation and they contain information about logistics centers that will allow refueling in the middle of the voyage. He looked at Yehan and asked if he had decided on the destination. The hero said that they were going to New Zealand. He said that he was worried that the GPS was not working. He held out the map and said that only 1 year was enough for the GPS function to turn off, then they should go like this. The hero began to draw a route. They would go along the west coast to Jeju Island, then south along the Chinese coast to Taiwan, and along the coastal waters to the Philippines, and then to Papua New Guinea, and then directly to New Zealand. Iho made a surprised face, said that this route was longer but safer. If something went wrong, they could moor on land. Yehan smiled. Yehan said that Iho would take control. The ship hummed. The megaphone announced that there were 15 minutes left until departure. Everyone should take their places. Yehan and Noah smiled. The man said that he would never have thought that he would sail on a ship again. Yehan said that it was fate. He took out the radio and asked what was going on in the engine room. Was it ready? Kim from the engine room said that there were no deviations in the operation of the diesel room and the engine. Yehan turned to the wheelhouse. They said that there were no problems. On deck, the fighters said that there was nothing strange. Luca smiled and said that everything was okay on the helipad. The side hatches were closed. Yehan looked sternly ahead and announced departure. The ship sailed forward. Waters parted from its stern. The ship went further and further beyond the horizon. 9 months later, Auckland. The tower towered over the buildings. The glass broke. The blonde turned around in surprise. Sari ran into the room and started shooting them. The guy, covered in wounds, reached for his gun. A huge black dog attacked the man. It began to tear him apart. Chernish was asked to stop. Sari asked the dog to let the dead man go. Behind her stood the tired members of her squad. The girl said that if they did not hurry, they would not be able to adjust to the speed of the others. She asked if they imagined what kind of monsters were in the other groups. They went further up the stairs. Sari's squad members, all exhausted, watched her go. There was an explosion in the skyscraper. Bodies were lying in the corridor. A gun was pointed at the blonde man and they greeted him in English. Sari looked at another hostage and asked if they were the last survivors from the west. The man said that the captured men were there. She asked if he spoke Korean. The man shook his head. The man looked at Sari angrily in English and called them Asian monkeys. Sari smiled and said that she didn't know how it was in other units, but she definitely knew one monkey. She shot the man. There was a pile of equipment and drugs on the table. Sari looked guiltily at the hostage and asked if he was okay. She removed the tape from the mouth of the main one of the captured. He asked in English if they were a rescue team. Sari couldn't understand what he was saying. The man was shaking with fear and said, "Are they really?" Sari frowned at the man. In these parts they were called Asian devils. The mustachioed man was shaking. Sari smiled and asked why he was shaking so much. She was here to save those who were captured. She looked at the shelves of the laboratory and said that she would have to wait for Swift to arrive. A helicopter was flying over the city. It was landing at the building. Luca looked at the group of people and said that the men go into the room on the left and the women on the right. He asked everyone to go and undress. They need to go through disinfection and then put on new clothes. The scientists watched the work of the Asians in surprise. One of the scientists remembered the first time he saw a military ship. He thought it was an American rescue team, but he was wrong. The ship fired at the building and one half of it began to fall into the sea. The scientists thought that the Asians were more likely invaders. They suddenly appeared and began to destroy zombies and mutants like a meteor, and when the area became habitable, they began to organize armed groups. The atrocities of those who brutally suppressed any attempts at resistance quickly became a horror story among the survivors in Auckland. They called the heroes devils who came from the east. People changed into new clothes. It took the invaders 8 months to become masters of Auckland. People were led through the corridors of the building. On this artificial island in Auckland, they collect survivors. The door opened. The scientist closed his eyes, sweating. In order to survive, he needed to be the person that the Asians needed. Anne sat opposite the scientist. Anne asked Swift to be a negotiator. Swift looked at the crowd and asked who would be the representative. The scientist raised his hand. Anne shook his hand and introduced himself. The man bowed to him. Anne said that he looked like he was from the east, but apparently a New Zealander. He said that he heard that he was the chief scientist, that he was studying the situation. Right. The scientist, frightened, said that he was not a New Zealander, they were from the USA. Anne thought for a moment and said that he would like to hear about the results of their research and politely asked to tell. The scientist looked ahead with fear and said that unfortunately there was nothing that could be called any kind of result, but they were sure of something. Anne asked to continue. The scientist said that they were researching the process by which the human body turns into a zombie. They studied samples of those who became zombies in different ways. The most common hypothesis was a virus, but this is not so. Apart from hyperemia and fever, no other biological symptoms were found. Neither living zombies nor the dead had the same differences between a living person and a dead one. Active and inactive zombies are no different from corpses. From metabolism to brain activity, all processes are stopped. Anne asked in surprise how they move then and how can they attack people. The scientist looked away in fear and said that their research team came to the conclusion that this is beyond science. That is, the existence of zombies is a miracle that is scientifically inexplicable. He looked into Yan's eyes and said that it was a curse, just like Swift had told him. He said that there was no other way to describe a zombie. A book fell to the floor. Yeho picked it up guiltily. Sari knocked down the door. Yehan turned around and asked what happened. She said Jihai's name. Everyone ran down the corridors. Yehan asked what was wrong with the baby. Jebam, all tired, looked at the hero and said that the baby was alive and well, but the vital signs were jumping. Jihai was lying in an oxygen mask and calling for her appa. Yehan looked at the girl. Sweat was running down his face. He said that she was doing well and asked how she was feeling. The girl said that her body was numb, she was in pain and hot. Her skin turned blue and her eyes were red. She asked if she was infected. She said that she couldn't leave her baby. Yehan's eyes widened, thinking about the curse. Jebam closed his eyes guiltily and said that perhaps because the mother's body was extremely weakened by childbirth, the girl was showing symptoms of airborne infection. Yehan stroked the girl's head and said that she was not infected. Because there was no hyperemia, no infection, no other symptoms, he asked her not to worry. Dr. Park said that these were complications after childbirth. He asked if she had forgotten that they had caught and killed all the mutants and zombies. Yan smiled. Jihai thanked him. He said that she was smart and needed to rest a little. He asked her to close her eyes. He looked at Jihai's pulse line. He said that she would sleep a little. Suddenly her line became even. Yehan took out a knife and stabbed it into her neck. Noah looked at the baby through the glass door. Yehan came up the stairs to him and told him that Jihai was dead. Noah's eyes widened and he said nothing. He looked down and said he was sorry and asked him if he remembered that he wanted to take responsibility for Jones's death. Noah said that he would take care of the baby and raise him well. He looked at the bundle of blankets in which the baby was sleeping. He remembered Jihai smiling, stroking his belly and saying that she would name him Adam, and if it was a girl, then Eve. She said that the baby would have his mother's last name. It was a gloomy day among the survivors in Auckland, New Zealand. There are people called the Zombie Squad. This name was given to them because their movements were not like humans. They also wore bulletproof fancy suits and literally swept away zombies and mutants. They appeared like a meteor in Oakland, where humanity had already lost hope and began to hunt zombies in their varieties. At first they indiscriminately swept away both humans and zombies, then they subdued several enemy groups. And among these people, there are 4 survivors who tirelessly fight zombies, and especially mutants. They have another name, Ahan's Advanced Squad, the First Squad. The helicopter was flying over the city. Luca looked at the island and told the captain that they had arrived. Ahan looked at the city below them and said yes. He was wearing a cloak. They landed on the ground. Swift smiled and said that Ahan had done a good job. The hero asked him about special events. The fighters were unloading on a green meadow. Swift said that there was a wave of zombies, but there were no casualties. Ahan asked if he had really been given a chameleon mutant. He looked at the large building and asked about the meeting, and said that he was heading to the office right now. He opened the door, touched his shoulder. He hung the suit on the rack. He remembered how he fired a machine gun at the armor. The bullets easily bounced off it. Yehan smiled and thought it was amazing. The scientist was standing next to him and said that this was the skin of a mutant gravedigger. It has an unusual tissue structure that cannot be explained by any mineral or skin existing on Earth. Yehan asked about the special tissue structure. The scientist smiled and said that the epidermis is incredibly resistant to damage, but at the same time light. Now it is clear why mutants with such strong skin can move so quickly. Usually, strength is proportional to mass, so with a shell of such strength it is not possible to move easily. But this material completely ignores the laws of nature. Despite its small mass, it is incredibly strong. The scientist frowned and said that the strength of the shell inside and outside is different, so under the influence of prolonged intense impacts from the inside, the outer part will weaken, so the weak point of the mutant is the digestive system. He smiled, standing in front of the armor, and said that with the help of modern technology they were able to cut and process it, so he can say with confidence that there is no more durable armor in the whole world. Meanwhile, at the military base, Yehan walked forward. He and his squad arrived at the man and said hello. The old man smiled and asked the guys to take it off, because sometimes he thinks that they are mutants, which scares him and makes him want to shoot. Swift smiled and asked if his grandfather was jealous. He suggested that he catch one mutant and then he would also get a suit. The old man got excited and asked why he needed to go out and catch this gravedigger. Yeho looked at the hero and asked if they were starting. The projector started working. Yeho said that they would start a meeting of the production department, the intelligence and combat department, and the strategic development department. The sky was bright. Everyone was sitting at the tables. Yeho stood in front and said that at the end he wanted to present NGH-2, developed by the research center. He said that it was a hand grenade that could be traced after the explosion. After tomorrow's meeting they would hold a demonstration in the lab, so he asked to bring his battle groups, and that was it. Yehan looked at Lena and asked what happened. The girl smiled and said that everything was calm. He said that that was all for today. Sajin approached the hero and said that they had to solve one issue. The soldiers were guarding the perimeter outside. Sajin walked forward. He said that he called the hero because the others would worry. They stood in front of a closed gate. Slowly, it opened. They looked at the dark warehouse. Uncle said that they were somewhat self-sufficient through fishing, hunting, and gathering, but their supplies were running out faster than expected. He looked at the hero and said that the increase in the number of people played an important role, because on this island alone the number of people exceeded 100. Ahan looked at his partner. He said that they had lived here for 11 months without any problems with food, and it was probably time to move to the capital. Ahan looked at the emptying warehouse and thought. His gaze was calm. He noticed that unlike Korea, mutants often appeared here. He did not dare to expand because there was a strong bastard outside that was difficult to deal with. He exhaled and said that he would deal with it. He imagined a pile of corpses in the forest and thought about the mutant mosquito. Ahan turned to Swift and Hajin and said that there was work for the first squad. Long before the current food crisis loomed, they tried to explore the outer territory a couple of times, but without success. The reason for this was the mutant mosquito that lived in the mountains around Oakland. He had the same power level as David or Akula, but the real danger lies not in its power, but in its habits. It lives hidden deep in the mountains and infects people by stinging them with its long, mosquito-like tail. The problem is that every time they arrive to catch it, it has already disappeared. Finding a mutant will require more effort and will lead to more losses, but if left like that, even if it leaves the city alone, their situation will be no better. Yehan said that the mutant runs away without taking part in the battle. Hajin nodded while Noah said that in fact they have not even seen the tip of its nose. Hajin said that they do not know what it looks like, but judging by what it does, only a mosquito comes to mind. Iho approached the squad. Hajin said that it was because of the mutant suit. The guy assumed that the mutant smell overpowers the human one. Ehen frowned and said that the last 2 attempts were hard because their goal was to cross the mountains. This time they would focus on finding and destroying him. He said that they would search all the mountains. The people said that the goal was good, but they asked him how he was going to find him. Ehen replied that he was going to use Sari and Chernish as a search dog. These two had the best sense of smell. It was a bright day. Sari looked at the hero with a smile and asked if he called her. Ehen silently looked at the girl. She looked at the hero with displeasure and asked what happened. He replied that during the next sortie of the first squad they were going to find and destroy the mosquito mutant and she and Chernish would join them. Sari smiled and said that when she was going to go with them last time, he kicked them out. Ahem looked at the girl and said that she was on vacation. Sari was indignant and said that she was not going to rest anyway. Ahan smiled. Sari looked down and said that in any case she agreed and would try. Swift and Hajin looked at Sari in surprise. Yehan said that it was dangerous and that's why the first squad consisted only of those who had immunity. Sari frowned and said that everything would be fine if she died. Yeho intervened and suggested starting the meeting. Hajin approached the guy and said that they didn't know anything about this meeting. Yeho agreed that they really didn't know much about it. Yehan looked at his squad and said that because the mutant attacked from behind and waged guerrilla warfare, it was difficult to determine how strong he was and if he really was strong, then it wouldn't be easy to win. Yeho scratched his head and said that they never used things like tactics. First he had to gather equipment, hand grenades and nets. Yehan told him to do so. Ahan asked how much time they thought it would take to prepare. Swift said that all they needed to prepare was to get their asses off. He asked what about Sari. She said that she felt fine and hadn't been on a search operation for a long time. She clarified that Chernish needed to rest. Ahan said that they were leaving in 2 days, asked Yeho to prepare everything and said that everyone was free to go. Meanwhile, in the diner, Sari was eating and looking out the window. Swift came up to her and punched her in the shoulder. He sat down next to her with a smile, asked if the girl was training, but she said that she was eating. Swift looked at the meat on Sari's plate and said that she had overdone it with the cutting and said that he thought she was training by imagining a mosquito. Sari smiled. Swift noticed that she was a little downcast. She addressed Swift as uncle, but he asked to call him Appa. Sari looked sadly at the table and asked if he also thought she was not very good. Swift leaned back on the couch and said it was not bad to want to become like the one you like, but it seemed to him that Sari was not asking him about this. Sari again interjected that she was so-so. Swift covered his face with his hand and asked if she was talking about herself as a woman. He smiled and looked at the girl, said that she already knew what place Anne occupied. He frowned and said that he had no time to be distracted. Each of them does what they should in their position. Sari said that she knew it well. Swift looked at Sari and said that she was special and attractive. Sari was embarrassed and asked the guy to continue. Anne at this time was now repairing the fence with the others. Swift said that it was best for her to focus on the search foray into new territory. He asked the girl not to interfere with his battle. Anne leaned tiredly against the fence. Swift was talking to the girl about the disaster, mutants, people and himself. Sari was thinking. She and Swift looked out the window. He said that when the situation gets better, when they create a safe zone for the people he is supposed to protect, a zone, he asked if Sari really thinks that then there will be no place for her in his heart. He said that he really wanted to see it. Now Anne is protecting all of them, including Sari. He is trying so hard that it hurts to watch. Sari scratched her neck. Swift said that all she can do is help, like now. Sari said that he knows, and called Swift uncle. Swift smiled and said that he sees that she is number one for Anne. Sari smiled and said that she wants it to be true. She stood up abruptly and said that she will be the only one and that it is time to feed Chernish. She looked at the guy gratefully and called him Appa. A moment later she was already running to the exit. Swift thought about it and decided it was time to have a snack. He decided he would go and visit little Adam. The iron gates opened. The old man looked at Yehan and asked him not to die. The hero asked him to take care of those who would remain. He looked at his fighters with a smile and said that everyone had gone crazy lately and that he would have to take care of them. Yehan got on his motorcycle. The first squad set out to hunt. After a while, they found themselves in the forest. After a while, they camouflaged their motorcycles. Yehan called Sari. He handed her a mask and ordered her to put it on. He pulled off his armor. Sari put on a breastplate, said that it was lighter than she thought. The hero said that for now she would stay in his armor since it was dangerous there. The guy and Chernish explored the area. The hero suggested finishing for today and setting up camp. The guy said that he had found a cave there. He said that he was going to set up an alarm on the search route. and took the backpack, looked at the girl and said that they would cook something to eat in the meantime. Soup was boiling in the pot. Anne looked at Sari and asked what happened. She asked again in surprise. Anne smiled and said that she was just a little behind. Sari said that she was a little nervous because she had not been on the front line for a long time. Anne asked if she was really nervous. Sari looked at the hero and said that she was not made of iron. The day was drawing to a close. Noah and the others entered the cave and immediately smelled the soup. Swift and Hajin immediately jumped up. Anne looked at Noah in surprise and asked why he was slowing down. The fire was burning. Anne said that Noah, Hajin, Swift, he and Sari were on duty every 90 minutes. Chernish howled at the moon. Morning came, all the coals had already gone out. The heroes walked across the field. They moved quietly in the tall grass. Chernish walked in front. They dove down. Chernish growled, sensing something. He started barking. Sari looked at the dog in surprise. She turned to the squad and assumed that the mutant was not far away. Yan ordered them to form a circle. There were traces of blood on the stone. Swift took out an axe. Something ran quickly and in zigzags, hiding in the grass. The mutant attacked Yan. He managed to dodge the mosquito's blow. He slashed at its back. Swift ran at the mutant. It hit the ground. The mutant jumped high. Swift smiled and said that the mutant was fast. They surrounded the mutant on Yan's orders so that it could not escape into the forest. Blood was flowing from the monster's belly. Chernish barked furiously at the monster. The mosquito waved its tail, and the dog was thrown back a few meters. Sari screamed. Yan shouted that it was dangerous. With one jerk, she closed the distance and chopped off the monster's head. The men looked at the girl in shock. Chernish recovered and approached the fallen mosquito head. Sari looked at the dog and said that he was a good boy. She wiped the blood from her face and said that anyone who touched Chernish would be killed. Anne approached the girl and asked if she was okay. Sari replied that her side was a little sore. He offered to examine her. Sari pulled off the mutant armor and noticed that she had done well alone. Anne looked at her in surprise. He looked down and grinned. He came closer to her, said that she was a good girl, but if she went alone again, he would scold her. He looked at the mosquito corpse, decided that she was okay because the armor was a little big. He ordered them to go back. Hajin laughed and said that Sari had grown a lot. Swift put his hand on his shoulder. The man looked at Swift. He was angry and said that Hajin was slow-witted. He told him to leave and pack his things. Hajin did not understand anything. Yahan and Sari walked forward together. Sari was sitting in a cafe and remembered Swift's words about Yahan. Now they were happily talking about something. She decided that she wanted to become stronger than the hero. Swift looked at Sari with a smile and said that Yahan liked her. That was cool. He hugged his friends, turned them around and suggested to go get things. Hajin and Noah looked at each other in surprise. Swift smiled, closed his eyes and said that they understood everything. Meanwhile, at the military base, Iho asked Old Man Yon if he had come to the morning meeting. The old man looked at the embarrassed guy and asked why he was so confused. The guy replied that he did not need to report anything special. The old man put his hands in his pockets and asked if the commander had told him so. Iho said no. Yang said that in that case, something would be found. He asked if the boy wanted to do military training. Iho apologized, but said no. Everyone went to the conference room. The old man sat at the head of the table opposite Iho, who was holding a stack of documents. He was reading a book, all tired, and thinking about how the commander was holding a search party coordination meeting. But now the search party had temporarily suspended work, so it was pointless. The old man called Iho over, calling him a puppy. He smiled and said that he didn't know him very well. Before he joined the camp, he hadn't seen him very often. He asked why he seemed to be looking more and more tired. The old man made a sympathetic face and said that he didn't know what kind of problems the boy was in. But it was not a good sign. He couldn't even imagine what would happen if the commander suddenly died. Iho nodded his head. He knew that the camp would end in that case. It would be a complete disaster. They have 4 battle captains, but they all only recognize one person. They will not be at each other's throats, but there will be problems with decision making. In any case, someone has to eventually take up arms and lead the camp. If we talk about a successor, Iho decided that he cannot become a leader because he has no experience. For Hajin, the position of leader is burdensome, the Noah camp is too weak, the old man is too rude, and he is a field commander, and Swift is the complete opposite. In any case, they are too indecisive for a direct confrontation, so they will simply disperse. Their commander is a great man. He tied strong people with loyalty to his person. Iho noticed something. He said that the time was up and said that everyone tried hard today. The old man cheekily noted that the guy so wants to be like the commander that he imitates him in everything. Iho went home. He looked at his emaciated face in surprise and asked himself, does he really look like that? He sat down at the table, thinking about the unsolved problem, the question that no one will answer. He took out the mysterious book. At first he thought it was just shocking, but over time it just began to consume his mind. He opened the book. It was all because of the last chapter. Yahan suddenly came into his room and the guy squealed. He looked at the hero in fear and said that he was here early. Yehan asked if he had done something wrong here. Yehan frowned and turned to Iho. He said that he saw how something was gnawing at the boy, but he did not ask. The boy was covered in sweat. The hero said that he just looked terrible and he could not continue to just pretend that nothing was happening to him anymore. Iho lowered his head guiltily. He asked if the hero knew why he went to the National Library. He asked why the hero never asked if he found anything there. Yehan said that the guy himself would have told if there was something necessary for their survival. Iho grabbed his head. The hero asked what happened there that it affected him so much. Iho cried and asked the commander to save him. Yehan asked again in surprise. The guy cried, clenched his temples with his fists, and said that it was becoming increasingly difficult to endure if he knew that knowing the truth would be so painful. Yehan silently looked at his subordinate. He took out a book and said that he found it that day, and in it were pictures that outlined the current situation. Yehan asked again. Coming closer, Iho turned away and said that it would be better if the commander looked at it himself. He handed the book to the commander. Yehan opened the book and began to look. On the pages of this book was depicted the apocalypse. Yehan opened his eyes wide. He began to turn page after page. He turned away. The guy said that it tormented him. He was going crazy, worrying about what would happen when the truth came out. On the pages were pictures and descriptions of mutants. Jaho said that all the mutants they had dealt with were drawn there. Yehan asked how this was possible. The guy suggested looking at the next chapter. Iho asked if Yehan had never felt this before. He remembered Lena and said that it was as if someone was deliberately destroying humanity. Yehan slammed the book on the floor. He was angry. He realized that he was holding a book of prophecies in his hands. To be more precise, it was a book of future details. Until now, history had been flowing according to the scenario written in the book. Yehan mentally asked if these creatures were just using them like pieces on a chessboard. Yehan opened the book again, thinking about the fact that only one thing devalued his life. He saw the end of the story in this book. The monastery was devouring people. He asked what it looked like. Iho looked at his feet sadly and said that at first he thought of just committing suicide. He did not know what kind of battle was depicted in the last scene, but it was obvious that people would have a tragic ending. He looked at the hero with horror in his eyes and said that no matter how hard they tried to survive, for them, in the end, it was just a game of patty cake. Ekhen was silent, thinking about how this world was an arena of life and death for people, and for someone it was just an entertaining spectacle. And if this was true, they would die a sad death at their behest. He remembered the deaths of loved ones. He grabbed a chair and squeezed it with all his might. He threw the chair out the window, sending the chthonic creatures far away. The chair fell into the river. Ekhen looked angrily at the broken window, thinking that these creatures could still be watching them. A strong thunderstorm appeared in the sky. The hero thought that since they had deliberately decided to exterminate humanity, then watching people try their best to survive was a show for them. Ekhen smiled. It began to rain, mentally telling the creatures to look at him. Usually you can't see the stars in the rain, but this isn't a star, it's their eyes. A bunch of eyes appeared above the city among the clouds and thunderstorm. Yehan looked at them silently. He frowned and thought that his experience before returning could be a reboot. But that wouldn't be their style. He thought that they needed a way to ruin their plans. He looked at the stars and ordered Iho to keep his mouth shut. Iho looked down sadly and said okay. Yehan said that it was hard, but he knew what it was like to experience alone that the meaning of life was lost. Iho almost cried again. Yehan turned to him and asked him to calm down and get ready to broadcast. Yehan said that they needed amateur radio. He ordered to be ready to broadcast to the whole world as soon as possible. Day came. The squads lined up in front of the house. Yehan went out on stage. The armed men waited motionless for the commander's words. Yehan asked if everyone was there. The old man smiled and asked what happened. Yehan turned around and ordered the commanders to get inside. They entered the house. Yehan looked at the commander and said that he had a message for them. The old man asked why he did not tell everyone then. Yehan looked at the mercenary and said that it was very important. If the decision was made unanimously, he would pass it on to the commanders. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. The hero said that until now, for safety reasons, they were expanding slowly, but now he planned to speed up. He said that they would work in all two directions. They would expand the search area up and down from Oakland. Swift smiled and said that this was very interesting. Yehan looked at the mercenary and said that the more time passes since the beginning of the apocalypse, the more the chances of others to survive are reduced. They should find those who are still left as soon as possible. At the same time, it is worth looking for wild farms and the like. Hajin looked at the hero and said that the search directions are different this time. Yehan said that it is all because the target is different. Hajin asked again in surprise. Yehan said that from the survival of his people until the end of the apocalypse to the rescue of all survivors. Everyone looked at the hero in surprise. The mercenary even asked again, and asked if he really had hearing problems because of his old age. He said that he heard something strange. The soldier was patrolling the territory. People were working in their areas. And approached Iho and asked if he had prepared everything for the broadcast. Iho said yes and asked if it was necessary to prepare the wheelhouse. Ahan approached the computer and asked the guy not to worry. He hoped that the noise would not attract zombies. Iho smiled and asked if there were still zombies here. He laughed, but fell silent since the hero did not react. Ahan said that he would be busy and he would not be able to think about anything else. As he immersed himself in work, negative thoughts would gradually go away. Iho smiled and thought that his words sounded so cool. He said that he would remember this. The hero's voice began to be heard from the radio towers. Iho was delighted. He said that one station answered the call. Yahan calmly ordered to connect. The hero said that this was Yahan's camp. The man at the other station said that cannon. They ignored the radio rules and continued to call. He asked if they were looking for someone. Yahan said that they were not looking for a specific person, but for all survivors. He asked if he was the only survivor. The man at the other end answered that he was not the only one and he could not go into details. Yahan looked at the sensor and asked if they could get to New Zealand. The man said that it was too far. Yahan calmly said that they were Yahan's camp, which was based in New Zealand, and at the moment they had about 200 people. He said that they had restored military power, communications, and agriculture. The man said that this was nonsense. Yahan calmly replied that they wanted to share the information that allowed them to survive. He hoped that they would survive and pass this information on to others. The man said that they would not be able to pay and said that the payment would be that they would spread this information among other survivors. And took the folder with the piece of paper and said that they were counting on their conscience. He asked to translate everything that was on the document. He looked at the folders and boxes, said that there was a lot of information. He asked to check everything so that the connection would not break in the middle. He asked to write everything down and start when they were ready. The man said that it would be done. And said that the weak points of the zombies are the head and heart. Next to the mutant hydra, they can become infected even without being bitten. Evening came. Empty glasses of coffee appeared on the table with the documents and said that this was all and asked if there were any questions. The man asked how he could repay and said that they had the right to doubt the veracity of the information, but asked to use it if necessary. He wished them luck. The man said that he believed them because most of the information coincided with what they already knew, and it also dispelled some of the doubts that they had. A group of people, tired, a man with a radio in his hand said that for them their existence was great news. He said that if possible they would like to join them. He asked what they were doing there, and thought that those who looked down on them wanted the races to kill each other, and decided that the first step to turning the game around. He said restoration. The truck was driving through the mud. At the head of the convoy was a motorcyclist in mutant armor. The soldier in the back was rocking from the shaking. Noah raised his hand and ordered to stop. The passenger looked out of the cabin. Noah took off his helmet and exhaled. Hajin approached his friend and asked if a typhoon had really passed through here. The entire path was littered with fallen trees. Noah decided that this was not formed naturally. Hajin looked at the logs and said that this was also not the work of humans, and if a mutant did this, then it should be bigger than a shark. Noah looked at Hajin and asked again, to which he received the answer that the shark was a damn big mutant. He exhaled and decided that there was no point in cleaning it all up. He asked how much further they were to their destination. Noah took out a map and said that there were about 30 kilometers left. Hajin said that they would have to walk from there. It was broad daylight. Zombies were reaching out to people through the fence. Hajin, loaded with a large backpack, looked at the zombies frozen in the fence. Noah called him over. A zombie with a smashed head was lying in the barn. Hajin gloomily noted that these were the corpses of the couple from the farm. Noah noticed that they had been fighting that zombie outside. The squad was resting in the yard near the fence. A cow was chewing grass carefree and looking at the people. The people were looking at the large herd and saying that as soon as they returned, they would eat beef, and if they got permission, they would deal with one right there. The speaker was asked to shut up and not torment everyone with his ideas. Noah laughed and said that no one had died from this yet. Soldiers approached him and Hajin and said that they were done inspecting the borders. Many houses were destroyed. Noah thanked Suhan and sent him to rest. The corporal, satisfied, sat down on a stump and said that he would have died if he had to move all these cows by car. Hajin looked at the destroyed barn and asked if there was a chainsaw there. He called 2 guys to help with the rebel. Noah was resting next to the corporal and asked them to be careful not to cut their hands. Hajin suddenly pulled out a blade on his prosthetic. He smiled and said that everything was real and that he could also shoot a laser from there. Noah's subordinates gaped. Hajin pointed the prosthetic at them and told them to watch. He made a pew with his mouth and the corporal fell to the ground, rolling and screaming in pain. Noah laughed heartily and said that he knew the newbies would have such a reaction. The corporal jumped up, smiled, and said that they needed to learn more about life. Noah said that the corporal knew better than anyone because he was a soldier. The corporal looked at Noah with displeasure and asked why they always called him a soldier. Because he was demobilized, he asked to call him a sergeant in that case. Hajin grabbed the two under his arm and went with them to look for a chainsaw. They went into the house. Hajin ordered them to split into groups of 4. Noah said to load the chainsaw into the truck, which was in the garage, and the rest would stay here with Sahyun and guard the borders. The corporal asked in surprise if Noah would go with Hajin alone. Noah said that the two of them would quickly find everything and asked not to worry because in case of danger they would call for help. Hajin frowned at the corporal and asked why he was smiling. He replied that because they preferred the simple life to difficulties, their authority as commanders was growing. Hajin clenched his fist and said that it was all because they had fallen for Yan's sweet words and now he was riding them like dogs. The men were sitting at the table. Noah said that his flattery would not reduce the work. He sent him to shovel the road until it was impassable. Night fell. The men decided to rest today and start work tomorrow. Day came. There were many sounds in the forest. A hummingbird was looking for food. Hajin stood in front of him and said on the radio that he had not found anyone in the area. A voice came from the radio asking if there was anything suspicious in the area. Hajin said that he seemed to have gone out for a walk. The corporal's squad was clearing away debris on the road at that moment. The corporal said that everything was going according to plan. Hajin looked around sullenly and asked the squad to be careful while they cut down the forest. Hajin crouched down by the trail. He took out his radio and said that he had found traces of a survivor. He asked to give a signal and request backup. Yellow smoke filled the air. The forest was silent. Hajin walked forward and looked around. He saw a pile of firewood. A red-haired big guy was chopping firewood. Hajin disappeared into the bushes and saw that it was a girl. He opened his eyes in surprise. The girl exhaled and began to rest. The girl tensely asks who it is. The man raises his hands when she notices that it does not seem to be a monster. The redhead clenches her teeth, asking what his goal is and what that smile is. The man closes his eyes, scolding himself for enjoying a woman's voice in such a situation. Without giving up, he says that he doesn't speak English very well. They are an emergency service and want to save the girl. She is surprised and thinks that he might have medicine. The man just shakes his head in denial. Grinning, the girl says that although he introduced himself as an emergency service, there is no reason to trust him, so she asks how he got here. The redhead gets angry when the man repeats the phrase about not understanding her well. She seriously states that there is no food and they themselves have been starving for a long time, and she thinks that he was definitely hanging around nearby to rob her. Her guest is surprised by this. A butterfly sits on a log, and the man says that he left his backpack nearby, so he asks her to wait. A small house is depicted. Food spills out of the backpack. The girl is surprised, asking where so many supplies came from and whether they will give it all to them. Smiling, she realizes that the guest is indeed from the rescue service, so she introduces herself and then bombards him with questions. Holding his hand, Hajin says his name and says that it is a laser gun. He starts to play around. After that, the man awkwardly coughs, offering to go to the camp. Smiling, Olivia claims that his straightforwardness is very charming, but she can't do that. Her mother looks at her with raised eyebrows, and it turns out that she is sick. Hajin realizes that she has gone crazy, and a question sounds about whether everything is okay with the captain. He reports on the radio that he is talking to survivors. The young people sit down, and the man claims that they are his comrades and they have a doctor. The girl is surprised by this. She lowers her eyes, realizing that she does not know how dangerous that place is, and says that she needs to think about it and consult with her mother. Hajin closes his eyes, admitting that he does not think she is fit to advise him in her condition. He hands the girl a weapon in case of danger. A large pile of firewood appears. The man takes a step forward. He tensely notices the smell of a corpse. Olivia is standing behind him, and he calls out to her. Inspecting the structure, Hajin thinks there may be a zombie inside. The girl quickly stops him, holding out her hand. The man turns around and is indignant. She frowns, telling him to get away from there. Screams are heard from the structure, and it turns out that it is Olivia's father, who has simply lost consciousness. Hajin tensely tells her that her father is already dead. At this, she clenches her teeth, threatening him. The man frowns, realizing that he needs to create a suitable environment for conversation. He reaches for the structure. The girl rushes forward. She swings at him. Suddenly, Hajin dodges. He grabs Olivia from behind. The man holds her from falling. A small house is shown. The man holds the handles of the stroller. The girl's mother asks where they are and what happened to her daughter. Hajin only looks at her seriously. It turns out that Olivia is on his shoulder. A blue sky is visible. The young people are happy about the captain's arrival. The man puts the girl down, saying that they are survivors. One of the team warily asks why she is unconscious and if she was bitten. Olivia is lying with her eyes closed, and it turns out that she did not want to listen to him, so he had to knock her out. Everyone looks at him in surprise, thinking that people are not saved like that. Hajin asks what's wrong with their faces, bewildered, and claims that the girl was protecting the zombies in front of the house. It was difficult to talk to her there, so he brought her here. A clear blue sky is shown, and a phrase is heard about how they need to call Jason so that he can persuade her when she wakes up. A stone house is depicted. The man opens his eyes. It turns out that Olivia woke up and didn't understand where she was. The door is slightly open, and someone's voice is coming from there. The girl takes a stick. She stands on guard. Hajin feeds her mother. Olivia is surprised by this. The woman, meanwhile, looks pleased. Turning his attention to the watcher, the man tells her to get out since she woke up. One of the guys holds a gun in his hands when he is asked to call Jason. The one who came up smiles, introducing himself. Olivia crosses her arms over her chest, saying her name. She asks discontentedly who gave Hajin permission to move her here, to which she is told that she was constantly in danger. The girl frowns when the man states that he did not kill her zombie father, because the rule of their camp is that if one of the family became a zombie, the other family members must calm him down. Hajin seriously notes that Olivia did not even think about killing her father, and since she was not going to kill him, it was dangerous for them to stay nearby, so he moved her to a safe place. The girl says, displeased, that she will return there. She does not need handouts and they will not die of hunger. The man, frowning, claims that there is no cure. A laboratory is shown, and it is said that they also have professional researchers from the USA. They believe that zombies are not a virus. A diagram of the human body is seen, and it is said that they are all already dead. Olivia's arms are still crossed, and she is told to let go of regrets about the dead and live her own life. This is what her father would have wanted. Her mother appears, and the girl is asked to think about her because she must protect her. Olivia only frowns. Hajin turns around, claiming that he is not going to force her. In 2 hours they will return to the camp and she does not need to think too much. He turns around when asked why he decided to help. Blushing, the man says it's because the girl is strong and beautiful and will have a good influence on the camp. Olivia awkwardly looks away. A guy herding cows appears. One of the group, smiling, asks if the girl is awake. He puts his hands on his hips, wondering if she will go with them, if Hajin really did the right thing in promoting everything. The cows appear again, and it is said that as soon as the trucks arrive from the city, they will leave immediately. The man, surprised, praises Mr. Ona. A stone house is shown, and a question is asked if the girl has decided. Grinning, Olivia says that she needs to pack her luggage. Hajin smiles at this. Nature is shown, and the man offers to go with her. Cows are being transported in cars. A blue sky is visible. A destroyed city is shown. Cars are driving among the ruins. The girl looks around with interest. She notices a broken house with a rusty sign. The cars stop. The cow licks itself, and it turns out that there are actually more of them, and the people will have to make 2 or 3 trips. Yan approaches, happy to see the survivors. Olivia and her mother appear, and it is reported that they only know English. They shake hands and introduce themselves. The young man looks down, noticing the calluses on the girl's hands, and concludes that she is a seasoned warrior. He seriously asks the man to send them to the kitchen right now for registration, a medical examination, and basic military training. Yan leans over to Olivia's mother and learns that she is demented. The girl begins to get angry, saying that the young man treats them like cattle. To this, he calmly says that he only wanted to check on her condition because they are survivors. Olivia frowns, looking back with displeasure. She crosses her arms over her chest, and Yan says that he will send her mother to the island so that she can heal, and the girl must work hard for both herself and her mother. A truck appears and the boy tells the drivers to take a break and they return. He presses a button in the car. Yehan gets behind the wheel. The boys watch the car go by. A destroyed city appears. A couple of men are sitting in the car. Olivia looks at him questioningly, asking why they are staring at her. Smiling, Hajin says that maybe it is because the more he stares, the more beautiful she seems. She does not react, wondering if he is being guileless or playing with her, and wonders if the boy is the leader. She looks down, calling him small and impudent. Jason turns his attention to the man, who says that it is not nice to talk about the captain like that. He happily talks about something, and Olivia thinks that everyone seems obsessed with the boy. Large houses are shown. The girl looks up in amazement, asking if this is their base, and it turns out to be a checkpoint, the gate to the camp. A pond is visible, and a phrase is heard about how boats dock and depart here several times a day, so that within 24 hours a person will be able to get to the first island. The girl is surprised, calling the checkpoint incredible. The young people enter the building and are told that they can leave their personal belongings and clothes here. They need to thoroughly wash themselves in the shower and then proceed to the next room. A shower is shown, from which a stream of water flows. Olivia is surprised by the hot water. She is sitting at the table. A book is shown, and it is reported that military training is carried out within the framework of theory and combat training. Regardless of what position people occupy in the camp, this is a mandatory course for self-defense. The man happily asks Olivia to come tomorrow at the same time if she wants to register as a resident, but for now she can look around here. Turning around, he calls Jasmine and tells her to give a tour. Olivia leaves but turns her head when she is told that if she refuses to register as a resident and then enters Oakland, it will be considered trespassing, so she needs to be careful and is advised to get as far away from here as possible. She turns around and is told that if she trespasses here she will be killed. A question is asked about why this is so. The man smiles menacingly, stating that this is Camp Johanna's way of eliminating the cause of disturbance. The girls watch from above. The people exiled here appear and are asked what the problem is. Jasmine, watching, states that the problem is that this is their territory, which they have liberated from the zombies. Their boss has declared this area Camp Johanna territory and is fighting to protect it. A soldier with a gun appears and is told that therefore everyone has a choice: join, leave, or fight. Olivia looks at the soda can and wonders where the electricity comes from, because she thought there was nothing more amazing. But this place is like an onion. The more you peel it, the more surprised it becomes. A staircase appears. The girl goes out the door on the top floor. A magnificent view appears in front of her, which surprises her. She smiles, noticing that it is like a medieval kingdom. The moon appears in the dark sky. Olivia's mother is lying on the bed. The girl holds a book in her hands, thinking about how registering as a resident means agreeing to all the rules and punishments. The cover of the book is depicted, and the thought sounds that the 24-hour grace period is needed not so that she can decide whether she wants to live in the camp, but so that she can ask herself if she is ready to live by the rules of this beautiful place. Olivia opens the book, noticing that every position requires a 50-hour work week, and thinks that these are not bad working conditions. The person who wrote these rules could probably create a great company himself. Olivia smiles, thinking that this is with the exception of the managers. She flips through the pages, claiming that some of the rules seem a little dangerous, but it feels like a survival guide written from personal experience. Suddenly, she is surprised by something. It turns out that the camp leader's orders take precedence over all other rules. The book falls to the floor, and the thought sounds about how this is a dictatorship. All the power is in the hands of one person, and this is even written in the manual. The girl goes to the window. She remembers Yahan. Olivia touches the glass with her hand, realizing that she does not like this. She looks sad. The thought sounds about how this camp is strange, but overall she likes it. A black house is depicted, and it is reported that the girl will live here. The man smiles, asking her to sign here first, as it gives them the right to restrict their freedom to some extent. The girl turns around when they tell her not to worry, because while she is being trained, they will do everything possible to take care of her mother. The Oakland Military Training Center comes into view. There are a couple of men in the building. Another group of surprised people is visible. The man in the red cap says that he is the leader of the 4th search party, as well as the instructor who will make people out of them. Grinning, he claims that from now on they will gain experience, so they can not complain, even if they die. One of the students bursts out laughing, asking what kind of nonsense this is. Olivia awkwardly points out that now is not the time to laugh. The man menacingly asks if the guy is funny. Everyone tenses up at his remark. They stare at the instructor, and it is suggested that as the silence dragged on, the people in the audience began to tremble more and more, like dogs before a dog catcher. People are shown running, and it is reported that they have spent the next month training to the point of exhaustion. One girl becomes ill, she is sick, and the man declares that he can crawl faster than her. She wipes her face, and is asked if she thinks that the zombies will not attack her because she is a woman. The instructor turns around, displeased, and informs her that she must run 30 laps, and if she shirks, he will make her shave her hair. He begins to shout at the boys, declaring that if they do not run properly now, he will rip off their genitals with his bare hands. Smiling, the man asks if Olivia is the first. She is breathing heavily and is called strong, worthy of praise. The instructor watches the students and tells her to keep going and to know that if these idiots bother her, she should just throw them to the zombies. The blue sky appears and the man announces the last 300 laps to make everyone puke. He punches one guy. He falls to the ground. The instructor points a gun at him, asking if he wants to stop and if he knows what was in the document he signed. The man intimidatingly states that once they start training, there are only 2 options for them to leave, either they kill or them, so he asks if the guy chooses the second option. The red-haired man trembles, answering no. Everyone watches in shock. A dark starry sky is visible. The students are sleeping and some sounds are heard. Olivia stares at the ceiling, thinking that she can't sleep because her muscles hurt and that she'd rather die. She remembers the fight with the guy, realizing that it was just the beginning. The last training session was so excruciating it was like they were already in hell. 3 months pass. The instructor smiles, stating that the students' faces are now suitable. The guys look battered. The man crosses his arms over his chest, informing them that the last stage of the training is real combat. They plan to clear out certain areas of Oakland. If they do well, they will be able to live there. Everyone needs to be alert and not die in vain. Buildings appear, and shouts of agreement are heard. Many cars are visible. The man holds a gun in his hands, telling the newbies not to return to their comrades if they are bitten by zombies. The students listen to him as he informs them that if they are bitten, they need to fight with the thought that they must take another creature with them to the afterlife. Houses appear and shouts of readiness are heard. A crowd of zombies is seen and they are being shot at. Olivia worries and thinks that she has waited a long time for this practice, and now she is shaking, thinking that she will die, soaked in the stench of these zombies. The soldier turns around, informing the girl that as the head of the newcomers, she must ensure their access. She begins to clear the way. The zombies that they were talking about appear. Olivia looks up when she is warned. A monster flies at her. She falls to the ground with it. The girl holds the weapon tightly in her hands. She cuts off the head of the zombie. Blood spurts, and Olivia notices that she has never had such a weak opponent in hand-to-hand combat. She skillfully kills the monsters. A powerful explosion is seen. The man pays attention to the radio, which is transmitting an order to retreat for rest. Corpses lie on the ground, and praise is heard. Soldiers in their cars are shown. Barbed wire is depicted. The cook taps the tray, signaling the squads to come get their food. Olivia's face is dirty, and she admits that she thought the tray would be covered in blood. The commander smiles when she notices that his clothes are clean despite the number of zombies he's killed, and tells her that when there's too much blood, a man quickly gets tired of washing. The soldiers line up for food, and the man claims that the girl will eventually come out of battle clean like him, and notes that all the squad leaders are wearing clean clothes. Olivia watches with interest, wondering how many zombies they've killed to feel so confident she can't even imagine. The tray of food is shown, and a question is asked about Olivia's relationship with Hajin. The commander remembers how he always came to look at her. The girl takes a spoon, saying that there's nothing between them yet. The man eats and hopes that she will hold on to Hajin, and Olivia notes that he's cool, but very caught up in other people's love stories. The radio announces that a large number of zombies have appeared in the northwest. The instructor is indignant because he wanted to eat. A tray of shaking food is shown. Soup splashes and a phrase is heard about a mutant, the Iron Fist. The man frowns, asking if he really exists. A crowd of monsters is depicted, and tells the team that they were shared with them about this mutant. Information about him was found in the records. He is called the Iron Fist. The creatures are shown again, and indignation is heard about the mutant working with other mutants. And seriously says that he is not sure if he really exists. Judging by the records, he does, but no one has seen him. The Iron Fist is seen, and it is said that perhaps he does not exist, but the man wonders how to stop him if he does exist. The scary monster roars. A crowd of evil creatures is depicted, and it is said that they are approaching. They all growl furiously, and the soldiers are told by radio to send a request for help to the camp. The people are getting ready, and the instructor tells all squads to be ready for battle, all commanders to the vanguard, the newbies to the back. One of the soldiers starts shooting. The monster starts getting even angrier. The guy looks at him in surprise. A cloud of dust is visible from the destruction. Sitting behind the tank, the instructor says that the young ones are taking on the regular zombies. The commanders should focus on the mutants. An empty area is shown. The monsters are rushing forward aggressively. The man is getting ready to attack and tells everyone to rush into battle. Everyone starts shooting. Another soldier also attacks the creatures. A crowd of zombies is visible. The instructor decisively shoots, wishing death to the monsters. Many blows pass through them. The creatures rush through the building, and it is reported that mosquitoes have gathered in a swarm. The commander confidently attacks them. The monster jumps on him. Everyone watches this with concern. Only half of the man's body remains. Many people start to run away. The zombie's head was blown to pieces. Kalgu pulled the pin from another grenade, which he blew up the monsters. He shouted to his subordinates, informing them that the mutant's weak point was its digestive system, so they had to throw grenades into their mouths. Soon, grenades began to explode in the mutants' mouths, killing them. The red mutant raised his huge hand. He hit the ground, crushing everything around him. The fragments flew to the sides. The soldiers reported that 3 commanders were injured by one attack of the monster. Old Man grabbed the installation. He furiously screamed at the zombies, shooting a machine gun at the red mutant. Old Man mentally cursed because each of the commanders required a huge amount of time and training a new one was too difficult. When the bullets began to hit him, the mutant looked at the head of the mercenaries. He sharply dug his fingers into the ground. Then he threw a huge boulder right at the old man. The boulder miraculously missed the tank and landed, raising dust nearby. Old Man Yin immediately ran out of the tank. He pulled the pin of the grenade, intending to kill the mutant. But when it hit, the grenade could not tear the giant's flesh. Even several grenades could not seriously injure the giant. Suddenly, the giant disappeared, leaving behind only dust. Kalgu saw this and screamed sharply, trying to warn the old man. The huge mutant jumped on the old man and clasped his hands, deciding to kill him. A huge amount of dust and shrapnel rose into the air due to the force of the blow. One of the soldiers pulled the trigger, but the machine gun did not fire. He trembled with fear, saying that they would all die. His comrades who had become zombies had already approached him. A moment later, the last cry of the guy being devoured by a zombie was heard. A couple of seconds later, his eyes turned red and he himself became a zombie. At this time, one of the squad commanders swung his axe. She gritted her teeth, telling herself that she couldn't die here. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. A mutant was running towards her at high speed. She stared at it in shock, not understanding if she was going to die or why. Her hands shook in fear as she asked herself why she had suffered so much if she was going to die anyway. Old man and suddenly shouted, telling her to move if she wanted to live. But his words were cut off when the giant mutant fell on them. The old man's grunts could be heard near the destroyed building. He looked at the wound on his stomach and cursed. Old man and gritted his teeth, realizing that his body couldn't move. At that moment, a zombie was slowly walking towards them. Or rather, a whole crowd of zombies were rushing towards them and growling. The girl closed her eyes as the zombie approached her. But suddenly, a bullet pierced the zombie's head. The zombie fell in front of the old man and the girl, surprising them. At this time, missiles flew out of the helicopter subsystem. They rushed at high speed towards the crowd of zombies. The missiles hit the mutants, tearing most of them into pieces. The commander stood up in shock, looking at the sky. In the sky, she saw 3 helicopters approaching them. Yahan leaned out of the door of one of the helicopters, surveying the situation. He picked up the radio, ordering the first squad to destroy the zombies. Having accepted the order, the members of the first squad rode out on a tank. They did not pay attention to the normal zombies, crushing them under the tank. A moment later, a shell flew out of the barrel of the tank, and half of the body of one of the mutated zombies was destroyed. Old Man Yen picked up the radio and smiled, reporting his condition. He glanced at the huge mutant and the squad that arrived when Yan asked him if he was bitten, after which he answered him by saying that if he was bitten, he would have grabbed the mutant by the head and forced him to kiss the grenade a long time ago. The old man frowned, saying that the mutant was like in a shell and he could not hurt the mutant. Yan looked at him thoughtfully. Seeing how the mutant remained unharmed under fire, Yan thought, for 4 months their reconnaissance groups did not find a single mutant. Now the squad leaders received enormous pressure with the appearance of so many of them. At the same time, the tank fired another shot. Its shell hit the mutant's shoulder and exploded. But the giant did not pay attention to it, looking at the helicopter in the sky. He dug his claws into the ground, and throwing a cobblestone destroyed the helicopter. Then the mutant ducked towards the enemy. He furiously hit the tank, destroying it. A moment later, the tank itself exploded into pieces. Yehan saw this and got angry. He ordered Swift to help Shino, who immediately accepted the order. After that, Yehan looked at Hajin and ordered him to prepare to enter while he distracted everyone. Massaging his shoulder, the protagonist ordered On and Seri to stay in the helicopter and cover them from above. A second later, Yehan jumped out of the helicopter and landed on the ground. He immediately began to load his grenade launcher. He pointed it at the mutant and shot him in the back. The irritated mutant looked at Yehan. He immediately hit him, but Yehan managed to jump back from the place of impact. Looking at the power of the blow, Yehan realized that his overwhelming speed and strength made him feel insignificant, but he definitely must have a weak spot. The protagonist began to run along the monster's arm. Running closer, he jumped, approaching the mutant's head. The mutant's pupil narrowed. He was very surprised by Yehan. The protagonist, having approached, began to shoot exactly at the eye. The zombie roared in pain after receiving dozens of shots to the eye. At that time, Yehan was amazed to realize that the mutant was like most zombies. Yehan immediately plunged his knife into the mutant's head and began to scream, calling for Hajin. He immediately took the rope with attached grenades and swung it, intending to throw it at the monster. The pin flew off all the grenades and they rushed towards the mutant. The grenades exploded right in the mutant's mouth. Hajin, without fear, jumped out of the helicopter onto the giant's head. The commander of one of the squads screamed, trying to dissuade Hajin. The monster easily swallowed the guy without feeling the danger. Suddenly, his stomach began to swell. Hajin, being inside the mutant, fired non-stop. The mutant looked down in confusion. Suddenly, Hajin burst out of his stomach, tearing the flesh. And a moment later, he jumped out completely, detonating the grenades inside the giant. The explosion made the monster roar with anger and pain. The old man looked at the guys like cruel children. All members of the squad were shocked, not understanding what had just happened. Yehan went down to the ground, asking them why they were standing like that, because they needed to quickly kill the zombies and finish everything. Then the protagonist pointed at the fighting Swift, asking if they had seen any enemies. The mercenaries' axes began to mercilessly cut and kill the zombies. Soon only sparks and dust reminded of the battle. All the zombie bodies were dumped in a pile and burned. The protagonist approached the guys, ordering them to count the wounded and take the old man away in a helicopter. Olivia was very surprised that the soldiers had neither the joy of survival nor the fear of death, not even grief for the dead. Watching people drag the dead bodies of their former comrades, Olivia realized that for them only the night would pass and the day would come. Suddenly, Hajin approached Olivia and asked if she was injured. The girl suddenly burst into tears, looking at the guy. She buried her head in his shoulder, worried. Hajin asked her if everything was okay. Hajin hugged the girl, saying that she did well and now she can go to her mother and rest with her. The girl's eyes opened slightly. She asked herself what kind of battle they were fighting while she was hiding for survival. Soon, one of the soldiers approached Yehen, reporting 48 dead and 2 bitten. Olivia, looking at him, thought about how Yehen was the last hope of humanity. The protagonist, looking at the soldier, ordered to isolate the 2 bitten and inform him if the presence of immunity is confirmed. Yehen immediately looked to the side, examining the battlefield. The events take us to a weekday. 3 years after the end of the world began, in a coastal city, someone was playing video games. Yen, seeing this, awkwardly scratched his head. Swift and Sari were furiously playing with the joystick. Yen closed his eyes and asked them what they were doing during their long-awaited vacation. Swift glanced at the protagonist, saying that since he was on vacation he came to play. Yen immediately asked him why he came to him. Swift smiled, saying that he came because he wanted to play with him. The protagonist remembered the devastation in the room, reminding how 2 hours ago they had only done nothing but empty his refrigerator and play games. Swift winked at the protagonist and smiled, but a moment later he raised his hands in fear because of Yan, who had taken the machine gun. The events take us a little forward. The protagonist, standing opposite Sari, asked her what the others had done besides her. The protagonist became despondent, telling himself to calm down, and Swift laughed, watching everything from the side. Then he smiled, saying that the one-armed man was on a date and the bald man was babysitting. When Swift fell on the couch, the protagonist advised him to go on a date too, telling him that he follows the stars, but lately he has had no luck because there are no new people, no zombies, no mutants. Suddenly the door of the house opened. Entering inside, the young man apologized for interrupting his vacation. When Yan and the others approached, the guy told the commander that someone was looking for him. The protagonist smiled, telling him to register and send the new guy for military training. Sari said slightly irritatedly that the man simply could not meet with the camp commander whenever he wanted. The guy became dejected and awkwardly scratched his head. Sari, smiling on her face, hit the guy on the back, saying that she was just joking, after which she asked about the identity of the person who came. He answered her by saying that he saw this man for the first time. He suddenly appeared in their camp. Anne and Swift became serious upon hearing this. The guy looked away, saying that he had checked all the border barriers. It was impossible for the enemy to invade from the outside. Besides, yesterday morning the head of the border detachment was Alexei, who was in charge of FM. Swift, stroking his chin, called all this strange. Remembering the guest, the guy said that what was even more surprising was that it was a girl who looked like a high school student, and although they tried to question her, she only said that she had to meet Anne. Swift and the protagonist's exclamations were heard on the stairs of the house. They were surprised by this and decided to go and see. The events take us forward. A young girl stood accompanied by 2 soldiers. She was surprised by what she saw, and a moment later she ran straight at the protagonist, but the barrel of a gun pointed at her stopped her. Swift, holding the gun, smiled, saying that she cannot just run here, otherwise a bullet will fly out into her beautiful head. The girl, not paying attention to the gun, looked at Anne. When Swift put the gun away on the protagonist's order, the girl immediately hugged Anne. Swift and Sari were very surprised by what they saw. Looking at the smiling girl's face, Swift asked if she was his secret daughter. Putting the girl on the floor, the protagonist told Swift not to talk nonsense. Then Anne looked at the girl who spoke. She had to wander for some time because she made a mistake with the movement, especially since she is one of those who are poorly oriented in the area. Smiling, the girl told Anne that he did not even imagine how much she was waiting for the day when they would meet. Swift and Anne were surprised, not understanding why she had such a strange manner of speech, while Sari was clearly angry. Anne frowned slightly, asking how she got here and how she knew him. She raised her hands, telling the protagonist to send Swift and Sari away first, because the rest of them shouldn't hear her story. The events again take us a little forward. The door of one of the rooms closed. Anne, having closed the door, told the girl that if she starts talking nonsense, she will start losing body parts and he will not care that she is a child. Sitting on a chair, the girl was not afraid, saying that she knows everything, even what kind of life the protagonist lived. The protagonist stood in front of the girl and asked who she was. Without changing her facial expression, the girl introduced herself as Stella, or as people call her, a ghost, angel, demon, and even God. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, trying to understand if the girl was crazy. Stella looked at the guy thoughtfully, trying to understand how to explain everything to her better. She reminded the protagonist of how he was in New Zealand a year ago. Then in the sky, in the storm, he saw them. Ehen was very surprised to hear this. Stella went to the nightstand with books, saying that she would explain everything now. She took an old moldy book. Opening one of the pages, she pointed at some creature, saying that it was her. The protagonist stood in a stupor after seeing it. He clenched his fists, asking Stella if she was to blame for all this. The girl awkwardly stroked her cheek, saying that although she was offended, she could not say that she was completely sinless. However, he also had to understand them. They were fighting for survival, and this land was a simulator of the War of the Gods, where people were only their representatives, a form in which everyone had a representative of the camp who fought with their abilities. Ehen frowned, asking what kind of War of the Gods it was. She told him that this war of creatures living in a dimension higher than this, their world is free from material limitations and they are just a copy for the most part. Stella looked at the protagonist, saying that it was difficult for her to explain. She then pointed to the monitor, asking if it was possible to explain the concept of space to a game character living in a flat world like him, while Sari pushed Swift away, scolding him for eavesdropping. Sitting opposite Stella, Ehen asked her who created the zombies. She answered by saying that it was them, in order to understand which of them could fight on their side. Stella stopped smiling, saying that they needed people with will. In the universe, there were things invisible to the eye, such as gravity, but the most important was will, because this world was created by the will of the absolute being. And those who showed the potential of such power were given gifts by creating totems in the book. The protagonist frowned, asking if she had talked about immunity. Stella said that the more the gods love a person, the more, and especially gifts, such as Lena's prophetic one, or the ability to sense a crisis that she gave him. The protagonist put his hand to his face, asking if his memories of his past life were fake. Stella smiled, saying that everything was true. He became the winner in his past life, and because he died less than the 3 years they set, they had to turn back time. Stella's voice was heard in the room, saying that the memories were his mini reward for the winner. Looking at the girl, Ehen asked if Sobolkov had died faster than him in his past life. When Stella confirmed this, Ehen was very surprised. Remembering this, Stella said that he was trampled to death by an iron fist and died a few seconds earlier. Stella stood up. When Ehen asked about the reason for her visit, she answered him by saying that she came to reward him. She approached him, saying that she would give him what he still wanted most. Stella extended her hand, offering Ehen eternal life. Sitting on a chair, the protagonist asked if he really wanted it. Stella said that he had come all this way for the sake of survival and he definitely wanted eternal life. Approaching, the girl said that she would make him a god like them. Her hair covered her eyes as she said that they were immortal beings. Even if they weakened, they would not die, which is why their war never ended. But he managed to attract their attention, the attention of the heavenly beings. Ehen lowered his head, asking if she came here to hear his answer. Stella straightened up, saying that she was here for this very reason, because his will was important. Ehen slightly lowered his head, asking if she was immortal. Having received a positive answer, the protagonist grabbed the knife, and a moment later, he chopped off the girl's head. Stella's head flew to the side. Looking at the machete, Ehen felt strange, as if he had chopped rubber. Suddenly, the girl's body crawled towards the head. After which she took the head and attached it to the body. The mark from the cut began to disappear. Looking at the protagonist, Stella asked him to warn her next time, otherwise it was not very pleasant. The protagonist frowned, calling it nonsense, but he understood that from the moment the zombies appeared until now, he had never felt that what was happening was real. The protagonist began to turn around, saying that his answer was not necessary. Stella spread her arms, asking the protagonist why he refused eternal life since it was his salvation. The protagonist's lips parted when he told the girl that although she could read minds, she could not understand what was in a person's heart. Ehen looked at Stella again, asking if she would give them eternal life and they would prepare for war. When Stella said that he would become a god, Ehen smirked, asking if the zombies would disappear. She froze and did not answer the question. The protagonist looked out the window, asking if the alternate war on Earth had ended. Imagining a myriad of planets, Stella confirmed this, saying that the duration of the simulation on Earth was 3 years. And after these 3 years, the mutants will disappear, as will the infection they caused. And the zombies will gradually rot in the streets. With his hands on his hips, the protagonist asked what would happen to this place next. Stella answered him by saying that since the war was over, everything would happen without their intervention. Smiling, Stella said that she wanted him to be happy. The girl, without changing her expression, said that although she did not know what he was thinking, she was constantly watching him and waiting for him to win. Stella slightly turned away, saying that she was happy to see him. Ehen only frowned, looking at Stella. Lowering her head, the girl said that if there was something he wanted, then she would try to do it. Ehen turned around abruptly, refusing this. Remembering the numerous deaths, Ehen said that he did not want to receive help from those who play with human lives for such delusional reasons. The protagonist glanced at Stella, saying that the only thing that mattered was that it was over. Looking at her intently, he said that the only thing she could do for him was not to touch the earth. The girl's eye widened in shock. She looked away, accepting Yan's wish. The girl awkwardly stood in front of the guy and grabbed his hand with her hands. After that, her body began to crumble into dust particles. When she almost completely disappeared, she said goodbye to Yan. The protagonist watched the disappearing dust particles. The events take us to the future on a beautiful weekday. On the streets of one of the cities, people were happy and laughing, looking around. Yehan walked on stage. Soon he came out to the stage to the people waiting for him. The next day after the end of the 3-year period, Yehan officially announced the end of the apocalypse. The people in the square screamed with joy. The events take us to the picturesque mountains. Yehan walked along the path with Seri. He looked at her and called out. The girl looked at the guy in confusion. The protagonist turned around asking the girl if she knew what he was thinking. Looking forward, Seri thought. Suddenly, the protagonist hugged the girl. He stood behind her and hugged her. Seri and Yehan looked at each other, and a moment later, they began to kiss. Seri looked at her lover's face during the kiss, but then she closed her eyes, and hugging him, she continued the kiss. Events take us to Incheon, May 2020, specifically to one of its ports. Swift smiled, saying that he would leave the rest to the interlocutor's imagination. The man suddenly jumped up, telling him not to say that anymore. Walking on the floor covered in gasoline, the guy asked what would happen if he continued. Looking at the man's corpse, Swift said that he did not think that there was no need to describe the process in detail. Putting the phone away, Swift told him to close his eyes. Opening the garage door, Swift said that only the result was important, and describing everything in detail was boring. The guy sighed. The garage behind him burst into flames. Swift adjusted his cap, deciding that since he had finished the mission, he had some free time. But taking the ringing phone in his hands, Swift became despondent, realizing that he might not have time. Looking at the phone, Swift did not understand why it was necessary to use it against wiretapping. Walking through the forest, Swift thanked him for the good work. It turned out that the man had sent the report instead of him. Swift stopped abruptly and said that he had not been to his native land for a long time, so he wanted to rest for a couple of days. Looking through the documents, the man said that he would pass them on to the head office so he could rest a little. Swift exclaimed irritably when the man asked him not to be caught. Then the man reminded the guy about the event in Hong Kong, where they had to try to hide his identity. Swift immediately calmed down, saying that he would behave quietly. Looking at the phone with irritation, Swift asked when it would be changed because it stood out too much. Looking at the sky, the guy listened to the man telling him that they would send him something newer. Walking through the forest, the guy appreciated the good weather. The events take us to the city, where people walked serenely along the streets. Inside one of the restaurants, dishes were placed on the table. Looking out the window, Swift surprised people enjoying his beauty. The girl started to approach him. She stood behind him and asked for forgiveness. Swift looked at the girl and decided to have some fun. She apologized to the guy again. Then, with a smile on her face, she asked him if he believed in God. Swift pretended not to understand her question and answered in another language. The events take us to the laughing girl to whom Swift told all this. He sighed sadly, saying that he did not know then that the girl spoke English well. The girl grabbed her stomach and started laughing loudly. Swift asked her not to do this because it was embarrassing. The girl barely held back, asking for forgiveness, while the guy thought about a successful hunt this time. Looking at the girl, the guy thought that he did not have a hidden intent, and he simply did not know anyone here, and he did not want to spend time with strange people. Throwing up his hands and telling something, Swift decided to just chat with her and drink beer until the sun went down. When the girl picked up the phone, Swift smiled and asked what she was watching. The girl handed him the phone, saying that this broadcast had become trending. On the screen, the guy was running away from a crowd of zombies. It was happening in Seoul and looked more like a movie set. Looking at the phone, Swift asked if they were zombies. Looking at Swift's blood, he mentally said that it didn't look like makeup. Taking the wand in her hands, the girl said that she would be scared to stay alone today because of these horrors. The guy's eyes widened when he understood the girl's hint. Smiling, the guy said that he just had nowhere to spend the night. Hearing him, the girl called him too straightforward. Putting his head on Swift's hand, he asked what was bad about it. The girl just smiled and looked at the stranger's hand. He suddenly grabbed her and began to bite her neck. The zombie suddenly stopped looking back. Swift swung his fist, attacking the monster. With one blow, he sent the zombie flying. It flew off and landed on tables and chairs. Swift looked at the girl and asked about her condition. The zombie began to get up. Swift gritted his teeth, not understanding what was happening. The zombie's jaw hung and one eye closed due to the blow received. Swift froze, realizing that there was a zombie in front of him. Suddenly, it ran straight at him. Swift stood in a stupor, not believing that it was a real zombie. The guy began to deftly dodge all the monster's attacks. Looking at the zombie, he realized that its body was surprisingly light. Swift kicked the zombie in the body and made it fly away, asking it to just lie down because it could not control the strength now. But the zombie did not listen to him and stood up again. Taking the chair in his hands, Swift began to get angry. The people on the streets were amazed at what he saw. Swift beat the man with a chair and scratched his head, not understanding why he continued to get up. Some dust began to fly around the city. Swift started calling, asking what happened again, but no one answered. Suddenly, a police car appeared, notifying everyone of the reality of what was happening. Looking at the car, Swift decided that the world had gone crazy again. Patting the girl on the shoulder, the guy apologized, saying that he would soon bring doctors. Events take us to the hospital. Zombies, who used to be sick, were walking along the corridor. Swift stood in front of them and began to swear. He looked at the fire extinguisher. Swift raised it above his head, deciding to strike something. Throwing the fire extinguisher, the guy broke the glass of the cell where the axe was kept. Swift picked up the axe and looked at the zombies. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the zombies and chopped them up. Events take us back to the cafe, to which the out-of-breath guy arrived. Looking at the girl who had become a zombie, Swift was not surprised, deciding whether to kill her or not. Swift immediately began to look around. He noticed a camera, because of which the whole situation could be problematic. Swift ran away, deciding to find food supplies first. Events take us a little forward. Zombies filled the streets of the city. Swift locked the door to the hypermarket. Looking at the zombies, he swore, saying that they were tired of following him. The guy looked back, hearing screams. There, one guy was pinned down by a zombie and screaming, asking for help. Putting on a mask, Swift realized that the guy bitten by a zombie could not be helped. The guy suddenly jumped into the air, and with one movement, he cut off the camera. Swift stood on the table, looking at the approaching zombie. The guy grabbed a mop and hit the zombie on the head with it. Having knocked him to the floor, Swift jumped right on him. With one blow, he cut the zombie's head in half. The guy lying in front began to crawl, asking for help. Seeing the corpse of a zombie behind Swift, he praised the guy for his courage, but then ordered him not to come closer or he would kill him. Suddenly, a can of soda flew into the guy's hands. While drinking, Swift told him to drink it with him, but he did not listen to him and begged again. The guy lowered his hand, saying that there was nothing to be done and that he should not move, otherwise he would smash his head in. The bitten guy cried even more than before. Swift went to one of the counters. He was filling a bag with various products. Suddenly, the previously bitten guy attacked him from behind, but Swift easily chopped off his head. Looking at Swift's head that flew off, he counted the minutes. Taking the bags, the guy realized that the time to turn into a zombie was 7 minutes, and although the result varied depending on the situation, it was necessary to remember this. Soon Swift found himself in a motel. Various chips and packages of goodies were scattered around the room. Swift stood in front of the window and listened as the man told him that contact had been lost not only in Korea, but also in Europe, North and Central America, Oceania, and Southeast Asia. Swift was thoughtful when he heard that the zombies had even taken over the main office, which was as well protected as a military installation and filled with agents as well. Looking down, Swift asked what had happened to the other branches and was told that everyone was currently trying to contact their agents. Swift frowned when asked about the situation in Korea. Looking at the chaos outside, he said that it was hell. Swift looked at the huge building in front of him. Bloody zombie bodies were scattered around it. Crouching down, he said that the country was finished. He wondered how all this could have happened in a week. He wondered how zombies could destroy an entire country, no matter how infectious they were. Swift was very surprised when he saw soldiers near the building. The boy attacked the monster, hitting it in the face with an axe. 2 soldiers saw this, pointed their guns at him and yelled at him to stay put. Swift raised his hands and said that he was a survivor who needed to be saved. The soldier asked if the boy had walked through a street full of zombies, to which he agreed. The wary soldiers kept their guns trained on the boy, wary of him. Then the 2 asked how he had done it. Swift said that zombies were slow, like turtles. The soldiers looked at him with wide eyes in surprise. The boy said that he had heard about a shelter built there, so he came. The soldiers lowered a ladder down to him, asking if he had been bitten since he was covered in blood. As he climbed the ladder, the boy said that it was zombie blood and that he was fine. He continued to examine the huge building. Seeing the papers on the table about the agreement on conscription into the reserve troops, Swift said that he would not sign them. Taking the axe from the guy, the soldier said that he had to sign papers before entering the shelter. Swift took an ID from his jacket pocket and showed it to the soldier. After examining the officer's ID, the soldier asked what the guy was doing there then. Swift said that he was on a mission, which is why he was here, and asked if they now understood why he couldn't sign the papers, because you can't belong to two organizations at once. Putting his hand to his head, the soldier said that he would report everything to the battalion commander. Swift looked at the soldier's back as he left to give the order and thought about the fact that his ID was fake. In the corridor of the shelter, there were people sitting, fleeing from zombies. Swift saw people sleeping on the floor in the corridor. The guy was heading towards the administration. Entering the office, Henschel introduced himself to the guy, who was the battalion commander. The commander asked if Swift was from the peacekeeping forces. Folding his arms across his chest and smiling, the guy agreed. The commander asked the boy why he was moving alone. Swift smiled and said that after a special mission he stopped for a rest in Korea and now he can't go back because of what happened. He put his hand on his chin and continued that he actually contacted the branch and asked for help. The commander exclaimed and asked if the boy could really contact the UN. Swift thought he lied, but it would be more convenient if he was mistaken for an important person. The enraged commander asked if they could get help from the UN. With a smirk on his face, the boy asked him to calm down and ask what the current situation was. Putting his hand on his head, the commander said that after martial law was declared, all troops except the forward detachments were reorganized. The commander continued to talk about how they were now on the edge of a cliff. Henschel suggested to the boy about clearing out the zombies in the area. The commander began to describe the problems they were facing. He said that zombies come running at the sound of gunfire and that soldiers are just people with little military training. And finally, he continued, there was no order from above to kill. The news showed that the infected are also people, so there is no need to kill people because of the danger. The commander said that they can develop a cure, so they should not shoot civilians. After a moment of silence, he remembered that before the TV was turned off, there was talk of developing a cure. Henschel said that there were many people in the shelter whose family members had become zombies, so they left them at home. Frowning, the commander said that this was their limit and now it was time to make a decision. The commander asked Swift for help and told the boy to pass on their request for rescue to the UN. Swift hesitantly replied that the request had already been sent, but this chaos was not limited to Korea. Turning away from the boy, the commander was upset. Swift tried to calm him down, saying that this was happening all over the world, and although the request for help had been sent, it was unknown when help would arrive. The city was in chaos at the time. The commander said he wanted to keep it a secret for now. He went on to say that the soldiers and survivors were desperate, as more bad news would drive them out of control. Standing in front of Swift, Henschel said he had a suggestion. The commander frowned and told the boy to pick the strongest guys from the survivors and form an advance party. Swift said that it was an unnecessary burden for him. The commander looked at the boy with surprised eyes. Henschel stuttered and asked if it was okay to tell the survivors that the UN forces would soon begin a rescue operation. Swift agreed to do so. There were survivors in the gym of the shelter. Swift put his backpack down with a bang. The survivors turned to look at him in surprise. The boy sat down on the floor, leaning against the wall, thinking about how to get out of there as soon as possible, as he was afraid that his scam would soon be revealed. Swift was surprised that the group of survivors was looking at him intently. 5 guys were looking at him with a grin. Swift, fixing his gaze on them, wondered who these people were. Suddenly, someone approached him from the side. Swift immediately turned his head in surprise towards the person who approached. It was a little girl in a school uniform. She nervously twiddled her fingers. Looking at her, Swift asked what happened. Suddenly, seeing a bottle of water next to him, he asked in surprise if he had really taken the girl's place, after which he immediately apologized and said that he would leave right away. To this, the girl leaned towards Swift and with a smile on her face replied that it was okay, after which she added that if he moved a little, she would sit next to him. After Swift moved away, the girl sat down not far from him, hugging her knees and looking at the floor. Looking at her, Swift said to himself that there were no parents. At this time, clouds were gathering outside. Some time passed. Swift was eating chips. Everyone gathered stared at the guy. The girl sitting next to him was also looking at Swift, who was greedily eating chips. Noticing the looks on himself, Swift spread his arms in displeasure and told everyone to stop looking at him like that, after which he handed the bag of chips to the girl and told her to help herself. Taking the bag of chips in her hands, the girl looked at Swift in shock and did not know what to say. The guy, with a smile on his face, answered that everything was fine, telling her to eat. Having thanked him, the girl began to eat the treat. Having tried one, she began to quickly eat the entire contents of the bag from the delicious taste. Surprised, looking at this, Swift asked if he really wanted to give her more. Taking the empty bag of chips from her face, the girl was incredibly pleased and happy. Seeing the girl's happy face, Swift smiled happily and said that he himself did not want to eat anything. The girl, hearing this, became a little sad, lowering her head. Suddenly, a box of treats, thrown by Swift, fell to the floor. Taking it in her hands, the girl turned to Swift and began to loudly thank him, saying that she was incredibly grateful to him. Swift, despite the girl, answered that it was just a trifle, to which she, in response, replied that she could not stand to remain in debt, after which she added that Swift should say if he needed anything. There was silence in the whole hall. The light from the spotlights illuminated the entire room. Suddenly, the girl handed a bottle of water to Swift, who, looking at it, was surprised. "Here, take some water," the girl said. There was a joyful smile on her face. Spreading her arms, she said that the water for the day had already been distributed, but since Swift was late, he would not be able to get water. Swift did not answer this, but only looked at the full bottle of water. There were air bubbles floating in the water itself. Looking at the bottle, Swift said to himself that the water was slightly cloudy because it was tap water, adding that if he drank this, his stomach might hurt. "Thank you," he said, leaving his memories behind. "You are welcome," the happy girl answered. Having left and walked along the corridor, the same girl walked behind Swift. Swift went into the toilet, and the girl stood quietly at the entrance, waiting for him. Having left the toilet, Swift headed back, and the girl ran after him. Turning to the girl, Swift asked in surprise why she was following him, adding that the toilet smelled of cigarettes, and at this rate the girl would get lung cancer. The little girl looked at Swift and with a smile on her face asked if he really smoked in the toilet, after which she asked if he was afraid that she would outlive him. Swift, hearing this, chuckled and said with a smile on his face that she was very annoying. Swift looked to the side and saw a young couple, in which the guy was saying something very aggressively to the girl. After seeing this, he asked the girl since when people started to starve here, to which she replied that since she came here 3 days ago. Continuing to look at the couple, Swift saw that the guy, who had been swearing a few seconds ago, took the girl by the hand and led her along. He asked if it had really been that long. "Yes," the girl answered. After that, Swift asked if everyone here had been underfed all the time. Swift, continuing to look ahead, said that it would be better to find another shelter. "Exactly," the girl suddenly said, adding that several people had left and never returned. Remembering how people from the upper floors looked at the zombies, she said that seeing someone become a zombie in front of their eyes made people afraid to go out. "Yes," Swift answered, sitting down on a bench by the wall, adding that everyone gathered was weak. "Everyone was weak in the face of a catastrophe." Sitting next to Swift, answered the girl. Suddenly, the girl who had come in earlier with the man came out of the room, buttoning her shirt. The girl immediately said that a lot was happening here that a child did not need to know. Hearing this, Swift folded his arms over his chest and, looking at his interlocutor, with a malicious smile on his face, said that he had not asked, after which he called the girl an old woman. The girl, with her arms folded on her legs, looked ahead and said that she was resilient because she did not even eat. "Don't pay attention to them," Swift immediately said. "Yes, I know," the girl answered discontentedly. Looking at the people who were sitting on the floor doing nothing, Swift asked if the girl had really changed so much in the last few days or had she always been such an old woman. "It's too early for me to grow up," the girl answered coldly. Swift looked ahead and saw a girl sitting on the steps, then said that even elementary school students seemed so grown up lately, then asked what his interlocutor's name was. "Bora," the girl answered immediately. Swift stood up from the bench, turned his back to Bora, and asked if the girl's parents were really dead. Bora immediately turned to Swift and asked if he thought that was too tactless a question. Swift, scratching his cheek in confusion, turned to the girl and answered that he was only a little, since he had not had parents since birth. Remembering what had happened, Bora answered that her parents were in another shelter, explaining that she ended up here because her teachers brought her here since her academy was nearby. Hearing this, Swift said that then the girl's parents should be in a shelter near work. "Yes," Bora immediately answered, adding that they would be able to meet again someday. At this time, the sun was coming out from behind the clouds outside. Swift laid out instant noodles on the floor. Looking at this, Bora said that if Swift ate too much sodium, he would be prone to dehydration. "Eat some soup," she added, holding a piece of dry noodles in her hand. Having bitten off another piece, Swift said discontentedly that the girl should not act smart, otherwise he would eat it all himself. Suddenly, someone approached Swift. Turning his head, he asked what the guys needed. A huge man in a blue jacket loomed over him. "I know that you are from outside," the man said with a displeased face, adding later that he really did not see that everyone around him was starving. Without waiting for an answer, the man leaned towards Swift and said that he was obliged to share in such a situation. Hearing this, Swift, sitting on the floor, asked if he really owed everyone something. The rest of the people, sitting behind the 5 upstarts, whispered that the food collection had started again. There was anger and hatred in the man's eyes. Looking at Swift, he asked if it really looked like he was making jokes. Seeing all this, Bora leaned over to Swift and whispered that these men were scary people. Stroking the girl's head, Swift, with a smile on his face, told the girl to close her eyes for a minute, adding that it would all be over soon. After these words, Swift began to pick her up from the floor. At that very second, blood spurted. Bora screamed in horror, closing her eyes and lowering her head. A few seconds later, she opened her eyes, which were already filled with tears. Suddenly, she saw that 2 men with bloody faces were lying at her feet, and Swift was standing a little further away, from whom a man in a blue jacket was crawling away in horror. All the people were shocked by what they saw. Bora was no less shocked. Swift confidently walked forward. One of the still whole upstarts spread his arms in shock. Swift had a crazy smile on his face. He immediately swung his leg at his opponent, and with a turn he kicked right into the man's jaw. From what he saw, the last upstart rushed at Swift with his fists. From a quick punch, Swift simply ducked, thereby dodging, and immediately after that, he delivered a strong blow to the opponent's stomach. The upstart immediately grabbed his side and fell to his knees, missing such a blow. Everyone who was in the hall at that time was shocked. With their mouths open, they watched what was happening. Swift, having beaten all the upstarts, went to the last one. It turned out to be a man in a blue jacket who had already risen from the floor. The man looked at the crowd in rage and heard them say that Swift was much better than the big guy. Unable to bear it, the man rushed at Swift screaming. But the guy didn't lose his head and grabbed the big guy by the jacket, making a pass to his legs. With a sharp movement, Swift grabbed the fat man by the throat. The next second, the huge man fell to the floor head down. Swift didn't stop there, grabbing his opponent's leg, and at the same moment, he made a strong and firm grip on the leg. With a bloody nose, the man screamed in horror for Swift to stop. Holding the big guy's leg, Swift with a crazy smile on his face asked if the commander shouldn't be held responsible. Without letting go of the leg, Swift said to himself that if he broke the fat man's ankle, then everything should be quiet for a while. A loud crunch was heard. After that, a piercing scream was heard. At that very second, 4 soldiers ran out of the door, running towards the fight. Seeing the guys, Swift smiled contentedly and said that they were quite in time, after which he pointed at the big guy and said that the man seemed to have sprained his ligaments. A big guy was rolling on the floor, holding his broken leg. The soldiers ran up to the lieutenant and asked in shock what had happened. Then Swift, scratching his head in confusion and laughing, said that it was nothing, those 5 guys just wanted to take his things. The soldiers immediately looked at the upstarts lying on the floor, thinking to themselves that this gang was known for always causing trouble, after which one of the soldiers ordered the others to carry everyone to the infirmary. Suddenly, one of the soldiers turned to Swift and asked in surprise if this commotion was really what was going on. But before he could finish his thought, Swift interrupted the guy and asked if he really thought that he had arranged all this here. Immediately after that, Swift looked at everyone present in the hall and loudly asked if it was true that he had done all this here. No one present began to answer this, everyone just turned away in fear and dispersed. Right after that, Swift laughed, saying that it was all just a big misunderstanding. The soldier, looking at all this, said in his head that no matter how you look at it, everyone was just scared. Silence reigned in the hall again. Then, suddenly, Swift, with a wide smile on his face, turned to Lieutenant Sanu and said that he heard that he had been appointed captain of the 1st Assault Brigade. After these words, Swift put his hand in his backpack, saying that before leaving, they should have a good meal and a smoke, adding that he had prepared something special. Opening the backpack, the lieutenant saw that it was full of food and cigarettes. What value? Sanu said confusedly with a drop of sweat on his face. Swift answered with a smile that the leader took such good care of the order here that he should be paid more, after which he called Sanu to finish the conversation upstairs. Having laughed contentedly, Sanu agreed. Swift laughed at this and said that he knew they would get along. The remaining soldiers looked at this in bewilderment. Then Sanu turned to everyone and ordered that everyone be taken to the infirmary, after which the condition of the citizens would be checked and reported. A few minutes later, a happy Bora ran up to Swift and asked if he really fought so well. Yeah, Swift answered, rummaging through his backpack, adding that the girl should be a good girl because he would be back soon. I always, slowly and quietly said Bora, looking at her interlocutor. A few seconds later, Swift, hugging the lieutenant, happily walked towards the exit. People looked at this and asked who this Swift was because he had plenty of food and was also friends with the military. At that very second, everyone gathered in the hall realized that if they touched Swift, it would be the end for them. Night had fallen outside. The moon was high in the sky. After a while, a soldier screamed, asking for everyone's attention. Henschel was sitting behind the counter with a smile on his face. He greeted all the citizens and said that he was the leader in charge of this shelter. In front of him, on the floor of a huge hall, sat a huge number of people. Looking at everyone, Henschel said that he understood perfectly well that everyone was having a hard time due to the lack of basic necessities, and then added that for several days they had been waiting for the government to save them, but they had not been able to establish communication. He said sadly after a short pause. Hearing this, one of the citizens grabbed his head in horror, shook with fear and began to mutter under his breath that they were all finished. Henschel continued to say that most likely the government apparatus had suffered from the disaster as much as they had. But do not worry, Henschel said decisively, looking at everyone present without fear in his eyes. After a short pause, he said that they would definitely take responsibility for protecting the citizens. After these words, all the people became furious. Jumping to their feet, they began to shout furiously, asking how this would fix the situation because they needed food. Suddenly, the smile disappeared from Henchel's face. He calmly told the citizens not to worry because they had already taken certain measures. After these words, he asked Swift to come out to him for a minute. Surprised, Swift pointed his finger at himself and asked again. Henchel immediately grabbed Swift's hand and pulled him along. At that very second, Henchel raised the guy's hand and shouted loudly that Swift was an officer sent by the peacekeeping forces to the Republic of Korea, adding that Swift was here to save everyone. Swift himself was shocked when he heard this. Suddenly, the people, hearing this, fell silent and looked at the guy in shock. Then it's not surprising, one of the guys said. After that, Swift remembered how he and Henchel were talking to each other in his office. Henchel then asked in confusion whether it would be possible to announce to the survivors that the forces would soon begin a rescue operation. After this question, Swift gave the go-ahead with a smile on his face. Leaving his memories, beads of sweat were running down Swift's face, and he himself was confusedly saying in his head that Henchel had made a fuss too quickly. Henchel did not stop and joyfully shouted that Lieutenant Swift had currently requested help from the after which he added that he was under their careful control. Everyone would soon be saved. Henchel took a breath and continued shouting. Hearing this, all the people were very surprised. It was still night outside. The lights were on from the shelter windows, and Henchel continued shouting for everyone to thank Swift for getting to Korea, risking his life. At that very moment, loud joyful shouts and applause were heard. "Thank you, Lieutenant Swift," the girl shouted with tears in her eyes. Confused by this, Swift only raised his hand up and closed his eyes with an absurd smile on his face. Swift thought that Henchel was good at politics and would have done well as a politician or a religious leader. The people were cheering, but one guy sitting on the floor was irritated and thought that the people were going crazy in the confinement. He tried to shout over the noise, asking the commander when the rescue mission would come. Henchel coughed into his fist and said that he did not know for sure, so they would have to join forces to survive. The guy shouted again that this was no different from what was happening now, since everyone was already starving and there was not enough drinking water. People began to whisper that if you think about it, the guy's words made sense. Henchel asked the survivors not to worry. He called for Senior Sergeant Song. The guy immediately responded when the captain asked if the preparations were complete. The lieutenant confirmed and soldiers immediately entered the room. The people looked at them in surprise. The soldiers stood in front of the podium and turned to the people when Henchel said that from today on they planned to use a mobile assault force to obtain supplies for military and civilian needs. The captain looked determined when he said that he would not let the people starve to death. The people let out another surprised sigh. Swift grinned and thought that he was watching a poor show, but it was well staged and would be quite effective in maintaining order. The weather was fine when the order was given to leave. The military was on alert and surveying the area. 20 hours later, it was getting dark. The zombies attacked the soldiers and one of them was being torn apart by the monster. There were cries for help as the people on the top floor took away the ladder so that the zombies could not climb it. The people were tense. The word in the administration room was that it was a failure. The lieutenant, flushed with tension, said that they were ambushed in front of a large supermarket, and to save Private Park, he fired his pistol, and that was the beginning. Dozens, then hundreds of zombies appeared, and they kept coming. There was no end to them. When they piled on Senior Sergeant Song, he quickly ordered a retreat, but even so, only half made it back alive. Someone spoke sharply to the commander. A breathless soldier ran into the office, and Henchel asked what happened, and the guy explained that a body was found in the toilet, and it looked like suicide. The soldier also said that there were signs of a riot, to which the soldiers were tensely silent, not knowing what to say. The room was quiet. The phone still had plenty of battery and the time was 21:03. Swift looked at the screen and thought that there was no connection with headquarters. Instead of waiting for rescue, he should do everything possible to survive on his own. He felt people's eyes on him. Swift thought that now people were targeting his bag. Too bad, apparently this place had no more hope, so he had to molt. Bora was sleeping next to him on a roll of paper. She was holding Swift's jacket in her sleep, and he thought that this way his clothes would stretch, which is why he hated children. The dawn was beautiful that day. Bora woke up and started braiding her hair into a ponytail when Swift asked where she was going. The girl smiled and said that she was going to the distribution, since if she came later it would be difficult to get water. Swift said that this was not necessary, since now he himself would go and get it. Bora was surprised by this. Swift went to the distribution. Beautiful weather settled over the building. The soldier asked the guy what he was going to do when Swift asked to lower him a ladder. The soldier leaned over the railing and asked the guy where he was going. Swift answered that he was going shopping when he chopped up another zombie. The soldier didn't get the joke, so he asked again. The supermarket seemed to be on fire. There were many corpses inside. Swift was pasting a box. He threw a large box full of supplies on his back. Suddenly, a crowd of zombies pounced on him. Swift quickly ran away from them. He screamed about how hard his life was as he ran away from the zombies. The weather was beautiful. When the boxes were unpacked, a question was asked if there were burners in the warehouse. The soldiers were surprised by what was in the boxes. They asked Swift if he was okay, to which he asked if there was something wrong with him. One of the soldiers went down the stairs. Swift ran away, ordering them to lift the boxes and he would bring more. The soldiers froze, not believing that Swift had run away again. The day was drawing to an end. Fragrant ramen was cooking on the fire. The girl was happily eating noodles. The people in the hall were slurping with pleasure. Swift looked at this with satisfaction and thought that this was the reward for hard work. He looked at his hands and the burst calluses and thought that he had killed about 300 people today. Henschel came up to him and asked how he did it. Swift grinned and said that it was a little hard. The soldiers looked at him with admiration and Swift thought that he did not like their look. Henschel asked with a smile why the boy went to such trouble alone, since next time the soldiers would go with him. Swift answered that he was safer alone, to which the captain replied that he understood that the boy did not trust them, but it was too dangerous to do everything alone. Swift folded his arms over his chest and asked for one hardy boy, but not to leave him since he needed a volunteer. The captain put his hand to his temple like a visor. He agreed to the request. Bora looked happy, holding a bag of popcorn in her hands, and said that Swift was cool. He patted the girl on the head and said that now she knew it and asked her to eat more. Bora thanked him for today. Suddenly, a soldier burst into the hall, calling the commander. Henschel nervously asked what happened and asked him to be quiet. Corporal Soren said that something strange was happening there as thousands of zombies were gathering around this place. Swift was surprised. People looked out into the street, where indeed the whole area was swarming with monsters. Swift put his hands on his hips, watching the picture. Sweat was pouring down Henschel's face. Zombies, crushing each other, reached for the people. Swift thought that no one could stop such a number of zombies, so they needed to get out before they were surrounded. He was tense, because if he hesitated, he would die. Swift grabbed Bora, who asked what he was doing, and the guy said he would explain everything later, since they needed to escape first. The soldiers locked the door, not letting the people out. The people pressed the soldier, but he asked to wait a little since the commander had not yet given the order. One of the men began to talk about the soldier letting them out quickly. To his pathetic excuse that it was dangerous outside, the man said that it was even more dangerous in here. The Stukas rose up, aimed at the people. Henschel told everyone to take a step back since there could be zombies behind the door, and the soldiers would help them evacuate safely. The soldier asked Eugen to sit down since he was wounded. It turned out that the soldier had turned into a zombie. He bit his former comrade. The people panicked and started screaming. The zombies attacked from behind. The doors opened. There were also zombies on the other side. In a matter of minutes, a melee began. The last shots rang out before the soldier was buried under a crowd of zombies. Henschel screamed furiously about who shot. Swift looked at the crowd of zombies with hatred. While the crowd of zombies was below, he remained on the second floor. The night was starry. The zombies were still pressing. Swift cursed, but thought that they were not completely surrounded yet. Bora asked him to let her go as she was dizzy. The girl bit her lip and said that it was over. Swift looked out the window and said that nothing was over yet, so he should cheer up as they could go down. He opened the window when the girl asked how they could go down, to which he replied that he would carry her as they could not die here. He looked out the window again and said that there were the fewest zombies here, but the only question was how to break away from them when they came down. He explained that if they were surrounded it would be bad, but if they had a car it would be easier, and Bora said that Uncle Bonsu had a moped. Swift asked for more details, and Bora pointed to a pink moped at the edge of the parking lot, explaining that Uncle Bonsu came here from time to time and said that if something happened, he would escape on it. Swift immediately asked what this Bonsu looked like, to which Bora explained that he had green hair and was dressed a little strangely. Swift thought that a big and sturdy car would be better, but sometimes a maneuverable moped would be even more useful. He began to twist the knife in his hand, thinking about green hair. He gave the knife to the girl and asked her to wait there and not go anywhere. She promised that she would wait for him, to which Swift promised that he would try to do everything quickly. The guy ran up the stairs as fast as he could. Swift broke through the crowd of zombies, thinking about green hair. He killed a zombie with yellow hair. The crowd kept pressing. There was no end to the zombies, and he did not understand how he could find Bonsu among them. He looked at the monsters and wondered where he was. Finally, he realized that he had to go back. All the walls of the corridor were covered in blood. Suddenly, he was attacked by a zombie with green hair. He was wearing strange clothes, and Swift realized that it was Bonsu. He happily thought that he had found him, and then he attacked. The keys were hanging on Bonsu's jeans. Swift opened the carabiner and took the keys. When he returned to where he left Bonsu, he saw the floor covered in blood. He quietly called out to the girl. Out of desperation, he began to call out loudly for her. Blood was dripping from his axe when Swift cursed. Suddenly he saw the blanket move. Bora crawled out from under the blanket, putting her finger to her lips and saying that she was here. Swift sighed in relief, asking what she was doing there, to which she replied that she had seen on TV that if she did this, the zombies would not be able to find her. Swift smiled and called her to come. It was dark outside. Swift climbed down the drainpipe with Bora on his back. He finally landed on the ground. The zombies were advancing when he warned her that they would have to run as fast as they could. He turned to the girl and told her to just follow him. Bora gripped the knife firmly, expressing her readiness. He shouted for her to go and rush to attack the zombies. Swift chopped off the zombies' heads. He attacked without stopping. Blood flowed from their wounds. The stars watched this scene as silent witnesses. Finally, the crowd of zombies was finished. Swift started the moped. His hands were covered in blood. The zombies began to attack again. Swift shouted for them to get away and accelerated the moped. He broke through the crowd of zombies. The moped weaved through the monsters. 6 months had passed since the beginning of the zombie apocalypse. Swift bent the door with a crowbar. The room he entered was empty. He thought that those bad people had done this again. He put his hand to his forehead and thought about how he frowned so much lately that he thought he was going to get wrinkles. A sound caught his attention. A group of guys were gathering supplies and one of them was telling them to be quiet. The man told the others to hurry up. Swift snuck up behind the man. He hit him over the head with a crowbar. Swift grabbed the gun from the man. The man turned around cursing. Swift hit him again, saying that didn't he tell them not to come here anymore. The guy charged one of the men again. He hit the man in the nose with the scope. Swift slung the gun over his shoulder and said that apparently when you use words no one listens, then asked if the only way they would come to their senses would be to break their arms or legs. He said he was confiscating the firearms, then told them to leave everything there and get lost. Swift narrowed his eyes and told them to tell their boss not to send them here again because next time it would end badly for them. One of the men was holding his broken head and said irritably that the boss was giving him one last chance and if he did not listen and join him in a good way, he would finish him off. The man also said something about his family and Swift immediately plunged a knife into the speaker's leg. The man howled in pain when Swift asked if it looked like he had just been joking. He looked scary when he said that if he saw them again he would kill them. Sweat rolled down the man's face. Swift pulled out a knife and said with a smile that if he did not hurt them first, he would not bother him either, and now let them go, and he hoped that they would not see each other again. The men, supporting each other, left. Swift watched them go and thought that it was not right to just leave them like that. He started collecting boxes, thinking that if he had a reliable friend, he wouldn't let them get away with this now. Swift was walking home when he turned around abruptly. The roof was empty, but he had just felt someone's gaze on him. He looked around at the empty roofs. There was barbed wire and a shield with stakes lying near one of the shops. A woman was cooking in the kitchen, and when Swift came, she was happy. Swift grabbed the food from the table and asked where Bora was when the girl answered that she was upstairs. The guy said that the food was delicious, to which the girl asked him not to touch the food with his hands, but the guy objected as he was hungry. He put the box on the table, saying that today he was able to bring something. The girl opened the box and said with a smile that he always brings something, even though it is dangerous. Swift bent down to take off his shoes and said that the bad people had packed everything up nicely for him, and he had just brought it. And the girl immediately asked who they were talking about, so Swift explained about the people from Gold Moon, and then asked her to be careful. The man who was peeling vegetables apologized for the fact that they had all been taking care of him for 2 months, and he would like to help too, but he couldn't even repay them for saving his life. Swift said that even if they went together, it would still be difficult for the two of them to defeat them all. He loaded the machine gun, saying that he had gotten it for today, but he should only shoot at the invaders and zombies, because as soon as you shoot, the gates to hell will open. He handed the machine gun to the man and said that there weren't many bullets. Swift looked at the white door. Bora was sleeping in the bed. She woke up as soon as Swift approached and asked how she was feeling, to which she replied that she was feeling bad, but she didn't think she was going to die. She apologized for feeling weak and apathetic. Swift said that he had passed her house today, but there was no normal shelter nearby. The zombies had destroyed everything. There were no people left, they probably lived scattered, just like them. He asked her not to worry about the girl, because if her parents were alive, they would meet someday. Bora screamed, because Swift slapped her on the head. He asked why the girl had made a face like an old woman again, after which he asked her to go to bed because in the new world she had to get up early to work. She asked him not to say such things to the child, to which Swift asked where she had seen the child here. Swift looked around the room. He looked at Bora, who was lying on his lap, and asked her to live a long, long time, to which the sleeping girl replied that she would live a long, long time. Night fell. Swift was fighting with the members of Goldmoon. Swift picked up the carrier with water and thought about how much water the guy had loaded. Suddenly he felt something again. Swift looked around. He looked around indifferently. All the people in his house were killed. The man in the suit was lying in a pool of blood. Swift rushed upstairs to Bora's room. The door was open. Swift saw many footprints in the girl's room. He cursed because Bora was not there. There were footprints of men's boots all over the floor. Swift squeezed the handle of the axe. He thought irritably that he should have killed everyone. The sun was setting. Men in suits and hammers in their hands stood in the underpass. Swift openly came out to meet them. He raised the axe to strike. The man noticed him at the last moment, because the guy was barely visible due to the darkness and his black suit. The sword flashed and Swift hit the man. He wanted to warn the boss, but he didn't have time. People started to panic. The second man started to run. The axe flew into the air. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Swift took a step forward. He walked over the corpses without even turning around. The mall seemed empty. However, there were zombies here too. Swift sat on the railing and thought that he had a bad feeling that the boss had let these zombies in so that the survivors couldn't escape. He squinted and thought that he had been in this building before, so his plan remained in his head. He wanted to grab and kill all the bad people, but saving the baby came first. He thought about the fact that the guys from Goldmoon knew for sure that he was dangerous, so they most likely took Bora hostage to control him. He hoped that Bora was alive. Suddenly he noticed Johan. The guy killed the guard with one blow. Swift was surprised by this and thought that it would be easy if he teamed up with this guy. He looked around the mall. Johan was peeking out from behind the wall. Swift crept up to the guy. He asked in his ear that he also had some business in this camp. Johan immediately jumped back and pointed a crossbow at him. Swift thought that this was dangerous. He knocked the crossbow out of the guy's hands. Johan attacked him right away, and Swift said that he was harsh, after which he offered to talk. However, Johan reached for his gun. Swift thought irritably that there was nothing to be done since the first impression was ruined, so he would have to shorten it first. He attacked and thought that he had never lost to anyone in a one-on-one fight. Swift attacked with his foot. He was surprised that Johan dodged and thought that he had predicted his movements. They stood opposite each other in fighting stances. Johan exhaled. Swift frowned and thought that he might not even be able to touch him. Johan gave off an aura of danger. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.